Chapter 1 Without the white moonlight filter, you are just an ordinary person. Blue Star, Bulk Province. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory of Jinling University. Stop being emo, some people's hearts are made of sponges, the more you lick them the harder they get. Someone patted Fong Zhou on the shoulder, as if to comfort him. Hearing this, Fong Zhou slowly raised his head, but his face was filled with astonishment. Have I traveled through time? Also traveled back to Su Yashue's birthday in 2009? Looking at the carefully prepared gift in my hand, especially seeing the words "You are the apple of my eye" on the greeting card, Fong Zhou finally became convinced that he had really traveled through time. It is now 2009, the freshman military training has just ended, and today is Su Yashue's birthday. Fong Zhou couldn't help sighing when he thought of Su Yashue. Once upon a time, she was the white moonlight girl whom he held in his hands and regarded as a treasure. When she's hungry, he brings her food. When she's sick, he brings her medicine. When it rains, he brings her an umbrella. He replies to her messages within 3 seconds, but hangs up her phone first when she's shopping. He carries her bags when she celebrates a holiday. He prepares surprises when she wants to see a concert. He queues up overnight. Fong Zhou gave almost everything to this girl. But it was this girl who made him completely heartbroken. Their two families are neighbors, and their fathers are colleagues. They have known each other since childhood and can be considered childhood sweethearts. Some people say that the greatest way to show love to your girlfriend is to raise her like a daughter. Over the years, although they were not boyfriend and girlfriend, Fong Zhou treated Su Yashue the same way. Treat her like a daughter. Hold her in the palm of your hand and treat her as a priceless treasure. Every year on her birthday, the birthday greeting he gave her was not happy birthday or happy every day, but always "You are the apple of my eye." This is Fong Zhou's favorite line from the movie Those Years, which translates to "You are the apple of my eye." In order to go to the same university as Su Yashue. As a college entrance examination block student, Fong Zhou rejected the invitation from Peking University and Tsinghua University and applied to the same school and the same major as Su Yashue. Because of this incident, my parents were almost sent to the ICU. Fong Zhou had done countless similar stupid things, one after another. However, over the years, Su Yashue has always been very cold towards Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou confessed his love to her countless times, but Su Yashue always replied vaguely. We are still students. I don't want to fall in love for the time being. I'm just slow to warm up. Please give me more time. This is who I am. Gradually, Fong Zhou really believed that Su Yashue was a cold and slow to warm up person, just like her name. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted, he would be able to warm up the snow. However, it's been half a month since the university started, and today is Su Yashue's birthday. Fong Zhou came to the girls' dormitory early in the morning to give her a surprise. But what he saw was that Su Yashue was walking away with other boys, talking and laughing. Fong Zhou knew that boy. He was the class monitor of the finance major next door. During the military training, he performed his talents and sang a love song Liang Shanbua and Juliet with Su Yashue. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory, the three of them bumped into each other. For the first time, Fong Zhou saw an expression of panic on Su Yashue's face. But it was only a brief panic, and Su Yashue explained, "This is my neighbor's brother, he has always taken good care of me." The word brother was emphasized. As if she was afraid of being misunderstood, she didn't even accept Fong Zhou's gift. She simply said hello and left. 18 years of childhood sweethearts are not as good as 18 days of love falling from the sky. Why don't you want to fall in love? What kind of slow-moving personality? What aloof? These are just the other states. For the first time, he discovered that the white moonlight who was so high above him in his heart could also take the initiative. In his previous life, Fong Zhou was drunk that night. Passers-by pointed and talked. Look, he looks like a dog. Since then, he has never recovered. He was once a promising student at Peking University or Tsinghua University, but now he has fallen to the point where he has to fail a course and take a makeup exam. I muddled through 4 years of college and just got a diploma. After graduation, I found a job that was neither high nor low. I worked 996 every day and often 007. Life was too difficult and I didn't even dare to die. Just before he traveled through time, he was in a car accident on a business trip and was seriously injured and lying on the hospital bed, dying. He told Su Yashue the news, wanting to see her at the last moment of his life. But what I got was a sentence, "I'm really sorry, I'm too busy at work and can't leave." Then she transferred 500 yuan to Fong Zhou. 500 yuan. All his efforts over the years are only worth 500 yuan? At that moment, Fang Zhou's heart was dead. He closed his eyes in despair and silently waited for the countdown of his life. Perhaps it would be nice if my absurd and tragic life ended silently like this. But just then, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and a girl ran in crying. At that time, Fang Zhou was so weak that he could hardly open his eyes. Through the slits of his eyes, he vaguely saw a pair of long legs. A pair of long legs that are longer than his life. It is white and long, so white that it glows. When white silk is strangled by flesh, even gods cannot save it. These legs are so recognizable that even without looking at their faces, Fang Zhou knows who is coming. Chen Wanning. The autumn geese roost on the lemon branches, unaware of the evening breeze. She was a passionate, direct girl who dared to love and hate. A little fierce, a little silly, with long legs, thin waist, 36D, can unscrew bottle caps with bare hands, and can also open the top of your head with bare hands. If Su Yoshue is a pure white and elegant jasmine flower or white lotus, then Chen Wanning is a gorgeous rose or queen of flowers. In the last moments of her life, Chen Wanning held his hand tightly and cried heartbreakingly. "Asshole, I've been waiting for you for so long, how could you just die like this? Fang Zhou, please don't sleep. Open your eyes and look at me, okay? You keep looking at her. Look back at me. I'm here. I've always been here. What I miss most is the college orientation party. We played a couple in a skit together because I really wanted to marry you. The two luckiest things in my life are, one is that time has finally worn away my love for you. The other is that one day a long, long time ago, I met you. Don't leave me alone, please." At that moment, he realized that he had once been someone else's grievance. In the last moments of his life, Fang Zhou looked back on his life like a revolving lantern. Only then did he realize that giving up Peking University and Tsinghua University, giving up his life, and blindly exhausting and burning himself for a girl who was not worthy, was really stupid. The girl that I once couldn't let go of is just an ordinary person without the white moonlight filter. And that sincere and enthusiastic girl who had been silently accompanying him. The person who accompanies you to watch the sea is gentler than the sea. He really regretted it at that moment. Fortunately, I'm back. Fang Zhou took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Looking up, I see the rising sun on the horizon. The warm sunlight shines on my body, dispelling the chill of the night. It's still 2009. I am still 18 years old now. Now, I have let go of that cold white moonlight. Now, I haven't missed that enthusiastic treasure girl. All the regrets did not happen. Everything starts again. It has just begun. Chapter 2. He must not have recognized my voice, so he hung up on me. "Hey, Lao Fang, don't scare me." A pair of big hands waved in front of Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou calmed down and took a closer look at the man's appearance. He was 1.8 meters tall, slightly shorter than Fang Zhou, and had a stocky build, with a cigarette hanging from his mouth. It was Pang Bo, Fang Zhou's childhood friend, the rebellious son he called early in the morning to help give Su Yoshue a surprise. Seeing that he had a cigarette in his mouth, Fang Zhou stepped forward and extinguished the cigarette but, saying unhappily, "How many times have I told you not to smoke? Don't smoke? Don't you know how you're going to die in the future? Pangbo?" Fang Zhou took off the greeting card and threw the gift in his hand to Pang Bo. "This is for you." This was the gift he had carefully prepared for Su Yoshue after saving up for half a year. It was Huawei's first smartphone, the Huawei U8220, which was launched in 2009. But that's no longer necessary. Pangbo blinked his eyes. "Godfather, is it true? Why should I lie to you? No one wants it anyway, so it's better to keep it within the family." Fang Zhou said calmly. Pangbo thought for a moment and threw the phone back to Fang Zhou. "Forget it. It's over 1,000 yuan. You've already eaten so much instant noodles. If it doesn't work out, just return it. You can treat your dad to some homemade chicken later." Fang Zhou smiled, and his eyes looked at Pangbo a little softer. No matter how confused or defeated he was in his previous life, Pangbo would always be the brother who supported him. With just one sentence, "Come out for a drink," he would accompany Fang Zhou to drink beer all night long. With the words "it's a bit difficult lately," he was able to bear the pain and sell his second wife car. When he was in junior high school, some hooligans from outside the school blocked Fang Zhou's way and asked him for money. When Pangbo found out, he rushed over with 2 bricks without saying a word. As a result, one was hospitalized and the other was given a demerit. Unfortunately, Pangbo later met the wrong person and married a woman who was too scheming. The woman just lay at home, not earning a penny, but she complained all day long about Pangbo's poor work and how little he earned. She always talked about another perfect husband, and she suppressed Pangbo to the point of being completely defeated. Later, when the internet developed, Fang Zhou learned that there was something called PUA. Not only that, she later gave Pangbo a big gift. The process of big gift is too complicated, in her own words. It's really all women. I didn't know they would bring anyone with them. Just drinking. Everyone was drunk at the time. I just made the same mistake every girl makes. This led to Pangbo smoking frequently to vent his feelings. His smoking addiction became more and more serious, and he eventually developed lung cancer. That's fine too. Return the phone and I'll take you out for a meal. Fang Zhou joked, taking the phone and weighing it in his hand. If you spend 200 yuan to treat a girl to a meal, she will think you are not classy enough. And if you spend $200 to treat your brother to a meal, he is afraid that you will have a terminal illness. That's right. There are beautiful women everywhere. My brother is such an outstanding person, and for her, Su Yoshue, to look down on you is a person with no taste. Pangbo patted his arm, half jokingly and half seriously. Fang Zhou nodded, yeah. What do you mean by I just think you're right. There's always more grass to feed your family, so why bother eating grass near your nest? Pangbo turned his head in surprise and stared at Fang Zhou's face. Really? Su Yoshue was your life before. Can you let her go? The word life is the only word in the dictionary that has no homophones. Perhaps this itself implies that there is only one life. When Fang Zhou thought about how he used to say such childish things as Su Yoshue is my life all the time, he felt his toes tighten, thinking that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment at any time. If there's anything you can't let go of, you've heard what she said. I'm just the neighbor's brother. 18 years of childhood sweethearts are not as good as someone you've only known for 18 days. That's boring. Fang Zhou exhaled a breath of foul air, as if he had exhaled all the depression he had accumulated over the years. Hearing this, Pangbo laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. This is my brother, no woman in his heart, he is a god when he draws his sword. Fang Zhou waved his hand, stop talking nonsense, let's go. Where are you going? Don't tell me you are going to look for Su Yoshue? Pangbo looked at Fang Zhou warily. Of course I'm going back to the dormitory to take a nap. I'm so sleepy after getting up so early in the morning, and I have classes in the afternoon. Let's go, let's go. I also want to go back and see the strongest android. Saru? Mr. Fukada. When I returned to the dormitory, it was already past 9 in the morning. All the roommates went to club activities and no one was in the dormitory, so Fang Zhou just wanted some peace and quiet. He took off his shoes, climbed into bed and fell asleep. As the saying goes, you feel sleepy in spring, tired in summer, and weak in winter, but it is best to sleep in autumn. Fang Zhou slept soundly and didn't know how long he slept. Until the familiar ringtones sounded in my ears. Dimples and long eyelashes, so charming. Fang Zhou answered the phone in a daze. Before he could speak, a pleasant and familiar female voice came from the other side. Fang Zhou, do you have time now? The caller ID showed Su Yoshue. In addition to Su Yoshue's voice, there was also a ghostly and howling singing voice coming from the other end of the phone, as if it was in a KTV. Oh, no. Fang Zhou hung up the phone, turned over and continued to sleep. He really doesn't have time, after all, he still needs to sleep. In order to prepare the so-called birthday surprise for Su Yoshue, he hasn't had a full sleep for several days. On the other side, in Baoleti KTV. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone, Su Yoshue was completely confused. He hung up? How dare he hang up on me? He hung up on me without even saying a word? Somehow, Su Yoshue felt a surge of anger in her heart. In the past, when she called Fang Zhou, not to mention hanging up on her, Fang Zhou would chatter away, trying to find all kinds of topics to talk about, eager to chat with her more. Yoshue, what's going on? Fang Zhou agreed to help with our dormitory's group assignment? Asked Sue, her roommate and best friend. Then he must agree. Our Yoshue's words are like an imperial decree in Fang Zhou. How can he disobey it? Another roommate joked. That's right. If Yoshue ignores him for 2 days, he will be furious. What's the big deal about doing a project? Said another roommate. In the KTV room, in addition to the 6 girls from Su Yoshue's dormitory, there were also 6 boys from the dormitory that fell from the sky. Tianjiang came under the name of Dormitory Association and called people from both dormitories to celebrate Su Yashua's birthday together. But halfway through their game, they remembered that they had to hand in a group assignment for their computer class in the afternoon. Because the university does not have fixed classrooms, the so-called groups are basically based in dormitories. But the atmosphere in the KTV was just getting exciting and no one wanted to go back to the dormitory to do their homework. So, Su Yoshua thought of Fang Zhou. In her opinion, he would be there whenever she needed him. It has been like this since I was a child. Even if he doesn't have time or has other things to do, Fang Zhou will put everything aside and make her matters his top priority. But today, he said he didn't have time and seemed to be sleeping. Su Yoshua said hesitantly. Hearing this, the other girls in the dormitory became a little anxious. Sleeping? Why are you sleeping in the middle of the day? I mean, how can sleeping be more important than our group work in the dormitory? Hurry up and get him to work. He will definitely listen to you. Su Yoshua pointed at her phone and stammered, but he's already hung up. As she spoke, Su Yoshua felt a little aggrieved. He had never hung up on her before, how could he do this today? Even if she had left with someone else in front of him before, that was because people from both dormitories were waiting for her to get together. She couldn't possibly make others wait anxiously just because of Fang Zhou. Then you send a message to Fang Zhou. He was half asleep and probably didn't recognize your voice, said her best friend Su Wei. Su Yoshua thought about it and felt that this should be the case. Fang Zhou might have been half asleep and didn't recognize her voice, so he hung up on her. He can't even recognize my voice. How despicable. He must be punished. Just punish him by not letting him bring me breakfast for a week. Su Yoshua thought so, fiddled with the keys, and sent a message to Fang Zhou. You didn't realize it was me just now, did you? I'm working on our dormitory group assignment, due before class this afternoon. Sending completed. After a while, the howling songs were heard again in the KTV. However, at the same time, in the boys' dormitory, Fang Zhou's phone was in Do Not Disturb mode and he was sleeping soundly on his bed. Chapter 3, Wei is dead, you pick the idol. The sun was setting and it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Computer professional classroom. Because the party ended at around 3 o'clock, Su Yoshua and her roommates were too lazy to go back to the dormitory, so they came to the classroom early to reserve seats. Yoshua, why hasn't Fang Zhou come yet? Roommate Su Wei asked a little anxiously. Su Yoshua shook her head, I don't know, maybe he's helping us with our homework. I don't know if he'll be in time. What a joke. He is a promising student from Peking University and Tsinghua University, a top student among academic masters. It's easy for him to finish a second-level page project? Said a roommate. Although they looked down on Fang Zhou's dog-licking behavior, they had no doubt about his academic excellence. Then wait a little longer. Su Wei said. After waiting for about 10 more minutes, the class time was getting closer. The classroom was gradually filled with people. It was not until she saw Fang Zhou and his roommate appear at the door that Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief and trotted over with Su Yoshua. Fang Zhou, this way. Looking at the familiar figure coming towards him, Fang Zhou was slightly stunned. This was the first time he saw Su Yoshua after his rebirth. Even if he was reborn once, Fang Zhou had to admit that this was a rare beauty, and she fit the image of a goddess that countless boys had in their school days. She has an elegant face, a tall figure, waist-length hair that is half draped and half tied up, a slim white dress, and solid color leather shoes. It seems that wherever she stands, there is the scenery. However, what Fang Zhou was thinking about at this moment was a pair of long legs that were so white that they glowed. Fang Zhou, you're finally here. Give me the homework for our dormitory. Su Wei covered her chest and breathed slightly. Homework? Fang Zhou was confused by the question. What does your homework have to do with me? Everyone was slightly surprised and looked at Su Yoshua. Su Yoshua's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. I sent you a message, and you promised to help our dormitory. Fang Zhou thought of something, took out his cell phone from his pocket and cancelled the Do Not Disturb mode. After returning to the dormitory, he slept until 3:30 in the afternoon. After waking up, he hurried to the classroom without having time to cancel the Do Not Disturb function on his phone. Ding ding. Once the Do Not Disturb mode is cancelled, the little penguin starts flashing. You didn't realize it was me just now, did you? I'm working on our dormitory group project. It's required for class this afternoon. As a matter of course. But, when did this become something I agreed to? Fang Zhou didn't bother to argue, so he took out his phone and said, "Here, I just saw it." "You?" Su Yoshue frowned. Su Wei, who was standing next to him, saw this and helped out. "Anyway, Yoshue told you that you are responsible for the homework for our dormitory. Since you didn't see it, then give us the one from your dormitory. You're boys anyway, so it's okay for you to get scolded by the teacher." Fang Zhou's roommate got angry when he heard this. "What do you mean we're just boys anyway, so it's okay to get scolded by the teacher? You guys don't do your own dormitory homework, but you're taking ours? What kind of weird logic is this? There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Sooner or later, approaching science will feature you." My roommates protested in unison. At the same time, they couldn't help but worry, because the group assignments in the dormitory were basically completed by Fang Zhou alone. If he really gave it to Su Yoshue, they would have a hard time saying anything. Although the new students had been in school for less than a month, Fang Zhou's deeds had already spread throughout the school. He would rather be scolded by the teacher than let Su Yoshue suffer any injustice. He really could do such a thing. "I don't care. If you don't help me today, I will." Su Yoshue hesitated for a long time, and finally stamped her feet in anger. "I won't let you sit next to me." Fang Zhou smiled and waved his hand. "Whatever." Afterwards, he and his roommates went directly to the back row of 6 in the classroom. Su Yoshue, who stayed where she was a little confused. Fang Zhou's roommates were also a little dumbfounded. "Is Xiao Fang so tough today?" "What's Xiao Fang?" "Call me Brother Fang. Stand up and raise a glass to your friends when you get back." Seeing this, Su Yoshue's roommates on the other side suddenly became anxious. "Yoshue, what should we do now? Class starts in 10 minutes. Su Yoshue lowered her head and said nothing. Perhaps she herself did not realize that she had a childhood sweetheart who was a top student and obeyed her orders all along, and this was her capital for showing off in front of her roommates. But today, this capital seems to be gone. There's really no other way but to spend money. I'll give each of them 50 yuan and ask the seniors from the previous class to buy it for them." Su Wei sighed. The courses for the same major in college are all the same, the assignments for the previous and next classes are often the same, and even the final exams are almost the same. Of course, the premise is that the teacher didn't notice it. That's all we can do. The girls reluctantly gave Su Wei 50 yuan each. Finally, just before the teacher came in, they received a source code assignment for a secondary web page in their mailbox. Ring, ring, ring. The class bell rang. The bald computer teacher walked up to the podium, plugged in the courseware, turned on the projector, and instructed. "Class, please hand in the homework from last week. If you have a backup copy, copy it directly to me. If you don't have a backup copy, send it to my email." Soon, all the homework was handed in safely and the teacher began the lecture. But Su Yoshue and her roommates were not in a good mood. "I could have done it without spending a penny, but now not only have I spent money, I'm also worried about the teacher finding out." Su Yoshue was a little dazed. She couldn't hear what the teacher said on the podium at all. After hesitating for a long time, she secretly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Fang Zhou. On the other side, at the back of the classroom, Fang Zhou chose a retirement area seat and quietly browsed his phone. Cameron's film Avatar premiered today. The Chinese Paladin 3 only has Brother Who's sword, which is the real sword. Affected by the 2008 economic crisis, experts predict that the global economy will continue to be sluggish this year and next. The phenomenal sitcom iPartment concluded perfectly, with the sweet hand-holding of Zhanbo Wanyu. Youth idol drama Let's Watch Meteor Shower Together takes over Mango TV's primetime slot. Smart touchscreen phones sweep the global mobile phone market, Nokia's stock price continues to plummet. Looking at the trending searches, Fang Zhou felt as if he were in another world, and the memories of the dead seemed to be attacking him. At this moment, the little penguin suddenly jumped twice. Fang Zhou opened it and saw a message from Su Yoshue. "What's wrong with you today?" "It's just that I didn't accept your birthday present this morning. Can you be more generous?" Everyone in both dormitories was waiting for me at that time, so I definitely wanted to go with Lin Mo. "If you keep doing this, I'll really get angry." Seeing the news, Fang Zhou couldn't help but smile. What a pure white jasmine flower. Shouldn't this be fed to a 3-star tam? After thinking for a moment, he typed back, "Have you ever been touched on the head by Nangong Wenya?" Su Yoshue was stunned in front of the screen, then quietly handed the phone to Su Wei and asked in a low voice. Wei Wei, what does Fang Zhou mean? Su Wei glanced at the message and said, Yoshue, haven't you seen the young heroes? Young divine weapon general? Nangong Wenya, whoever you touch is stupid. Ah, you mean, he's calling me stupid? Su Yoshue finally reacted. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. When did Fang Zhou dare to speak to her like that? She angrily sent a message back to Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou, I'm really angry this time. Can't you talk to me like a man? After seeing the reply, Fang Zhou chose to ignore it. After kneeling for a long time, you want to stand up. But the person standing was unhappy and asked you why you didn't kneel down and talk to her properly? Somehow, he suddenly came across a famous scene from his past life. 18 years, do you know how I spent these 18 years? Fang Zhou is already dead, so you picked an idol. Kunken is my favorite. Even if Yifan comes, he won't be able to stop me. That's what I said. On the other side, Su Yoshue waited for a long time but did not receive a reply from Fang Zhou. She secretly glanced back and found that Fang Zhou was browsing his phone as if nothing had happened and was deliberately not replying to her. Wei Wei, what's going on with Fang Zhou? Su Yoshue asked, biting her lip. Su Wei is the boss of their dormitory. She is the oldest because she repeated a year, and her family runs a business, so she has a wider range of knowledge. Su Wei thought for a moment and said, didn't he bring you breakfast yesterday? What happened between you two? It's just, when Lin Mo went to pick me up downstairs of the dormitory today, I happened to run into Fang Zhou. You were all waiting for me there at the time, so I didn't think much about it and just left with Lin Mo. Su Yoshue's words were a bit euphemistic. As for her panicked expression at the time and the detail that she didn't even accept Fang Zhou's gift, she naturally chose to forget them. Su Wei pondered for a moment, then said with certainty, I understand. He must be trying to attract your attention this way. The crying child gets the milk. Then what should I do? Just leave him alone for a few days. When he realizes this trick doesn't work, he'll naturally come back to you. Su Yoshue thought about it and felt that Su Wei was right. When Fang Zhou confessed his feelings to her for the first time, she neither accepted nor rejected him, but just used the excuse that we are still students to get away with it. At that time, Fang Zhou was disheartened for a while. She has a cold personality. If Fang Zhou ignores her, she will ignore Fang Zhou. Not long after, Fang Zhou saw that she really ignored him, so he came back to reconcile with her in a nice tone. I'll listen to you and leave him alone for a few days. Well, if he wants to reconcile with you, you must be careful and don't agree easily. Otherwise, if he dares to give you the cold shoulder this time, he will dare to make trouble next time. I know. Su Yoshue nodded obediently. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart that he would never forgive him easily this time and must let him learn a lesson. Chapter 4, Let Go of the Cold White Moonlight, I Choose the Fiery Queen Flower. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun was setting. Ring ring ring. As the bell rang, the students packed up their things and rushed out of the classroom. When Su Yoshue saw Fang Zhou and his roommates were about to go out, she deliberately walked in front of them and left without looking back. Lao Feng, Su Yoshue seems really angry. Is this really okay? It's fun to abuse your wife, but it's a nightmare to chase her. Why don't you just go and coax her? Girls like those who are good at talking. Third brother, be serious. Can you drive on this broken road? Fang Zhou smiled casually and shrugged indifferently. Let it be. The roommates were all stunned at the same time, and for a moment they couldn't believe their ears. Fang Zhou seemed really a little different. By the way, please help me take the book back. Aren't you going back to the dorm? I want to meet someone. As he spoke, Fang Zhou's mind revived that long-legged girl whose white silk was so tight that even gods couldn't save her, and a smile appeared on his face. The old thief Jiangnan wrote this in Dragon Clan, and Fang Zhou now deeply understood it. Lu Mingfei looked straight ahead, head held high and chest puffed out, as if he was driving a Ferrari to a date with the trunk filled with guns and ammunition. Every man dreams of a date like this, right? That day, you'll suddenly realize that from now on, you'll be invincible, even if it means you're the one who stands in your way. Very childish, very beautiful. Now, he also has to go on that date to meet the precious girl who held his hand and begged him not to die in the last moments of her life. But Fang Zhou touched his heavy bowl-cut hairstyle, which looked like an upside-down bowl on his head. In his previous life, he had seen a face shape test. The ratio between the hairline height, forehead width, cheekbone width, and jaw width is used to determine whether it is suitable to expose the forehead or keep bangs. Fang Zhou and Eddie Peng have the same face shape, which suits them well to show their foreheads. Rounding off, Fang Zhou Eddie Peng. Since this is the first time we meet in this life, we have to be formal. Yijianmei Barbershop near Jinling University. Classmate, what kind of haircut do you want? Teacher Tony fiddled with Fang Zhou's bowl-cut hair and asked with a smile. Master, cut me a 28-inch slant back. Fang Zhou said. Teacher Tony was confused and asked puzzledly. 28 side back? I've been cutting hair for so many years, and this is the first time I've heard of it. Fang Zhou quickly realized that the 28 and 37 slant back styles that were standard for male stars in his previous life were not popular in 2009. Master, cut it as I tell you. First this way, then that way. Fang Zhou gestured as he spoke. Teacher Tony suddenly realized, oh, so it has to be this way, then that way. 20 minutes later. Fang Zhou looked at his fresh and handsome self in the mirror and gave a thumbs up to Teacher Tony's skills. The heavy bowl cut was transformed into a clean and refreshing 2:8 slanted back, and his whole temperament became much fresher. We're just getting started. Fang Zhou paid the bill and left with satisfaction. Afterwards, he took a taxi to Golden Eagle Plaza, returned the phone he had given to Su Yoshua, and exchanged it for 1,200 Mao Zedong notes, which were really cheap at that time. With the money, Fang Zhou began a major transformation from head to toe. First of all, the clothes. I changed out of my baggy t-shirt and put on a clean, slim-fitting short-sleeved white shirt. Replace the old big shorts with slim-fitting 9-point straight pants. Replace your previous fancy mesh shoes with solid color and simple sneakers. Finally, the glasses. Fang Zhou used to wear thick black-rimmed full-frame glasses, which, combined with his original bowl-cut hair, made him look rustic and ugly. Now, he has changed directly to rimless glasses that are full of pure desire. Hiss. I feel a bit like a scumbag. In front of the full-length mirror in the store, Fang Zhou smiled knowingly when he saw his appearance. He looked young, handsome, fresh, gentle, and full of abstinence. It was as if he was a completely different person from head to toe. Coupled with his height of 1.86 meters and his energetic young body, everything made him feel better than ever. If the young man were allowed to draw the bow again, he would not be afraid of time or wind. Maybe, this is the feeling of being young. Everything was ready and it was 10 o'clock in the evening. No wonder people online say there's no nightlife in the Bulk province. It's only a little after 10 o'clock, and there are already few people on the streets. Fang Zhou muttered as he walked. Soon, he arrived at the largest internet cafe near Jinling University, past things going with the wind. Chen Wanning is not only a thorny queen of flowers, but also a complete internet addict. In their previous life, he and she met in this internet cafe while playing CF all night. After entering the internet cafe, Fang Zhou did not turn on the computer in a hurry, but walked around inside. Sure enough, there it is. Fang Zhou easily saw a bright and dazzling girl at his usual place in the internet cafe. She has long, slightly curly gray hair, a foxy face, peach blossom eyes, a lollipop in her mouth, a slender white neck, and a black camisole top that clearly shows her beautiful collarbone. She has a 36D body and an A4 waist. Then, here comes the key point. She was wearing a pair of blue denim shorts today, and underneath the shorts were a pair of long legs that were longer than Fang Zhouming's life. One leg is gently lifted over the other and swaying. White and long. It makes people feel dizzy. Fang Zhou took a deep breath, and couldn't help but think of Teacher Fan's famous words in his mind. Are you using this to test cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? After confirming the location, Fang Zhou went to the bar and took out his ID card and a Mao Zedong note. Network administrator, please give me room number 36 for the night. The network administrator is a girl in her early 20s, probably working part-time. When she heard someone surfing the internet, she looked up and saw Fang Zhou, and her little face suddenly turned slightly red. 2009 was the year when Shamat, Ghost Fire Boys and Funeral Love Family were popular. Fang Zhou's aesthetic style is a complete dimensionality reduction attack in this era. Network management? Fang Zhou stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. Oh, okay. The girl finally reacted and quickly took the ID card and the 100 yuan bill. When scanning his identity, he also looked at Fang Zhou's name specifically. It's ready. Machine 36. 30 for the night, 70 for your call. And get me a pack of Alps lollipops, original caramel flavor, and 2 bottles of Red Bull. The lollipop was for Chen Wanning, and the Red Bull was for himself. Okay. The network administrator girl quickly brought lollipops and Red Bull. After watching Fong Zhou leave the bar, she immediately opened QQ and found the dormitory sisters group. Extraordinary news. Major news. A handsome, abstinent guy with a high score has arrived at our internet cafe. Flying low? Zundu Fakidu? How handsome can it be? Describe it first. The network administrator girl thought for a moment and typed back, he's so handsome that I can't close my legs. The other side. Fong Zhou came to the number 36 seat and sat down, swiping his ID card to board the plane. The girl next to him didn't seem to notice anyone coming over, and was passionately singing on the microphone. I'm going to take down 5 of you guys, and you're just out in the wild picking Ganoderma. You're trying to steal my gun carriage. Do you think your family runs a tofu shop? You can even be killed like this, you are my Shiranoi's younger brother, don't you know how to live or die? We agreed to kill together. I'll be in charge of the killing, and you guys will be in charge of the killing. I've already told you I have gigantic fear. I'm afraid of big idiots. Hearing this, Fong Zhou on the side smiled bitterly and held his forehead. My mute bride is just right. Chen Wanning is good in every way, she is a nice girl, but it's a pity that she has a big mouth. A little fierce, a little silly, a bit rebellious, carefree, always enthusiastic, always sincere. Maybe this is her charm. In her previous life, because Fong Zhou didn't like it, Chen Wanning specially changed his habit of swearing for him. Because I like it, I change. In contrast, Su Yoshue often says, this is just the kind of person I am. Although she seems free and straightforward, she is actually unwilling to change to take his feelings into consideration. Essentially, don't care. Fong Zhou smiled and didn't rush to greet Chen Wanning. Looking at the girl with fair and delicate skin and legs so white that they glowed, Fong Zhou logged into QQ and posted a dynamic message. I only remember the first time I saw you, you were like a beam of ancient warm light, with a thin waist, long legs, and glowing white. All the water in the world ripples in your eyes. At that time, I was thinking, I must believe in the luminous body. Chapter 5, The Girl Whom the Gods Can't Save. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory. Su Yoshue finished washing up early and lay down on the bed to rest. Because of Fong Zhou's matter, she was sulking all night, holding her cell phone but not in the mood to surf the internet. Ding! Suddenly, a QQ pop-up message appeared, someone I care about, updated their space status. Su Yoshue clicked on it and found that Fong Zhou had just updated his post. The reason why she said Fong Zhou is the person she cares about was because she lost a big adventure and Fong Zhou used her phone to change it. Later she forgot about it and never changed it back. Su Yoshue opened it curiously and took a look. I only remember the first time I saw you, you were like a beam of ancient warm light, with a thin waist, long legs, and glowing white. All the water in the world ripples in your eyes. At that time, I was thinking, I must believe in the luminous body. Looking at this, Su Yoshue couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Isn't this talking about her? Wei Wei was right. It had only been a short while since Fong Zhou was left alone when he couldn't hold it in any longer and deliberately posted this message to apologize to her and show his goodwill. Su Yoshue even guessed that this post was only visible to her. How can it be so easy to reconcile just by saying something? Su Yoshue's mood immediately improved. She turned over in bed and happily started browsing her phone. The past is gone with the wind in the internet cafe. Why did he die again? Chen Wanning pushed the keyboard forward, leaned back in her chair, and puffed out her cheeks like a bloated pufferfish. After playing Dota, she went to CF and sniped the enemy at the middle gate on the pirate ship. But she had just started playing this game and was a newbie. There were a lot of Nirvana in Fire LYB and CF, so she was always abused. I'm so angry. Chen Wanning's chest rose and fell slightly as she stuffed a lollipop into her mouth. Only then did she realize that a boy had sat in the seat next to her at some point. Ever since the last time she booked a night at the internet cafe, and a hooligans was kicked into the hospital by her with a whip kick, no one has passed within 3 meters of her for a long time. She glanced at the person next to her curiously, and found that the person was also playing CF. Compared to her, she just fights when she is not convinced, doesn't care about life and death, and rushes to the opponent's limit with an AK for a 1-for-1 exchange. This boy's operation is obviously much more advanced. Flash squat. Ghost jumping. Flick the sniper. squatting and wearing boxes. Fang Zhou was holding a BMW and jumping back and forth on the container. With that smooth shooting skill, he could kill a kid with one sniper shot. How did you do that? How can you jump onto such a high box? I can't. Shen Wanning asked subconsciously. She is an internet addict, with a carefree personality and a bit of a sociable person. Hearing this, Fang Zhou's mouth curled up slightly, and he pretended to operate the machine while explaining, "This is called a super jump. Press W plus S and then jump and squat, and you can jump up." Oh, can it be like this? A look of surprise appeared on Shen Wanning's little face, as if she was Columbus who discovered the new world. She tried jumping a few times and finally jumped onto the big wooden box. Then, she jumped from the wooden box to the container, and went all the way to her hometown opposite, holding a small AK. Dad Ada. Dad Ada. Why did he die again? That guy is invincible. He has cheats and external tools. Shen Wanning's little canine teeth were gritting with a sound of crunching, and she looked as if to say, "I am sworn enemies of cheaters." You little fool, it turns out you jumped over the big box just to rush into the opponent's nest in 1v8? Fang Zhou sighed, "That's a 3-second resurrection protection. You can't be killed during the invincibility time. Oh, no wonder I can't die." A look of realization appeared on Shen Wanning's face. Then how did you do the squat dodge? Why do you keep jumping back and forth? How did the sniper scope turn on and off and kill someone? For a moment, Shen Wanning turned into a curious baby with 100,000 questions in mind, asking questions non-stop while watching Fang Zhou's operations. Fang Zhou patiently answered all the questions one by one and cooperated with the practical teaching throughout the process. 10 minutes later, Fang Zhou's game ended. He turned his head and saw that Shen Wanning had come over to him at some point. Her big watery eyes blinked as she stared at Fang Zhou's computer screen meticulously. Perhaps because he was too engrossed, the distance between them was no more than half an arm, and Fang Zhou could even see the long eyelashes on her eyelids. It turns out, there really is such a thing as bright eyes and kind gaze. Fang Zhou thought to himself. He looked at Shen Wanning and asked, "How about adding a friend and playing a few games together?" "Get started." Shen Wanning agreed readily. Soon, the little penguin beeped twice. "One punch, one kid applies to add you as a friend." "Confirm." "You and one punch, one kid are already friends." "Come chat." Pull me, watch me carry my AK and shoot them to death." Shen Wan is like a little rooster with high fighting spirit. Fang Zhou said subconsciously, "Girls, don't be so violent." Shen Wanning held his chin and thought for a while, then he thought it made sense and changed his words. "Then I'll just carry my pink AK and shoot them to death." Fang Zhou burst out laughing. "This girl is too fierce. I remember that in my previous life, there was a New Year's Day party." Shen Wanning got drunk and blocked Fang Zhou at the door of the boys' dormitory. She placed her long legs in a split position on Fang Zhou's shoulders and kicked him. The girl had a resentful expression on her face and waved her fist viciously. "Fang Zhou, how can you like me?" "But, I like Su Yoshue." The girl knocked Fang Zhou's forehead with her little fist and warned him fiercely. "No, you have to like me. Not liking me is a disease and must be cured. If it's not cured, you will die." A little fierce, a little silly, and a little domineering. It's a pity that I only had Su Yoshue in my eyes before and ignored her brilliance. In addition, there was another time when Fang Zhou was in his senior year. He went to a mountain village to teach and encountered a mudslide on the way. After Chen Wanning found out, she flew overnight and traveled more than 900 kilometers to the mountains to find him. When she saw that Fang Zhou was fine, she did not hug Fang Zhou and cry bitterly, nor did she cry with joy. She just kept saying, "It's okay, it's okay." That was real fear. She kept saying, "It's okay, it's okay." How relieved she was at that moment was how scared she was the previous moment. Unfortunately, Fang Zhou didn't understand at that time. In the internet cafe, under the orange light, the two quickly entered the game. Chen Wanning carried an AK and played loudly, showing great momentum. Fang Zhou jumped back and forth with his BMW, sniping each kid one by one. Every time Fang Zhou defeated an enemy, Chen Wanning would jump for joy. He silently looked at the girl's profile. Her neck was white and slender, her skin was delicate, and her jawline was clearly visible. At this moment, she was as happy as a Peppa Pig. The person who accompanies you to watch the sea is more gentle than the sea itself. In this life, let me cherish you. Fang Zhou thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 6 Why Don't You Chase Me? Time flies. Before they knew it, the two had been fighting until late at night. There are too few people playing games in the second half of the night, and it takes a long time to wait for a round. Chen Wanning pouted in dissatisfaction, with an expression that said that's it. Fong Zhou yawned, how about changing one? Okay, can you play knock-up? Of course I can do it. Akina Mountain Car God, check it out. I'm really good at cornering through drainage ditches. Chen Wanning covered her mouth and was amused by Fong Zhou, her 36D breasts trembling with laughter. She glanced and saw the Alps lollipop that Fong Zhou had placed on the table. Well, I want to eat. Chen Wanning pointed at the lollipop. Fong Zhou handed over the whole bag without hesitation. When taking the lollipop, the girl's hair gently brushed against the back of Fong Zhou's hand, making it itchy. Chen Wanning also noticed this slightly ambiguous detail and shook her long hair away nonchalantly. For some reason, even though it was their first meeting, she didn't feel disgusted with this boy named Fong Zhou. Although Chen Wanning is usually carefree, she has always been very sensible when it comes to matters between men and women. With her looks and figure, she has no shortage of suitors, but so far, no one has ever heard of her accepting a gift from any boy. Akina Mountain Racing God, how come you don't even have a game character? Chen Wanning wondered. When Fong Zhou entered the QQ speed game, he realized that he had never played this game in his life and had not even registered an account. My previous number is gone. It's no problem. I'll register a new one. Fong Zhou said something nonsense and then entered the game registration process. After the introduction animation ended, the CG page of the car goddess Xia Juzi popped up. Please enter your game nickname. Fong Zhou glanced at Chen Wanning, who was smiling beside him, and typed, Black Plum Sauce. Your shallow smile is like plum jam. What does it mean to add the word Jiang after your name? Chen Wanning came over and asked Fong Zhou curiously. Fong Zhou smiled and said, no matter what word it is, adding the word Jiang will make it seem more lovely and sincere. Chen Wanning pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense, so he changed his nickname to Minced into Meat Sauce. Fong Zhou's silence was deafening. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning. The warm morning light fills the earth, everything changes, and a new day begins. Fong Zhou walked out of the internet cafe side by side with Chen Wanning, looking depressed. After a night of passionate indulgence, Fong Zhou felt drained. Students who have booked an internet cafe for the night, or male compatriots who have 7 thorns on one leaf should all understand that feeling of being top-heavy. On the other hand, Chen Wanning seemed as if nothing had happened. Maybe it has something to do with her physical fitness from 10 years of taekwondo training. No, I'm going to run and exercise starting tomorrow. I have to improve my physical fitness. Fong Zhou swore secretly in his heart. It doesn't matter if a man is not good in other aspects, but he must be in good health, his father said. Passing by a breakfast shop, Chen Wanning was immediately attracted by the steaming buns. Fong Zhou understood, whatever you want to eat, I'll treat you. Chen Wanning nodded like a chick pecking at rice. 1 cup of freshly ground soy milk, 1 preserved vegetable bun, 1 red bean paste bun, and 1 spicy vermicelli bun. Fong Zhou shouted, Boss, she said double servings. 5 minutes later, the two of them walked into the gate of Jinling University side by side, with buns in their mouths and soy milk in their hands. The morning sun shone on the campus's tree-lined avenue. Fong Zhou was elegant and restrained, while Chen Wanning was sexy and pure. The two of them walked side by side, immediately attracting the attention of many classmates. Who is this girl? Her figure is so amazing. Chen Wanning from the Civil Engineering Department, how come you don't even know her? Is she famous? You know about the new semester's campus beauty pageant, right? This girl was originally the slated winner, but she kicked a thug from outside the school and sent him to the hospital. The school withdrew her vote overnight for fear of a negative impact. I see. I was wondering why she seemed prettier than the school beauties Yang Liuyi, Ling Fei, and Su Yoshue. The looks and temperament are actually both unique, but the main thing is that the figure is outstanding. You guys are so superficial. Is body shape so important? Hee hee, try turning off the lights. Listening to the gossip of people around him, Fong Zhou couldn't help but quicken his pace. Seeing Fong Zhou speeding up, Chen Wanning, holding a small bun in her mouth, also quickened her pace to catch up. Fortunately, her legs were long enough, so 1 step of hers was equivalent to 2 steps of an ordinary girl, so it was not difficult. Soon, the two arrived at Wutong Avenue on campus. Just 1 month into the school year, it was the time for various clubs to recruit new members. The streets were filled with the shouts of seniors and were lined with all kinds of display boards. However, at this time, Fong Zhou suddenly saw the recruitment office of the Literature Society in front of him. A white figure looked particularly familiar, with a floral dress swaying in the wind. Su Yoshue? Why is she here? At this time, Su Yoshue also happened to see Fong Zhou, and her beautiful eyes showed surprise. Fong Zhou? She cried in disbelief. Fong Zhou seemed like a different person today. No more bowl-cut hair, no more thick black-framed glasses, no more old-fashioned t-shirts and shorts. Instead, he wore a white shirt, straight pants, solid-color sneakers, a slanted hairstyle and rimless glasses, making him look fresh, clean, sunny and handsome. Coupled with his height of 1.86 meters, he exudes a sense of abstinence every minute. Su Yoshue was slightly dazed. She had never thought that Fong Zhou had such a side to him. It was as if a treasure that she had always ignored suddenly shone one day. Fong Zhou originally wanted to take a detour, but when he heard Su Yoshue calling his name, he had no choice but to nod politely and walk straight past Su Yoshue. You didn't even say hello to me? Su Yoshue felt inexplicably lost. But when I thought about the post Fong Zhou updated last night, I felt more confident. She trotted over and stood in front of Fong Zhou, her chin slightly raised, like a proud white swan. Don't you need to give me an explanation for what happened yesterday? Fong Zhou looked at her in confusion. What explanation? Why didn't you reply to my message yesterday? Su Yoshue frowned and questioned with confidence. Oh, I forgot. Forgot? Su Yoshue frowned and clenched her silver teeth together gently. With a quick glance, she realized that there was a girl following Fong Zhou closely. The girl was pretty, even slightly prettier than her. In other words, they each have their own strengths. Su Yoshue is cold and elegant, while Chen Wanning is sexy and pure. The key is body shape. Su Yoshue glanced at a heavy part of the other person and lowered her head in inferiority. When she lowered her head, she saw the other person's long legs, which were taller than her waist. They were white, long, straight and elastic, and they looked very good to touch. She knew this girl, Chen Wanning, from the civil engineering department. She had been urgently withdrawn from the school beauty contest because she kicked someone into the hospital. Because she played games all night, Chen Wanning's long hair was slightly disheveled and her clothes were a little messy. Fong Zhou had a pair of heavy dark circles under his eyes, and his expression was listless. He covered his lower back with both hands, looking as if he was hollowed out. In an instant, a bold idea flashed through Su Yoshue's mind. You wouldn't have. Su Yoshue pointed at the two of them and covered her mouth in surprise. In his previous life, although Fong Zhou was a perennial virgin, fortunately he was humble and eager to learn, and the video learning materials in his computer were very rich. For example, AVI, MP4, WMV, MPG, and MOVI. When he was taking online classes, he studied all the courses of various teachers frame by frame. Although lacking in practical experience, he is rich in theoretical experience. As soon as I saw Su Yoshue's reaction, I knew she was thinking the wrong thing. Fong Zhou quickly waved his hand and explained, "Don't misunderstand me. It's just what you think." I knew it, just because of you, huh? When she heard the first half of the sentence, Su Yoshue thought she had misunderstood. After all, the girl in front of her was the best in her eyes. How could a girl like this be interested in Fong Zhou? So when Fong Zhou said, "Don't misunderstand me," Su Yoshue felt a little proud. However, before she could finish feeling proud, Fong Zhou said, "It's just what you think." So to put it together, it means, don't get me wrong, it's just what you think? Good man, you are afraid that I have misunderstood you, right? But when she saw Fong Zhou's playful expression, she knew that this guy must be making fun of her. Su Yoshue said with a slight annoyance, "Fong Zhou, what do you mean? It's nothing interesting. You continue with your work. We will withdraw first." Fong Zhou waved his hand, pulled up a corner of Chen Wanning's sleeve and was about to leave. Chen Wanning followed him obediently. "You are not allowed to leave. You are not allowed to leave until I tell you to." Su Yoshue rushed up and stood between him and Chen Wanning. Su Yoshue didn't know what was wrong with her. She didn't think she was like the heroine in a romance novel, who, after being treated coldly by Fong Zhou, discovered that she actually liked him, regretted it immensely, and chased her husband to the crematorium. She just felt unwilling. "You have been pursuing me for so long, why do you want to stop?" Chapter 7 Test Me? Only the country and the people in this world can test me. Su Yoshua stopped Fang Zhou from leaving. For a moment, Fang Zhou was in a dilemma, unable to move forward or retreat. Just when he didn't know what to do, a sinful little hand quietly reached out to Su Yoshua's forehead and clenched its fingers into a fist. Boom! The little fist knocked down suddenly. Ah! Su Yoshua held her head in pain, turned around helplessly, a layer of mist in her eyes. Why did you hit me? Her pitiful appearance and delicate voice immediately aroused the protective desire of many boys present. Everyone was ready to fight and was about to step forward, but when they saw that the person who was hitting was Chen Wanning, they shrank their necks in disappointment. Stop it, that's a pretty girl who can kick a gangster into the hospital with one kick, who dares to mess with her? Little ancestor, why did you hit her? Fang Zhou was also startled by this sudden scene, and quickly stepped forward to pull Chen Wanning and protect her behind him. It's not that he can't let go of Su Yoshua, or that he still has some thoughts about her, but beating someone up can be a big or small matter, and he is afraid of causing trouble for Chen Wanning. But then he thought again, this little ancestor had beaten Su Yoshua many times in his previous life. In her previous life, every time Chen Wanning beat Su Yoshua would run to Fang Zhou crying to complain, and Fang Zhou would scold her. Every time Fang Zhou scolded her, Chen Wanning was sincere and actively admitted her mistakes. Then, he slandered Su Yoshua and beat her up. If Su Yoshua tells tales again, she will admit her mistake and then beat her again. The main theme is actively admit mistakes and never repent. Fortunately, Chen Wanning always acts with discretion, and her family background is also good. Her father is a big boss in Jinling City with a net worth of tens of figures. Although there are some rifts between father and daughter, they are biological daughter after all, and he always cleans up the mess for her. Hearing this, Chen Wanning poked her head out from behind Fang Zhou, pointed at Fang Zhou, and then pointed at herself with her thumb. I'm protecting him and won't let you bully him. Su Yoshua was about to cry, and her beautiful eyes stared at Fang Zhou with grief and anger, as if saying, why don't you say something? Feel sorry. Fang Zhou said something apologetically, took out 200 yuan from his pocket, and gently placed it on the table of the literature club as her medical expenses. Then he pulled up Chen Wanning's sleeves and hurriedly pulled this little tiger girl away from the crime scene. Su Yoshua looked at Fang Zhou's departing back, then looked at the $200 bills on the table. Her eyes suddenly turned red and tears flowed out of her eyes. When had she ever suffered such injustice since she was a child? In the past, her parents spoiled her elders doted on her friends liked her, and Fang Zhou treated her like a treasure, obeying her orders and complying with her every request. It had never been like today. Yoshua, why are you crying? Su Wei, who arrived late, saw Su Yoshua crying and hurried forward to ask what was going on. They were both freshman secretaries of the literature club. She had just gone to the club to get the registration form, and when she came back, Su Yoshua was already in tears. Wei, Fang Zhou has changed. He would never treat me like this before. Chen Wanning hit me on the head, but he didn't speak up for me. He was just trying to piss me off. Su Yoshua held back her tears, bit her teeth lightly, and breathed rapidly. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. The way Fang Zhou looked at her just now was faintly disgusted, as if she was something disgusting. Su Yoshua has always thought of herself as a kind and good girl. Even though she didn't really like Fang Zhou, she never said anything final. Instead, she gave him opportunities again and again, allowing him to get close to her, take care of her, and accompany her, giving him light and motivation. But Fang Zhou not only didn't know how to be grateful, but also repaid kindness with hatred. This is too much. It's just a little conflict before, and he just watched others bully you like that? No. I have to vent my anger today. Su Wei took out her cell phone and started to criticize Fang Zhou. The more Su Yoshua thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. After thinking about it, she took out her cell phone, found Dad in the contacts and called him. What's wrong, Yoshua? Soon a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Su Yoshua cried, Dad, Fang Zhou bullied me. He immediately recounted the story with exaggeration. The other side. Fang Zhou pulled Chen Wanning and trotted away from the crime scene. He didn't stop until he reached the fork in the road between the boys' and girls' dormitories. Why did you hit her just now? Fang Zhou let go of Chen Wanning's sleeve, his tone slightly helpless. Chen Wanning walked up to Fang Zhou, gently tiptoed so that she could reach his shoulder, and then patted Fang Zhou's shoulder with her small hand. We've been friends, played games, and stayed up all night together, so we're sworn brothers. Of course I will protect you and prevent others from bullying you. As she spoke, she tried to imitate Lu Zhishan and pat her chest heroically, but her little hand was bounced away by the excess fat. This girl, isn't she a bit fierce? Fang Zhou suddenly thought that the first time she beat Su Yoshue in her previous life was probably for the same reason. As to whether there was any personal grudge involved later, it is unknown. But I think it's probably around 100 million. Fang Zhou couldn't help laughing, convinced by this invincible reason, and jokingly said, "Okay, Sister Ning is awesome. From now on, I will rely on Sister Ning to protect me." The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Fang Zhou's casual joke was taken seriously by Chen Wanning, and the word Sister Ning immediately made her smile. On the street, she stood with her hands on her hips, facing the wind, laughing hee 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 like a crayon Shin-chan. Seeing this scene, Fang Zhou thought to himself, "This is not a big sister at all, this is clearly just a ferocious little potato." At this moment, Fang Zhou's cell phone started ringing. He opened his phone and saw that it was filled with messages from Su Wei. "Fang Zhou, are you still a man? Yoshua didn't celebrate her birthday with you, didn't she refuse your gift, didn't she leave with Lin Mo? And you're bullying her like this. Can you be a little more manly? It doesn't matter if a girl leaves you alone once or twice. She's just testing you. You can't be so weak as to not withstand such a small test, right? Even if Yoshua did something wrong, putting the facts aside, as a boy, don't you have any fault at all?" Fang Zhou staggered. This punch caught me off guard. The so-called test mentioned by Su Wei. In his previous life, Fang Zhou thought Su Yoshue was testing him, so he persisted for so long, but what was the result? 18 years of childhood sweethearts are not as good as 18 days of love falling from the sky. Tong Jinchang, the founder of love, once said that in the adult world, if there is no clear acceptance, it means rejection. He used to scoff at it, but now he studies it frame by frame. What a test! In this world, only the country and the people can test me. Fortunately, in his previous life, Fang Zhou had faced off against the Zhuan pianist and was very good at dealing with these unreasonable trash talk. After thinking about it, Fang Zhou replied to Su Wei with an ultimate killer. "When I type? It's not that I have a problem, it's that I think you have a problem." Then, he changed Chen Wanning's note to, "ferocious little potato." The other side. Su Wei, who was originally full of fighting spirit, fell into deep confusion when she saw the sent by Fang Zhou. Somehow, although it is just a simple question mark, at this moment and in this situation, it has a sense of extreme irony. Su Wei was so angry that her chest heaved up as she had so much trash to say but had no place to vent it. Chapter 8, Master Tong Jinchang didn't deceive me. What does Fang Zhou mean? In front of the screen, Su Wei felt her defenses broken for the first time. A simple question mark says nothing, yet seems to say everything. Su Yoshue came over and after reading the message, she was also upset by the extremely sarcastic question mark. Wei, do you think Fang Zhou really doesn't care about me anymore? Su Yoshue asked helplessly. Su Wei tried hard to calm herself down, lowered her head in thought for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Don't worry, Yoshue. I think Fang Zhou must be pretending. Pretending? Think carefully about what happened over the past 2 days. First, he deliberately ignored your messages, then refused to help you with your homework, then changed his hairstyle and clothes to look more handsome, and finally appeared in front of you with another girl. Didn't you realize that he has been using these methods to get your attention? Is there? Ask yourself, have your emotions been influenced by him these past 2 days? Have you been paying more attention to him than usual? After hearing Su Wei's question, Su Yoshue stopped crying and held her chin to review the situation seriously. Only then did she realize that because of these things, she seemed to be paying more attention to Fang Zhou than before. I've definitely been paying more attention to him these past couple of days. I even checked his QQ profile yesterday. See, I was right, wasn't I? Lin Mo's appearance must have put pressure on Fang Zhou. He felt that his previous method of pursuing you was ineffective, so he changed his strategy now. And ask yourself, do you prefer the previous Fang Zhou who was dull but devoted to you, or the current one? Su Yoshue's arrogant spirit suddenly came back. Who wants to like him? Having said that, she already had the answer in her heart. Compared to the previous Fang Zhou who was unknown and devoted, she is indeed more interested in the current Fang Zhou. Although her mind told her that this was wrong, it was indeed the case. If Fang Zhou knew about this, he would probably be in a dilemma. In his previous life, he had seen a video quote from Tong Jinchang, the most affectionate man in Jiangnan and the Grandmaster of Love, online. One of the quotes was, "When is a man most attractive to a woman?" Answer, "When he doesn't love her." He scoffed at it at the time, but he never expected that his words would come true. As expected, my master never lied to me. "And I heard you say that Fangzhou seems to be quite good at playing games?" Su Wei suddenly asked. Su Yoshue nodded. "He can master any computer game on the market. Last year, he even took over as my power leveler to buy me a New Year's gift." "That's right. Chen Wanning happens to be a game fan." Fang Zhou must have met Chen Wanning in the game and asked her to help him put on this drama. All the subtle clues matched perfectly. Su Wei was secretly proud in her heart. "Please call me famous Detective Vivian." In fact, it is not surprising that Su Wei reasoned this way. If we follow Fang Zhou's inertia in his previous life, this is indeed possible. To a certain extent, her reasoning is logical. Unfortunately, Su Wei could never have imagined that Fang Zhou had really let it go after experiencing life and death. Su Yoshua lowered her eyes and pondered for a while, and finally a look of realization appeared on her pretty oval face. "It must be like this. He did all these things just to get my attention." Su Yoshua instantly put the previous unpleasantness behind her, and also forgot about the crying phone call home to complain, and turned back into the cold and proud white swan. She happily took Su Wei's arm and said, "Wei Wei is lucky to have you. What do you think I should do now?" "That's easy. If he acts cool and casual, you should act cool and casual too. I believe it won't be long before he can't hold it back anymore." "Well, I'll listen to you." The other side. After parting at the fork in the road, Fang Zhou and Chen Wanning went to their respective dormitories to catch up on some sleep. Today happens to be Saturday, and both of them have no classes, so they can sleep until dinner in the afternoon. Fang Zhou was passing by the cafeteria, and was considering whether to bring food to the rebellious children in the dormitory. Dimples and long eyelashes, so charming. The cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Comrade Lao Fang father. Seeing this humorous and friendly caller note, Fang Zhou couldn't help but be distracted. He hadn't seen this note in a long time. Ever since that incident in his previous life, Fang Zhou never jokingly called his father Comrade Old Fang again. It had been so long that he almost forgot. He answered the phone, and immediately a sonorous and cordial voice came from the other end. "You little bastard, you still remember to answer my call?" Fang Zhou immediately smiled and said, "Dad, you're talking as if your son has done something shameful. Don't be so frivolous. Did you bully Yoshue? His dad even called me this. If you can't afford to play, call your parents?" Fang Zhou complained in his heart. Fang Zhou's family and Su Yoshua's family have been neighbors for more than 10 years. Fang Dinghua and Su Yoshua's father Su Guowei are colleagues, and the relationship between the two families has always been good. How dare I bully her? Hasn't she always bullied me since I was a child? Fang Zhou asked back. That's true, but old Su said Yoshue is crying. Why don't you apologize to her later? Girls are fine after all, so just coax them. Why should I apologize? I'm not the brown sheep on the grassland. WH. What do you mean? Fang Dinghua on the other end of the phone paused, a little surprised. His son has always treated Su Yoshue as a treasure, and as a result, he has to be nice to the Su family. What happened today? Fang Zhou said seriously, Dad, I don't want to marry Su Yoshue anymore. The other end of the phone fell silent again. After a long while, Fang Dinghua's voice came. Are you serious, kid? It's more authentic than pure yogurt. Fang Zhou's tone was calm, yet more resolute than ever before. He immediately recounted the entire cause and effect of the incident. After listening to Fang Zhou's story, Fang Dinghua immediately reacted and said unhappily. Su Guowei never mentioned this. It seems the bad guy is the first to complain. His daughter is so precious. Does my son deserve to be the victim? He's clearly one level above me in the company, Su Guowei, yet he acts so arrogantly in front of me every day. In the final analysis, isn't he just taking advantage of the fact that you want to marry a girl from his Su family? It's better not to get married now, lest if you get married later, people will start shouting about pursuing true love and the destined son, and then you'll be the one who gets hurt. What true love? What love sent from heaven? In the end it's nothing but irresponsible lust. Listening to Lao Fang's words of protection, Fang Zhou felt warm in his heart and quietly gave him a thumbs up. Comrade Lao Fang, you can't say this without a story. Don't talk nonsense. I'm devoted to your mother and fell in love with her at first sight. After a pause, a voice came from the other end of the phone. Wife, don't listen to Xiao Fang's nonsense. Fang Zhou. In fact, Fang Zhou knew in his heart that although his family and Su Yashua's family were neighbors and had similar family backgrounds, Su Yashua's parents had always looked down on his family. As the saying goes, men marry lower and women marry higher. There is nothing wrong with Su Guowei always wanting his daughter to marry someone better. But Fang Zhou was able to be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University, although Su Yoshue rejected it, but this made Su Guowei see some potential in him. So, the attitude began to become ambiguous. In a sense, Su Yashua's attitude towards Fang Zhou was indirectly influenced by his parents' attitude towards Fang Zhou. Neither accept nor reject. To put it bluntly, it's like riding a donkey to look for a horse, or waiting for the donkey to become a horse. Ancestors quote 1, in the adult world, if there is no clear acceptance, it is rejection. Ancestors quote 2, when a boy doesn't love a girl, he is most attractive to her. Chapter 9 Angry Birds Serious Version. 3 minutes later. Comrade Lao Fong finally coaxed his wife and picked up the phone and continued. Son, since you've made up your mind, Mom and Dad will definitely support you. Besides, you are still so young. With my son's ability, he can find any girl he wants. When you graduate, I will be your father. It will be a double blessing for our family, haha. Hearing Comrade Lao Fong's disguised urging for marriage, Fang Zhou couldn't help but think of someone. Or, let's wait a little longer, after all, it's not legal yet. After talking about Su Yoshue, the father and son started chatting about family matters. Do you know? Your second uncle's brother got married. The girl is a Sichuan and Chongqing girl who is 10 years younger than him. Your cousin from your uncle's family ranked last in the exam again. I heard she's planning to switch to art and apply to Communication University. Your mom just bought an iPhone 3 last month. She said touchscreen smartphones are so easy to use. You can just download whatever apps you want. On the other end of the phone, Fang Dingbo was chatting about family matters. However, as he listened, Fang Zhou's pupils shrank. My cousin got married, my cousin switched to studying art, it was 2009. All these little things pieced together a certain time point in Fang Zhou's mind. The incident that brought about the great changes in his family seemed to have originated at this point. Fang Zhou tried hard to recall. The 2008 economic crisis swept the world and lasted for nearly 2 years. At this time, their family was going through the most difficult time. His mother's women's clothing store was heavily overstocked with goods and could not sell them at all. His father's company was also facing layoffs, and the family still had to pay the mortgage every month. As far as I remember, at the beginning of next year, my mother's women's clothing store will go bankrupt and close down, and my father will be laid off by the company. In fact, according to the original performance ranking, the father would not be laid off, but in order to do a favor for his son, he gave Su Yashue's father Su Guowei a familiar order. As a result, his performance was overtaken, and he was put on the layoff list. Later, forced to make a living, my father went to work in a cement factory. In order to earn more money for his family and save some money for Fang Zhou to marry his wife, he often worked overtime. As a result, he was exposed to a closed smoke and dust environment for a long time and contracted pneumoconiosis, which was stage 3. A healthy man died in an instant. At his father's funeral, Fang Zhou wept heartbreakingly, his hands trembling as he carved the epitaph. He watched the nurse carry me out of the delivery room. I was crying and he was laughing. I watched him sleep in the coffin. I was crying, but he ignored me. At that moment, I felt like 1,000 arrows pierced my heart. You little bastard, are you still listening? Fang Zhou was brought back to reality by his father's voice and quickly replied, I'm here, Dad. Don't think I'm being long-winded. These are all words your mother asked me to tell you. Stop talking nonsense, Dad, just continue. I'm not going to say any more. I have to accompany your mother to the clothing market to choose some styles. By the way, do you have enough living expenses for this month? That's enough. That's good. Your dad's luck hasn't been good these past few days. He's lost a couple of rounds, so next month's living expenses might be 2 days late. It's okay, Dad. I don't need a girlfriend. I have enough money to spend. Ah, that makes sense. I'll hang up now. Yeah. Wait until I go back during winter break. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhou felt a lump in his nose and his heart seemed to be tightly gripped by a big hand. What bad luck! My family is clearly struggling to make ends meet. In his previous life, he was unable to help his parents, and because of his relationship with Su Yoshue, he asked his father to give Su Guowei a big order, which resulted in his layoff. In this life, he must prevent his parents from having such an ending. It is October now, National Day has just passed, and there are more than 3 months left until the beginning of next year. For a moment, a crazy idea burned in Fang Zhou's mind: make money. Gotta make money. I must earn enough money within 3 months to help my parents get through the difficult times next year. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou suddenly lost the desire to go back to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. He went to the school supermarket to buy a pen and a notebook, and guzzled 2 bottles of Red Bull to stay awake, but it didn't seem to work, so he made up his mind and drank half a bottle of Fenjiujing. It was really drinkable. That sour and refreshing feeling instantly refreshes the mind. Then, he swiped his student ID to enter the Nanjing University Library and found an empty seat in the study room. In the quiet study room, Fang Zhou scribbled on his notebook. Bitcoin just appeared this year, holding Bitcoin. In the era of wild growth of online literature, copying novels makes money. E-commerce has just become popular, open a store on Taobao to sell goods. The smartphone era has just arrived. Develop mobile games or mobile software to make money. Plagiarized songs? The 3 giants of QQ music? Custom songs for film and television dramas? The biggest bull stocks of 2015, brokerages, insurance, internet, and Baofeng technology. The real estate economy has lasted for 15 years. Buy a house now and wait for appreciation. The 2018 World Cup favorites will be upset. Would you like to take a chance? Investing in Xiaomi, founded by Lei Jun? If I have money later? Food delivery industry, taxi hailing industry, live streaming, short videos, sharing economy, social e-commerce. It's very quiet in the study room. Fang Zhou was immersed in his own world, biting the pen tip from time to time and writing down one opportunity of the times after another on paper. Then he wrote down the screening criteria on the paper. Short time. Make money quickly. Easy to cash out. Looking at these 3 requirements, Fang Zhou was suddenly in a dilemma. Standing at the forefront of the times, even pigs can fly to the sky, but these opportunities are either not yet in place, require huge startup capital, or take too long. As for copying books and songs, the 2 fastest ways to cash in the short term, Fang Zhou thought about it and felt that they were not very reliable. As for copying books, now is the era of wild growth of online literature, and Shanda Group is the only dominant player. The new book period is 2 months, and it is not put on the shelves until the 3rd month, and the royalties for the previous month are not paid until the 4th month. The time is a bit long, and he can't wait. If a song is plagiarized and the producer is not famous, the song will not sell for a good price. In his previous life, Fang Zhou read an entertainment novel in which the protagonist was a newbie passerby who could easily write a song and sell it for hundreds of millions. It was pure nonsense. There are countless examples of good songs in the entertainment industry being obscured by dust. Even good wine needs no bush. Otherwise, how could there be an era of short video and pan entertainment, where countless old songs have been unearthed and made popular again? For example, Lady Shishang by Phoenix Legend was not popular when it was first released, but it became a huge hit on Douyin 14 years later. For example, Zhang Jie's Listen became popular 9 years later thanks to the theme song of Quangbiao. As he thought about it, Fang Zhou fell into deep thought. At this moment, he suddenly remembered a casual conversation he had just had with comrade Lao Fang. Your mom just bought an iPhone 3 last month. Don't tell me that touchscreen smartphones are always easier to use. In the age of smartphones, touchscreen operation, touchscreen. As Fang Zhou was muttering to himself, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Yes, touchscreen. In 2007, Apple launched the first-generation iPhone, officially announcing the arrival of the smartphone era. Major domestic mobile phone manufacturers have followed suit and launched domestic smartphones one after another. Except for Xiaomi, which was not founded until 2010, manufacturers such as Huawei, Lenovo, ZTE, and Meizu have used countless fancy sales methods to expand into the smartphone market. Among them, the touchscreen is the biggest selling point of smartphones. You know, for people who are used to using traditional button phones in this era, the shock of coming into contact with a touchscreen phone for the first time is simply unparalleled. It was with this major innovative selling point that Jobs opened up the iPhone market in one fell swoop and eventually became the leader in the global mobile phone industry. Domestic manufacturers naturally followed suit, using touchscreen as a selling point, spending heavily on promotion and publicity, and even recruiting planners from the whole society. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If there's one game that best showcases the touchscreen selling point, and also showcases the sound, vibration, and screen effects of smartphones, it has to be that bombshell game. Thinking of this, the smile on Fong Zhou's lips was harder to suppress than AK. That was a murder caused by a bird egg, the first standalone mobile game for countless people in their youth, Angry Birds. Back then, Angry Birds was incredibly popular and was almost a phenomenon. Its developer, Rovio, was originally just a small team of 4 people, but it was able to go public directly with this one game. Later, there were peripheral products, figurines, and movies. In 2023, Sega acquired its developer for €706 million. In this era, among mobile games of the same level, Angry Birds is almost a complete kill. Only Fruit Ninja can put up a little fight, but it is also crushed to the ground. The key is that the development of this game is not difficult or expensive. In its previous life, it was developed by Rovio, a small workshop team of 4 people, at a cost of less than 300,000 yuan, most of which came from open source code. But for Fong Zhou, a reborn person who has been working in IT for many years, there is a ready-made reference answer. If he is asked to do it, the development can be completed within a month, and the cost can even be reduced to less than 100,000. Thinking of this, Fong Zhou touched his pocket and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Forget about 100,000, he doesn't even have $300 on him now. Then the question is, where can we get the startup capital? Fong Zhou pondered for a moment and looked out the window. The sky outside the window was filled with sunset clouds, and the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the boys and girls on the playground. Before he knew it, he had been brainstorming in the study room for the entire afternoon. At this point, the rich girl should be awake. Chapter 10 Wan Ning, Hungry, Food. Thinking of this, Fong Zhou immediately sent a message to the ferocious little potato. Fong Zhou, Sister Ning, are you awake? Brutal little potato. Chen Wanning seemed to like being called Sister Ning because it made her feel like a big sister. When she saw Fong Zhou say that, she replied almost immediately. Although she is a few months younger than Fong Zhou, this kind of thing, it's a matter of personal opinion. Fong Zhou, have you had dinner? Do you want to go out for something to eat together? Ferocious little potato, no, I'm hungry. Fong Zhou, let's go to the second cafeteria. The chicken stewed with mushrooms at entrance 6 is really delicious, and the pepper and salt chicken steak at entrance 8 is also good. Brutal little potato, let us get started. Oh. Fong Zhou, let's meet under the osmanthus tree in front of the second cafeteria. The code words are, Heavenly King covering Earthly Tiger, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Ferocious little potato, received by the mountain eagle. After making a dinner appointment, Fong Zhou immediately packed up his things and walked out of the library quickly. The library of Jinling University is not far from the second canteen and can be walked for a few minutes. In the setting sun, the orange glow lengthens everyone's shadow. The evening breeze blows gently across Wutong Avenue, cicadas sing softly in the afterglow, and couples in 2s and 3s sit side by side on the benches, showing their love in the setting sun and evening breeze. Seeing this scene, Fong Zhou couldn't help but sigh. College life is so great. Some people say that there are 10 years between the ages of 8 and 18. From 18 to 28 years old, there is a lifetime in between. By this calculation, you have spent half of your life in college. No wonder countless people miss their college life after graduation. They may be missing their past lives. At the most beautiful age, in the most beautiful place, I met you. Wait a minute, classmate. Suddenly, a senior student jumped out and blocked Fong Zhou's way. He quietly pointed to his pocket and gave me a look that said, Classmate, I have something good here, would you like it? For sales? Fong Zhou quickly shook his head. On the first day of school, the freshman was sold 2 bottles of white shoe cleaner by his senior, which cost him 200 yuan. Later he saw the same product on Taobao, 2 bottles for 30 yuan with free shipping. Don't say it so harshly. In terms of supply and demand, we are equal. The senior said with a smile. Sorry, I have something urgent to do. Fong Zhou said this and was about to leave. The senior student grabbed him and quickly explained. I came to you because you have something urgent to do. Seeing your cheerful face and hurried steps, I think I'm here to lend you a hand. As he spoke, he took out the goods in his pocket, a small square paper box with the letter D on it. Damn. Baby is worried? Fong Zhou's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously quickened his pace. Don't worry, if you don't like the basic version, I still have the advanced version. As a senior who had experienced this, he understood immediately and took out a box of baby burping pills. But when he saw Fang Zhou's face becoming increasingly ugly, the senior suddenly realized something. I see. I like excitement. The senior student took out another bottle of blue pills and said mysteriously. Muzzle compensator, 100 per bottle. Fang Zhou's old face turned red. Although he has rich theoretical knowledge and has dozens of teachers, this is the first time he has seen these things in reality. I can't afford to offend you, so I'll just run away. Fang Zhou ran away as if escaping and headed straight for the second cafeteria. I heard the voice of a senior student behind me. Don't run, classmate. I'm Wang Baoyu from finance class 2. Come find me if you need me later. Fang Zhou ran faster. After a while, he arrived at the second cafeteria. In the distance, under the osmanthus tree at the entrance of the cafeteria, Chen Wanning was standing there prettily. A pair of long white legs are particularly eye-catching and can be identified from a long distance. They are simply natural landmarks. Maybe she had just taken a shower, her hair was still wet, her delicate little face was rosy, she was carrying a small leather bag on her back, she was wearing a loose large t-shirt on her upper body, and ultra-short shorts on her lower body, which were just covered by the hanging t-shirt, making her look as if she was not wearing anything. It is the disappearing lower body style that can only be pulled off by someone with very long legs. Here. Seeing Fang Zhou, Chen Wanning waved to him happily. Fang Zhou took a deep breath and tried to calm the passion in his heart. But as soon as he got closer, Chen Wanning stood on tiptoe, tilted her head, stared at Fang Zhou suspiciously, and suddenly said, "There's lust in your eyes, bad guy." Fang Zhou, Sigma. Damn, senior has misled me. Fang Zhou coughed awkwardly twice and quickly changed the subject. It's a misunderstanding. Let's go in and eat. I'm starving. As he said this, he reached out to pull Little Potato's arm. Little Potato shook his arm away, saying, "You haven't told me the code yet." Fang Zhou immediately said, "The King of Heaven covers the Tiger of Earth." Little Potato smiled and replied, "Chicken stewed with mushrooms." This time when Fang Zhou tried to pull her, Little Potato did not refuse. She was led by Fang Zhou obediently and followed closely behind him. Fang Zhou couldn't help laughing in his heart. He was still a cruel little potato with a sense of ritual. Entering the second cafeteria, Chen Wanning went to reserve a seat while Fang Zhou went to order food. Soon, the table was filled with salt and pepper chicken, stewed chicken with mushrooms, grilled fish with garlic sauce, fried rice noodles, grilled cold noodles. Chen Wanning smacked her lips and looked at Fang Zhou with longing eyes. "It's okay, eat it," Fang Zhou said. Chen Wanning immediately picked up a piece of pepper and salt chicken steak and took a light bite. The crispy chicken steak paired with the secret dipping sauce instantly exploded in her mouth. Chen Wanning ate so much that she squinted her eyes and nodded her little head. "Eat slowly, it's all yours, don't choke." Hearing this, Little Potato ate even more happily. Fang Zhou seriously suspected that the girl might not have eaten since she came back in the morning and had been sleeping until now. Then, he glanced down along Little Potato's snow-white neck. Wow. It is reasonable to eat more, as the nutritional requirements are too high. While Little Potato was happily eating, Fang Zhou coughed, trying to sound sincere. "Well, can I borrow some money from you?" Hearing this, Chen Wanning handed her small leather bag to Fang Zhou while eating. "Get it yourself." Fang Zhou suddenly felt a little confused. He glanced at the size of Chen Wanning's small leather bag and knew that she had misunderstood him a little. "I probably borrowed over 100 million. Little Potato looked up in confusion. "How much do you want to borrow?" Fang Zhou thought for a moment and gave a relatively safe figure, about 100,000. "I'll pay you back within 2 months at the latest." "I need it urgently." He originally wanted to say that he could pay it back in about a month, but to be on the safe side he changed it to 2 months. Chen Wanning lowered her head and whispered. "But, my dad froze my bank account and only gives me 5,000 yuan in cash for living expenses every month." Fang Zhou was slightly stunned. He suddenly remembered that he had heard in his previous life that Chen Wanning's relationship with her family was a bit tense. Now it seems to be true. However, if she didn't say anything, Fang Zhou wouldn't ask. Some people are healed by their childhood for their entire life, while others use their entire life to heal their childhood. This kind of thing can only be solved when she is willing to speak up, and Fang Zhou believes that day will come. Since Little Potato's way is blocked, we can only take another route. Fang Zhou lowered his head and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Chen Wanning stretched out her little hand and poked Fang Zhou with her finger. "I don't have enough living expenses. Can I sell my house and lend you some money?" Fang Zhou? He looked at Chen Wanning, who looked sincere, in astonishment, and suddenly a classic scene came to his mind. Hey, can you not go to work? If I don't work, you can support me. Yes, I will sell my house to support you. Others were just eating soft rice, but Little Potato just picked up the rice cooker and stuffed it into Fang Zhou's mouth. Ancestors quote 3, ask her for money before you confess your love. If she doesn't like you, she'll be hesitant. If she doesn't even want to lend you money, then there's no need to confess your love. If someone doesn't even want to lend you money, will they lend you their heart? Chapter 11: The Little Rich Woman's Black Silk Debut. The next day, at 9 in the morning. Zijin Easy Finance Loan Company. In the VIP room, the manager in a suit and tie handed the mortgage contract to Fang Zhou and Chen Wanning. Miss Chen, this is your mortgage contract. It's for 100,000 yuan, for a 3-month period, with an annual interest rate of 8.1%. Do you have any questions? Chen Wanning looked at Fang Zhou and saw him nod slightly. She also nodded, no problem. Okay, do you want the payment in cash or by card payment? The manager asked again. Fang Zhou interjected, just pay in cash. I'll need it later. Okay, please sign here. Chen Wanning signed the contract obediently. The house she was talking about was a 200 square meter flat located in Baijia Lake Daijing Mansion, with a unit price of 21,000 yuan per square meter. It was worth more than 4 million yuan in 2009. This was the dowry that her mother gave to Chen Wanning when her parents divorced and before she went abroad. It was her true and unique property and had nothing to do with her current family. This house means a lot to Chen Wanning, so Fang Zhou certainly won't sell it. What's more, the house selling period is too long, starting from 3 months on average, and he can't afford to wait. So the two of them decided to find a regular loan company and mortgage their house for a loan of 100,000 yuan for a period of 3 months. The reason why I don't go to the bank is that although the bank's loan interest rate is lower, the loan period is too long, starting at least 1 month. Those who understand the efficiency of the bank know it. After signing the contract, the manager went out and said wait a moment, and went out to go through the process. How is it, Lao Wang? Is it a big order? A colleague asked as soon as he went out. What a big deal. A mortgage of over 4 million yuan for a loan of only 100,000 yuan. Is this true? Why would I lie to you? I wonder which rich kid is borrowing some money from tearing down his house to spend. The manager looked unhappy, feeling like he had missed out on 100 million. 20 minutes later. Fang Zhou, holding a plastic bag containing 10 stacks of red bills, walked out of the loan company door side by side with Chen Wanning. To be safe, he bought a small Ultraman backpack on the roadside, put the money in it, and then gave the backpack to Chen Wanning. Fang Zhou, ugly. Little Potato said aggrievedly, his delicate eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and his little mouth pouting so much that a soy sauce bottle could be hung on it. It's okay. Others look ugly when they carry this bag, but you look especially ugly when you carry this bag. Fang Zhou lied. Chen Wanning held her chin and thought for a while, and felt that what Fang Zhou said made sense. So, she went to buy a pink monster backpack, put half of the money in it, and asked Fang Zhou to carry it as well. Balanced, she muttered softly. Fang Zhou laughed in silence, and suddenly thought of Sister Bauer's famous saying. People say I'm stupid, but I'm not stupid at all. Most of the time I'm very witty. Well, a witty and murderous little potato. Fang Zhou patted Chen Wanning's head and suddenly asked curiously, you lend me money so easily, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? A sly smile appeared on Chen Wanning's face. People like you wouldn't even dare to eat meat right next to you. You have the desire to steal but not the guts to do it. Being with you, I'm very safe. Shit, I was actually looked down upon by Little Potato. But Fang Zhou changed his mind and remembered that in his previous life, Su Yoshue had gotten drunk in the middle of the night countless times, and he was the one who went to the bar to send her home. If he acts impulsively once, the child might end up on the street. Fang Zhou couldn't help laughing. If I were a bad guy, I would trick you into a fruit loan just because you're late. However, before the laughter died down, Chen Wanning said. Then I'm not afraid. If you lie to me, I can beat you to death with peace of mind. Fang Zhou's body trembled, and his expression became slightly unnatural. Sure enough, the queen flower is still the queen flower. Seeing Fang Zhou's reaction, Chen Wanning lowered her head, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. After her parents divorced, her father Chen Sanjin remarried and she gained a younger brother and a nominal sister. That home was magnificent, with a father, a mother, and a child. The four of them lived happily together, but she seemed to be superfluous. It's like it was photoshopped into the photo. From childhood to adulthood, this disguised living under someone else's roof has made it easier for her to feel the kindness of others. When they first met in the internet cafe, she felt the boy's kindness towards her. Warm and sincere. Otherwise, she would have kicked the man away with a whip kick. Seeing Fong Zhou's unnatural expression, Chen Wanning chuckled and said, "I'm kidding. Others would beat them to death, but you, at most you'd be beaten half to death." Fong Zhou. Good man, it would be better if you didn't say anything. Chen Wanning weighed the red bills in Ultraman's little school bag and asked curiously, "Now that we have the money, what are we going to do?" Fong Zhou took out a notebook from his pocket and gently opened it. He saw the following words written on it: Startup capital, venue equipment, code, art design. These are the 4 major challenges he faced in making his first fortune. The startup capital has been secured, and the next step is the venue and equipment. Fong Zhou thought for a moment and patted Little Potato's head. "Let's go to the Wangshu Suifeng website." Chen Wanning didn't ask any more questions. She walked to the side of the road in her high heels and hailed a taxi. Because Fong Zhou told her that he had to do some serious work today, Zayatuda especially wore a white V-neck shirt, a suit skirt, and CL red-soled high heels, instantly turning into a pure and generous office lady in the workplace. Her temperament suddenly changed from a pure and sexy college girl to a pro-max lady in uniform. The most rare thing is that in order to match this look, Chen Wanning wore black stockings today. She wears black stockings. That pair of deadly long legs, coupled with the thin and transparent black stockings, that picture, really tests a person's respect for the law. Fong Zhou followed behind and saw Chen Wanning's graceful back, and his mouth felt dry. He quickly recited in his mind. If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be startled even if the sky falls. If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be startled even if the sky falls. Oh, no, that's not right. It starts from 3 years and can go up to life imprisonment. It starts from 3 years and can go up to life imprisonment. Half an hour later. The taxi stopped in front of the Wang Shijuifeng internet cafe. Fong Zhou took Little Potato's arm and walked into the internet cafe. It is worth mentioning that he discovered an interesting thing. If he held Little Potato's hand, she would refuse and would not let Fong Zhou hold her hand. But if he took Little Potato's sleeve or arm, she would symbolically refuse and then let Fong Zhou lead the way. The two walked into the internet cafe, and the bar administrator was not the round-faced girl from the night before, but a middle-aged woman. "Hello, do you want to turn on the phone?" The middle-aged woman looked up and asked. Fong Zhou got straight to the point. "Do you have a private room here?" "I want a bigger one, with at least 4 computers." The aunt glanced at Fong Zhou with a little surprise, then looked at the girl with bright eyes and kind eyes beside him, her expression a little unnatural. Today's college students are having so much fun. They don't even go to the artillery tower next door, or the Hanting Hotel next door, but instead come to the internet cafe for excitement. As we all know, the hotels around the university are commonly known as cannon towers. The aunt pointed overhead and said, "Go straight to the 2nd floor. The private room is 20 yuan an hour. Give me your ID. I'll keep it wrapped for a longer time, about a month." Fong Zhou quickly added. The aunt's face straightened slightly, knowing that this was a big business. "Wait a moment, you should ask my son, he is the boss here." Seeing Fong Zhou nod, the aunt picked up her phone and dialed a number. About 10 minutes later, a young man hurried into the internet cafe. Chapter 12, feeling very elastic, this leg has been used for 10 years. "So you guys want a monthly subscription?" The young man walked up with a smile, took out a cigarette from his pocket as usual and handed one to Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou took it. Although he didn't smoke, many times when someone handed him a cigarette, it was a way of expressing goodwill. When you accept the cigarette, you are responding to this goodwill, especially in business cooperation. "Boss, can you please calculate how much a 4-person private room costs per month?" Fong Zhou went straight to the point. The young man took out a calculator from the bar and calculated. A package for 4 people is 20 an hour, 24 hours a day is 480, a month is 14,400, and you can just give 14,000 as a change. Fong Zhou didn't take it seriously. "You're taking me for a fool. A machine can't be used 24 hours a day. You're charging 480 a day, which is too much." The young man was not angry. In business, the usual practice was to ask for a high price and pay a low price. "Then how much do you think is appropriate?" he asked in return. Fang Zhou pondered for a moment, remembering the bargaining secret his mother taught him when she took him to buy New Year clothes during the Spring Festival: cut the price in half, and you will win half even if you lose. Just 7,000, no more. Damn, you cut too hard. Individual flights have the highest occupancy rate, followed by double occupancy, and quadruple occupancy is the lowest. 7,000 yuan is very reasonable. Please add more. The electricity bill at this price is not enough. There's really not a drop left. After some bargaining, the two parties finally agreed on 7,500 yuan per month, which was a relatively honest price. This is also the reason why Fang Zhou chose the internet cafe as the venue and equipment. Otherwise, not to mention the venue fee, the 4 computers alone would cost nearly 20,000 yuan. Moreover, the machine performance, internet speed, etc. may not be as good as those in internet cafes. Fang Zhou paid the money happily. Soon, the boss led the two to the 4-person private room upstairs. The room is about 10 square meters, with a window on the south side, through which you can see Jinling University across the street. In the middle are 4 tables put together, 2 by 2 facing each other. On the tables are 4 large screen computers, as well as blue light keyboards, cat ear headphones, leather chairs, air conditioners, water dispensers. All the equipment is complete. This will be our revolutionary base for the next month, Fang Zhou said with emotion. Chen Wanning clenched her fists, made a cheering gesture, and said loudly. Boss, can I lock this private room? Fang Zhou said. The internet cafe owner looked at him suspiciously and asked, what are you doing? Let me tell you first, don't do any illegal business here. Don't worry, we are from a game studio. We subscribe to play games here to earn money, Fang Zhou said casually. The internet cafe owner suddenly realized that after running the internet cafe for so many years, he was no stranger to the gold-making studios in online games. This made sense. You can padlock it, but I will check the room and equipment when you check out. If there is any damage, you will have to pay for it. No problem. The internet cafe owner went downstairs without worry and left the private room for the two of them. Seeing this, Chen Wanning quickly grabbed a window seat and looked at Fang Zhou eagerly with her bright and charming eyes. Fang Zhou, can I play games in this position? Fang Zhou couldn't help laughing, walked up to her and patted her little head. Well, it's cooked. Of course, you are our financial sponsor after all. Won't it affect your work? That's okay. 3 computers should be enough. If that doesn't work, I can ask Pangbo to bring his old laptop over. Fang Zhou did what he said and immediately called Pangbo. After the call was connected, there were bursts of slightly rapid breathing sounds coming from the other end. Hey, La Fang, what is going on? Fang Zhou immediately turned off the speakerphone and cursed, what the hell are you doing? It's broad daylight, and you're so anxious? I'm exercising. Is it a serious sport, or one that requires omitting 10,000 words of plot? Of course it's serious. Dad is training his legs. Fang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and sent Pangbo the address of the internet cafe. Send your computer over here and let me borrow it. Dad will buy you a brand new, top-of-the-line Alienware later. No problem, I'll go back to the dorm and get it for you. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Please buy me a lock. OJBK. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhou shook his phone at Chen Wanning. Done. Great, this will be my exclusive camera spot from now on. Chen Wanning smiled widely, her eyes narrowed into a line, her long eyelashes fluttered, her little face was red, and her shallow dimples were particularly attractive. It turns out, she really does have a smile as beautiful as a flower. Fang Zhou was a little dazed for a moment. Chen Wanning took out a sticky note from her bag, wrote Chen Wanning's on it, and stuck it on the computer. After thinking about it, she drew a slash in front of her name and wrote Fang Zhou's name, so it became Fang Zhou Zhan Wanning's. After doing all this, Chen Wanning stood up happily, but her high heels didn't make her stand firmly, and she stumbled and fell onto the leather chair. What's wrong? Are you okay? Fang Zhou immediately stepped forward and gently supported her. Chen Wanning lifted her foot, with a stubborn expression on her face that said, I want to cry but I have to be strong. I don't usually wear high heels, but I wore them for too long today and twisted my ankle a little. Fang Zhou followed her gaze and looked down, only to see that the stockings at her ankles had been worn out and her ankle was red, as if it had been sprained. Fang Zhou gently pressed his fingers on a spot on her ankle. Is it here? Chen Wanning nodded. It hurts. Actually, I also know a little bit about Chinese massage. How about I give you a massage? Fang Zhou said subconsciously. In his previous life, he was Su Yashue's shopping helper, often carrying her bag while walking on the street. Sometimes when she twisted her ankle while wearing high heels, it was Fang Zhou who helped her deal with it. It really fits the saying raise your girlfriend like your daughter, but the result is not satisfactory. Chen Wanning hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Okay, then I'll start. Fang Zhou found a small stool to sit down, and gently took off Chen Wanning's red-soled high heels, revealing her small feet wrapped in stockings. Then, he gently placed Chen Wanning's calf on his leg and gently rubbed the acupoints with his fingers. Chen Wanning snorted softly and frowned slightly. Does it hurt? Do you want me to be gentler? Fang Zhou asked immediately. No. It's okay, that's good. Chen Wanning lowered her head and hid her delicate face in her hair. Fang Zhou slowed down a little, and according to the acupuncture points on the meridian map in his mind, he gently massaged her inch by inch with his fingers. Through the thin black stockings, he could see the delicate little feet underneath and feel her gradually heating skin. In fact, many boys don't know that there is a difference between black stockings. That is the D number. The smaller the D number, the thinner and more transparent it is. For example, 0D black stockings are ultra thin, naturally clear, and extremely translucent, but they are easily scratched and are disposable. They are usually only worn when meeting a boyfriend. An attack speed equipment that can increase your boyfriend's attack speed. 10D is a daily style with regular thickness, slightly thicker than 0D, but more wear resistant, not easy to scratch, and has a skin transparent feel. The 100D one is for spring and autumn, which is a bit thick and not very transparent. It can modify the leg shape and has a certain warmth keeping effect. For 1000D, you can refer to the leggings that girls wear in winter, or the leg revealing artifact. What Chen Wanning is wearing today is the 0D that shows off her legs the most and is the most skin transparent. Fang Zhou, why do boys like to look at girls' legs, especially when they are wearing stockings? Chen Wanning, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly asked a question out of the blue. Fang Zhou said solemnly and righteously. That's not true, I don't like watching it at all. In fact, when Louis XIV invented stockings, they were for men. From this perspective, stockings are not attractive to the opposite sex. Moreover, as young people in the new era, we must be aware and responsible. Our country is not yet prosperous and strong, and our nation is not yet rejuvenated. How can we not strive for progress? Fang Zhou had a look of righteousness on his face, and was about to shout, I will never reconcile with Hai Sai. Chen Wanning smiled softly with dimples, her voice warm and gentle. In that case, could you please take your hand off my leg? It hurts. Fang Zhou, Sigma. He looked down and realized that his hand had unknowingly pressed on Chen Wanning's calf. Although it's just the calf, the feel is really amazing. Perhaps due to years of taekwondo practice, her calves have an excellent ratio of muscle to fat. They feel soft and delicate to the touch, warm, and have a noticeable elastic feel when applying a little force. However, at this moment, Fang Zhou was unable to recall the past. His head felt buzzing, and he could only awkwardly think of a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Fuck you, I really want to send a dead pig emoji to calm down. Ancestors quote 4, the highest realm of love is to understand routine without being routine, to understand the world without being worldly. You understand my playing hard to get, and I understand your suppressing before promoting. Always be clear-headed, it's rare to be confused. Chapter 13. No, you came at the right time. The stockings were too slippery, and my hand slipped up accidentally. Fang Zhou remained calm and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Stockings are too slippery. Chen Wanning looked at him with a smile. Those bright and charming eyes seemed to be saying, keep making it up, I'm almost believing it. Fang Zhou's face flushed, and he quickly changed the subject. Well, as a scholar with ideals, qualities, and culture in the new era, I am actually the most serious person. If you don't believe me, I will recite 2 poems for you. Chen Wanning showed a charming curve at the corner of her mouth, as if saying, I'll just watch your performance quietly. For a moment, Fang Zhou felt like his brain was shutting down, as if his brain cells were on strike. He opened his mouth and started talking. I stop my car and sit to enjoy the maple forest in the evening, smilingly asking the girl where she comes from. I never regret undressing, for I have become haggard for her. I don't think this is how you should recite it. Change the song, change it quickly. The general and I took off our battle robes, gently rubbing and picking them up. There is a man in the capital who is good at ventriloquism. From now on, the emperor will not attend court early in the morning. Shit, did a zombie eat my brain? Change another song quickly. The children of the South Village took advantage of my weakness and openly carried me into the bamboo forest. My lips were parched and my mouth was dry, so I couldn't even cry out. When I returned, I leaned on something and sighed. Chen Wanning looked at Fong Zhou and said with a smile, "You memorized it quite well, but I may have received a fake 9-year compulsory education." Fong Zhou, I'm probably sick. Even after being reborn, Fong Zhou still felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was standing there at a loss, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. A loud and rough voice came from the door. "Son, let me, your father, do this." The burly Pangbua appeared at the door, holding a notebook and a padlock in his hands. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Pangbua saw that his good brother was sitting on a small stool, holding the girl's calf in his hand. Pangbo blinked, Fong Zhou blinked, and Chen Wanning also blinked. The three of them looked at each other, and for a moment the situation fell into a delicate balance. Is it because I opened it the wrong way? Pangbua muttered something, walked out, closed the door, and then opened it again. Yet nothing has changed. Pangbua scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I don't think I came at the right time." Fong Zhou immediately extended his hand. "No, you came at the right time. Savior." Fong Zhou quickly put Chen Wanning's calf down and took the notebook and padlock from Pangbo's hand smoothly. Chen Wanning put on her shoes with a slightly blushing face. Even a thorny queen of flowers would feel embarrassed if someone saw this scene. "Let me introduce you. This is my good brother Pangbua, who I've played with since childhood. This is my financial sponsor, Dad. Oh no, my financial sponsor sister, Chen Wanning." Fong Zhou introduced the situation and used a Tai Chi push hands technique to resolve the awkwardness. The two nodded to each other as a greeting. Pangbo looked around the room that the four of them had booked and asked curiously, "Lao Fong, what are you going to do with this place?" Fong Zhou thought about it and told Pangbo about his idea of making a touch-screen game. Of course, some details involving Rebirth are blurred in the middle. After hearing this, Panghua patted his chest generously and said, "Then you can use my computer to build it. If it breaks, it's my fault." Fong Zhou was slightly surprised. "Don't you think this is a bit far-fetched? I'm a freshman, and I suddenly want to make my own touchscreen mobile game. This doesn't make any sense no matter how I think about it." After all, others don't know that Fong Zhou has been reborn. From other people's perspective, he is just a freshman. "I don't think so. You've been smarter than me since you were a kid. You must have your reasons for doing this." Panghua looked as if it was a matter of course. As he spoke, he waved his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. "From now on, you'll be in charge of the brain, and I'll be in charge of the fist. Let's grow bigger and stronger together, and create greater glory." Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing. "How about giving you an AK and I'll switch to a Levitra?" Jokes aside, Fong Zhou couldn't help but feel touched. People who truly care about you don't ask so many questions. If you want something and I have it, that's enough. At this time, Pang Bo glanced at the graceful Chen Wanning standing beside him, and quietly pulled Fong Zhou out of the door. "Lao Fong, your progress is pretty good. You've already got it right." Pang Bo winked frantically. Fong Zhou knew that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply gave up. Pang Bo said with envy, "I really didn't like that Suyo Shue before. She looked like she was your worst enemy. But this sister-in-law looks pretty good. We've only known each other for a short time, and the changes in you are obvious to the naked eye. They say marrying a good girl brings prosperity to 3 generations. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. I'm going to find a good girl in the future." Fong Zhou laughed dumbly. "You have a target?" Pang Bo scratched his head. "I guess so. She's from Jinling University, in the music department. Her name is Huang Hui Hui. We met at a school party. Depend on." Fong Zhou almost vomited blood. What was supposed to come finally came. The woman Pang Bo later married was Huang Hui Hui. It was also she who gave Panghua a green grassland hat. After marriage, she stayed at home and didn't earn a penny, but she complained about Panghua's low salary and poor job all day long, and always talked about other people's perfect husbands. The cold violent PUA day after day eventually forced Pang Bo into advanced lung cancer and he died young. As a widow, she inherited all of Panghua's RV assets, and soon after, she remarried a young man. The wedding house was the same one Panghua bought during his lifetime. Isn't this a crime committed by one's husband? Calm down, Lao Pang. When pursuing a girl, you have to go deep, deep, and deep again. You can't be so careless. Fang Zhou's first reaction was to stop him and not let him fall into this stinking ditch again. It's too early. We haven't even started dating yet. We just added each other on QQ last week. Pang Bo scratched his head indifferently. Fang Zhou calmed down a little. The two of them have just met each other, and they are still far from that step. There is still time. After thinking for a while, Fang Zhou took out the notebook from his pocket and opened a page. He saw the following words written on it. Let go of the cold white moonlight and cherish my little potatoes. Earn the first pot of gold in 3 months to help my parents get through the difficult period at the beginning of next year. This was the list of regrets he had set for himself since his rebirth. Fang Zhou took out a pen, turned his back to Pang Bo, and wrote another line in his notebook. Help Pang Bo escape from the sea of suffering and avoid the fate his husband is currently facing. Some people say that this world is very big, with the sea of stars, countless living beings, and the vast universe. Some people say that this world is very small, with 3 meals a day, holding hands, and a few friends. In fact, your world is made up of the people you know. Your world is as big as the people you know, and your world is like what kind of people you know. Fang Zhou asked himself, his world is not big, parents, lover, brothers. After being reborn, he just wants them to be well. After writing down the new goal, Fang Zhou flipped the page forward and saw the following words. Startup capital crossed out. Venue equipment crossed out. Open source code. Game art. This is the problem you need to solve to complete Angry Birds and make your first pot of gold. The startup capital and venue equipment have been solved, and he can solve the core framework of open source code by himself, but the rest needs to be outsourced, otherwise he cannot complete it in 1 month by himself. In addition, game art also needs to be outsourced. Fang Zhou thought for a moment, pushed the door open, and patted Little Potato on the head. Be good and stay here and stay at home. We're going out for a while. Shen Wanning nodded obediently without asking anything and happily played the game by herself, like a happy groundhog. Lao Pang, accompany me to Xinjiku. Fang Zhou said. Xinjiku is the CBD of Jinling. If you want to find an outsourcing company, it is undoubtedly the most suitable place. Pang Bo nodded, okay. Soon, the two went downstairs and walked out of the internet cafe, and took a taxi on the street to Xinjiku. The internet cafe is only across the street from Jinling University. From a distance, they saw a stylish Audi S6 parked in front of the gate of Jinling University. The license plate was Sue 52520. The students passing by all looked sideways, their eyes lingering on the brand new S6. Holy crap! This new Audi S6, this top-of-the-line model is going to cost over $500,000. The license plate 520 is so romantic. The owner must be a loving person. My ex-boyfriend also drove an S6, but unfortunately it was an Alto S6. I'd rather cry in an S6 than laugh on a bicycle. Sisters, I'm going to give it a try. What if the bicycle turns into a motorcycle? Just as everyone was talking, a graceful figure in a white dress walked out of the school gate, carrying a small white leather bag, and her waist-length hair fluttering in the wind. Seeing the person coming, the driver's door of the S6 suddenly opened, and a handsome boy in casual clothes walked out with a bouquet of roses in his hand. Xiao Xue, here. The boy raised his hand towards the girl from a distance. Because of the direction of traffic, Fang Zhou and Pang Bo were just about to come to this side of the road to take a taxi. As soon as he approached, Fang Zhou saw a girl in a white dress walking towards him. She had long flowing hair, a pretty face, and a slightly cold temperament. It was Su Yoshue. Chapter 14, Just a Little Bitterness. Fang Zhou? At the same time, Su Yoshue also saw Fang Zhou walking towards her, and the expression on her face changed slightly. Hearing this, the boy driving the S6 also turned around. The two looked at each other, and Fang Zhou instantly recognized the other person. It was Su Yoshue's skydrop, Lin Mo. When he saw Fang Zhou, a hint of disgust flashed across Lin Mo's face, but he quickly hid it. He walked forward and considerately helped Su Yoshue carry her white leather bag, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. Xiao Xue, these are the roses I bought for you. This bouquet contains 99 roses, and another bouquet of 999 roses will be delivered to your dormitory tonight. Lin Mo handed the rose in his hand to Su Yoshue with a gentle tone, and glanced in the direction of Fang Zhou from time to time, intentionally or unintentionally revealing a sense of superiority. Thanks. Su Yoshue hesitated for a moment, looked at Fang Zhou, then looked at Lin Mo who was still handing the flowers, and finally chose to take the rose in front of Fang Zhou. Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had won a battle, then he turned and looked at Fang Zhou. You are Fang Zhou, right? I often heard Xiao Xue mention you before. We met last time downstairs in the girls' dormitory, but unfortunately we didn't have time to say a few words back then. Lin Mo's face was full of smiles, and even his tone sounded so enthusiastic. But Fang Zhou, who has lived 2 lives, how could he not hear the mystery in the other party's words? The sentence I often hear Xiao Xue mention you directly puts himself in a closer position to Su Yoshua, and then brings up the incident downstairs in the girls' dormitory, deliberately exposing Fang Zhou's scars. In his previous life, when Lin Mo was pursuing Su Yoshua, he liked to step on Fang Zhou at every turn. It seems that only in this way can his superiority be demonstrated. Su Wei even liked to compare the two of them and criticized Fang Zhou harshly. Lin Mo's family is well off. His father is in the tile business and is worth over 100 million yuan. Lin Mo is the only son in the family and has been pampered since childhood. In comparison, Fang Zhou, who came from a small-town test-taker family, is a good stepping stone. Hello. Fang Zhou replied indifferently. Su Yoshua held the flowers in her hands and asked, Fang Zhou, why are you here? Without waiting for Fang Zhou to answer, Pang Bo said angrily, Old Fang and I were going to Xinjiku. I didn't expect to run into him here. Lin Mo interrupted and laughed, what a coincidence. We're also going to Xinjiku. How about I give you a ride in the A6 I just picked up? No need, we can take a taxi ourselves. Pang Bo snorted. The smile on Lin Mo's face became even more intense. This is exactly the effect he wants. However, at this moment, Fang Zhou suddenly patted Pang Bo's shoulder and said unhappily, Lao Pang, why are you so cold? He's kind enough to give us a ride. Why wouldn't we take advantage of a free driver who's right here at our doorstep? Fang Zhou stepped forward and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Thank you, master. Then, he opened the back door of the A6 familiarly and got in and sat down. If it were in the past, he might have felt ashamed because of Lin Mo's questioning. But after 2 lifetimes, Fang Zhou's mentality has completely changed. To borrow a phrase from the great Love Lord, it's just a little bit of hardship. This. Pang Bo didn't understand the situation for a moment. When he saw Fang Zhou go in, he followed him in. It doesn't matter if I can't think straight, I'll do whatever Lao Fang does. Lin Mo's face twitched slightly, and his expression was not very good. Of course, he didn't really want to give them a ride, he just wanted to step on Fang Zhou. But who could have thought this guy would take advantage of the situation? Su Yoshua looked at Lin Mo apologetically. I'm sorry, Lin Mo, I'm so sorry to bother you. Since the goddess said so, Lin Mo had no choice but to accept it. He helped Su Yoshua open the passenger door, and after she sat down, he walked to the driver's seat and drove. Boom! With a floor accelerator, the Audi S6 roared down the road. Inside the speeding car, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Lin Mo was still brooding over Fang Zhou's words free driver. He put on a stern face and didn't want to talk, concentrating on driving. But on second thought, this makes me more like a driver. So, I became even more depressed. At this moment, 2 beep sounds suddenly rang out in the quiet carriage. It was Fang Zhou's cell phone ringing. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Su Yoshua. Lin Mo and I just went to see Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. You know I'm a Harry Potter fan, so we'll go back after watching it. Don't get me wrong. Fang Zhou couldn't help but sneer and typed back, have fun. Ding ding. Su Yoshua's cell phone also rang, and she quickly opened it and saw, have fun. For some reason, Su Yoshua felt an inexplicable anger in her heart, as well as a little bit of grievance. Her fingertips typed quickly. It's been several days, are you still angry with me? I went to the movies with others, why are you still acting like nothing happened? If it were you in the past, you would have been jealous a long time ago. Say something, you dare to say you really don't care about my mom. Because he typed in a hurry, the last word was typed as. Lin Mo, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked through the rearview mirror and saw that every time Su Yoshua finished typing, Fang Zhou's phone in the back seat would ring. I soon realized that the two were chatting on QQ. Lin Mo felt a little frustrated, so he turned on the car radio and wanted to play some music to break the ice. But the sound of a dude's singing came from the radio. I should have been under the car, not in it. Seeing how sweet you guys are. As he listened, Lin Mo's face gradually turned pale. In my car, while I was driving, in front of me, you did this. Isn't this a kind of bull and head tea person are? the other side. After typing away her anger, Su Yoshua waited for a long time but received no reply from Fang Zhou. What she didn't know was that Fang Zhou was chatting with Chen Wanning at this moment. Ferocious little potato, why need help online, why can't I jump out of the ghost jump in CF? Fang Zhou, this is easy. First, hold down Control and jump, then press S plus space one by one, then hold down W, hold down Control plus space in the air, then add side jumps and jumps in place, and finally hold down Control and slowly move forward. Isn't this all you need with your hands? Brutal little potato? Brutal little potato. Ferocious little potato, I don't want to play this anymore, what a crappy game. Fang Zhou, haha, don't be anxious, practice will make you better. Su Yoshue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, raised her head slightly and looked back through the rearview mirror. But I saw Fang Zhou chatting with someone, with a faint doting smile on his face, just like an old father looking at his daughter. Once upon a time, she often saw this kind of smile on Fang Zhou's face, which belonged only to her. But now he treats others like this. Su Yoshue felt a burning fire of jealousy in her heart, and she couldn't help but doubt Su Wei's previous speculation. Fang Zhou, is he really pretending? As the seeds of doubt sprouted, Su Yoshue felt more and more that something was wrong, and the fear in her heart grew. Because she found that Fang Zhou really didn't seem to care about her anymore, even if she went out to see a movie with others, he didn't care. As she thought about it, Su Yoshue's eyes suddenly turned red and tears fell down. Ancestors quote 5, if you love me, I will cherish you. If you leave me, I will live well. No matter how the relationship goes, never forget that you are the foundation of the game of life. Chapter 15, The White Lotus is worse than the green tea. Xiao Xue, what's wrong with you? Lin Mo was startled by Su Yoshue's sudden behavior and hurriedly handed her a tissue. Su Yoshue took the tissue and wiped her tears, but she did not answer, just sobbing silently. Seeing this, Lin Mo blared at Fang Zhou through the rearview mirror. Can you please be a man? Just because you've known Xiao Xue for a long time, does that mean she has to like you? She has the freedom to like someone. Just because she rejected you, you're going to hurt her like this? Fang Zhou was also a little annoyed after being scolded by Lin Mo. You have had cerebellar atrophy, right? What does this have to do with me? Who the hell are you scolding? Lin Mo was furious, and he vented all the frustration he had just felt. Fang Zhou, I'll scold anyone who barks like a dog. Lin Mo, you are the one barking like a dog. Fang Zhou, who is the dog scolding? Lin Mo, the dog is scolding you. Fang Zhou, oh, it turns out it was the dog scolding me. The smell of gunpowder in the car became stronger and stronger. Su Yoshue suddenly sobbed and said, Lin Mo, this has nothing to do with Fang Zhou. Lin Mo, who was angry, suddenly stopped and his face felt hot. He originally wanted to show off in front of Su Yoshue, and use Fang Zhou as a punching bag to vent his resentment. As a result, Su Yoshue's words made him feel like a nobody. Lin Mo slammed on the brakes and the S6 stopped abruptly on the side of the road. Okay, we're from the same school anyway, so we can just hang out later. But now. Right now. Get out of the car. Pang Bo shouted like thunder, get off the bus. The scene was very similar to Dashikan, what are you doing? Soon, two young men appeared on the roadside of Wangfu Street. Pang Bo looked at Fang Zhou and laughed foolishly, well, how powerful was Dad's shout just now? Fang Zhou commented, very imposing. Pang Bo laughed heartily, the main point is momentum. Fang Zhou sighed softly, smiled secretly, and shook his head. Sure enough, even after being reborn, it is not easy to let go completely. As one author said, okay, I made this up shamelessly. If you can let go, it is heaven. If you can't let go, it is hell. If you can't let go, it is the world. When he thought of the Fang Zhou in his previous life who was trampled to pieces by Lin Mo, he felt a sense of injustice in his chest. As for Lin Mo's harsh words, Fang Zhou didn't pay much attention to them. If threats are effective, then what are the uses of Gatling guns, TNT, bombers, nuclear warheads, and Dongfeng Express? Fortunately, this place is not far from Xinjiku. The two of them took another taxi and soon arrived at their destination. Meanwhile, on the other side. After the previous episode, Lin Mo and Su Yoshue lost their mood to watch a movie. Lin Mo sent Su Yoshue back to the girls' dormitory and drove away with a gloomy face. But before leaving, he turned around and looked in the direction of the boys' dormitory and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to play slowly in the future." In the girls' dormitory. After Su Yoshue came back, she sat in front of the computer and stared at it in a daze. I don't know how long it took, but the dormitory door was pushed open and my roommate and best friend Sue came back. Yoshua, why are you in the dormitory? Didn't you go to the movies with Lin Mo? Sue was a little surprised. Hearing the voice, Yoshua turned around, with faint traces of tears on her face. What's wrong? Why are you crying like this? Did Lin Mo bully you? Sue immediately took out a tissue to help Yoshua wipe it. As she was wiping, Yoshua suddenly grabbed Sue's hand and whispered, Wei, Fangzhou really doesn't seem to care about me anymore. How is that possible? I've analyzed it for you before. He's just pretending. Detective Vivian said firmly. Yoshua shook her head. No, Fangzhou really doesn't care about me anymore. Today, I saw him chatting with someone else, and he was exactly the same as when he was chatting with me before. He really has changed his mind. Are you sure? Sue asked suspiciously. Yoshua nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Sue's tone immediately changed from he is just pretending to helping her hurt sister to accuse the scumbag. This is absolutely outrageous. Who would suddenly stop pursuing someone halfway and run after someone else? That's simply playing both sides. Bah! Really, all men are bad. Fortunately, there are no short video watermelon strips in this era, otherwise it would definitely be another Who in the Family understands? As Yoshua listened to Sue, she felt more and more aggrieved. She always thought she was a good girl who was considerate of others. It was like she clearly didn't like Fangzhou that much, but was afraid that he would be sad, so she never rejected him and even encouraged him to continue pursuing her. Similarly, she liked Lin Mo's appearance, but disliked his flamboyant personality. But when Lin Mo confessed his love to her and invited her to his birthday party, she couldn't bear to refuse, which led to what happened later. Yoshua sometimes thought that it would be nice if Lin Mo and Fangzhou could get together. Lin Mo's handsomeness and romance, coupled with Fangzhou's doting and loving personality, would make it perfect. If Fangzhou knew about this, he would definitely be shocked. Because in her previous life, after Yoshua graduated, a mature and handsome foreign company manager confessed his love to her, and she did not reject him. Because of this incident, Lin Mo had a big fight with her, and they eventually parted ways unhappily. However, on the day of the breakup, Lin Mo seamlessly connected with a female anchor, and Yoshua also took the opportunity to get together with the foreign company manager. When Fangzhou learned about this, he felt it was extremely ironic. There is a saying that goes, a confused white lotus is worse than green tea. Green tea knows that she is green tea and knows that what she does is immoral, so she will admit it if she is beaten. But even if Bai Lianhua was beaten, she would still feel wronged. I don't like his money, I just like him as a person. I am not a materialistic girl, I just like romance. Little did she know that Xiaozhu didn't like money, but every moment that Wang Duoyu touched Xiaozhu was about money. It's a pity that Fangzhou in his previous life didn't understand and was beaten to death by Wang Shan. Yoshua, let me tell you, men like Fangzhou are actually the scariest. He'll treat you well unconditionally at first, letting you get used to his presence, and then suddenly disappear, leaving you obsessed with him. Sue launched a wave of conspiracy theories. Hearing this, Yoshua's face changed slightly, because this was her current state. Wei, what do you think I should do now? I have no idea. Yoshua panicked. Of course, stay away from scumbags. Don't you have a better choice? You mean, Lin Mo? Exactly. I think Lin Mo is 1,000 times better than Fangzhou. He's got the money and the looks. Fangzhou doesn't care about you anymore, so that's perfect. No one will bother you anymore. But it's nothing to worry about. You've gotten used to Fangzhou's presence, and now it's just loss aversion. We girls must be more open-minded. Think about it carefully. There are 30 million more men than women in our country. If he doesn't lick you, there are more than 30 million men waiting to lick you. Yoshua's pretty face flushed slightly. What do you mean by licking or not licking? It's true, but it's just my boyfriend. A 200 yuan buffet is just right for me. Bringing him along is too expensive. If that doesn't work out, let's find someone else. The world is so big, there must be a perfect man. How could someone who was protected by a lion fall for a wild dog? Besides, men especially need women. Men can't live without women, not to mention you are so beautiful. If I can't find someone I like in the end, the worst that can happen is I can just find someone richer and settle for it. Yoshua was already somewhat moved by what she heard, but when she heard the last sentence, she still shook her head hesitantly. No, I can earn my own bread, he just needs to give me a sky full of fireworks. An ambitious, independent woman. Su Wei gave a thumbs up and joked, then continued. So you see, Fang Zhou is ignoring you. This is obviously a great thing. No one will bother you anymore. You can have a relationship however you want. After Su Wei's guidance, Su Yoshua suddenly felt as if she had been enlightened. In the past, she always found Fang Zhou annoying. He would send her dozens of messages before she would lazily reply to one, but even one reply was considered too much for her. Now Fang Zhou is chasing after another girl, so no one will bother her anymore and she is free. Maybe it was really loss aversion before. This is obviously a good thing. Su Yoshua felt that she had opened up new ideas. However, what they don't know is that a sky full of fireworks is much more expensive than bread. Ancestors quote 6, love is an either or thing. Don't touch someone who has no sense of boundaries, no matter how good they are. People who don't know how to say no will not say no to you, nor will they say no to others. Chapter 16. You know nothing about the strength of Zon's pianists. The sun sets and the sky is filled with afterglow. A taxi stopped at the gate of Jinling University. Fang Zhou and Pang Bo got out of the car and headed straight for the Wang Shijuifeng Internet Cafe across the street. I was saying that manager looked shifty and wasn't a good person. The price for a few original game artworks was so high, why didn't he just go for it? Pang Bo said in a rough voice. Fang Zhou spread his hands, isn't he just grabbing it? Damn, it's true now you mention it. Pang Bo cursed. Fang Zhou patted the thick stack of contracts in his hand and said contentedly, although the process was difficult, the result was wonderful. After running around all afternoon, Fang Zhou finally found a suitable outsourcing company as he wished. He is responsible for the core gameplay logic of the game code, while some functional modules are outsourced. For example, the slingshot shooting function. For example, the function of wooden boxes breaking and collapsing. For example, the collision effects of 7 types of birds, including the bomb bird, dark bird, and blue brother. These are all functional codes, without the game framework and level breaking logic, and others would not know what they are used for if they wrote them. And just in case, Fang Zhou not only found one outsourcing company, but 5, and distributed them all in a random manner. This way, the possibility of leaks is even smaller. These outsourced items were all small functional modules, and the prices were not expensive. After some bargaining, the total cost was 65,000 yuan in cash, and as usual, a 20% deposit was paid first. Fang Zhou is in this line of work, so he naturally understands the market. This price is almost inflated and is a bottleneck price. On the other hand, game art gave him a hard time. The prices of original game paintings in this era are so low that even after Fang Zhou provided a draft, the highest price was 1,200 yuan per piece. Pang Bo visited 16 original painting companies before he finally found a startup original painting studio run by college students. The price was 500 per piece, for a total of 50 original paintings. Including the game background, 7 kinds of birds, 3 kinds of pig heads, props, etc., it costs 25,000 yuan, and as usual, a 20% deposit must be paid first. Let's go back to base camp and pack up first. We'll be busy tomorrow. Fang Zhou called out, and the two of them quickly returned to the private room on the second floor of the internet cafe. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Chen Wanning with her cheeks puffed out, her teeth biting, and her fists clenched tightly. In front of her was a crushed mouse and a smashed keyboard. You did it? Fang Zhou looked at Little Potato and spoke in a gentle voice. Chen Wanning lowered her head and said nothing, looking like I'm very angry now, come and comfort me. Fang Zhou walked forward and touched Chen Wanning's head with his big hand. Little Potato squinted his eyes comfortably. As soon as Fang Zhou stopped, Little Potato glanced over with dissatisfaction. I seem to have accidentally triggered some switch in Little Potato. So what's going on? Fang Zhou asked again. Little Potato then reluctantly said, I was playing CF properly, and my teammate called me a noob. I refused to accept it, so he dragged me into a room to play one-on-one, and then my mouse and keyboard destroyed themselves. Fang Zhou couldn't help laughing. Is this self-destruction okay? He looked at Chen Wanning's small fist and couldn't help wondering where this small fist could have so much strength. This is not Little Potato, this is obviously my sister Xiaolan. It's okay, let me help you get back your place. Fang Zhou sat upright and took over the game immediately. The map in this round was still the pirate ship. At this time, the opponent had already achieved 8 consecutive kills and was taunting wildly in the public channel. Ha! That's it? I was quite aggressive just now, so why don't you hit me? Go ahead and hit me. Ah, I just want to die. The last time I heard such a cheap request was last time. Fang Zhou immediately jumped onto the wooden box and then onto the container, easily seeing the figure opposite him. At the same time, the other side also saw him, but had not yet reacted. Boom! Fang Zhou shot back with a flick of his sniper rifle, instantly killing him. Then, with the speed of a single man for 18 years, he typed, "No one else but Fang Tangjing would make such a request." Fuck, I didn't react just now, come again. 20 seconds later. Bang! A sniper shot through the box, and the guy on the opposite side was dead again. You turned on the perspective, didn't you? You're a cheater and you're doomed to fail. Heh, if you had a peanut, you wouldn't be so drunk. 30 seconds later, Fang Zhou fired another sniper shot into the head. Shit. If you have the guts, don't use a sniper, dare you to fight me one-on-one with a rifle? Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms, and you're just 1 head and 1 idiot. Why don't you let me use a gun when you have a sniper rifle? The opponent's mentality was slightly shaken. He hid in the secret passage with a military shovel, and when Fang Zhou passed by, he rushed up and started hacking. As a result, he was taken away by Fang Zhou with a sniper shot. Oh, if you had used that determination to chop something else, you would have mastered the Sunflower Manual long ago. The opponent's mentality was a little broken, so he just played badly and automatically rushed towards Fang Zhou's gun. Fang Zhou smiled faintly and began to practice his skills. Playing me? With your acting skills, even the doll sister can act better than you. Your father must be very regretful when he finds out. He should have shot you against the wall earlier. Not bad, not bad. This shot is quite interesting. It has a kind of beauty that makes you lose your brainstem. Even though I gave you a chance, you're useless. You're a complete loser, even worse than Jia Zhaohui. Your kill count is too tragic. Xiao Yan would have to shout out the 3rd stage of fighting force for you after seeing this. With your IQ, you can jump a little when you fall to the ground, and you still want to trick me? Ding, the other party has left the room and blocked you. Fang Zhou clapped his hands calmly, that's it? You have no idea about the strength of Zhuan's pianists. Pengguo was stunned. Chen Wanning's face flushed with excitement, and her eyes were full of surprise. She pointed at the computer with her little hand. Fang Zhou, I don't want to learn how to play games anymore. Just ask me to curse. Pengguo nodded repeatedly in agreement. Coach, I want to learn this too. Fang Zhou laughed dumbly and patted Little Potato's head. Girls shouldn't swear. Chen Wanning's delicate little face immediately fell. But if you can't spray the opponent from now on, you can summon me. I'll spray them for you, and I'll be 10 times stronger in 1 second. Little Potato became happy again. Time flies. The days that followed were simple, boring, yet fulfilling. Fang Zhou shuttles between the dormitory, classroom and internet cafe every day. Even when he was in class, he would secretly bring his notebook to the classroom to write code. Every now and then, I would go to the outsourcing company to urge progress, or check the code functions, and from time to time I would also make suggestions for modifications to the original game drawings. Under such an orderly arrangement, the development of Angry Birds was completed bit by bit. At the same time, Fang Zhou also discovered something interesting. Su Yoshua has returned to her former cool and literary goddess these days. Because they were in the same class and she was also the secretary of the youth league branch, there were few girls in the computer science department. They often saw each other. But every time she saw Fang Zhou, she would proudly raise her chin like a proud white swan. However, Su Yoshua's name can be seen frequently in Fang Zhou's space visitor records. A woman's heart is as mysterious as the sea, and Fang Zhou doesn't bother to pay attention. In his previous life, he was run away like this for more than 20 years. In this life, he just wanted to take care of the little potatoes in his own field. Time passed day by day, and it was the end of October in a blink of an eye. As autumn arrives, the weather is getting cooler, and every autumn rain brings a chill. On campus, the sycamore trees on both sides of Ginkgo Avenue began to shed their leaves, and many students also changed into autumn clothes and long johns. Little Potato also put on jeans, temporarily saying goodbye to black, white and flesh-colored stockings and long legs. After more than half a month of hard work. Finally, on the last day of October, Angry Birds Alpha 1.0 is released. Chapter 17: A murder case caused by a bird's egg. October 31st, sunny, light breeze. Past is gone with the wind. Internet cafe. The cheerful game BMG played in his ears, and Pangua stared at the screen in disbelief. There are a few white clouds floating in the blue sky, and under the white clouds is a green meadow. There is a huge slingshot standing on the left side of the grass, and 3 cute red birds standing next to the slingshot. On the right side of the grass is a wooden frame made of planks, on which are placed 2 cute green pig heads. La Fong, is this what you spent so much time on? Pang Bo was slightly surprised. These days, he would come here as soon as he finished training, and every time he came, he would see Fong Zhou sitting in front of the computer typing code. Pang Bo felt a headache when he thought of the dense code. But today, that dazzling code suddenly transformed into a beautiful game screen on the mobile phone. Chen Wanning also came over, blinking her big eyes. How do we play this? One sentence reveals the true nature of the gaming girl. It's simple. The game is about the pigs stealing bird eggs. The birds are furious when they find out and they vow to get the eggs back. That's why it's called Angry Birds. In each game, you can use a slingshot to launch 3 birds. As long as you eliminate the pig's head, you will pass the level. Fong Zhou explained the rules of the game to the two. At present, he has only made 2 chapters, totaling 33 levels. This is the most basic version of the game. Today he will let Panghua and Zayatuda test it. After listening to Fong Zhou's explanation, Pang Bo suddenly realized, it seems quite simple. Let me try it. As he spoke, he gently pressed his finger on the slingshot, and the red bird automatically flew to the slingshot, and the slingshot made a taut sound as the string was pulled. Pressing and holding will tighten the slingshot, which can obtain greater launching force, and moving it up and down can adjust the launching angle. Fong Zhou explained. Panghua moved his fingers to adjust for a moment, and with a whoosh, the red bird flew out. Unfortunately, the angle was wrong, and the blow did not hit the pig's head, but instead knocked down the wooden stake at the bottom. Without the support of the wooden stakes, the entire wooden frame was shaky and finally collapsed with a loud bang. The pig's head was hit by the collapsed wooden boards and exploded into green mist with 2 bangs. Bingo! Fireworks and golden stars pop up on the screen. Pang Bo's eyes lit up. Is this possible? Because of the touchscreen phone, the slingshot shooting feels more realistic, and when the wooden frame collapses, the shaky feeling of weightlessness is also extremely real. Combined with the sound effects, the experience is maximized. This is a gaming experience that was not available on previous traditional keypad machines. Fong Zhou smiled. Of course, there are actually 2 ways to pass the level. One is to adjust the angle and use the bird to hit the pig's head. The other is to make good use of the geographical advantage and let the collapsed objects hit the pig's head. In fact, the further you get to the later levels, the better protected the pig heads will be by obstacles. They'll even wear helmets, and the obstacles will change from wooden frames to stone slabs. That's when you have to consider strategy and coordination. In addition to the red bird, there are also the big red bird, the yellow dart bird, the black bomb bird, the long beach green bird, etc. Each bird has a different effect, and players need to adopt different strategies according to the obstacles. As she listened, Chen Wanning's eyes gradually lit up. Fong Zhou, I want to play too. I want to play too. I have it on my phone too, you can use my phone to play it. Fong Zhou handed over his cell phone. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of banging seriously. Chen Wanning was like a kitten curled up in a leather chair, scratching the screen with her fingers and making baya sounds to herself. Panghua was also having a lot of fun, with a silly smile on his face from time to time. Oh, it was so close. Ha, this wave hits the target. Come in, please let me in. I finally passed this level. Who else is there? Seeing this scene, Fong Zhou smiled knowingly. The reason why Angry Birds in its previous life became the phenomenal originator of standalone mobile games and beat the first generation of touchscreen mobile games such as Fruit Ninja, Talking Tom, and Blowing Skirt was because of its rich gameplay and strategy. Compared to the mindless pleasure of chopping melons and vegetables in Fruit Ninja, Angry Birds has more level-breaking elements, richer gameplay, requires more diverse strategic coordination, and is more interesting. To sum it up, easy and fun, simple and playable. This led to the extremely high stickiness of Angry Birds players, which eventually dominated countless mobile phone screens, dominated major mobile game charts, and became a classic in the memories of countless people. Later, someone described this grand event as a murder caused by a bird's egg, which is very appropriate. Half an hour later. Pang Bo put down his phone with a reluctant look on his face and stared at Fong Zhou with a complicated expression. Old Fong, is this really a game you created? How do you feel? Fang Zhou asked instead of answering. Panbo took a deep breath and said, I feel like it's going to explode. Chen Wanning nodded in agreement. Boom. Fang Zhou laughed in silence. Others might not know, but he knew that Pang Bo's words might really come true. Because smartphones have only recently become popular, the touchscreen mobile game market is completely blank and is in urgent need of a key player. However, the quality of mobile games on the market varies greatly, and most of them are brainless and boring. Even the simplest single-touch feedback games such as Talking Tom and Blowing Skirt can become popular, so you can imagine how scarce the market is. When Angry Birds was launched into the market at this time, it was undoubtedly a nuclear bomb. But I have a question. This game is good, but how do we make money? Pingbot asked doubtfully. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhou smiled but said nothing. In its previous life, Angry Birds made profits through downloads, props, and peripherals, but Fang Zhou wanted to make quick money, so naturally he didn't have that much time to operate the game. His target from the beginning to the end has been the domestic smartphone brands that have been competing fiercely with each other. Just make the game first, and people will come to you soon. Fang Zhou kept the question in suspense for a while. In the following week, Fang Zhou started his crazy and hard-working life again. Little Potato and Pangbo play the game over and over again every day, playing each level hundreds of times. Little Potato is almost turning into a potato chip after playing so much. Fang Zhou will modify the code one by one based on their feedback to optimize the gaming experience and improve the smoothness of the game. Through the efforts of the three-person team. Finally, on the first weekend of November, Angry Birds' official version was launched. Room 530, Men's Dormitory. Fang Zhou was lying on the bed, looking at the number of downloads of the newly launched Angry Birds on the game platform, 0. He refreshed the page, and the number of downloads immediately increased from 0 to 2. Needless to say, the downloads were definitely contributed by Chen Wanning and Pang Bo. At this time, it had been less than 10 minutes since Angry Birds was launched, so naturally no one paid attention to it. Next, as long as he follows the game platform's recommendation process, Fang Zhou believes that with the quality of Angry Birds, it is only a matter of time before it becomes a hit. However, I don't have much time left, I must speed up this process. Fang Zhou held the back of his head with his hands and lay on the bed, lost in thought. At this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open with a creaking sound. Fang Zhou poked his head out of bed and saw that it was his roommate Su Luo. Old Su, why are you back? Didn't you say you were going to work part-time? Fang Zhou asked curiously. Su Luo sat down on the stool and sighed. The damn foreman ran away. Forget about part-time work. I haven't even been paid for the past 2 days. As he spoke, a look of pain appeared on Su Luo's face. Fang Zhou knew Su Luo's family situation. His father was disabled and the family relied on his mother's meager income to support them. So when he entered college, while others were still enjoying college life, he started working part-time to earn money for his studies. 2 days' wages may not be much for others, but for him, it means going hungry for 2 days. There are 6 people in their dormitory 530. Fang Zhou is the youngest, so his roommates affectionately call him Old Six. Su Luo is the eldest, has the toughest temper, and a strong sense of self-esteem. Sometimes Fang Zhou and his friends can't stand it, so they deliberately buy an extra portion for him when they buy food, but Su Luo either doesn't eat it or pays for it, and never chooses to eat for free. Hearing this, Fang Zhou suddenly had an idea and jumped out of bed. Old Su, I happen to have a part-time job here, would you like to try it? Chapter 18. Some people take off as fledglings, while others can't sleep all night. What part-time job? When Su Luo heard about the part-time job, he immediately moved towards Fang Zhou. My friend and I created a mobile game, and we need someone to attract new users. Fang Zhou raised his phone, and the Angry Birds download page appeared on the screen. What? You made a mobile game? Su Luo suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face full of surprise, and he couldn't quite believe his ears. We are all students in the same class, taking the same courses every day. We are still learning basic programming languages, but you have already quietly developed a game? Fang Zhou did not deny it. Damn! No wonder you've been so elusive all this time. Turns out you were doing something big behind our backs. Of course, complaints are complaints, and business is business. After Su Luo finished complaining, he said in a serious tone, let's get to the point. What's your price for attracting new customers? Fang Zhou thought for a moment and raised a finger. The unit price is 10 yuan, which means that every time you attract a player, you can earn 10 yuan. Su Luo stood up suddenly and said, 10 yuan for each person? If I find 10 people a day, wouldn't that be 100 yuan? Fong Zhou nodded. Su Luo quickly did the math in his mind. Jinling University enrolls about 4,000 students each year, so the total population of the school is 16,000. If you add the faculty and staff, the total population is close to 20,000. 10 yuan per person means the cost is nearly 200,000 yuan. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat, and he tried to calm himself down. Sixth brother, what are the specific criteria for this pull to? Downloading the game and completing the mobile phone number registration counts as one new user acquisition. Although Fang Zhou was only responsible for development and not operations in his previous life, he has seen pigs run even if he has not eaten pork. Su Luo thought for a moment and then asked, how do you distinguish which users are brought in by me, which are brought in by others, and which are organic traffic? That's easy. I'll send each of you a registration invitation code. If you're the player you brought in, you can have them fill in your invitation code when they register. If they don't fill in an invitation code, they're considered organic traffic. After hearing Fang Zhou's plan, Su Luo was even more surprised. Registration invitation code? App promotion was not very popular in this era, so the invitation code that Fang Zhou was accustomed to seemed extremely novel to Su Luo. Su Luo was silent for a moment, then suddenly shook his head in surprise. Sixth brother, you seem to have really changed a lot. I'm afraid that gossip about the girls' dormitory is true, right? What gossip? Fang Zhou was confused. I heard Nie Xiaoyu and the others say that you made Su Yoshue cry. I thought it was a joke at the time, but looking at your current state, it's probably true. Fang Zhou shook his head and didn't care much. It's over, it's over. Now he just wants to make his first pot of gold to help his parents get through the difficult times next year. In order to make Su Luo more clear about the process of attracting new customers, Fang Zhou used his mobile phone to demonstrate it, and then let Su Luo try it out. After the 2 games, Su Luo's eyes when he looked at Fang Zhou had completely changed. Jinling University is a long-established 985 university in China and one of the C9 Alliance universities. It is not uncommon for college students to start their own businesses. Su Luo originally thought that Fang Zhou had simply developed a one-touch game. Although he was surprised, he could accept it. But unexpectedly, after 2 games, Su Luo felt like the sky was falling. To use a line from Dian Wei's game to describe it, how can you grow without refreshing your worldview? This is a game you made? Su Luo cursed and stared at Fang Zhou in surprise, trying to find the answer from his face. Fang Zhou nodded slightly. Damn. I can't live with this roommate anymore. He's so depressing. Su Luo couldn't help but swear again. No, boss, I still need your help to recruit people. By the way, if you have friends in the part-time job group, you can invite them over as well. The more the better. That's easy. Wait, I'm going out for a while. The stool was still warm when Su Luo rushed out again. Fang Zhou changed his clothes and called to pick up the little potatoes. Afterwards, the two went to a loan company again and borrowed another 200,000 yuan by using the property title as a second mortgage. Of course, Fang Zhou would not be so arrogant as to think that he could bring Angry Birds to the top with just 200,000 yuan. All he had to do was light the first fire. Money makes the world go round. After the funds were in place, Su Luo quickly assembled a 60-person recruitment team for Fang Zhou, including both men and women. Some people say that college students are the cheapest labor force. If you have ever worked part-time in college, you will find that this sentence is so true. I work hard for several hours every day, but only get 40 or 50 yuan, and the foreman still takes 10 yuan from me. So when Fang Zhou offered a unit price of 10 yuan per person, the part-time college students were excited. Classmate, there's a new mobile game out. Do you want to play it with me? Underclassmen, please help and let the senior be the next one. Family members, download this game and I'll give you 8 yuan each. A true businessman makes a small profit. The part-time students all had red eyes and were eager to do their best. There's no way, he really gave too much. So the next few days. Boys' dormitories, girls' dormitories, classes, clubs, student union, cafeteria, teaching buildings, Wutong Avenue. In every place of Jinling University, there are people trying hard to attract players to join. Later, according to the players who were pulled into the game. At the beginning, my friends asked me to play this game, but I actually refused. Because I think that a game that forces people to play it is definitely not a serious game. As a result, the moment the game opened, my head suddenly went blank and I was hooked. In this era of scarce mobile games, the emergence of Angry Birds is tantamount to a dimensionality reduction attack. In just a few days, it spread rapidly throughout Jinling University like a virus. In recent days, countless students from Jinling University have been using their own experiments to prove the law of true fragrance proposed by the great prophet Mr. Wang Jingzi. In the school forum, there are discussions about Angry Birds almost every moment. Please, someone, please help me out. I'm begging for a walkthrough for Angry Birds level 10. Seeking the strategy for the 10th level, I'm a girl, so I'll give you a tip first. Level 10? Doesn't that just require hands? Once you reach level 13, you'll miss the simplicity of level 10. Yoho, I think I hear someone showing off. Is there anyone who hasn't finished Chapter 2 of Angry Birds yet? What are you talking about, Angry Birds? A wild player was found upstairs, identification completed. What wild player? This is my walking RMB. What RBQ, you are so dirty. As the team of new users was recruited in an orderly manner, the number of downloads of Angry Birds increased sharply. In just 3 days, the number of visitors exceeded 10,000. At the same time, thanks to its excellent game content, Angry Birds has a new user conversion rate of up to 90%, greatly increasing the number of daily active users. Just as Fang Zhou said, he used 200,000 to ignite the first fire of Angry Birds. So on the 5th day of the game's launch, with the first fire lit by Fang Zhou in the basic base of Jinling University, the two core data of download volume and daily active users quickly reached the standards, and Angry Birds successfully landed on the official recommendation position of the game platform. The recommended position brings greater exposure to Angry Birds. With a retention conversion rate of up to 90%, Angry Birds took off directly and crushed its peers. Then, the game fell into a virtuous cycle of excellent data exposure in recommended positions, even better data, better exposure in recommended positions. However, some are happy while others are sad. While Fang Zhou was celebrating the game's takeoff, some people were unable to sleep all night. Chapter 19, It's all psychological drama. That night, the moon was bright and clear. Room 203, girls' dormitory. Su Yoshue tossed and turned in bed, her heart feeling as if it were being scratched by a cat. At this moment, the 5 roommates were having a bedtime tea party. I'm really surprised. I didn't expect Fang Zhou to come up with a little game without making any noise. Yeah, I played 2 games and it was quite interesting. It's much more fun than that Talking Tom game. I didn't expect there was such a great god hidden in our class. What great god? It's just a crappy game. Why are you making such an exaggeration? That's not an exaggeration at all. The class group has been going crazy these past few days. It's only been 2 months since school started, and we're still learning basic languages, but Fang Zhou is already programming on his own. By the way, Yoshue, has he studied computers before? When her roommate suddenly called her name, Su Yoshue casually replied, maybe, I'm not sure. That means you've learned it, that's why it makes sense. Think about it, it makes sense. For people whose college entrance exam scores can get them into Peking University or Tsinghua University, it's normal for them to be a little outrageous. Do you know? A fellow student from my hometown who's in the student union said the school might give Fang Zhoubao a 30,000 yuan subsidy for starting a business. 30,000 is nothing. I heard from his roommate Su Luo that Fang Zhou spent nearly 200,000 just on attracting new customers. As soon as these words were spoken, a sound of people gasping for air was heard in the dormitory. Is this true? 200,000? Isn't it said that Fang Zhou's family is average? Who knows? Maybe he's just being low-key. Not all rich second generations are as high profile as Lin Mo. Hearing this, Su Yoshue couldn't help but burst out. The Fang Zhou family is just an ordinary family. We've been neighbors for over a decade. How could I not know that? The roommates were disappointed and tacitly skipped this part. However, in the darkness, several playful eyes looked towards Su Yoshue's bed. Su Yoshue lay on the bed, holding the edge of the quilt with both hands, covering her face with the quilt and saying nothing. In the past, the bedtime tea parties in their dormitory were all about discussing which boy in school was more handsome, who was dating whom, and what gossip was going on recently. But as Angry Birds became a hit on the Jinan University campus, the focus of discussion in recent days suddenly fell on Fang Zhou. After listening to Su Wei's advice, Su Yoshue felt that she had let go of things. Fang Zhou ignored her, which meant that no one would bother her anymore and she was free. After this period of adjustment, she has gradually balanced her mentality and returned to being the cool and literary goddess she used to be. But who would have thought that Fang Zhou would quietly create Angry Birds and it would become a huge hit at Jinling University? This severely disturbed her already restless heart. That feeling is like the feeling of loss that comes when your ex suddenly becomes better after a breakup. The bigger the noise Fang Zhou made, the more amazed people looked at him, and the more teasing they looked at her. Su Yoshua lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her mind in a mess. She thought about it and sent a message to her best friend Su Wei. Wei, do you think I really made the wrong choice? There were 2 quick beeps, and the other end replied almost instantly. Su Wei, what are you thinking, dear? It's just a little game, no big deal. Su Yoshua, but I feel so upset. Su Wei, look at it more openly. Didn't you hear what Kai Ling said? Fang Zhou invested nearly 200,000 yuan to get this kind of attention. In the end, it's just a waste of money. If I had 200,000 yuan to spend, I could also make the whole of Jinling University talk about me. Su Yoshua, really? Su Wei, of course, no matter how much noise he makes at school, he's still nothing outside the school. Su Yoshua thought about it carefully and found that what Su Wei said made some sense. Although Angry Birds was a huge hit at Jinling University, it had little influence outside the campus. Fortunately, Su Yoshua did not study communication, otherwise she would know that there is such a thing as the margin of silence and exponential explosion. Su Yoshua, but Wei, I still feel bad. Su Wei, what's there to be upset about? Silly girl, think about it carefully. Spending money isn't a skill, making money is. Su Wei, ultimately, it's just a spur-of-the-moment startup by a college student, just like when Lin Mo bought a milk tea shop, it was all just for fun. Do you really think he can get rich from this? Hearing this, Su Yoshua felt a little relieved. In the final analysis, spending money is not a skill, making money is a skill. Fang Zhou invested nearly 200,000 yuan just to attract new customers. She wanted to see how he would clean up this mess. Thinking of this, Su Yoshua felt much more at ease. But then my mind started to wander again, as if there was a thorn in my heart, and I tossed and turned in bed. This is destined to be a sleepless night. At the same time, the Lin family villa is located in Jianya district. The night was getting late, but Lin Tian's study was still brightly lit. As the head of Lin's porcelain, Lin Tian started from scratch as a bricklayer, and gradually built up a net worth of over 100 million yuan, becoming a well-known wealthy man in the porcelain industry of Jinling City. However, since the economic crisis in 2008, the physical industry has become increasingly difficult to operate, and the porcelain industry has ushered in a cold winter. Lin Tian was in dire straits and wanted to change. He had been thinking about the issue of transformation these days. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the study door, and Lin Mo walked in with a cup of lotus seed tea. Dad, this is the lotus seed tea that Mom made for you. It can relieve your internal heat and help you sleep. Lin Mo respectfully placed the lotus seed tea gently on the desk. The Lin family has very strict family rules. In addition to Lin Mo, Lin Tian also has a son with his ex-wife named Lin Chen. The 2 half-brothers had never gotten along and often competed secretly with each other. Lin Tian looked up at Lin Mo, feeling a little helpless. My inner anger can't be quenched by a bowl of lotus seed tea. Forget it, why am I telling you this? Lin Mo said dissatisfiedly, Dad, if you have something to say, just tell me. If my elder brother can listen, why can't I? Lin Tian smiled bitterly, then thought of something and turned his boss chair to face Lin Mo. Now that you mention it, Dad really has something to ask you. Lin Mo stood up straight immediately, and Lin Tian's mature and deep voice sounded. Dad is old-fashioned, so I'm asking you, what do you young people do with your phones these days, Mo? Lin Tian has been thinking about transformation these days. With his keen business sense, he realized that smartphones might be the next trend, so he asked this question. In fact, doing business is very simple. Where the people are, there the money is. In other words, where people spend their time, there their money is. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and answered his father's question seriously. It's mainly online chatting, reading news, reading novels, browsing forums, online shopping, playing mobile games, etc. When Lin Tian heard this, he quickly went over it in his mind. The barriers to online chatting are too high, the amount of capital required is too large, and the domestic market is basically monopolized by QQ, so just pass it by. Similarly, Taobao is monopolized by Baidu, and online shopping is currently dominated by Taobao. Both fields require large amounts of capital and are dominated by leading companies. The threshold for news and novels is relatively low, but the industry that produces this type of content has a slow monetization process and requires too many people, which does not suit his speculative nature as a businessman who values quick profits. After much thought, Lin Tian set his sights on mobile games. Amo, what games are you young people playing on your phones now? Are there any new titles that have recently become popular but have a good reputation and great potential? Preferably developed by a small studio that is easy to acquire or invest in. Hearing this, Lin Mo was stunned. His first reaction was the Angry Birds game, which had suddenly become popular at Jinling University in the past 2 days. He downloaded and played that game, and to be honest, it was much more interesting than the mobile games previously on the market. But it happened that the game was created by Fong Zhou. When Lin Mo thought of Fong Zhou's appearance on the car that day, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. Besides, the popularity of Angry Birds is currently limited to Jinling University. Who knows if it will still be popular outside the school? Thinking of this, Lin Mo replied, "Recently, Talking Tom and Blowing Skirt have been quite popular. I heard that the RD teams are all small studios, and they are probably very willing to accept investment or acquisition." Lin Tian's eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded gently. "Okay, I'll make a note of it and ask Secretary Wang to contact them later." "Well, Dad, drink the lotus seed tea while it's hot. I'll be out first. Go ahead and get some rest." New. Lin Mo didn't know at this time that because of his momentary thought, the Lin family missed out on a hen that would lay golden eggs. Currently, the popularity of Angry Birds is limited to Jinling University and word of mouth among students. It is a good time for angel round investment or acquisition. But because of Lin Mo's momentary thought, the Lin family missed this great opportunity in vain. At the same time, the little bird flying into the sky finally attracted some people's attention. The last day of the 30-day deadline Fong Zhou set for himself. A call came from faraway Kyoto to Fong Zhou's mobile phone. Fong Zhou was not surprised by this. If you hold a golden carp in your hand, there will be people buying it. But when the other party revealed his name, Fong Zhou was moved for the first time since his rebirth. Chapter 20 Lei Bushi is here. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, at the Red Mansion in Jinling. There is an old saying in Jinling, Iha Road is half of the history of the Republic of China. The Red Mansion, located on Iha Road in Jinling, can be said to be the restaurant with the most historical atmosphere in Jinling. The main part is an old villa left over from the Republic of China period. Every step you take brings a new view, which is magnificent. Fong Zhou stood at the door of the Red Mansion and poked Little Potato, who was walking with him. "Wan Ning, just nod and smile and listen more and talk less. Leave the rest to me." Chen Wanning puffed up her cheeks like a plump pufferfish and said unhappily, "Why won't you let me speak?" Fong Zhou touched Little Potato's head and said with a smile, "Of course it's because you're our boss. In those police and gangster movies, do you ever see the boss talking all the time during a deal?" Hearing this, the hair on Little Potato's head stood up visibly, and he nodded. Fong Zhou's old face turned slightly red. Why did he feel like he was lying to a child? Ever since receiving the call yesterday, Fong Zhou has become anxious. It was not surprising that the other party claimed that he wanted to buy the Angry Birds he had, but the person who called him surprised Fong Zhou greatly. "Let's go." Fong Zhou took Little Potato and walked into the gate of the Red Mansion. Because today was a business negotiation, Fong Zhou specially picked out a casual suit that looked formal but not too serious. Chen Wanning wore a khaki women's trench coat with the front slightly open, revealing her chiffon shirt. She paired it with tight lead-colored jeans, which made her long legs look slender and full. She is really a girl who can both be a lady in the parlor and a boxing gym. Fong Zhou couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I must have been blind in my previous life. I didn't want to pursue such a good girl, but instead became a bootlicker who would only pursue her until she died. It turns out that dogs who lick the boots have no human nature. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist at the door came forward to greet us. Yunhai Hall, the private room booked by Mr. Chow. Fong Zhou replied. "Okay, please follow me." The receptionist led the way in front, and Fong Zhou and Chen Wanning followed closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at the private room in Yunhai Hall where they had agreed to meet earlier. With a creak, Fong Zhou pushed the door open. Inside the private room is an antique square table from the Republic of China era. The lamps are decorated with colored glass lamps from the Republic of China era. Two middle-aged men are sitting on chairs. Seeing the newcomer, one of the middle-aged men immediately stood up and enthusiastically stepped forward to shake his hand. Mr. Fong, I didn't expect you to be so young. I'm Chao Wei, the marketing manager of Meizu Mobile Phones. Yes, it is Meizu Mobile that wants to acquire Angry Birds. Fong Zhou shook hands with him briefly and then looked at the other one. At this time, the middle-aged man also stood up and extended his hand. Hello, Lei Hun, we talked on the phone before. Fong Zhou also extended his hand. Hello, Fong Zhou. That's right, Lei Hun. The person who called Fong Zhou yesterday to acquire Angry Birds was Lei Hun. The founder of Xiaomi Technology, Lei Hun, was jokingly called the man with the Xiao AI system and was also ridiculed as Lei Jun by countless netizens in later generations. But at this time, Xiaomi had not yet been established. In 2009, Lei Hun had just taken Kingsoft Technology public and became the youngest billionaire, but he was unhappy. He found some friends to drink and complain, thinking that he was a failure. He had worked hard for half his life to bring Kingsoft to the stock market, but its market value was less than a fraction of Alibaba's. It just so happened that smartphones were becoming popular at this time, so he decided to switch careers to making mobile phones. Smartphones of this era generally cost 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Lei Hun went to major manufacturers and asked if they could make a dual-core phone for 2,000 yuan. The big company responded, "Stop talking nonsense, anything can happen in dreams." So, Lei Hun invited industry leader Zhou Guangping to manage the supply chain, and risked nuclear radiation to go to Shark Screen to discuss cooperation. After more than 2 years of hard work, the first Xiaomi mobile phone was finally made. At Xiaomi's first press conference, Lei Hun asked with a smile how much a phone with this configuration would cost. Audience answer, 5,000. 6,000. So Lei Hun opened the PPT on the screen, and it clearly said, 1,999 yuan. The audience was instantly excited and everyone stood up and applauded. Since then, Lei Hun has single-handedly ended the chaos of the copycat mobile phone market, brought Xiaomi into the ranks of domestic mobile phone brand giants, and made it the youngest Fortune 500 company. Of course, these are all later stories. At this time, Lei Jun was still in a period of confusion. He wanted to seize the opportunity of smartphones, but he didn't know how to break through, was not sure what kind of phone to make, and was completely clueless about brand positioning. The reason why Lei Hun appeared here was because he was collecting information everywhere to build his own mobile phone brand. I happened to meet Chao Wei in Jinling. We were high school classmates. After learning the purpose of Chao Wei's visit to Jinling, we came over to take a look. Waiter, start serving the food. Chao Wei snapped his fingers and greeted loudly. Waiters came in groups of 2 or 3, carrying trays of food. In a short while, the square table was filled with delicious food. Chen Wanning secretly poked Fong Zhou with her little hand and looked at her eagerly, as if saying, "Can I eat it now?" Fong Zhou shook his head slightly in motion to wait a moment. The waiter filled everyone's glasses with white wine. Little Potato leaned forward to smell it, and his handsome eyebrows immediately frowned. "Waiter, give her a glass of Wangzai milk," Fong Zhou said. Chao Wei chuckled and said, "You young people are really free and easy, unlike us old antiques." "Excuse me." Fong Zhou didn't comment, but raised his glass and drank it as an apology. "Young people are so generous. You two are about the same age as my dad, so it's only right that I offer this drink first." "Ha ha ha, that's interesting." The two began to chat casually. Soon, 3 rounds of wine had passed and 5 dishes had been prepared. They became a little warmer to each other. "Xiao Fong, let's get back to the topic." Fong Zhou sobered up instantly and knew that the main topic had come. Chao Wei said with a chuckle, "Xiao Fong, you already know why I'm here. The fact that you're here means you're interested in selling this game, but as for the price, what are your thoughts?" In this kind of business negotiation, whoever reveals his bottom line first loses. Fong Zhou kicked the ball back and asked, "I wonder what price your company offered." "Ha, you also know that our Meizu mobile phone company is a new company. It was established at the beginning of this year and it's not even a year yet. So in terms of price, the maximum we can give is 2.3 million yuan. Chao Wei replied. Hearing this, Fong Zhou sneered in his heart. Although it is true that Meizu is a new company, it is backed by capital giants such as Sequoia, Alibaba, and Geely, and its registered capital alone is 200 million yuan. Manager Chao, what's the difference between 2.3 million and sending beggars? I did my homework before coming here, so please give me a fair price. Chao Wei couldn't help but laugh. Young man, 2.3 million is too little? According to estimates by our colleagues in the finance department, your game, from open source to promotion and distribution, cost no more than 400,000 yuan. That's a return of nearly 600%, which is pretty good. Fang Zhou shook his head unmoved. Manager Chow, you're in marketing, so you should understand that the value of something isn't determined by cost, but by the market. An LV bag costs only a few hundred yuan, but can be sold for tens of thousands. Little brother, you're quite old and know a lot. Let me give you a real price. 2.8 million. Fang Zhou sighed in his heart. It turned out that none of the people who can do marketing are easy to deal with. So he directly revealed his trump card. Manager Chow, as far as I know, in my country's current smartphone market, traditional mobile phone brands such as Huawei, Lenovo, and ZTE are transforming, while emerging forces such as Duo, Oppo, and Vivo are rising, and foreign brands such as Apple and Samsung are competing for the market. If Meizu wants to get a piece of the pie, it must find another way. I think the path Meizu chose must be related to the screen, right? For example, removing the home button, achieving a full screen, or making the screen resolution higher and the touch more sensitive. Chow Wei's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes suddenly became more serious when he looked at Fang Zhou. Just as the young man in front of me said, if Meizu wants to expand into the market, it must find another way. So their company plans to launch a full-screen mobile phone with high sensitivity, high resolution, and high color. Therefore, how to highlight the advantages of the screen to the greatest extent and make the full screen the biggest selling point of Meizu mobile phones has become the top priority. After dozens of people in the marketing department scoured the market and conducted rounds of comparisons, they finally saw Angry Birds, which had just made it onto the weekly download charts. At first, the employees of the marketing department just tried it out to give it a try, but the result was, it was out of control. Even the RD team couldn't help but sigh that Angry Birds was simply tailor-made for full-screen mobile phones. Hence this negotiation. But what Chow Wei didn't expect was that these were top-secret information within Meizu. How could the young man in front of him know them? For a moment, Chow Wei found that he couldn't understand the young man opposite him. Chapter 21. Why not just call me Xiaomi? Okay, 3.5 million. This is the highest price I can offer. If it's higher, I'll have to apply to higher authorities. Chow Wei sighed helplessly and gave his final offer. Fang Zhou was secretly happy. After all, he had been in the IT industry for so many years in his previous life. There were many news that outsiders did not know, but people in the industry knew very well, such as Meizu's first-generation strategy. But he still shook his head in disappointment at the price of 3.50 W. Chow Wei spread his hands in surprise. Little brother, your appetite is too big. How much do you think is appropriate? Swapping the positions of 3 and 5 is something I could consider. You mean 530 W? Depend on. Chow Wei couldn't help but swear. Having cultivated his temper for many years, he rarely lost his composure like this. You're not just asking about your appetite. Aren't you afraid of being full? I don't have a big appetite. Fang Zhou, however, looked as if he had gotten a bargain. In the previous life, by 2023, Sega acquired all the games under the Angry Birds development team Riovo for 700 million euros, among which Angry Birds was the top priority. Although Fang Zhou has not developed any peripheral products or big movies, and the game has only been online for a short time, the potential of Angry Birds is unquestionable. It is definitely a golden bird that lays golden eggs. In comparison, Fang Zhou sold it for 5.3 million, which was indeed a loss. But who can blame him for needing money so urgently? It's already November, and the beginning of next year is not far away. Besides, as a reborn person, Fang Zhou has plenty of money-making opportunities in his mind, and it is worth it to use Angry Birds to make his first pot of gold. Impossible, absolutely impossible at this price. Chow Wei refused without even thinking. However, Chow Wei's answer was within Fang Zhou's expectations. After a moment's thought, he added, Manager Chow, please don't worry. Please quote me this price first. If your company agrees, in addition to this game, I will also give you a free solution that will definitely highlight the huge advantages of full-screen phones. What plan? Chow Wei asked subconsciously. Of course, themed wallpaper. Fang Zhou dropped a bombshell and then added, if you want to maximize the advantages of a full-screen phone, wallpaper is absolutely essential. Of course, it's different from the wallpapers that come with the phone system, such as iPhone, Samsung and other phones, which only have the same few wallpapers over and over again. When I say mobile wallpaper, I mean building a wallpaper library that includes a variety of static wallpapers, dynamic wallpapers, custom wallpapers, as well as lock screen wallpapers, desktop wallpapers, call wallpapers, and other personalized designs. Others may not know, but Feng Zhou knows that theme wallpapers are definitely super cool in this era. Especially dynamic wallpapers, which are the first choice of countless pretenders. I remember when full-screen mobile phones first came out, they were equipped with dynamic wallpapers, and I don't know how many friends were amazed. Of course, Feng Zhou was not stupid and did not say everything at once. In addition to wallpapers, there are also mobile phone themes, personalized fonts, desktop icons, gravity sensors, etc. He will reveal all this after the transaction is completed. Theme wallpaper, wallpaper warehouse, dynamic wallpaper, customization, lock screen, call. Chao Wei stood there in a daze, muttering to himself, shocked by the idea of Feng Zhou Tianma Palace. The more he worked in the mobile phone industry, the more he knew how amazing this idea was. Especially when paired with Meizu's full-screen design, it will definitely shock users at first sight. After a long time, Chao Wei recovered from the shock, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Feng Zhou had completely changed. Okay. I will report your words verbatim, Chao Wei said solemnly. Wait for good news. Feng Zhou raised his glass and drank it all. At the same time, Lei Hun, who had been silent the entire time, seemed to have figured out the mystery behind the theme wallpaper and spoke. Little brother, you have a deep understanding of the smartphone industry. Feng Zhou was a little embarrassed. It's just so. In the past life, Xiaomi was the first to come up with new ideas for theme wallpapers, and this time, they were secretly stealing the show from Lei Jun. Oh, if even the concept of theme wallpaper is only average, then few people in China can claim to fully understand it. Lei Hun shook his head and smiled. Although he was already 40 years old this year, more than 20 years older than the 18-year-old Feng Zhou, he did not regard Feng Zhou as a junior at all. I'm older than you, so I'll call you Xiao Feng, said Lei Hun. Feng Zhou smiled and said, it's my honor. Xiao Feng, what do you think of the current domestic smartphone market? Lei Hun went straight to the point. Before Feng Zhou could answer, Little Potato beside him suddenly said, it's expensive. Feng Zhou burst out laughing. It was a bit silly, but Little Potato was right this time. Yes, it's expensive. The average smartphone on the market now starts at least 3,000 yuan, 4,000 to 5,000 yuan is normal, and the more expensive ones can go up to 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. However, last year, my country's per capita disposable income was around 10,000 yuan. A smartphone is equivalent to eating up half of that per capita disposable income. It can't be said to be cheap. Lei Hun pinched his chin with his fingers and nodded in agreement. You're right. Mobile phones are really too expensive these days. My Huawei costs over 4,000 yuan, and it's not in stock. It would cost at least 1,000 yuan more to buy it in stock. Feng Zhou suddenly had an idea. At this point in time, Lei Jun seemed to have not yet figured out Xiaomi's brand positioning, and had not even decided on the name Xiaomi. If I guide him indirectly, wouldn't I be indirectly becoming Lei Jun's business godfather? Then we will go our separate ways. I will call you uncle and you will call me dad. Thinking of this, Feng Zhou's heartbeat accelerated, but on the surface he remained calm and said, yes, it's too expensive. It would be nice if there was a cheap and cost-effective mobile phone. Lei Jun frowned slightly, and a vague inspiration flashed across his mind. Seeing this, Feng Zhou decided to add fuel to the fire. Just think about it, Walmart gives consumers a discount, only making a 5% profit on every item sold, yet it has become the world's largest supermarket brand, with a market capitalization of over $300 billion. If there was a phone in the mobile phone industry that only made a 5% profit, pursued the ultimate cost-effectiveness, and targeted young people, so that young people could afford smartphones, it would definitely be a hit. Bang! Lei Hun suddenly slapped his thigh, stood up at once, and excitedly held Feng Zhou's shoulders with both hands. Don't bully him. Seeing this, Chen Wanning subconsciously kicked him with a whip kick. Fortunately, Feng Zhou discovered it in time and stopped the ferocious Little Potato with a look. Lei Hun also realized that he had lost his composure at this time, and quickly let go of his hand and filled a glass of white wine for himself. Sorry for getting excited, brother Xiaofeng, this glass of wine is a toast to you. As he said this, he drank it all in one gulp. Feng Zhou was already smiling in his heart, it seemed that his advice was effective. You may not understand, but it doesn't matter. I owe you a big favor this time. Lei Hun filled his glass again and drank it all in one gulp. Feng Zhou pretended to be dumbfounded. What favor? To be honest, I've always wanted to start a mobile phone brand. After listening to your advice today, especially inspired by Walmart's business model, I now have an idea. Lei Hun waved his hand and didn't explain everything. At this time, Chao Wei laughed and scolded, "Lao Lei, this is too outrageous. I, the manager of Meizu's marketing department, am still here." Lei Hun waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'll dig you over later. We are classmates after all, so won't you come to help me?" "Good boy, you're setting your sights on me." Chao Wei cursed with a smile, but did not directly refuse. "Ah, this, poaching in a blatant way?" Fong Zhou observed 3 seconds of silence for Meizu in his heart. "Brother Xiaofeng, let's leave a phone number." Lei Hun took out his personal cell phone and looked at Fong Zhou with a smile. Fong Zhou handed over his phone, and the two exchanged phones and saved their numbers in each other's phones. "Okay." Fong Zhou took back the phone and felt an unprecedented heaviness in his hand. "This is added? This is Lei Jun's personal mobile phone number. How many people in the country can add it? This is not just a matter of mobile phone numbers, the more critical thing is circles and connections. So far, in Fong Zhou's address book, Lei Jun's number is undoubtedly the most valuable one. By the way, Brother Xiaofeng, I think the two brand positionings of only 5% profit and ultimate value for money are very good. Can you help me think of a company name that fits this positioning?" Lei Hun said. Fong Zhou smiled secretly in his heart, pretending to think on the surface. Other businesses are all about pursuing huge profits, eager to eat meat and drink wine. Little do they know that eating too much meat can easily lead to the 3 highs, and drinking too much alcohol can damage the liver. A bowl of millet porridge in the morning is better for nourishing the stomach. Having said that, Fong Zhou paused and said slowly, "Why not just call me Xiaomi?" Chapter 22 Fong Zhou's first bucket of gold. "Xiaomi, Xiaomi." Lei Hun repeated in his mouth. For some reason, he felt that this name was very much to his liking, as if it was tailor-made for him. Well said. No matter how good a late-night drink is, it can't compare to a bowl of millet porridge in the morning. Let's call my company Xiaomi from now on. Lei Jun made the decision immediately. Fong Zhou smiled secretly in his heart, and suddenly thought of a joke in a short video. The gears of fate began to turn. If I can help Xiaomi debut earlier because of me, it would be a great blessing. After all, Huawei and Xiaomi, one serves the country and the other serves the people. Huawei broke through the foreign chip blockade and relied on Chinese people to research the Kirin chip, severely slapping the face of the United States and enhancing my country's prestige. Xiaomi has significantly lowered the price of its mobile phones, allowing countless young people to afford their first smartphone. At the same time, many of the electronic products produced by Xiaomi are extremely cost-effective, allowing countless ordinary people to experience the joy of whole home technology. You don't have to use these two, but don't criticize them. Brother Xiaofeng, this is our company's intention deposit. You don't have to return it regardless of whether it succeeds in the end. Chao Wei took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his briefcase and handed it to Fong Zhou, a total of 50,000 yuan. Fong Zhou did not refuse, but took it and accepted it directly. This is an unspoken rule in business negotiations. After both parties have the intention to trade, the buyer will pay a deposit in order to prevent the seller from looking for another buyer. The buyer will feel at ease only when the seller accepts the money. Seeing this, Lei Jun also took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from his backpack and gave it to Fong Zhou. This is the porcelain I bought when I visited Confucius Temple. It's a small token of my appreciation. When the company is established, I really hope you can join Xiaomi. Chao Wei shook his head and laughed. Lao Lei, are you starting to poach people now? Lei Jun bluntly said, talent is acquired through snatching. Faced with the olive branch thrown by Lei Jun, Fong Zhou reluctantly declined, this may not be possible. I just became an adult and I am only a freshman this year. What? You just came of age? Chao Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. I thought you were young before, but I didn't expect you to be this young. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Lei Jun sighed, not as surprised as Chao Wei. After all, he was also someone who earned his first million in college. Fong Zhou smiled and took the porcelain gift box from Lei Bushi. A gift from an elder should not be refused. However, when Fong Zhou took the porcelain, he looked down at the brand on the porcelain gift box and his expression suddenly changed. All I saw printed on it was, high purity porcelain. When Fong Zhou saw these 4 gold-plated characters, his heart skipped a beat. Damn, I'm so stupid, really, high purity porcelain, I actually forgot about this number one monster stock in 2009. Fong Zhou sighed in his heart like Shanglin saw. Gaochun Porcelain is a large porcelain factory located in Gaochun District, Jinling. In January 2003, the company's stock was listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange, making it the only enterprise in my country's ceramic industry to issue and list stocks under the approval system. At the end of 2009, that is, this year, the company carried out a major asset restructuring. As soon as the news came out, countless hot money rushed in. In just 12 trading days, the stock price hit the daily limit 11 times in a row. In less than 2 months, the increase was nearly 500%, and the stock price hit the daily limit almost every day. However, this is just a bubble that has been blown out. The asset restructuring is good news, and it did cause the stock price of Gaochun Ceramics to rise slightly at the beginning. But with the entry of capital from Huaxia Dividend, Yunhe Trust, and Mustang Fund, the situation changed. These big capitals use the funds in their hands to continuously raise stock prices, attracting a large number of investors to follow suit, and then sell off their positions when the stock price reaches a certain level, making a fortune. In order to avoid being hit by a crash, speculators and stock investors have no choice but to continue to push up stock prices to attract more people to take over. Even in the later stages, many people knew that this stock would collapse sooner or later, but the rising stock price made many people who were hoping for a chance to win rushed into the market. Everyone has a gambling mentality, betting that the bomb will not explode in their hands. This ultimately created the legendary stock of 2009. The speculation of hot money on this stock was regarded as a classic case of pass the parcel, and was repeatedly used as material in countless financial textbooks in later generations. The reason why Fong Zhou could remember this stock was because he had bought it tragically in his previous life, and ended up standing guard on the top of a mountain. In the end, his body was used to withstand the lightning, and he lost everything except his boxer briefs. It really fits the saying, I originally wanted to make money by going to prostitutes, but ended up wanting to sell silver. I didn't expect that after being reborn, I would run into this bad stock again. Wait, that's not right. At this point in time, news of the restructuring of high-purity porcelain companies has not yet been exposed, and big capital has not yet entered the market, so the stock price is still normal. A gleam of light flashed in Fong Zhou's eyes, and his heart began to beat wildly. Half an hour later, the banquet ended. The meal was enjoyed by both the host and the guests, and Little Potato enjoyed it the most. When the meeting was over, Lei Jun warmly took Fong Zhou's hand and said, "Please join my company." That look is a bit like Wang Duoyu inviting Dit Songming. Fong Zhou also took advantage of the alcohol and asked Lei Bush to recite a passage of his famous song. 3Q. Are you okay? Hello, 3Q, 3Q is for Maki. Hello, 3Q, 3Q is for Maki. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. After a sleepless night, Chao Wei flew back to Guangdong province from Nanjing. As soon as he got off the plane, he couldn't wait to take a taxi and head straight to the headquarters building of Meizu Technology. Lao Chao is back. What happened to the Angry Birds acquisition? I heard that girls from Jiangnan are very charming and easy to please. Could you please share your thoughts? Hey, you idiot, the local specialty you brought me is a duck? As soon as he walked into the company gate, many familiar colleagues greeted him. Chao Wei was not in the mood to respond at the moment, but went straight to CEO Huang Zhang's office. Boss, big deal. Chao Wei pushed the door open and walked in, even forgetting to knock. Huang Zhang's face flashed with displeasure, but seeing Chao Wei's anxious expression, he asked, "What's going on? Have you completed the acquisition of the game in Jiling?" Although it was a question, the tone was very firm. They have acquired many similar small-scale game workshops before, and basically no one was unwilling to do so. Chao Wei paused and said, "Not yet. The other party's offer is a bit high and I can't make the decision." Huang Zhang's face showed astonishment. Before leaving, he authorized Chao Wei to pay a maximum of 3.5 million yuan. This price was already considered high in his mind, but the other party did not agree to it. How much does the other side want? Huang Zhang asked immediately. 5.30 W. Chao Wei replied truthfully. Upon hearing this figure, Huang Zhang's face instantly turned pale. Young people nowadays are too impulsive. Do they really think money comes from the wind? Tell him the maximum is 4 million. Take it or leave it. If we can't agree, forget it. But boss, the other party said that if the company can agree to his offer, he is willing to give the company another big bomb. What's the trump card? Immediately, Chao Wei told Fong Zhou about his idea of theme wallpaper. There was no lack of appreciation for the other state in the words. After listening to Chao Wei's story, Huang Zhang was stunned for a moment. In order to highlight the selling point of the full-screen mobile phone, he and his employees racked their brains day and night, but the creativity of so many people was not as good as the theme wallpaper of a student. Seeing the surprise on Huang Zhang's face, Chao Wei laughed in his heart. This is just the beginning. If I tell you that he also proposed to Lei Hun, only 5% profit, and ultimate value for money, how would you respond? And I feel like he didn't tell me the whole story. Besides dynamic, static, desktop, call, lock screen wallpaper designs, there should be other things. I guess we have to pay to hear these. Chao Wei's words instantly extinguished Huang Zhang's idea of getting something for free. Huang Zhang remained silent, tapping his fingers on the table. Chao Wei knew that this was Huang Zhang's little habit when he was thinking seriously. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Zhang sighed and said, "Forget it. Just think of it as spending $2, one for the game and one for the plan." "Boss, you're wise." Chao Wei smiled, but he was not surprised by the result. "This quarter's marketing payment will arrive the day after tomorrow. Please transfer it to me then. Remember to pay first and receive the goods first." "Okay, I'll let him know right away." Jinling University, noon. Fong Zhou and Little Potato were having lunch in the second cafeteria. Dimples and long eyelashes, so charming. The phone suddenly rang. Fong Zhou saw the caller ID, Chao Wei. As soon as the call was connected, before Fong Zhou could speak, Chao Wei's excited voice came from the other side. "Brother Xiao Fong, it's done. Come to Guangdong province as soon as possible to sign the contract. Remember to bring the Angry Bird source code and the wallpaper design." Hearing this, the corners of Fong Zhou's mouth curled up slightly. After working so hard for so long, I can finally see the light of hope. Fong Zhou immediately called his counselor and asked for 2 days off. Then I booked the nearest flight, packed my things, and hurried to the airport. 2 days later in the afternoon. When Fong Zhou returned to Jinling University, he had an acquisition contract in his hand. At this moment, the phone dinged and received a text message. "China Merchants Bank, your account number ending in 2326 received an interbank payment of 5,300,000 yuan at 3 p.m. on November 10th, with a balance of 5,301,256.85 yuan. Chapter 23: A Money Spending Day Trip with Little Potato. Done. Finally it worked. Fong Zhou looked at the dazzling string of numbers on the bank text message and counted them over and over again excitedly. After confirming that it was 5.3 million, he could no longer hold back the smile on his face. In the warm autumn sun, Fong Zhou stood under the sycamore tree at Nanda University, laughing like a soul emperor. Fortunately, today is Saturday and there are not many people coming and going in the school. Otherwise, you will definitely be regarded as another math geek who was driven crazy by advanced mathematics. As the old saying goes, friends will betray you, lovers will leave you, but advanced mathematics will not. I just can't do advanced mathematics. After calming down a bit, Fong Zhou sent a message to Little Potato, "Wan Ning, let's go spend some money together." After thinking about it, he deleted Wan Ning and replaced it with Sister Ning. As expected, the other party replied almost instantly, "Okay, but I don't want to throw coins, I want to get a coin by being smart." Little Potato seems to have an inexplicable obsession with the two words Sister Ning. Fong Zhou, "Okay. Then I'll wait for you downstairs in the girls' dormitory." Chen Wanning, "Yeah, I'll go wash my face first." The school gate was not far from the girls' dormitory building, and Fong Zhou arrived there in a short while. 20 minutes later. "Fong Zhou, have you come down yet?" Chen Wanning, putting on makeup. Another 20 minutes later. "Fong Zhou, have you come down yet?" Chen Wanning, changing clothes. Fong Zhou held his forehead silently. It turned out that no girl could be on time when it came to going out. The cute and fierce Queen of Flower is no exception. Just then, Fong Zhou saw a young couple running downstairs of the girls' dormitory. The boy ran in front and the cute girl chased after him. Seeing the girl, Fong Zhou was slightly stunned. What a cute girl, I really want to sit on her and die. However, the next second, I heard the cute girl shouting in a rough voice. "Honey, don't run away. You said you would protect me forever." Upon hearing this, the boy in front ran even faster, shouting as he ran, "Please stop, brave man. This is all a misunderstanding. I like girls. What does it matter? Do you like a girl because she's cute, or because she's a girl?" Because she's cute, of course. That's right. Since she's cute, what does having more sticks mean? Damn. Don't come over here, you mighty. Fang Zhou felt his back tighten, and his mind exploded slightly. Good guy, a real man of steel, a brave warrior in the snow. University really allows people to see the diversity of the human species. Fang Zhou quickly looked at his nose and then his heart. His mood at the moment could only be described by an emoticon pack of yellow rubber shoes and cropped pants, professional mage Lu Haizhu. Another 20 minutes later. A beautiful figure appeared at the door of the girls' dormitory. Here it is. Fang Zhou raised his hand and shouted. Chen Wanning was wearing little leather shoes and running towards Fang Zhou, skipping and jumping like a happy little squirrel. She had a cute bun on her head and light makeup on her face. She wore a beige Chanel-style jacket with a white suspender underneath, slim black matte velvet pants, and a pair of white round-toed leather shoes. She looked fresh and playful. Cute, wanna? Fang Zhou's mind moved slightly, and the depression he had been waiting for so long disappeared in an instant. Where are we going? Chen Wanning asked with her head tilted, the little strands of hair by her ears making her look cute and adorable. Of course I have to redeem myself first. Fang Zhou said with a mysterious smile. Half an hour later, the two men walked out of the door of Zijin Yurongdai Company. Fang Zhou paid off the previous 300,000 yuan loan in one go and redeemed Xiao Tudo's house title. Is this what you call redemption? Chen Wanning blinked her big eyes and looked at Fang Zhou. Of course, this house is the dowry your mother left you. When you have money, you will definitely be the first to redeem it. Fang Zhou said as a matter of course. There seemed to be movement in Chen Wanning's bright eyes, like the clear autumn water, creating a circle of small ripples. Fang Zhou plucked up his courage and tried to pull Chen Wanning's hand. Chen Wanning looks careless, fierce, naive, and a little naive, but she is actually a girl with a good sense of propriety. When Fang Zhou pulled her hand, he was ready to be slapped away. However, Chen Wanning only struggled symbolically and let Fang Zhou lead her. Let's go. Fang Zhou was in a good mood. Chen Wanning's little hands are very soft and delicate, and they seem as if they are boneless when held. I really can't understand how these little hands smashed the keyboard. It's unscientific. 20 minutes later, a taxi stopped at Xinjiku. Fang Zhou took Chen Wanning's hand and walked into the Deji shopping center. As soon as she entered Deji, Chen Wanning was as excited as a little samoyed that was let go. Louis Vuitton, Givenchy, Prada, Hermes, every luxury flagship store instantly became Chen Wanning's costume show. How about this one? Does it look good? Nice. How beautiful is it? It's good to see the kind that requires omitting 10,000 words of plot. What about this one? It looks good too. How good looking is it? The kind that requires omitting 8,000 words of plot. I understand, I want the previous one. Clever. In a short while, Fang Zhou was covered with bags of all sizes. Little Potato became more and more excited as she shopped. She hadn't had such a pleasant shopping experience for a long time since her family cut off her financial support. Soon, the two passed by Valentino's store. Chen Wanning just went in to take a look and wanted to leave without interest. Fang Zhoulima grabbed Little Potato and said, "You can buy clothes from anywhere, but you have to buy high heels from Valentino." Fang Zhou's eyes were determined as if he was about to join the party. Valentino's high heels. Let's put it this way, Valentino may not understand women, but it definitely understands men. Hearing this, Little Potato nodded ignorantly. Manager, 10 pairs of size 35 Valentino riveted red-soled high heels, 10 pairs of each. The store manager was a young girl. When she heard Fang Zhou's words, she immediately came up to him with a smile. Fang Zhou took a look at her. She was a girl with a beauty score of 70 and a figure score of 80. At such a young age, she was already the manager of a luxury store in the city center. Sure enough, these days, as long as a girl has breasts, a nice butt, and a pretty face, she can get ahead in any profession. This is called the Pythagorean theorem. After buying Valentino high heels, the two passed by Balenciaga. Salesman, give me a dozen Balenciaga stockings. Lettered, fishnet, black, white, flesh-colored, crystal, a dozen of each. Chen Wanning, who was standing by, had a bitter face. "Oh, why did I buy so many stockings?" Fang Zhou immediately explained seriously, "It doesn't matter if it's black stockings or not. Lettered socks and the like are also not important. I don't care about fishnets or anything like that. The main thing is that the weather is cold, and I'm worried that you'll be cold." Really? It's more authentic than Mengno's real fruit grains. Chen Wanning smiled, and with that smile, she was full of charm. In this way, the two of them walked and strolled along the way until evening. Fang Zhou has completely become a bag-carrying tool, with bags hanging all over his body, but he feels very sweet in his heart, which is something he didn't have when he went shopping with Su Yoshua before. While shopping with Little Potato, Fang Zhou took the time to go to the computer mall next door and bought a top-of-the-line Alienware laptop for Panghua. This was what Fang Zhou mentioned when he borrowed a computer from Pangbo before. Maybe Pangbo took it as a joke, but he was serious. Fang Zhou, I want to eat that. At nightfall, the two walked out of the door at Xinbai building, and Chen Wanning immediately fell in love with the stall selling cotton candy on the street. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Soon Fang Zhou came back with 2 big marshmallows. Chen Wanning took the colorful marshmallow and took a bite. It was so sweet that her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits sweetly. Fang Zhou smiled knowingly, reached out his hand, and skillfully touched Chen Wanning's little head. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from behind. Fang Zhou? Hearing this, Fang Zhou turned around and looked, and Chen Wanning also opened her eyes. I saw 2 women and 1 man standing in the square not far away. It was Su Yoshue and Su Wei who were out shopping on the weekend, and Lin Mo who was swiping his card. Chapter 24. Why is he so nice to other girls? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Wei said in surprise, but her eyes stayed on the luxury handbags of various sizes on Fang Zhou's body. Next to her was Su Yoshue, who was wearing a little white dress and a knitted jacket. As soon as she saw Fang Zhou, Su Yoshue immediately raised her snow-white chin, like a proud white swan. Soon she saw Chen Wanning beside Fang Zhou. Her face instantly turned ugly and she snorted softly. After all, they were classmates, so Fang Zhou had no choice but to bite the bullet and say hello. Yeah, what a coincidence. Did you buy all these things? Why did you buy so many? Su Wei pointed at the handbag on Fang Zhou's body, her tone a little excited. Su Wei's family is in the purchasing agent business, so she understands these luxury goods better than ordinary girls and can tell at a glance that these things are very valuable. Nothing, it's autumn now, so I bought some clothes to prepare. Fang Zhou replied calmly. Humph, you're just trying to look good by blowing your own trumpet. Lin Mo muttered softly at the side, his voice not loud but just loud enough for Fang Zhou to hear. Fang Zhou smiled, without further explanation, took Chen Wanning's hand and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. We've just finished shopping. How about we take a ride back together? Su Wei extended an invitation, but her eyes never left the handbag on him. Hearing this, Lin Mo's face became even uglier. Last time, he let Fang Zhou ride in his S6, and he was so angry that he couldn't sleep for 2 days. He didn't want to let Fang Zhou ride in the car again. Lin Mo was about to refuse when he saw Chen Wanning behind Fang Zhou. At first glance, he was stunned by the girl in front of him. He looked at Chen Wanning for a moment, with a hint of passion in his eyes. Although Little Potato's glorious deeds had long been spread throughout the campus, few people had seen her in person. Chen Wanning seemed to sense Lin Mo's fiery gaze, and her little fist became hard. Seeing this scene, Fang Zhou's face turned cold. No, you are done shopping, but we are not finished yet. After saying that, he pulled Chen Wanning away. Chen Wanning let Fang Zhou lead the way and followed him obediently. After they walked away, Chen Wanning finally spoke. Fang Zhou, the way that boy looked at me was uncomfortable. I didn't like it. Little Potato's face showed a rare look of disgust. Fang Zhou patted Little Potato's head and said, It's okay. I'm here. Although he had some conflicts with Lin Mo before, Fang Zhou never really took it to heart. After all, after being reborn once, I have become less concerned about some things. But this guy actually wanted to take advantage of Zayatudu, and this time Fang Zhou was really angry. Lin Mo's family background came to mind. His family was in the porcelain business, his father was worth over 100 million yuan, and he had a half-brother. Porcelain business? In an instant, Fang Zhou had a plan in his mind. If Lin Mo doesn't know when to advance or retreat, he doesn't mind making the Lin family bankrupt. Hearing this, Chen Wanning rubbed her head against Fang Zhou's hand. Well, I'm not afraid with you around. Big sister. A spoiled dog. Fang Zhou was amused by this action and pinched her little face. Don't mention it, you have a pretty good eye for people sometimes. Of course. I've learned micro-expressions, and I'm very good at reading people. There's always something bad in their eyes. Chen Wanning felt a little proud. It was because she had learned micro-expressions that she could see many details that others did not notice. Fang Zhou was a little surprised. It was the first time he knew that Chen Wanning had learned micro-expressions. So he pointed at himself and said, "Then what do you see in my eyes?" Chen Wanning chuckled softly, "Your eyes are full of wood." Fang Zhou was embarrassed and thought to himself, "I'm not Baldy Wang." He suddenly realized that Chen Wanning seemed to have said something similar in her previous life. That day, the girl was looking at the Christmas fireworks and suddenly asked him, "Fang Zhou, what should I do if I like a boy?" Fang Zhou said without hesitation, "Of course I told him. But what if he's a blockhead? Pan him." Then the girl stretched out her little hand and rubbed Fang Zhou's head twice. Unfortunately, Fang Zhou's heart and eyes were filled with Su Yoshue at that time, and he didn't notice the love hidden in the dust. Fang Zhou patted Little Potato's head and smiled knowingly. "You must be hungry after walking around for so long, let's go have dinner." When he heard that there was food, Little Potato became happy again. "Okay, I want to eat lamb skewers, small yellow croaker, crayfish, grilled cold noodles, and cross-legged beef." "None of that. All we have tonight is wood braised potatoes." Fang Zhou smiled and pulled Little Potato to start their nightlife of shopping and eating. The other side. After shopping, Su Yoshue returned to the dormitory in a daze. Su Wei excitedly showed off her discovery to her best friend. "Yoshue, did you see the Hermes women's belt in Fang Zhou's hand? It's a new autumn and winter model, and it costs over 5,000. And that pair of CL's lambskin red-soled shoes, they're at least 7 or 8,000. Oh, and there's that Alienware laptop. Judging by the label, it looks like it's the top model. That one costs over 30,000. Su Yoshue waved her hands impatiently. Wei, you've already talked about all this." "Ah? Really?" Su Wei smiled awkwardly, but still asked in confusion. "Yoshue, do you think Fang Zhou has become rich? Otherwise, how could he afford so many things at once? Do you know? Just what he was holding in his hand is worth at least 200,000. In fact, what Su Wei didn't know was that Fang Zhou only had a part of the things in his hands. There were still many shoes and clothes that he couldn't carry, so he asked the clerk to deliver them to Chen Wanning's dormitory. Hearing this, Su Yoshua's rosy lips opened slightly, and she said in disbelief, "So many? Of course, my family is engaged in purchasing luxury goods on behalf of others. How could I cheat you?" Su Wei said confidently. Upon hearing this, Su Yoshue felt uncomfortable instantly. Thinking back to when Fang Zhou treated her, he was always available at her beck and call, bringing her breakfast every day, eating out on Saturdays and Sundays, and buying her gifts on holidays. He had never been so generous to her. Why? Why is he so nice to other girls? Su Yoshue could accept that Fang Zhou no longer pursued her, but she could not accept that he treated other girls better than he treated her. "We are childhood sweethearts, why do you treat others better than me?" Su Yoshue felt sour when she thought about this, but she refused to give in and said, "Who knows where he got the money from? Maybe he even spent it on women." "You mean, Chen Wanning's money?" Su Yoshue agreed. Su Wei shook her head and told the gossip she knew. "It can't be Chen Wanning's money. I've already inquired about it. It's true that Chen Wanning's family is wealthy, but it seems like her family has cut off their financial support a long time ago. I heard that her father asked her to go on a blind date, and she beat up the blind date. It just so happened that the blind date was his father's important client. His father was so angry that he slapped her, and she moved out of the house." Su Yoshue was stunned for a moment. The blind date is her father's big client, how big must he be? Su Wei spread her hands and sneered, "Who knows? Rich people's lives are so chaotic." As she spoke, Su Wei suddenly thought of something and immediately took out her cell phone and started working. Su Yoshue came over curiously. Wei, what are you doing?" Su Wei ignored him and busied herself for a while. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. "So that's how it is. I knew it. It's just as I thought. What's wrong?" Su Yoshue asked curiously. Su Wei handed over the phone and saw on the screen the download page of Angry Birds on the official platform. "Look at the official Angry Birds platform. It used to be in Jinling, but now it's been changed to Huadu, Guangdong Province. What does this mean? Do you remember that Fang Zhou took leave for his professional class 2 days ago? The class monitor said he had something else to do." Su Yoshue reacted and said in disbelief, "You mean, he was selling this game those 2 days?" "Bingo! Correct." Su Wei snapped her fingers, looking like a death-like elementary school student. and all she needed to say was there is only one truth. That makes sense. He must have sold the game to have the money to buy so many things. And judging by his appearance, he must have sold quite a few. Hearing this, Tsuyoshua felt even more sad. When Angry Birds became popular at Jinling University, she could still convince herself that spending money is not a skill, making money is a skill. But now, Fangzhou really makes money, and a lot of it. Why? On what basis? Why does he spend the money he earns on others but not on me? I was here first. Tsuyoshua looked at the dark night sky outside the window, feeling more complicated than ever before. Ancestors quote 7, money is for women to see, not to spend on them. If you win a woman with money, spend less love on her. If you win a woman with love, spend more money on her. Chapter 25. The girls' dormitory is closed. Meanwhile, on the other side. After leaving Daiji Plaza, Fangzhou took Little Potato for a walk and some food. Afterwards, the two went to see the newly released Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Chen Wanning is a little Harry Potter fan. When she was in the cinema, she saw Dumbledore stand up to stop the Death Eaters, but was attacked by Snape and eventually fell to his death. Bang! The little fist punched Fangzhou on the thigh. Fangzhou's expression twisted instantly. Damn, this is not a fist, it's clearly a hammer. Finally figured out what was wrong with the keyboard. Fangzhou, Snape is so bad, I thought he was a good guy who looked like a bad guy. Chen Wanning was so angry that she gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently, and her 36D breasts shaking. That scene was spectacular. Fangzhou quickly shifted his gaze, stroked her little hair, and said like coaxing a child. Don't worry, Snape is a good man. He did this to go undercover as a Death Eater. Eventually, he will give his tears to Harry and let Harry know that he is Voldemort's 7th Horcrux. Chen Wanning turned around suddenly. Really? Of course it's true. Fangzhou thought, when Snape dies, you will probably cry. We watched a movie until 10:30 at night. When the show was over, the weather was not good and it started to rain all night. Every autumn rain brings a chill. The autumn rain in Jinling always has a coolness that penetrates into the skin. Ha ha. Chen Wanning rubbed her hands while breathing out air. Fangzhou immediately took off his coat and gently draped it over Chen Wanning. Because of the rain, the road was slippery and difficult to walk on. It was already past 11 o'clock when we arrived at the girls' dormitory. The dormitory manager had already closed the door. Chen Wanning looked at Fangzhou with a bitter face. What should I do now? The dormitory door is locked. Who knows, it might rain suddenly. Now I have to either go to the internet cafe and party all night, or go to the Hanting Hotel next to the school and sleep there. Since I was carrying a lot of bags, it was definitely not appropriate for me to go to the internet cafe. Chen Wanning hesitated for a moment, then agreed to go to the hotel. Then let's go to Hanting, but we must book 2 rooms. Of course I need 2 rooms. I'm a chaste young man of the new era. Fangzhou immediately said seriously. Chen Wanning looked at him with a half smile in her beautiful eyes, as if saying, I'll just watch your performance quietly. Hanting Hotel is right next to the school, only a 10-minute walk away. When Fangzhou walked into the hotel holding Chen Wanning's hand, the male receptionist's eyes widened. Damn, another one here in the middle of the night to dig up some cabbage, and it's a juicy little cabbage. The male receptionist was thinking, MMP, but he smiled and said, Guest, do you need to book a room? Fangzhou nodded. 2 double-bedded rooms next to the window. The male receptionist was slightly stunned, then confirmed, okay, double rooms, are you sure you want 2? Bro, your hint is too obvious. Fangzhou, 2, are there any? Receptionist, yes or no? Fangzhou looked back at the innocent little potato. She was standing beside him in a cute manner, looking around with her eyes rolling around, and her little hands were tightly clutching the corner of Fangzhou's clothes. It can be seen that little potato was very nervous at this time. It is probably the first time for him to check into a hotel room with a person of the opposite sex late at night. Why use also? Fangzhou patted little potato's head and laughed, that's fine. The receptionist immediately understood, okay, 2 double rooms next to each other, a total of 390. Show me your ID. The 2 of them checked in quickly. One is 502 and the other is 503, which are right next to each other. Before entering the room, Fangzhou instructed, if you have anything, send me a message. I will wait until you fall asleep before going to bed. Chen Wanning nodded, and the little hair on her head stood up again. It can be seen that she is very satisfied with Fangzhou's arrangement. Hurry up and go in. The autumn rain is cold. Take a hot bath to warm yourself up. After watching Little Potato enter the room, Fangzhou also swiped his card, opened the door, inserted his card, and turned on the light. The room in Hanting's house was as clean as ever. The autumn rain dripped against the window, making people feel an inexplicable chill. Fangzhou lay down on the bed, thought for a moment, and sent a message to Pangbo. Dog, are you asleep? It took more than 10 minutes for Pangbo to come back. Not yet. I was just chatting with someone. Why do you miss your dad? Come to Jinling University tomorrow if you have time. I need help with something. Then let us do it in the morning. I don't have training tomorrow morning. Okay. Also, please don't watch the teacher late at night. Watching everything will only harm you. I didn't. The men's dormitory of Jinling Sports University. Damn, I really didn't see it. Pangbo looked up at the sky helplessly. At this time, his cell phone rang again, but it was a message from a girl. What's wrong, Pangbo? Why didn't you reply to me just now? Pangbo smiled sweetly and quickly typed. My buddy just asked me something, but it's all gone now. I knew you wouldn't just ignore me all of a sudden. So, what are you going to give me for my birthday? Hee, you'll know when the time comes. Okay, but it's autumn now, and I'm planning on buying a new Gucci fall sweatshirt, Nunaya. Can you help me find a good color? Then, several photos of Gucci sweatshirts in different colors were sent to the chat page. Pangbo opened Taobao and searched, and saw the price was 13,000. Pangbo gritted his teeth and sent a message to the other side. I think khaki looks the best. Don't worry, your wish will come true. Yeah, good night then. Good night. After the person on the other side went offline, Pangbo stared at the chat history with a smile on his face. And the girl's note was, Huang Huihui. On the other side is Hanting Hotel. It was getting late at night, and Fangzhou took a shower and prepared to go to bed. Just then, a strange sound of humana came from upstairs. Damn, I almost forgot the hotel near the university is also called the Artillery Tower. Fangzhou was already very angry, and he had finally taken a shower to cool down, but then this happened. Ding! The phone rang. Fangzhou picked it up and saw it was from Chen Wanning. It's so noisy upstairs, I can't sleep. I can imagine that when Little Potato sent this message, his face must have been so red that it looked like blood was about to bleed. Fangzhou replied immediately, it's a small matter, let me handle it. After sending the message, Fangzhou lay on the bed, lifted up his clothes, and exposed his belly. Then he opened his hands left and right and slapped his belly, making a loud slapping sound. Within 2 minutes, the noise upstairs died down. Fangzhou took pictures for half an hour. Then I heard the woman upstairs complain, just look at her. The man's trembling voice came, there's a cheat, this guy must be on drugs, who can be so strong? Oh, I won't say anymore, go to sleep. Don't play dead. When you first pursued me, you boasted about how great you were. Now you are like this? Fangzhou smiled, put on his clothes and hid his achievements and fame. Sent a message to Little Potato, sleep peacefully, I've already subdued the people upstairs, there won't be any more noise tonight. Soon Little Potato replied, yeah, good night, I am very happy today. Well, good night. After coaxing Little Potato to sleep, Fangzhou lay on the bed, holding the back of his head with his hands, staring at the autumn rain outside the window in a daze. He thought again of the gift box of high-purity porcelain that late June had given him. Looking at the date, this legendary stock from 2009 should be showing its strength soon. I can go check it out tomorrow. Chapter 26, with hot stocks in the left hand and cryptocurrency in the right hand, how should you deal with it? The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning. Fangzhou woke up dazed and saw a text message from Little Potato on his phone. Idiot, I have class at 8 a.m., so I'm leaving now. I bought you breakfast at the door, remember to eat it. Below is a smiley face emoticon. Fangzhou chuckled, got up and opened the door. There was hot soy milk and buns hanging on the door handle, which meant that the person must have just left. I stayed up too late thinking about things last night. Luckily I don't have classes this morning, otherwise I would definitely be criticized by Lao Wang again. Fangzhou was eating breakfast and sending a message to Little Potato. Soy milk buns have been destroyed, over. Little Potato should be in class. It took a while for him to come back. Zhao Shandio received over. Happy.jpg. After flirting with Little Potato, Fong Zhou went downstairs to the China Merchants Bank to withdraw 250,000 yuan in cash. 50,000 was put into the file bag, and 200,000 was put into Chen Wanning's Ultraman backpack. Then he sent the hotel address and house number to Pinghua and agreed to meet there. After finishing all this, Fong Zhou felt dizzy, so he went back to the hotel and fell asleep. I didn't know how long I slept until a familiar ringtone rang in my ears. Dimples and long eyelashes, so charming. Fong Zhou fumbled for his phone. Hello? Son, open the door for your father, I'm right there. Pinhua's rough voice came from the other end. Fong Zhou hung up the phone directly and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, I saw the burly Pinghua standing at the door. Damn, how many times did you do it last night? Why are your eyes so dark? Pinghua was slightly surprised and pointed at the dark circles under his eyes. Little friend, don't ask too much about what's going on in society. Fong Zhou went to the bathroom to wash his face, picked up the alien notebook on the table and threw it to Pangbo. Here, this is for you. Fuck, an alien, and a top-notch one at that? Godfather. Good. Then, Pangbo stared at Fong Zhou left and right with a strange look. What are you looking at? Old Fong, tell me the truth, are you terminally ill? Tell me what's going on. I'm mentally prepared. Fong Zhou laughed dumbly. I'm in good health. I even subdued a pair of wild mandarin ducks last night. Really? Certainly. Fong Zhou didn't give Pangbo a chance to shirk his responsibility and took out a file bag containing 50,000 yuan and gave it to him. Here, this is your reward for running back and forth last month. Pinghua opened the envelope, took a look, and instantly stood up from the sofa. This is too much. I'm just helping out, it's not a big deal. No, I can't take this money. My dad will beat me to death if he finds out. I knew it would be like this. Fong Zhou complained in his heart and scalped him. Old Pang, when did you become so fussy? Just take it if I give it to you. I have more. Real? Absolutely authentic. But, where did you get so much money? Did you find a rich woman with steel wool? Can you please be more pure in your thoughts? I sold Angry Birds to Meizu for over 3 million. Fong Zhou deliberately lowered the price from 5 million to 3 million, for fear of irritating Pangbo. But despite this, when Panghua heard that Fong Zhou sold it for 3 million, his eyes widened. Fuck, 3 million, is that fake? What do you think? You, don't talk for now, I want to be quiet. In this era where the average monthly salary is less than 2,500 yuan, it is simply too unbelievable for a freshman with no background to start from scratch and earn 3 million yuan in 1 month. The key point is that Fong Zhou is only 18 years old this year. Too young. An 18-year-old millionaire, a self-made millionaire in a month. If this gets out, I'm afraid the girls in your school will be in an uproar. Haha, I'm suddenly looking forward to it. If Su Yoshue knew you made 3 million in a month, her expression would definitely be amazing, right? Panghua laughed heartily and happily accepted the 50,000 yuan. My friend eats the meat and I drink the soup, that makes sense. It's not over yet, Lao Pang, I have something very important to do and I need someone I can trust to do it. If it works, I'll make sure you'll be a young model in the club every day for the rest of your life. Fong Zhou looked into Pangbo's eyes and his expression became a little serious. Panghua also became serious. What are you so serious about? Fong Zhou took out Chen Wanning's Ultraman backpack, unzipped it, and inside were 20 stacks of bright red Mao Zedong's banknotes. Fuck. Pangbo couldn't help but curse again. With so much money, what on earth do you want to do, Lao Fong? Fong Zhou didn't keep the question secret and went straight to the point. Lao Pang, do you know Bitcoin? Bitcoin? Panghua was confused. Well, it's a virtual currency that just came out at the beginning of this year. Fong Zhou immediately introduced Bitcoin to Pangboko. On January 3, 2009, Bitcoin was officially born, allowing people around the world to mine using mining machines. 10 minutes after its birth, the first batch of 50 bitcoins were generated. Subsequently, bitcoins were mined at a rate of 50 every 10 minutes. The upper limit is 21 million. Now, more than 10 months have passed since the birth of Bitcoin. According to the mining speed, the total number of bitcoins on the market is about 500,000, but the price is only 8 cents per coin. On average, 1 bitcoin is now worth less than 1 RMB. Perhaps because the concept of virtual currency was too advanced, Bitcoin was lukewarm in the first few years after its appearance. This situation will continue until 2013. This year Bitcoin will begin to emerge. At the beginning of the year, the price was still hovering around $20, but by the end of the year, the price had soared to nearly $1,200, an annual increase of more than 5,800%. Then in 2017, Bitcoin entered the public eye and became the focus again. At the beginning of the year, the price was only around $1,000, but by the end of the year, it had broken through $19,000, an annual increase of nearly 1,800%. Finally, it reached its peak in 2021. This year, due to global economic uncertainty and the widespread acceptance of digital currencies, the price of Bitcoin soared again. By then, the price of one Bitcoin will be as high as $69,000, about 500,000 renminbi. From 2009 to 2021, the increase in 12 years exceeded 500,000 times, which can be called a huge profit among huge profits. Soon, after listening to Fong Zhou's explanation of the concept of Bitcoin, Pang Bo asked in confusion, "Lao Fong, can this virtual currency really make money? It sounds too unreliable." Fong Zhou shook his head. "That's fine. Just help me buy Bitcoin from the cryptocurrency market. Take as many as you can. Take the 200,000 first. If you run out of money, tell me." After a pause, Fong Zhou added, "No matter how many coins you collect, I will give you 10% as a reward for your hard work." Pang Bo smiled awkwardly and waved his hands. "I don't care. I'll give you this broken thing." Fong Zhou smiled secretly in his heart, and he estimated that 12 years later, when Pang Bo recalled what he said today, he would give him 2 big bags in his sleep in the middle of the night. "I don't care about anything now, but I don't know how many small goals I will miss in 12 years. However, Fong Zhou had already made up his mind that no matter what, Pang Bo would accept the 10% hardship fee. After all, in his previous life, Pang Bo was the only friend from whom he could borrow money without giving a reason. After explaining the Bitcoin matter, Pang Bo couldn't wait to return to the sports school. Fong Zhou called his counselor again to ask for leave. After he assured him again and again that this was his last leave, the counselor finally approved it. Fong Zhou immediately went to the school gate and hailed a taxi. "Driver, go to Huatai Securities. Investing in the cryptocurrency market is a gamble on the future. The opportunity to invest in monster stocks is right in front of us. Okay, fasten your seatbelts." The driver stepped on the accelerator, and the taxi made a sharp roar and headed straight for the securities company. Chapter 27. Xiao Chao is a person, but Xiao Zhe is a spirit. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped downstairs of Huatai Securities. After paying the fare, Fong Zhou walked straight into the building. The securities hall was decorated in a grand and elegant style, with lucky bamboo, money tree, clivia and other plants placed on both sides. On the counter are ornaments such as copper unicorns, golden toads, and jade horses, all of which have the auspicious meaning of attracting wealth and treasure. Many people in the hall were looking at stock information, with employees serving them coffee and traders explaining things to the guests. After all, Jinling is the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, and there are quite a few wealthy people there. Even in 2009, the scale of stock investors was considerable. Seeing this, Fong Zhou picked an empty counter and headed straight for it. "Hello, how can I help you?" the counter operator asked, a professional smirk plastered on his face. "Please open an account for me." "Okay, give me your ID." After about 10 minutes, Fong Zhou's account was successfully opened, and the teller returned the form and ID card to Fong Zhou. "Sir, do you need us to recommend some stocks or funds?" "No, I'll take a look myself." "Okay, please." The corner of the counter's mouth turned down slightly, but he still maintained a professional fake smile. Fong Zhou sighed inwardly. As expected, there are people who wear tinted glasses in every industry, especially in the 3 major industries of finance, luxury goods, and car sales. "Hello, do you have a stock certificate?" Fong Zhou asked an employee for a stock book, then found a place to sit and looked for the stock code of Gaochun Ceramics in the book. "Boss, your decision is so wise. Buying Huatan Auto Trade is definitely the right choice for you." The trader next door was talking incessantly. The client was an elderly man in his 60s who seemed to be using his pension to trade stocks. Not only him, many people present had traders around them who were working hard on marketing. On the contrary, Fong Zhou was deserted. Maybe it was because Fong Zhou looked young and dressed simply, and he didn't look like a rich man at all, so naturally no one paid attention to him. With a quick glance, Fong Zhou saw a woman wearing a mask sitting on his right, and there was no trader chattering beside her. Unlike Fong Zhou, the woman was about 28 or 29 years old. She was wearing a costly custom-made suit and a black mask on her face, but it couldn't hide her delicate face, graceful figure, and elegant temperament. She had a mature feeling. As soon as he saw her, Fong Zhou couldn't help but think of her, a kind aunt, a friend's mother, a young stepmother, a beautiful young woman, the wife next door. Suddenly he could understand Boss Chow. Nya Yorong reference picture. As if she noticed someone was looking at her, the woman raised her head slightly, and her pair of soft eyes met Fong Zhou's. Fong Zhou nodded slightly, apologized slightly, and continued to look through the stockbook. The woman didn't care and continued to browse the financial newspaper in her hand. After an unknown amount of time, someone suddenly brought a cup of steaming hot coffee and gently placed it on the acrylic table in front of Fong Zhou. "Sir, it's cold, have a cup of coffee." Fong Zhou looked up and saw a good-looking young girl in her early 20s, who should be an intern here. "Thanks. Of course you should. Call me if you need anything," the girl said politely and left. Unlike the middle-aged salesperson next door who talks incessantly and brainwashes customers constantly. At the same time, the intern girl finished delivering coffee and just returned to the backstage. She was scolded by a middle-aged woman. "Xiaoyuan, I've told you so many times to focus on key customers. The company's coffee costs money too. That guy's entire fortune doesn't exceed 300 yuan. Why would he give him coffee? Just give him a glass of water." The intern named Xiaoyuan lowered her head after being scolded and apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Ran, I will pay attention next time." Hey, these days, interns are getting harder and harder to manage. If you keep going like this, forget about getting any sales. The intern girl nodded repeatedly after being scolded. This is the case in many industries. Interns have no human rights, girls are treated like boys, and boys are treated like animals. Especially in the financial industry where performance is king, as long as the old employees have some performance, they can order the interns around in a respectful manner. However, at this moment, Fong Zhou, who had been looking at the stockbook, suddenly raised his hand. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman called Sister Ren turned her head impatiently, her chin facing the girl. "You are going to be annoying again, you deal with it yourself." The girl didn't say much, she ran over in small steps and asked in a gentle voice. "Hello sir, what can I do for you?" Fong Zhou spread the stockbook on the table and pointed to a page with a stock code. "Please help me buy 4.5 million high-purity porcelain. The stock code is 365911. Clam?" The girl was stunned and couldn't believe her ears for a moment. "I said, buy me 4.5 million worth of high-purity porcelain." "Oh, okay, I'll find a trader for you right away," the girl said excitedly. "Aren't you a trader?" "Me? Yes I am, but I'm still an intern." "It's okay. Just help me buy it. I don't need you to watch the market. I'll call you when I want to sell it." Okay, sir, please come this way. Let's go to the reception room and talk." Fong Zhou did not refuse. Under the astonished gaze of the middle-aged woman not far away, he followed the female intern into the reception room. Of the 5.3 million he made from selling games, 300,000 was used to pay off the loan, 200,000 was used to buy Bitcoin for Pangua, 50,000 was used as a reward, and he and Zayatudu spent nearly 200,000 on spending Bitcoin crazily, leaving about 4.55 million. Fong Zhou kept 50,000 yuan for himself as a reserve, and let the girl buy high-purity porcelain with the remaining 4.5 million yuan. This stock, which was later regarded as the legendary monster stock of 2009, will start to gain momentum this weekend and begin a 2-month past the parcel carnival. It is now November 16th, and this year's Spring Festival is January 28th, about 2 months later. Next, Fong Zhou didn't have to do anything, just wait until the holiday to clear out the inventory and leave. 20 minutes later. The female intern walked out of the reception room happily with an irrepressible smile on her face. Traders receive commissions, and this order made her a lot of money. The most important thing is, she finally placed an order. "Don't worry, sir. I will definitely help you keep an eye on the trend of this stock every day." The girl held the documents in her hands and nodded at Fong Zhou continuously. Fong Zhou smiled and said, "You don't have to keep watching it. I'll call you when I want to sell it." In order to prevent himself from forgetting, Fong Zhou opened the calendar on his phone and set a special schedule reminder. This way, there is no risk. After doing all this, Fong Zhou pushed the door and left Huadai Securities as the intern girl saw him off. As soon as you go out, the warm autumn sunshine shines on your body, making you feel particularly comfortable. Next, I can happily enjoy my college life. Fang Zhou stretched and walked to the side of the road to take a taxi. Please wait a moment. Suddenly someone called him from behind. Fang Zhou turned around and found that it was the kind aunt from the hall before. Chapter 28. Beautiful CEO, great because of her tolerance. It's her. For a moment, Fang Zhou's mind flashed with his kind aunt, his friend's mother, his young stepmother, and the wife next door. He quickly recited the Bingqing Ju twice in his mind to throw the messy thoughts out of his mind. Excuse me, what's the matter? Fang Zhou asked doubtfully. The woman pulled out a beautiful name tag and handed it over, then asked instead, do you have time to chat? Fang Zhou took the business card. It had a white background with a gold border. It was not made of common paper and felt like new banknotes. There was no company title or various titles on the business card, only a phone number and an embossed name, Nya Yurong. Tolerance is greatness? Fang Zhou glanced down slightly, this name can indeed be suppressed. That scale is actually slightly better than Little Potato's 36D. But Little Potato is still young, and it will be hard to say who will win or lose in 10 years. Fang Zhou looked at the cell phone number again and found that it started with China Mobile 1380. As we all know, China Mobile's 1380 and 1390 are the earliest batch of mobile phone number segments, and are known as antique numbers and boss numbers that are hard to come by. What's more, Nya Yorong's mobile phone number is 1380 followed by a series of CXs and 8s, which makes it obvious that it is worth a lot of money. Excuse me, I have a porcelain business in Jinling. I just saw you heavily invested in high-purity porcelain in the securities trading hall, so I'd like to take the liberty of speaking to you. Nya Yurong stated his purpose directly. Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that this woman was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember her for a while. So he said, do you want to chat here? A charming smile appeared on the woman's face, and her smile was full of charm. Although she was wearing a black mask, her eyes were full of charm and seemed to be able to speak. Of course not. Come to my car. We can have a drink together. How to have a drink in the car? Shouldn't you go to a bar to drink? 5 minutes later, a top-of-the-line extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in front of Fang Zhou. Double doors, starry sky roof, large space, ambient lighting, wine red interior, leather seats, car refrigerator, wine glass holder. Sure enough, poverty limits my imagination. I really went to the car to have a drink. Fang Zhou couldn't help but sigh, but his eyes suddenly swept across the license plate, Sue 10086. As soon as he saw the license plate, he suddenly realized and finally remembered who this woman was. Nya Yurong, the beautiful CEO of Rongguan Group and the richest woman in Jinling. Because he had worked in software outsourcing for Rongguan Group in his previous life, Fang Zhou had an impression of this strong woman. It is said that her father Niefeng made his fortune in mobile customer service outsourcing, and the 10,086 number segment of mobile customer service came from his license plate. Unfortunately, Niefeng died young, leaving only Nya Yurong as his only daughter, who had to shoulder the burden of Rongguan Group at such a young age. As a result, she gradually developed the aura of a strong woman and was hailed by the outside world as the most beautiful female president in Jinling. In Fang Zhou's memory, this beautiful CEO was a typical workaholic. She never got married and remained single throughout her life. In order to facilitate her work, she even decorated a large flat floor bedroom for herself on the top floor of the group building. What would you like to drink? Lafite, XO, or Petrus? Nya Yurong looked over with a gentle smile. Fang Zhou said in a clear and melodious voice, Wah. Nya Yurong was stunned for a moment, then smiled even more charmingly, but unfortunately she was wearing a mask so her full face couldn't be seen. She snapped her fingers and told the driver, go buy a bottle of Waha. Okay, boss. The driver immediately got out of the car to buy it. Nya Yurong poured himself a small half glass of Lafite and a small glass for Fang Zhou. You can try it. Compared to the strong XO, the woody aroma of Lafite is more flavorful. As she spoke, Nya Yurong stretched out her slender hand, raised the goblet, and gently turned it to sober up. Fang Zhou followed suit and took a sip after sobering up. He found that the taste was average and not as good as Waha and AD calcium milk. He didn't know why rich people liked to drink this stuff. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Fang Zhou asked straight to the point. Don't be in a hurry. You know my name, but I don't know you yet. Nya Yurong changed the subject. Fang Zhou, Fang is in Fang Yuan, Zhou is in Zhou. Fang Zhou introduced himself. Nya Yurong then nodded and asked the main question, okay, Fang Zhou, can you tell me why you have such a large inventory of high-purity porcelain? If you like it, just buy it. Your car is worth at least 10 million. Why would you care about the small amount of money I paid for it? 4.5 million is not a small amount of money. You are not telling the truth. As he spoke, Nya Yorong pressed a button with a smile, and the right row of seats suddenly dropped, revealing the space behind. There were a wide variety of watches on display inside, both men's and women's models, and each one was very valuable. Nya Yorong picked one up and held it in his hand. This Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 is about 300,000 yuan. How about buying your information? Fang Zhou was stunned. What news? Don't be nervous. I told you before that I have a porcelain business. A few days ago, an acquaintance told me that there will be a big move in high-purity porcelain this week. Fang Zhou suddenly realized. So that's why she thought I was a tipster who knew some inside information, so she stopped me. At this point in time, the news of the asset restructuring of Gaochun porcelain has not been exposed, but there is no wall that is impenetrable, and there will be some groundless rumors for people in the industry. But Nya Yorong probably doesn't know the specific news, he only knows that there will be some action on high-purity porcelain this week. Seeing this, Fang Zhou took the Patek Philippe watch, played with it for a while, and then said, "Not bad." Well, Gaochun Ceramics will undergo asset restructuring this week. Hearing this, Nya Yorong narrowed his eyes slightly, and a businessman's shrewdness appeared on his face. I see, no wonder. I guess once the news gets out, the share price of high-purity porcelain will surge. This is a great opportunity. Fang Zhou shrugged noncommittally. In fact, the news of asset restructuring is not important. This is just an excuse to attract major capital to enter the market. It is not a loss to do Nya Yorong a favor and get a Patek Philippe for free. The real focus is what happens after capital enters the market. At that time, major capitals will release a large amount of funds to raise stock prices, which will attract a large number of hot money and investors to enter the market, causing the stock price of high-purity porcelain to skyrocket. Although everyone knew that the stock price at that time was already far higher than the value brought by the asset restructuring, the gambling mentality of pass the parcel would still give rise to a large number of gamblers entering the market and following the trend. Everyone knows this is a bubble, but everyone is betting that the bomb won't explode on their heads. So, it doesn't matter what the fuse is, what matters is when the bomb explodes. And only Fang Zhou knows the exact time. That was a lesson he had learned in his previous life with real money. Mr. Nya, I've bought the Wa'aha you requested. Just at this moment, the driver knocked on the car window and handed in the Wa'aha he had bought. Nya Yorong handed it to Fang Zhou again. Here, this is the Wa'aha you asked for. Fang Zhou didn't hesitate and opened a bottle of Dun 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 and started drinking. It tastes sour and sweet, with a strong milky aroma. I unilaterally declare that this wave of Wa'aha is completely better than Lafite. As an extra reward for the news, I'll give you a ride. Where to? Nya Yorong suddenly said. That's fine. Going to Jinling University will save me $20 in bus fare. Fang Zhou did not refuse. He would rather take the free car than not. Ha, you spend over 4 million on stocks, and you still care about the $20 bus fare? That's called riding a bike to a bar, save where you can and spend where you can. Stingy, if you love money so much, I'll give you 10,000 and make you yell I'm a bastard, will you do it? Fang Zhou thought for a moment and said, add another 20 yuan, and I can go without clothes when I yell. Otherwise, I will be nervous to take the money. Puff. Nya Yorong was amused and laughed so hard that her body shook and her heart was filled with excitement. Your words are interesting, more interesting than those second-generation ones. When saying this, Nya Yorong's eyes were as bright as water, which made people intoxicated. Fang Zhou took a deep breath. This look was too seductive, comparable to that of the doll sister in her prime. It was dusk, just when the students were finishing their classes. A silver-gray Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the gate of Jinling University. The luxurious and classic appearance and the top-of-the-line extended body immediately attracted the students coming and going to stop and take a look. Little friend, it's time to go to your school. Nya Yorong teased. Thank you. Fang Zhou pressed it lightly, and the double doors opened automatically. Fang Zhou just bent down to get out of the car, but after thinking for a moment he got back in. I'm not going to take your car fare for free, I'm going to give you a piece of advice for free. Don't do the porcelain business anymore, try making tiles instead. Why? Nya Yorong asked subconsciously. Fang Zhou smiled and didn't answer, then got out of the car and left. After the economic crisis in 2008, the real estate market will usher in a 12-year period of explosive growth starting from 2009. Ceramic tiles are indispensable for house decoration, and the market prospects are absolutely broad. As for whether Nya Yorong can listen to it, that is her business. Oh, interesting. Nya Yorong murmured softly as he looked at Fang Zhou's back. At the same time, Fang Zhou had just gotten off the car when two calls came from not far away. Fang Zhou? Fool. Fang Zhou looked up and saw Su Yoshua holding a textbook, looking at him in surprise. It was just the end of get out of class time. In addition to Su Yoshua, many classmates who had just finished class saw Fang Zhou getting out of the Rolls-Royce from afar. As a result, everyone's eyes looking at Fang Zhou changed at the same time. At the same time, on the other side stood a beautiful figure with curvy figures. When I saw her getting out of another woman's car in Fang Zhou, the little fist is hard. Chapter 29. You can't hide your love for someone. Wan Ning? When Fang Zhou saw his little potato, before he could feel happy, he saw her clenched fists. Fang Zhou cried out in his heart, "Oh no! You look like, are you jealous?" Seeing this, Fang Zhou quickly ran towards Chen Wanning. At the same time, Su Yoshua saw Fang Zhou getting out of the Rolls-Royce. She was indescribably shocked and subconsciously called his name. Then she saw. As soon as she opened her mouth, Fang Zhou actually rushed towards her. He really still can't let me go? He came as soon as I called him. He must still have me in his heart. I knew it. He was always angry with me. How could he just let go of the relationship we've had for so many years? Su Yoshua suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, and she stood there with a smile on her face, looking pretty. I've already gone through the mental game in my mind 800 times, and even thought about what to say to him later, whether to go out for dinner or watch a movie or something. Seeing Fang Zhou getting closer, Su Yoshua's heartbeat quickened slightly. Square. Su Yoshua raised her hand and was about to say hello. However, before she could even call out her name, Fang Zhou brushed past her and ran behind her. What's going on? Su Yoshua suddenly turned around and saw a girl standing behind her. Fang Zhou walked past her and ran directly to the girl. He clasped the girl's small fists with his big hands and explained something in a soft voice. He looked at the girl with extremely doting eyes, and kept reaching out to touch the little hair on the girl's head. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you like someone. Snap. At this moment, something in Su Yoshua's heart suddenly broke. That was her proud self-esteem for so many years. It turns out he wasn't running towards me, he wasn't coming to explain to me, he really didn't want me anymore. As she thought about it, Su Yoshua's eyes suddenly turned red and a layer of light mist appeared in her eyes. At the same time, classmates around couldn't help but discuss it. Wow, he's even driving a Rolls-Royce. This car is so cool. A car this cool must be worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands? You're dreaming. This is a top-of-the-line extended wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom, a custom-made luxury car worth tens of millions. Is it true? It's so expensive? Little boy, do you have a lot of WTF? What's going on in Fang Zhou? How could a local tycoon be by my side? When he did Angry Birds, I felt something was wrong. Boss, are you still missing a thigh pendant? I'm going to cry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Mo, who was waiting for Su Yoshua to finish class to have dinner together, also saw this scene. Nya Yorong, that's right, the person in the car just now must be Nya Yorong. Lin Mo suddenly felt a surge of blood and energy. Others might not recognize her, but when the double doors of the Rolls-Royce opened just now, he saw the woman in the car from a distance. At a business gathering, he once saw his father toasting the woman with a fawning look on his face, bowing his body, bending over, and consciously lowering his glass by half a cup length. That was the first time he saw such a fawning smile on his father's face. Later, he went back and asked his father and found out that this woman was the head of Rongwon Group and the most beautiful president in Jinling. Although she was young, she had a net worth of tens of billions. In comparison, Lin Mo's father Lin Tian's net worth is only over 100 million, only 1% of his. At that time, Lin Tian even thought of letting Lin Mo chase the other party. After all, a woman who is 3 years older than a man can bring him wealth, and a woman who is 30 years older than a man can give him the kingdom. There is nothing shameful about that. As a result, Lin Mo drank coffee downstairs of Rongwon Group for 3 days but did not see Nya Yorong. Why? Why can Fang Zhou talk and laugh with Nya Yorong? Su Yoshue is like this, Nye Yorong is like this too, what right does he have? Lin Mo thought angrily, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He looked coldly at Fong Zhou and Chen Wanning not far away, wondering what they were thinking. On the other side, inside the Rolls-Royce. You're not that old, but you've had a lot of bad luck in love. When Nye Yorong saw this scene, her eyes narrowed into crescents and she revealed a charming smile. At this moment, the driver in the front row suddenly interrupted and said, "Boss, that girl seems to be Chen Sanjin's daughter." Nye Yorong was stunned for a moment. Are you talking about the little rose with thorns in the Chen family? Yeah. You asked me to take her to a business party before, and I remember you. I heard that the young master of Tianqing Group used some tricks on her during a blind date. As a result, this little tiger girl beat him up and sent him to the hospital. In a fit of rage, Chen Sanjin cut off all financial ties with her. Hearing this, Nye Yorong snorted disdainfully. Chen Sanjin is too extreme. He will do anything to make money. I don't like him. Boss, you're brilliant. You're still calling yourself an entrepreneur, but you're essentially just a profit-seeking businessman. People like you will never become entrepreneurs. Only people like you can be entrepreneurs. The driver immediately offered some smooth flattery. Nye Yorong smiled and didn't take it to heart. He just looked at Fong Zhou outside the window and sighed slightly. Chen Sanjin and I are worth about the same, and with Tianqing Group, it's not easy to pick this thorny little rose. Then, Nye Yorong waved his hand and said, "The show is over, let's go." Okay. The driver stepped lightly on the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce slowly drove away from Jinling University. On the other side, at the gate of Jinling University. After Fong Zhou's hard explanation, Chen Wanning finally loosened her fist. Don't get in another woman's car in the future. I will be unhappy. Chen Wanning puffed out her cheeks, looking unhappy, and she almost had "I'm jealous" stuck on her forehead. Fong Zhou looked at Little Potato's jealous and innocent look, and couldn't help laughing. He gently pinched Little Potato's cheek. Okay, then I'll buy a car and drive it myself, and the passenger seat will be left to you. Really? Chen Wanning's face was full of surprise. Fong Zhou nodded seriously, really? Not lying? I won't lie to you, ever. A complicated expression emerged on Chen Wanning's face, and she suddenly looked at Fong Zhou seriously. Fong Zhou, my mother went abroad when I was very young, and my father found me a stepmother. I also have a sister who is not related by blood, and a half-brother. I have 2 homes, but neither of them belongs to me. I don't know what I want to say, I just want to tell you. At this point, Chen Wanning suddenly stood on tiptoe, grabbed Fong Zhou's collar with her 2 small hands, made him look into her eyes, and then said seriously and sincerely, I just want to tell you that no one has ever said anything like this to me, and I will take it seriously. Fong Zhou's heart softened. Whether it was the heartless Little Potato or the fierce flower who could throw a punch like a gangster, it turned out that they all had a child in their hearts who had not grown up. Some people are healed by their childhood throughout their lives, while others spend their lives healing their childhood. Fong Zhou gently stroked Chen Wanning's little head, his voice soft but firm. It's okay, you can take it seriously. Chen Wanning lowered her eyes and nodded heavily, okay. At this time, Fong Zhou suddenly laughed and took Chen Wanning's hand. Why are you being so serious? Let's go get some food. La fight and the like are so awful. I'm starving. Little Potato nodded. Then, under the curious gazes of the people around him, Fong Zhou took Chen Wanning's hand and walked towards the second cafeteria together. The setting sun shines on them, filling the world with warm light, and their figures are gradually lengthened. This scene seems like an eternal and quiet sunset painting. Not far away, Su Yoshua watched the 2 people walking away, and suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of loss in her heart. She returned to the dormitory in a daze, staring out the window alone. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 30 Su Yoshua's Determination. Su Yoshua looked at the caller ID and found that it was her mother Zhao Meiwan. Hello? She pressed the connect button. As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Meiwan's exasperated voice came from the other end. Yoshua. You must vent your father's anger. This is really outrageous. Your dad is just 1 order away from a commendation this month, and Fong Dinghua happens to have a major client order. I asked him to give it to your dad, but he refused. He wouldn't agree to such a small matter, and he still wants my daughter to marry his son? At this time, his father Su Guowei took the phone and spoke in a slightly more tactful manner. Xiaoxue, Dad's company has been laying off employees for the past 2 months. Your brother just started private high school and needs money right now. Go talk to Fong Zhou. He listens to you so much. If you ask him, he will definitely go and talk to his dad. One plays the good guy and the other plays the bad guy. He is quite good at double acting. In his previous life, it was because of this order that Fong Zhou's father was put on the layoff list, which eventually led to his legs being disabled and he had to spend his whole life in a wheelchair. Hearing this, Su Yoshue could no longer hold back and burst into tears, tears suddenly pouring out like a dam breaking. Hearing their daughter crying, Su Guowei and Zhao Meiwan on the other side were startled. Yoshue, what happened? Su Guowei asked hurriedly. Su Yoshue seemed not to hear and just kept crying. Zhang Meiwan was so anxious that she snatched the phone away. Cry, 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 all you do is cry. Why don't you talk to mom and dad about what's going on? Perhaps Zhao Meijuan's scolding had taken effect. Su Yoshue held back her tears and sobbed, Mom, Fangzhou doesn't want me anymore. Huh? What the hell is going on? Su Yoshue's parents don't know about her and Fangzhou's situation yet. Although Su Yoshue had called her family before and said some angry words, they just thought it was a minor conflict between them. However, today they realized the seriousness of the matter. Su Yoshue immediately recounted what had happened, avoiding the important points. What? A game from Fangzhou could have sold millions? He even got out of his Rolls Royce and flirted with another girl in front of you? He spends lavishly on other girls but doesn't buy anything for you? This is outrageous. After hearing their daughter's accusation, Su Guowei and Zhang Meiwan were shocked and annoyed. What was surprising was the kid from Fong Dinghua's family. He seemed to have become rich and met some remarkable people. What is annoying is that after that guy got rich, he actually got bored with the old and loved the new and stopped pursuing Su Yoshue. Here we have to mention Su Yoshue's spring and autumn style of writing in the narrative process. For many things, if you reverse the cause and effect and hide some details, you can get completely opposite conclusions. I thought so. No wonder that old guy Fong Dinghua dared to talk to me like that and not give me face. It turns out that he has become tough and found a new home. Su Guowei was immediately furious. Zhang Meiwan was also furious. Isn't this just the old saying of abandoning someone after having sex with them? Our Yoshue is such a good girl, why wouldn't he pursue her? Yeah, why shouldn't he pursue Yoshue? That's simply outrageous. As expected, the sons are like their fathers. There is no good person in the family. For a time, Fangzhou's entire family became the target of their verbal and written criticism. They seem to have completely forgotten who has been accommodating, giving into, and helping his family all these years. Or maybe, they have already gotten used to it. Some people always find faults in others and blame problems on others, but never see their own problems. Listening to her parents' angry scolding, Su Yoshue just felt it was noisy. I don't know how long she scolded him, maybe she was tired, Zhao Meiwan finally said. Yoshue, don't be angry yet. Why don't you go and coax Fangzhou first? Once you coax him back, you can command him like before. Don't look at him being so arrogant now. I'll make a note of it later. The betrothal gift must be increased by another 500,000 yuan. It will be enough to buy a car for your brother. I think what your mother said makes some sense. Think about it, you two have been childhood sweethearts for so many years. How can anyone compare to that? It's easy for a girl to pursue a boy. As long as you look back, he will definitely come back. Beep beep beep. Su Yoshue hung up the phone directly, and suddenly lay on the table sobbing, tears dripping from the corners of her eyes. Just then, with a creak, the dormitory door was pushed open and the roommates came back after dinner. Seeing Su Yoshue lying on the table sobbing, Su-wei immediately ran over and said, Hey, Yoshue, what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Su Yoshue raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes, sobbing. Wei, I regret it. Su-wei quickly pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, because of what happened at the school gate last night? Su Yoshue nodded with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Su-wei didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. She used to look down on Fangzhou, thinking he was just a nerd who only knew how to study, but the changes in Fangzhou during this period made her increasingly confused. After thinking about it, Su-wei had to change the subject. Don't think too much. Lin Mo is pretty good too. Look, he's handsome, his family is rich, and he's good to you too. Hearing this, Su Yoshue shook her head, and the mist in her eyes became heavier. After spending some time together, she discovered that Lin Mo was actually a central air conditioner, with many attractive girls always hanging around him. Although he has 20,000 yuan in pocket money every month, there is no harm without comparison. After seeing Fang Zhou spending money like crazy on Chen Wanning, she suddenly felt that Lin Mo was not so attractive anymore. Moreover, Lin Mo is a mama's boy and has a half-brother, so he will have a lot of family problems in the future. In comparison, Fang Zhou treated her well, was loyal to her, and the two families knew each other well. The key was Fang Zhou also demonstrated an impressive ability to make money. Wei, I regret it, I really regret it, As Su Yoshue spoke, she lay on the table and sobbed. Su Wei was suddenly at a loss and had no choice but to keep handing her tissues. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yoshue suddenly raised her head, as if she had made some kind of decision. She gritted her teeth and said, Wei, I want to get Fang Zhou back. Su Wei was a little surprised, but Yoshue, Fang Zhou already has Chen Wanning by his side. When saying this, Su Wei also had her own little thoughts. After all, who wouldn't he want a rich son-in-law? If you bet right, you can win your life without any effort. So what? Chen Wanning is pretty, and I'm not bad either. Besides, Fang Zhou and I have known each other for so long, I don't believe he really doesn't have me in his heart. If a woman can chase a man, it's easy. If he can chase me, then I can also chase him back. When she said this, a fighting spirit inexplicably emerged on Su Yoshue's face. Then she took out her cell phone and called Fang Zhou. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Su Yoshue frowned and asked in confusion, why is Fang Zhou's phone always busy? Su Wei kindly reminded, is there a possibility that he blocked you? The words woke Su Yoshue up from her dream, and visible disappointment appeared on her face. But soon, she regained her fighting spirit and opened her makeup box to put on makeup. After putting on makeup, she picked out an orange tweed coat that would suit the warm autumn and winter sun, put on small leather shoes, and fixed her hair. I'm going out for a while. As she spoke, Su Yoshue trotted towards the boys' dormitory. Chapter 31 Zhang Wuji's mother is right. That night, the boys' dormitory was brightly lit. After Fang Zhou and Xiao Tudou finished their meal, they walked back to the dormitory without caring about anyone. As soon as he reached the door, he found that the lights in the dormitory were off. There was light shining through the crack in the door, and he could faintly hear one or two excited howls. Fuck, why did you turn off the lights so early? Fang Zhou pushed the door open and walked in, turning on the light. The dormitory was suddenly filled with the sound of frightened birds. Oh my god! Who is it? You scared me! The roommates turned their heads and saw that it was Fang Zhou, and the expressions on their faces instantly became amused. What are you all doing sitting at the third table so late at night? Fang Zhou sniffed and found the air faintly filled with the scent of deoxyribose. The dormitory leader, Su Luo, immediately waved, Sixth brother, come here quickly. Third brother has something good here. What good stuff? Fang Zhou walked over with a curious look on his face. The boys' dormitory is designed with beds above and desks below. At this time, the 5 roommates are gathered around the desk of the third roommate, Zhao Bingbing. Fang Zhou walked closer and saw that the computer was playing a foreign language blockbuster with a monotonous plot, monotonous scenes, and monotonous characters. I looked at the title of the drama again. I couldn't understand the bird language, but I vaguely recognized the words. Fang Zhou's face flushed. Good fellow, you're here studying ergonomics so late at night? The 3 of them immediately smiled and wanted to pull Fang Zhou to study together. Fang Zhou decisively refused and expressed his disdain, disgust, and hatred for this behavior, but he could not resist his roommate's kindness and persuasion, so Fang Zhou finally had to join with tears in his eyes. Holy crap! This guy must be on drugs. Wouldn't a normal person last 2 minutes? I have a friend who takes 20 seconds at a time. Getting drunk and walking into the wrong house. This scenario is exciting just thinking about it. I don't know how the Japanese who were living a good life came up with this. That's not the point. The point is the heroine, at least she started with an F. Almost. But I prefer bamboo shoots to steamed buns. Do you prefer steamed buns or bamboo shoots? Hearing this, Fang Zhou's eyes were firm. I like big ones. Ha ha ha. The dormitory was suddenly filled with joy. By the way, if a drunk, beautiful stranger walked into your house, what would you do? A. Send her home. B. Kiss her. As a new era 3 good youth, I decisively choose A. Damn, you can even handle this? Have you ever been drug-free? Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. I'll choose a first, and then B. Good boy, I'm just good boy. Ha, I won't watch Vice City without you. For a moment, the atmosphere in dormitory 530 was very lively. Sometimes friendship between boys is just that simple. You like teacher Yuya and I like teacher Yuya, so we are half brothers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tsuyoshue trotted to the bottom of the boys' dormitory, breathing slightly, holding 2 bags of hot sugar roasted chestnuts in her hands. She took out her cell phone and called Fong Zhou again, but still couldn't get through. So I changed to sending a QQ message, but after waiting for a long time no one replied. At this moment, she suddenly saw her classmate Li Ming walking out of the dormitory building. Li Ming! Tsuyoshue waved and shouted. Li Ming turned around and saw that it was his classmate Tsuyoshue. He was a little surprised. Tsuyoshue? Why are you in the boys' dormitory? Can you call Fong Zhou for me? I can't get through to him on the phone, and no one's replying to my messages. Lao Fong, it seems like the lights in their dormitory have been turned off. Please call him for me and tell him that if he doesn't come down, I won't leave tonight. Li Ming was a little surprised. Okay, I'll help you shout, but whether he comes or not is his business. Soon Li Ming went upstairs to call for help. About 10 minutes later, Fong Zhou appeared at the door of the dormitory building. Fong Zhou, I'm here. Tsuyoshue stood on tiptoe and shouted from a distance with her hands raised. Fong Zhou looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tsuyoshue wearing an orange tweed dress, standing in the clothes drying area downstairs of the dormitory building. That orange tweed coat was the birthday gift Fong Zhou gave to Tsuyoshue on her birthday last year. Tsuyoshue trotted over to Fong Zhou and handed him the sugar-roasted chestnuts. Fong Zhou, these are your favorite Suanji sugar-roasted chestnuts. I bought them especially for you. What's going on? Fong Zhou didn't answer and went straight to the point. Tsuyoshue's hand in the air paused for a moment, and she forced a smile on her face, making up a random excuse. It's just, there's a 3-line poetry competition at school, and our class is short of people. Do you want to participate? Tsuyoshue is the organization committee member of the class, so this reason is reasonable. Not interested, go find someone else. If nothing else, I'll go back to the dormitory. Fong Zhou shook his head and turned to go back. Tsuyoshue immediately ran up and blocked Fong Zhou's way. Anything else? Fong Zhou looked at her calmly. Tsuyoshue's expression was a little unnatural. Fong Zhou, I heard a rumor recently that you're pursuing Chen Wanning from the civil engineering department. Is this true? Fong Zhou smiled and said, let me clarify, this is not a rumor. Tsuyoshue suddenly felt a lump in her throat and she squatted on the ground hugging her knees. Fong Zhou, you weren't like this before. You said you would love me forever. What does this mean? Whatever, it's just my bad luck. Hearing this, Tsuyoshue's eyes misted up and she sobbed softly. What have I done to make you hate me so much that you won't even talk to me for a few more words? When she said this, Tsuyoshue's face was a bit stubborn, and her charming look made me feel pity for her. Fong Zhou sneered in his heart. If the bloody lessons from my previous life hadn't been so vivid in my mind, I would have almost believed it. Fong Zhou, you are a good person, but I deserve better. I can't give in just because you're nice to me. You also want me to be happy, right? Tsuyoshue's words are still ringing in my ears. Sure enough, what Zhang Wuji's mother said was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. In his previous life, Fong Zhou was in a car accident while on a business trip. He was seriously injured and lay dying in the hospital bed. He told Tsuyoshue the news, just wanting to see her again at the last moment of his life. After waiting for a long time, all I got was, sorry, I'm busy with work and can't leave. Then, she transferred 500 yuan to Fong Zhou. $500. All the efforts I have made day and night over the years are worth 500 yuan in Tsuyoshue's heart. At that moment, Fong Zhou completely gave up on Tsuyoshue. Some people are impossible to tame. It's okay to be soft-hearted occasionally, but being soft on everything will only hurt yourself. That's it. I'll go up first. Fong Zhou waved his hand and ignored Tsuyoshue behind him. However, at the same time, at a window on the 12th floor of the boys' dormitory, Lin Mo leaned against the window and took in the scene downstairs. Although he couldn't hear the conversation, judging from the body language of the two people downstairs, Tsuyoshue seemed to be trying to keep Fong Zhou. Seeing this, Lin Mo's face turned pale, and he looked at the figure with a murderous look in his eyes. A nameless anger suddenly arose in his lower abdomen, and he had no way to vent it. He slammed his fist on the bed, then took out his cell phone, found the contact with the note Pau Kezi number 3 and called. "What's wrong, dear? You missed me again so soon?" From the other side came the sweet sound of clamps, so sweet that it could pinch people to death. Lin Mo didn't waste any words. "Go to the old place and wait for me." Then he dialed a number and mumbled something. After doing all this, Lin Mo looked at Fong Zhou indifferently. His eyes were cruel and cold. "You asked for this." Ancestors quote 8, "It's not that the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to lie. It's that all women are capable of lying, but no one believes the ugly ones." Similarly, it's not that men become bad when they have money, but that they can't become bad when they don't have money. So if a girl says she likes bad boys, you have to understand what she really likes. Chapter 32. Why does a crow look like a desk? The next day, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Fong Zhou walked into the civil engineering department classroom with fried dough sticks and soy milk in one hand and Little Potato in the other. He had no classes this morning, so he accompanied Little Potato to attend the civil engineering class. When Fong Zhou walked into the classroom holding Chen Wanning's hand, the eyes around him suddenly froze, as if they were real and fell on him. The civil engineering department, like the computer science department, is a crowded place with more men than women, and Chen Wanning is the only bright rose in the civil engineering department. Even though it has thorns, it's still a rose. As a result, before their own people had time to pick the rose, Fong Zhou got there first and dug up even the soil. For a while, many boys looked at Fong Zhou as if Gao Yuan's fans looked at Zhao Yaoting. The hatred of having his wife stolen was irreconcilable. Ring ring ring. The bell rang and a bald, middle-aged teacher from the civil engineering department walked into the classroom. Only then did the serious gazes around him ease a little. Soon, the middle-aged teacher began to lecture at the podium, and Fong Zhou was confused by the large number of professional terms. In his previous life, he had always been curious about why a girl like Chen Wanning would study civil engineering. It wasn't until one day when Chen Wanning got drunk that Fong Zhou learned the truth. It turns out that Chen Wanning's original intention of studying civil engineering was just to leave that so-called home. "Because I studied civil engineering, I can go to a state-owned enterprise construction unit after graduation and then apply for an overseas assignment. This way it will be difficult for her family to find her. After working for a few years, she will be able to earn her first pot of gold in life, and then buy a house and a car and live the life she wants." If it were a different era, she would definitely be the civil engineering genius that teacher Zhang Xiafang mentioned. Different fields are like different mountains. After a while, Fong Zhou fell asleep. He took a glance and found that Little Potato was biting a pen, puffing out his cheeks, and frowning his delicate brows, looking adorable as if he was racking his brains. "What's the matter?" Fong Zhou quietly leaned over and saw Little Potato writing bits and pieces of words on a piece of paper. "What are you writing?" he asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning's delicate face suddenly turned into a paunch, and she said pitifully, "It's the school's 3-line poetry competition. No one from my class participated, so they assigned me to take the blame." Fong Zhou burst out laughing. For Little Potato, opening a durian with bare hands was easier than rubbing a love poem with bare hands. It's also difficult for the children. "Come on, let me take a look at Sister Ning's masterpiece." When he heard the word Sister Ning, Little Potato waved his hand and said, "Take it and enjoy it." Fong Zhou took it and saw that it was written. Xiaohong said she went to Happy Valley during her vacation. But I don't envy. Because Fong Zhou will take me there. Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing, but a faint sweetness welled up in his heart. Little Potato had tied her hair into a beautiful bun today. Fong Zhou reached out and rubbed the bun on her head, looking at her with a smile. "Don't laugh at me. I know I write poorly." Chen Wanning crossed her arms over her chest, looking very angry, like a bloated pufferfish. Fong Zhou shook his head. "No, it's well written, you just need someone to polish it up a little bit." Little Potato disagreed. You up, no can no BB." So Fong Zhou picked up his pen and wrote next to Little Potato's 3-line poem. "There are 2 shadows under the moon. One is mine. Another one is also mine." Chen Wanning came over to take a look, and her little face suddenly turned slightly red, and her ears were also red. "It's not enough, we still have to write, and our class has a lot to hand in," Little Potato said with a red face. Fong Zhou accepted everyone who came and simply waved his hand, almost imitating Fan Xian's call of "bring some wine." Unfortunately, Little Potato didn't have any wine. She only had AD calcium milk, which she pierced with a straw and gave to Fang Zhou to drink. Fang Zhou took a sip and was suddenly inspired to write. In this world of 3000, I love three, the sun and the moon. The sun is for morning, the moon is for evening. You are my love for you day and night. Little Potato's face became even redder, like a half-ripe red apple. Fang Zhou, I want more. Chen Wanning tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with color. Hearing this, Fang Zhou took 2 sips of AD calcium milk and wrote. The crab is peeling my shell, and the notebook is writing about me. I am falling on maple leaves and snowflakes in the sky. And you are thinking about me. A big question mark appeared on Chen Wanning's head, and she looked confused. I don't understand this song. It's not good. Fang Zhou smiled and said, that's right, you don't understand. This was the most popular 3-line love poem in the previous life. Fang Zhou alone had seen 6 interpretations of it. No, this song is not good. I want another one. Little Potato said dissatisfiedly with a pout. For the next half of the class, the pressure was completely on Fang Zhou. Little Potato kept saying I want more, so Fang Zhou suspected that it was not because her class had to pay more, but that she simply wanted to hear it. I think you must be very busy. So, just look at the first 3 words. After writing this poem, Fang Zhou looked hollowed out. As expected, Little Potato tilted his head and said, Fang Zhou, I want more. More? Fang Zhou wiped the non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. Question: when do men feel most powerless? A. More? There is no more, really not a drop left. I'm talking about brain juice. Fang Zhou poked Little Potato's delicate cheek and said, that's the last one. There really aren't any more. An unhappy mood immediately spread across Chen Wanning's little face. Then, she saw Fang Zhou solemnly write. I will wait for you in this life. No reason. No reason. The unhappiness on his face disappeared instantly. Chen Wanning's little face was red, this time like a ripe apple, and her ears were also hot. She suddenly raised her head and looked into Fang Zhou's eyes. I've never heard of this before, can you take it seriously? Fang Zhou did not answer directly, but took her hand. Let's go to Happy Valley next week. Little Potato's pupils dilated rapidly, as if he saw a catnip doll, and his pupils suddenly became round. Fang Zhou, can I ask you a question? Little Potato suddenly said. Well, you ask. Do you know why a crow looks like a desk? When saying this, Chen Wanning stared at Fang Zhou with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, her face full of anticipation and a little fear. However, Fang Zhou was completely confused, with a look of great bewilderment on his face. Why does a crow look like a desk? But, the crow doesn't look like a desk at all. Is this some kind of meme from this era? Fang Zhou had no idea for a moment, so he said, let me think about it. A flash of disappointment flashed across Chen Wanning's face, but she quickly recovered and just repeated in a low voice. Don't worry, you can think about it slowly, and you will remember it. At noon, the class ended and the two went to the second cafeteria to have lunch. Wan Ning, I have classes this afternoon, so I can only accompany you to class tomorrow. Little Potato nodded, then thought of something. Fang Zhou, I have a hometown gathering tonight, and I'm afraid I'll be back late. It's okay. If you come back late, just call me and we'll get a room. Little Potato smiled and said, okay. In the afternoon, Fang Zhou has 2 professional classes. He already knew all the content taught in class by heart, but he had promised the counselor not to take leave again, so he had to come. Just when he was bored in class, he suddenly received a message from Panghua. Lao Fang, I've started buying Bitcoin online using the method you taught me, and now I can't even reply to your private messages. Fang Zhou immediately replied, we will take as many as we can, and we will not refuse anyone who comes. Can you really make money with this thing? When I heard I wanted to buy it, a lot of people online looked at me like I was being ripped off. Ignore them and follow our plan. Oh my god. After connecting with Pangbo, Fang Zhou listened to the class for a while. But within 3 minutes, I started to feel sleepy again, so I sent a message to Little Potato. Sister Ning, do you want me to pick you up on my 28-inch bicycle tonight? Little Potato immediately responded with an expression of rubbing dog's head angrily. Fang Zhou smiled knowingly and replied with an expression that said I'll bite you if you rub it again. Then, the two began a fierce picture battle. The 2 classes lasted until around 6 in the evening. When the class was over, Fang Zhou's stomach was rumbling with hunger. He went straight to the second canteen to eat a big meal, and then returned to the dormitory to take a hot shower. After a few more rounds of CF, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After checking the time, Fong Zhou sent a message to Little Potato. Wan Ning, how's it going over there? Is the hometown gathering over? After waiting for half an hour, no one responded. Fong Zhou frowned slightly and sent another message. Do you want me to pick you up? I waited and waited, but still no one responded from the other side. Seeing this, Fong Zhou found Xiao Tudou's phone number and called him directly. Beep beep beep. The call went through, but no one answered. Fong Zhou's heart gradually sank. Third brother, please lend me your electric donkey. Fong Zhou took his roommate's electric bike key, went downstairs, rode the electric scooter, and headed straight for the girls' dormitory. As a result, just when he was halfway through riding, his cell phone suddenly rang. Because it was difficult to see the caller ID while riding a bike, Fong Zhou answered the call directly. I only heard a strong voice from the other end. Hello, is this Fong Zhou? This is the Gulu District Public Security Bureau. Squeak. Fong Zhou braked suddenly, and the tires made a harsh noise as they slid on the ground. Chapter 33 Conan Xiaolan's sister, Fong Zhou's treasured sister. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the night breeze was cool. At the Gulu District Public Security Bureau, a taxi suddenly stopped at the door. Comrade police officer, I am Chen Wanning's parent. As soon as he entered the door, Fong Zhou shouted to the middle-aged policeman at the service desk. Because they had talked on the phone before, the middle-aged policeman did not suspect anything and took Fong Zhou to the mediation room after giving him a few instructions. As soon as I reached the door, I heard the roar of a middle-aged woman inside. Bah! A wild girl who has a father but no father to teach her. She beat my family up like this. How cruel must she be? It was obviously him who started it. What bullshit are you talking about? What kind of status does my MOMO have to lay hands on you? I think you didn't agree on the price. You're talking nonsense. You're wrongly accusing me. Leather is leather. It won't be more expensive even in an economic crisis. I really don't know what kind of parents would raise a daughter like this. You can curse my dad all you want, but don't curse my mom. There was a bang, the sound of a small fist hitting the table. At this time, the door of the mediation room was pushed open and Fong Zhou's figure appeared at the door. As soon as she saw Fong Zhou, Chen Wanning's bright eyes immediately became misty. She trotted up, hugged Fong Zhou's arms with both hands, raised her head, and her little face showed unbearable grievance. Her rosy little mouth was slightly pouting, her nose felt sore, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. It was as if a child who had been wronged outside finally saw the adults coming home, and the grievances in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Fong Zhou, they bullied me. Fong Zhou only felt a gust of fragrant wind, and then his arm went limp, as if being pressed by something soft and delicate. It's okay, don't be afraid. Fong Zhou gently stroked Little Potato's snow-white head and comforted her in a gentle voice. Hey, someone's here. Are you standing up straight? A sharp, sarcastic voice came from the side. Fong Zhou turned around and saw a fat middle-aged woman dressed in jewels. He is short, overweight, and covered with brand name logos all over his body, like a mobile trademark display stand. Kinder Surprise Egg? Fong Zhou said subconsciously. Who are you talking about? I'm going to rip your mouth off. This sentence instantly angered the middle-aged fat woman, and she said angrily with her hands on her hips. Fong Zhou immediately apologized with a smile. Hug a little, it's too abstract, I just couldn't help it. The middle-aged woman's face turned pale. It would be better not to apologize. A bunch of low-class people with no quality. The middle-aged woman sat on the stool and crossed her legs. In the mediation room, besides the middle-aged woman, there was also a boy with a bandage on his head. It turned out to be Lin Mo. Comrade police, what is going on? Fong Zhou asked in confusion. Hey! See for yourself. The middle-aged policeman took out his cell phone, played a surveillance video for Fong Zhou, and recounted the case orally. It turned out that Su Yoshue was going to attend a hometown reunion tonight, but for some reason, the fellow student who initiated the reunion actually brought Lin Mo with him. This kind of hometown gathering usually involves guests not bringing their own guests, but if the organizer brings someone along, no one will say anything. After the party, Lin Mo happened to be driving, so he gave everyone a ride home on the pretext of going his way. After sending everyone in the car one after another, Chen Wanning was the only one left in the car. Lin Mo began to praise her, but after being rejected by Chen Wanning with a cold face, he started to make moves on her. Chen Wanning was a person who would get angry at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, she punched him directly, and Lin Mo's nose started bleeding immediately. Chen Wanning took the opportunity to get out of the car, but Lin Mo used this as an opportunity to call the police and went to the hospital to check his injuries. And then this scene happened. It was just a fight between kids, and they actually hit each other so hard. "Officer, my son's nose is bleeding, and he must have a concussion." The middle-aged woman immediately started shouting, her voice sharp and piercing. The male police officer knocked on the table and said seriously, "Ma'am, the sound from the car video is very clear. It was your son who started it." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman immediately became unhappy. "Hey, what are you talking about? My son is injured. We are the vulnerable. We are the victims. How can you be a police officer?" Hearing this, Chen Wanning hugged Fang Zhou's arms even tighter, looking up at him with a wronged look. "Fang Zhou, I didn't use that much strength, believe me." Fang Zhou's heart softened and he patted Chen Wanning's snow-white and delicate head. He didn't say anything, but his attitude was already very clear. Although Little Potato has a hot temper, he always knows when to act. Besides, Little Potato is honest and straightforward. If she says no, then no. Soft tissue damage and a nosebleed are minor injuries at best. At most, I'll just pay for the medical expenses and give them a lecture. But a concussion, that's considered a minor injury, and minor injuries are punishable by law. This kid plays really hard. Looking at Lin Mo, who was pretending to be stupid and sick the whole time, Fang Zhou sneered in his heart. Small science, minor injuries are civil, while minor injuries are criminal. In his previous life, Fang Zhou had watched many videos of the lawless criminal Zhang San, and was very familiar with the concussion fraud routine. You should know that unless it is a particularly serious concussion injury, it is generally difficult to detect it with a machine and can only rely on the doctor's observation and judgment. As long as you scratch your throat hard in advance and then turn around dozens of times, you will experience symptoms of dry retching and dizziness, and doctors will not be able to tell whether it is real or not. Then, you don't have to pay attention to any questions the doctor asks, just answer a few words occasionally and pretend to be intermittently confused. After such a series of blows, the person who was blackmailed will never be able to clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. In later generations, the army of scammers often used concussions to blackmail people, which eventually forced the relevant laws to be amended. But it's 2009, not the same as later times. Little Potato's punch, delivered in a state of stress, was very powerful. Even if it makes sense, I can't explain it clearly. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had been playing dumb, suddenly spoke up. "Stop talking so much and just tell me whether you want to settle it publicly or privately." "Hey, you're not pretending anymore?" Fang Zhou teased. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately held his head and cried out twice. Fang Zhou knocked on the table. "Tell me, what about a private settlement? What about a public settlement? 3 years of public service, and 500,000 yuan of private income." Lin Mo asked for a huge amount of money. As he said this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he felt a little proud. During this period, the school has been spreading the rumor that Fang Zhou made millions selling games, and even Su Yoshua started pursuing him. The scene downstairs in the dormitory last night made Lin Mo furious. So he took advantage of a gathering of fellow townsmen to try to gain a foothold in Fang Zhou, but not only did he run into a wall, he was also beaten up by a girl. Lin Mo couldn't bear to lose face, which led to this scene. To put it bluntly, he wanted to play tough but never did, so he called the police in shame and asked for revenge. "Let's settle it privately," Fang Zhou said without hesitation. He didn't care whether Lin Mo was setting up a trap to get him or whether he ended up losing more than he gained. What he cares most about now is that Little Potato is okay. As for the rest, I will play with him slowly. "Okay, let's do it privately." Lin Mo agreed readily. Soon, under the witness of the middle-aged policeman, the two parties signed a settlement agreement and compensation agreement. Fang Zhou promised to transfer the medical expenses within a week. "You guys are lucky this time. You may have a mother who gave birth to you but not taught you anything. Be careful next time." After signing the agreement, the middle-aged woman started to act sarcastic again. "Don't talk about my mom." Chen Wanning seemed to have her sore spot hit and glared at the middle-aged woman with anger on her face. Yo, comrade police officer, you saw it. You dared to glare at me in the police station. What will you do if you get out?" the middle-aged woman shouted. Fang Zhou scratched his ears and said, "Can you please stop talking? This sound is harsher than scratching a blackboard. Will you be responsible if I become deaf? Little bastard, is this how you admit your mistake? The middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, looking domineering. Fang Zhou smiled and said, "Auntie, let's go eat fish together when you have time. You are definitely an expert at picking out the fish bones." "What are you talking about?" The middle-aged woman glared at him. Okay, whatever you say is right. I've done so many evil things in my life, and now that I've met you, I'm even now. After all these years in Zon, Fang Zhou has never won a game, never lost a verbal battle, and is addicted to playing alone. I've lost all my money, so what's wrong with satisfying my craving for food? However, upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's eyes were blazing with anger, and she could no longer hold it in. She swung her arm and rushed forward, slapping Fang Zhou hard in the face. Fang Zhou didn't react for a moment. Bang! A crisp sound. However, Fang Zhou was unharmed. At the critical moment, Chen Wanning rushed forward to stand in front of Fang Zhou, and with a standard upper hand knife block, she firmly blocked the middle-aged woman's slap. The movements are chic and domineering. She looks like Conan's sister Xiaolan, and like Fang Zhou's treasured sister. In a trance, Fang Zhou seemed to see that in his previous life, when he was humiliated by Lin Mo, she also protected him behind her and confronted others stubbornly. In the last moments of her life, she protected him in the same way, crying and looking for doctors everywhere, but every time before entering the ward, she wiped away her tears and told Fang Zhou that he would be fine. At this moment, the figures of the two lives seemed to overlap. Fang Zhou was filled with anger. Chapter 34 Revenge doesn't wait overnight. After missing the first strike, the middle-aged woman wanted to hit again. Seeing Fang Zhou glaring at her angrily, she immediately became timid again. "Son, let's go and not bother with them." The middle-aged woman pulled Lin Mo up and was about to leave. Fang Zhou shouted, "Did you guys leave?" The middle-aged woman turned around, pointed at Fang Zhou's nose and said unhappily, "I'm leaving now, what else do you want?" "Comrade police officer, does this count as intentional injury?" Fang Zhou asked coldly. However, before the male police officer could answer, the middle-aged daughter hummed and said, "Then go to the hospital for an assessment of your injuries. How much medical expenses do you need? Is 10,000 yuan enough?" "Comrade, please be mindful of your attitude when speaking." The male policeman seemed unable to bear it any longer and looked at Fang Zhou with an embarrassed expression. Although the middle-aged woman attacked first, Little Potato reacted in time and blocked the attack for Fang Zhou, so no actual harm was caused. If we really want to blame someone, the worst that can be done is a public security punishment or a verbal warning, and even administrative detention is difficult to come by. "Does it hurt?" Fang Zhou took Chen Wanning's hand, stroked it gently and asked. The back of Little Potato's originally delicate and fair little hand was now red and slightly swollen. Experienced people know that in a fight, don't hit fat people. People with a large base weight can be slapped with much greater force than ordinary people. Hearing this, Little Potato raised his little face and shook his head stubbornly, but the mist in his eyes became much thicker. "Don't worry. This slap is very expensive." Fang Zhou stroked Little Potato's pretty head with a serious look on his face. Little Potato looked into Fang Zhou's eyes and suddenly felt that the pain in his hand was not so severe. He nodded his snow-white chin twice. The middle-aged woman laughed and said nonchalantly, "Everyone can make harsh remarks, but the key is whether they are effective." Fang Zhou didn't say anything else and silently took Little Potato out of the Public Security Bureau. There is a saying in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, those who remain calm despite having thunder in their chests can be appointed as generals. To be honest, Fang Zhou has never liked to say harsh words. If threatening words work, then what's the point of Gatling? In the taxi back to Jinling University, Fang Zhou used the crushed ice he had just bought to apply a cold compress to Little Potato's hands and face. "Cool," Little Potato said sweetly and naively. So Fang Zhou held the crushed ice in his palm, waited for it to melt a little, and then applied it to the Little Potato. Little Potato lowered his head and suddenly said without a word, "Thank you." Fang Zhou laughed, "It's just a small matter, you even helped me block that blow." Little Potato shook his head, "That's not what I meant. I meant, thank you for trusting me." A big question mark appeared above Fang Zhou's head. At this time, Chen Wanning's slightly deep voice was heard. "Before, at home, Li Tingting and Xiaovu broke a purple play teapot and said I was the one who broke it. I said no, but he never believed me." Fang Zhou was stunned. This he should refer to her father. Fong Zhou has never been very clear about the specific situation of Little Potato's family. He only knows that the relationship between father and daughter is tense. In other words, her relationship with all members of the reconstituted family was tense. Fong Zhou simply asked, "You were bullied like this, and he didn't care?" Little Potato's expression darkened, and he said darkly, "He wishes I would be bullied more and hit my head against the wall more often, thinking that then I would go back and listen to him." Fong Zhou chewed on this sentence carefully and understood a lot from it. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of Jinling University. As expected, the dormitory door was closed again. Fong Zhou waved his hand and said, "Let's go get a room." Little Potato agreed sweetly, "Let's go get a room." The two came to Hanting Hotel, and the same male receptionist was there again. Upon seeing them, the male receptionist asked tentatively, "Or 2 double rooms with windows side by side?" Fong Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Yeah." The male receptionist gave Fong Zhou a thumbs up. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, "Brother, you must have quit drugs before. How could you resist playing pure love when checking into a room with a girl of this level?" In a short while, 2 double rooms were ready. Maybe because tonight's events were too tiring, Little Potato sent Fong Zhou a good night message after taking a shower, and then went to bed early. Little Potato took a rest, but Fong Zhou was not sleepy at all. As the old saying goes, a gentleman never waits for revenge. Fong Zhou was lying on the bed, flipping through his phone's address book. He hesitated for a moment between Lei Bushi and Nye Yorong, but decided to flip to the sign of the beautiful CEO. I don't know if the other person is asleep at this time. After thinking for a while, Fong Zhou edited a text message and sent it. President Nye, I'm Fong Zhou. Would you like to discuss a business deal that can earn you 500% profit in 2 months? After waiting for a long time, the other party replied. What do I have to pay? As a strong woman, when faced with huge benefits, her first reaction is not to get, but to give. Fong Zhou likes to deal with smart people, so he got straight to the point. Do you know Lin Tian? The other party quickly replied, typing is inconvenient, please call directly. Then, Nye Yorong called. Fong Zhou answered the call immediately, and the lazy and soft voice of Kind Aunt came from the other end, as if she had just woken up. I have an impression of Lin Tian. He is the founder of Lin's Porcelain. He toasted me at a business party before, but he was too cunning and I didn't like it. Fong Zhou immediately asked, can you tell me more about his family situation? Soon, the text message dinged. Nye Yorong sent a photo MMS. The photo shows the relevant information of Lin Tian's family. Fong Zhou looked at it seriously, and Nye Yorong did not rush him, but just waited quietly. The beautiful young woman is always so considerate. 10 minutes later, Fong Zhou had a general understanding of Lin Mo's family situation. His father, Lin Tian, is the head of Lin's Porcelain. He is worth over 100 million yuan and has a son with his ex-wife. After the divorce, he remarried Zhao Jinlan and gave birth to his second son, Lin Mo. His mother, Zhao Jinlan, who is also the Kinder Surprise Egg tonight, is actually the program producer of the Lichi TV station in Bulk Province and the second in command of the variety show department. Moreover, the head of the department is going to retire this year, and she has been fighting with her arch-rival recently, both wanting to get promoted and remove the title of deputy. Seeing this, Fong Zhou was a little surprised. That sweet-talking Kinder Surprise is actually the program producer of Lichi TV? It turns out that quality and academic qualifications are not proportional. I thought you were well educated, but I didn't expect you were just literate. At this time, Nye Yorong's soft voice sounded again, so what kind of business can make 500% profit in 2 months? Seeing the sincerity of his kind aunt, Fong Zhou no longer hid his feelings and spoke frankly. Buy high-purity porcelain stocks now if you can, but don't sell them immediately after you buy them. Wait until I give you some news. After a pause, Fong Zhou was afraid that the beautiful CEO would get too excited, so he gave another instruction. But you'd better buy slowly. Don't buy so much that you become a shareholder. You won't be able to escape then. Also, don't short sell. It will scare other investors. The other side fell into a long silence, as if judging the truthfulness of Fong Zhou's words. After a long pause, Nye Yorong replied lazily, I understand. But, could you please stop calling me old man? I'm only 8 or 9 years older than you. He is 8 or 9 years older than me, so Nye Yorong must be 26 or 27 this year? So young? Sure enough, women have an unreasonable obsession with age. Okay, Rong. Sister Rong? Fang Zhou said tentatively, and when he saw that the other party did not refuse, he lowered his voice and said, Sister Yurong, if possible, could you tell Lin Tian about the asset restructuring of Gaochun Porcelain? You want to take him for a share? Of course not. Then you tell him to sell it when it rises 50%. After a moment of silence, Nia Yorong's playful laughter came from the other end. Little friend, I can hear the clacking of your abacus beads from across the Yangtze River. Fang Zhou smiled. It was convenient to deal with smart people. Telling Lin Tian at this time is not about taking him for a share, but digging his grave. After making a steady profit of 50%, you find that you have lost 450%. No one can remain calm, and it is easy to get carried away and chase high prices. This is called loss aversion. The principle is that people care more about what they lose than what they gain. In previous lives, many people were chased to death on the mountain top in this way. When the thunder exploded, this group of people suffered the most tragic death. Fang Zhou remembered that in his previous life, Lin Mo had a low-key period and even sold the A6. Later he found out that it was his father who bought high-purity porcelain at a low price at that time, but he bought it halfway up the mountain, which almost broke his capital chain. It took him 2 years to recover. This time, Fang Zhou was prepared to make him lose a little more. After reaching a deal with Nia Yorong, Fang Zhou hung up the phone and stared at the photos on his phone. Lin Tian's pit has been dug, so how far can Zhao Jinlan's pit be? Others take revenge even after 10 years, but I'll be avenging Little Potato from morning till night. I told you this slap is expensive. Fang Zhou tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, so he simply gave up and called the front desk to ask for 5 cans of Red Bull. Then he searched for Lychee Terrace and studied it all night long. Chapter 35 If You Are the One. The next day, it was just dawn. Chen Wanning got up early and went downstairs to the hotel to buy breakfast for Fang Zhou. As a result, as soon as he went out, he ran into Fang Zhou, who had returned from outside with dark circles under his eyes. Hey! Why are you up so early today? Chen Wanning tilted her little head and looked at Fang Zhou curiously. Hearing this, Fang Zhou corrected him, It's not that I got up early, it's that I didn't sleep all night. Chen Wanning leaned forward slightly, sniffed gently with her delicate little nose, and looked at Fang Zhou suspiciously, only to find that he looked hollowed out. Chen Wanning immediately held the heavy guilt on her chest and said fiercely, Fang Zhou, did you sneak out and do something bad last night? Fang Zhou was instantly amused by Little Potato's cute and naive appearance. As a reward, he stepped forward and knocked her on the head. Little Potato immediately covered his head with his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. It hurts. Only then did she see the folder in Fang Zhou's hand. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went to the internet cafe and spent the whole night playing games. Here are the fruits of my labor. Fang Zhou raised the folder in his hand and gestured. Little Potato curled his lips and said, What is that? Fang Zhou opened the folder, which contained a thick stack of A4 paper and a faint scent of ink. This is a business plan, and the cover of the business plan clearly reads, If you are serious, please do not disturb. Yes, only serious people are allowed. According to Nia Yorong's information yesterday, Zhao Jinlan is currently fighting with her arch-rival for the position of head of the variety show department at Lizzie TV. Positions within this system are often one-to-one, and only when the previous person retires can the next person take over. Once you miss the opportunity, you may have to wait for many years. Therefore, this kind of secret struggle is often a winner-takes-all situation. Although the losing party will not be fired, the outcome will be either transferred to another position or marginalized. In this way, the problem becomes simple. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Jinlan's mortal enemy is Fang Zhou's natural ally. This if you are the one planning proposal is his trump card. After putting away the plan, Fang Zhou took Little Potato to have breakfast. Boss, give me a bowl of spicy soup and a serving of Xiaolong Bao. Fang Zhou shouted. Little Potato followed suit and shouted crisply, Boss, 1 serving of tofu pudding and 1 serving of fried dumplings. They didn't take their food away, but ate in the breakfast shop. Chen Wanning ate in small bites and kept talking to Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou was a little absent-minded, checking his phone from time to time. He was waiting for a call. Late last night, he sent another message to Nia Yorong, hoping that she could help him get acquainted with Zhao Jinlan's mortal enemy. After all, Lizzie TV is a provincial satellite TV station that is affiliated with the Radio, Film and Television Administration. It is a legitimate system and its leadership even has administrative levels. It would be very difficult to find a department leader if there is no one to act as a go-between. Perhaps because he had disturbed his kind aunt's sweet dream last night, Nye Yorong only said that he would give the other party Fang Zhou's contact information, and the rest depended on the other party's opinion. At this moment, a pair of small hands waved in front of Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou finally came back to his senses. What's wrong? Have you finished eating? Hearing this, Little Potato's 36D chest trembled in anger, and she said aggrievedly, I've said so much to you, why don't you pay attention to me? Fang Zhou felt a little embarrassed and quickly tried to make amends. He reached out and gently stroked the hair on Little Potato's temples, looked into her eyes and said, I was just wondering, how did your eyes grow? Why are they so beautiful? Hearing Fang Zhou praising him, Little Potato's pretty peach blossom eyes instantly curved into crescents. However, Fang Zhou changed the subject. It's a pity that your eyes are not as beautiful as mine. Do you know why? Little Potato's face was filled with unhappiness, and he asked angrily, why? Fang Zhou smiled and said, because I have you in my eyes. In an instant, Little Potato's expression brightened again, his face flushed visibly, and something sparkled in his eyes. Humph, you're so slick, dishonest, and a bad guy. Little Potato turned her head away proudly, and her raised hair gently brushed Fang Zhou's nose, with a faint scent that belonged to a girl. Fang Zhou laughed secretly in his heart. If I hadn't seen the smile on the corner of your mouth that was harder to suppress than AK, I would have almost believed it. Girls are like this, they are easily influenced and like to hear nice things. Fang Zhou has even heard a saying that boys choose girls with their eyes, and girls choose boys with their ears. So it's very simple for girls to pursue boys, just look good. It is very easy for boys to pursue girls, all they need to do is be eloquent in a double sense. After breakfast, the two went back to the hotel to pack their things and then went to school together. They both had classes in the morning, so they made an appointment for lunch. After lunch, Fang Zhou took the time to go to Huadai Securities and reduced his stock holdings to 4 million, cashing out 500,000. Then transfer the money to Lin Mo. As soon as the money arrived, he received a message from Lin Mo, thank you. It is followed by a provocative smiley face with its middle finger raised. Fang Zhou had a blank expression on his face. Just as he was about to type a reply, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number and the address was Jinling. Fang Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly answered the phone. I only heard a deep bass voice from the other end. Hello, is this Fang Zhou? I'm Ma Ruoyu, and this is the number given to me by Boss Nya. Fang Zhou quickly replied, it's me. Okay, let's meet up and talk in detail. I happen to be at Jinling University on business. There's a Nanshan cafe at the south gate of the school. Okay, let's meet and talk. Meet and talk. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhou went straight to the cafe at the south gate of the school. On the way, he sent Lin Mo a message. You're welcome. I'll keep it for now. At the same time, in Nanshan cafe. After hanging up the phone, Ma Ruoyu sighed, leaned back, leaned heavily on the sofa, and closed his eyes to rest. He is too tired. During this period, he had been competing openly and secretly with Zhao Jinlan, both eyeing the position of variety show director. However, Zhao Jinlan has a wealthy husband's family and is also a deputy producer. But he was alone, and relying on his age and qualifications, he worked his way up to deputy producer step by step. Positions in the system are all filled to capacity, and because of his age, if he doesn't fight for it this time, he may never have another chance. Zhao Jinlan relies on an imported program called Music for You to maintain a stable viewership rating. On the other hand, although he has the qualifications, he does not have a single memorable work. If he could also produce a hit work, with his qualifications, the position of minister would have been his long ago. During this period, Ma Ruoyu used almost all the resources he could to make up for his shortcomings. However, he created several original programs, but all of them were lukewarm. The best one didn't even have half the ratings of Music for You. He also thought about introducing popular variety shows from abroad. But the cost of introducing those popular products is sky high, and it is not his turn at all. Gradually, he felt desperate. It is said that education has a delayed effect. At this moment, he finally felt deeply the feeling from the junior high school poem petition to the emperor. There are no relatives outside who can help me with my achievements, and no servant 5 feet tall to answer the door inside. I am all alone and helpless, with only my shadow for company. It is extremely difficult for every family and every clan, for the first generation to come out. However, just this morning, Nya Yorong from Rongguan Group suddenly called him and said that someone wanted to cooperate with him. He was originally a little bit expectant, but when he learned that the other party was just a college student, and a freshman at that, Ma Ruoyu's expectations were extinguished again. I guess he's another rich kid who wants to work in a TV station and is trying to find connections with him. He didn't want to come at first, but for Nye Yorong's sake, he had to come and get rid of him. Hello, are you Mr. Ma Ruoyu? Suddenly, someone knocked on the table in front of him. Ma Ruoyu opened his eyes and saw a handsome young man. Chapter 36, Kids, do you have a lot of shits? Fang Zhou? Seeing the young man in front of him, Ma Ruoyu asked. Fang Zhou nodded gently. It's me, you are Mr. Ma Ruoyu, right? Anyone working in the media industry should be called teacher. Well, sit down. Ma Ruoyu nodded and waved for the waiter. Another vanilla latte, please. Okay, please wait. After a while, a cup of vanilla latte with a strong milky aroma was brought to Fang Zhou. Mr. Fang is a freshman at Jinling University, right? Immediately, Ma Ruoyu started chatting with Fang Zhou in a random manner, just as a favor to Nye Yorong. Fang Zhou responded incoherently, but his thoughts were on the other person's name. Ma Ruoyu? Great wisdom appears foolish. So Ma Ruoyu equals Ma Da-ji. When his parents gave him this name, they probably hoped that he would be smart. Many times, elders express their feelings when naming their children. For example, Liu Bei's two sons, Lu Feng and Lu Chan, together they mean Feng Chan, and their intention to be the eldest is obvious. Sun Wu's two children, Sun Quan and Sun Su, together are called Quan and Su, which sounds very dishonest. Compared with them, the name of the Chao family carries more sincere and beautiful feelings. For example, Chao Chao, Chao Ren, Chao Jin, and Chao Shuang, together they mean Chao Renjin Shuang, truly loyal, honest and simple people. Just when Fang Zhou's thoughts were flying, Ma Ruoyu suddenly changed the subject. Mr. Fang, the economy has been bad these past 2 years. Many companies are laying off employees, and our TV station has also been downsizing recently. You may not know this, but our Lychee channel has always been very unprofitable. Even though I'm the deputy producer of the variety show department, it's difficult for me to recruit 2 more interns. Ma Ruoyu didn't say it clearly, but the subtext was already obvious. If you want to go through the back door with me, forget it. Hearing this, Fang Zhou looked confused. After researching last night, he had a rough idea of the current situation of the major TV stations. Since the radio and television industry relaxed its control and allowed local stations to be responsible for their own profits and losses, the income of major satellite TV stations has been in a state of some are dying of drought, some are dying of floods. Mango TV was the first TV station to become popular. With Happy Camp and Day Day Up, it was the first to top the domestic satellite TV championship. The annual advertising revenue is far beyond the reach of other TV stations. This monopoly situation was broken by Lizzie TV in the past with the show If You Are the One. The phenomenal show If You Are the One made Lizzie TV quickly popular, sparking nationwide attention and discussion, and increasing its popularity. Subsequently, Lizzie TV quickly consolidated its foundation with popular variety shows such as One Step to the End, The Brain, and Masked Singer, becoming another giant that can compete with Mango TV. Then in 2014, Blueberry Channel became popular all over the country with Running Man, and then became more popular with the hit The Voice of China. At this point, the three-way competition among Mango, Lychee and Blueberry has been completely formed. Of course, this is all later. It was still 2009, and Lizzie TV was still called that guy, a little-known unknown person outside the province. Fang Zhou frowned slightly, a little confused. Teacher Ma, did you misunderstand something? Ma Ruoyu was also stunned. Fang Zhou simply got straight to the point. Teacher Ma, I'll be honest. Zhao Jinlan and I have a feud. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm here to collaborate with you, not to use you to get into the TV station. I'm sorry, you have to watch this mess. Ma Ruoyu's face turned red as he realized that he had made a mistake. After apologizing, he asked, Mr. Fang, I don't know what you mean by cooperation? Teacher Ma, if you could create a phenomenal variety show that rivals or even surpasses Happy Camp, and bring Lizzie TV to the level of Mango TV, wouldn't that completely crush Zhao Jinlan? When Fang Zhou said this, it was as if Jiang Wei was saying, I have a plan that can restore the Han dynasty to its former glory. Hearing this, Ma Ruoyu looked at Fang Zhou as if he were a fool. A variety show that rivals or even surpasses Happy Camp? Bring Lychee Terrace to the level of Mango Terrace? Student Fang, stop joking. If I can do all this, not to mention crushing Zhao Jinlan to death, even if I beat up the director, he'd still praise me for my talent in both literature and martial arts. But, is that possible? Seeing Ma Ruoyu's suspicious look, Fang Zhou knew what he was thinking. Immediately, Fang Zhou opened the folder in his arms, took out a thick stack of A4 paper and handed it over. The cover clearly reads, "Variety show if you are the one planning plan." Variety show plan? Did you write it? Or did you buy it? I write. Upon hearing this, Ma Ruoyu suddenly lost interest and lost much interest. What kind of market can a variety show created by a college student have? At his age, he probably doesn't even understand what the audience likes to watch. Can a variety show created by such an outsider be good? If any college student could create a hit variety show, then all the major TV stations would have already been like a cow taking a plane, so awesome. Fang Zhou naturally knew what Ma Ruoyu was suspicious of, and immediately slammed the plan on the table. I'll just take up 20 minutes of your time. After you finish reading this plan, if you still feel it's a waste of time, I'll turn around and leave immediately. Seeing Fang Zhou's confident look, Ma Ruoyu was unsure for a moment. After thinking for a while, he took the plan and looked at it. It's just a waste of 20 minutes anyway. He gently turned to the next page. The paper had a faint scent of ink, as if it had just been printed. However, when he saw the content on the second page, Ma Ruoyu's brows suddenly jumped. A dating show? There are currently no similar programs in China, so this is a good innovation. However, the audience of blind date shows are generally elderly men and women. Can such a show be popular? Ma Ruoyu sighed and continued reading. Each episode features 24 female guests who decide whether the male guests stay or leave by turning on or off their lights. Each round consists of 3 parts: love please answer, love read judgment, and love final selection. If the female guest lights up all the way to the end, it means she is willing to go with the male guest. If multiple female contestants light up in the final round, the male contest will proceed to the reverse selection round. Also, there's a light up segment for the female guest. Once the light is up, it means she's willing to stay with the male guest until the end. The host will find a famous speaker who can lead the guests to discuss social topics. Find 2 more commentators who are equally good at speaking, to help the host summarize the topic and serve as the audience's internet mouthpieces. Hi, this show seems to have something interesting. Originally, Ma Ruoyu had the mentality of just dealing with it. But as he looked at it, his expression gradually changed. His face gradually turned red due to excitement, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he had no time to care about these things at the moment, as his heart was completely immersed in this project. Ma Ruoyu's expression was serious and his eyes were focused, just like those LS who were unable to extricate themselves from watching Yuya's new anime. Seeing this, a slight smile slipped across Fang Zhou's lips. How popular was If You Are the One in its previous life? Let us just say that since the show was launched, the ratings have skyrocketed for 26 consecutive episodes, breaking the domestic satellite TV ratings records again and again, and firmly occupying the golden throne of #1 in ratings. All the channels in the country, all the programs on all the channels, are no match for If You Are the One and can only be pinned to the ground and rubbed madly. During this period, If You Are the One can really say one thing to all satellite TV stations. I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying that everyone here is a joy lover. Not only that, this program has also caused a heated discussion in the whole society about the modern young people's views on marriage, money, aesthetics, mate selection, and values, and has had a huge social impact. Lizzie TV became an instant hit thanks to this program, gaining nationwide recognition and becoming the hottest star in the television industry. Even the show's host, male and female guests, advertisers, etc., became extremely popular, such as Meng Fei. Simply put, this is a truly national phenomenon level variety show. 20 minutes later, Ma Ruoyu finally finished reading the last page and closed the plan with a feeling of reluctance. At this moment, the expression on his face had completely changed, and it seemed as if 1,000 alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. To use JHOS lyrics to describe it, kids, do you have a lot of shits? Ma Ruoyu raised his head and looked at Fang Zhou, his eyes no longer showing the contempt he had before. He looked at Fang Zhou as if he was the only true god. Fang Zhou looked at him with a smile. How about it, Teacher Ma, do you still think it's a waste of time? Classmate Fang, brother Fang, oh no, brother Fang. Ma Ruoyu grabbed Fang Zhou's hand. Chapter 37. I'll wear Balenciaga for you. Fang Zhou was startled by Ma Ruoyu's actions. He quickly said, No, you're older than my dad, how can you call me your brother? The wisest one is the teacher. At worst, we can just go our separate ways. You can call me uncle, and I'll call you brother. Brother, what do you want to eat? Uncle will order it for you. Ma Ruoyu spoke excitedly, no longer looking as careless as before. There's nothing that can be done about it. He's a young man with a lot of talk and can't do anything reliable, and Fang Zhou looks so young. Fang Zhou was amused by Ma Ruoyu's reaction and said with a smile, Teacher Ma, do you still think it's a waste of time? Ma Ruoyu still nodded, but reversed his tone and said, I think I was wasting your time just now. So, are you satisfied with this plan? Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Marriage, romance, handsome men, and beautiful women, social topics, these are all highly discussed elements. The value of this plan is immeasurable. Honestly, I was thinking of taking it and running away just now. You showed it to me like this. Aren't you afraid that I'll pull up my pants and deny it? Fang Zhou shook his head. Don't be afraid, President Nye is the middleman. If you run away, I will go find her. This is why Fang Zhou insisted on asking Nye Yaron to help make the connection. Only with the endorsement of a powerful middleman can he confidently take out the real stuff. This way both parties can feel at ease, and if one party does not follow the rules, the middleman will not let the other party off. Teacher Ma, feelings are feelings and business is business. Since you are satisfied, let's talk about the price. Fang Zhou suddenly said. Hearing this, Ma Ruoyu's expression froze. Brother Fang, you may not know that I'm extremely poor right now and really can't afford it. Fang Zhou shook his head. It's okay, I don't want cash, let's split it flexibly. Ma Ruoyu was slightly stunned. Generally, when introducing a program, the producers either buy it outright or share profits flexibly. This is an open secret in the industry. However, the works on the market now are mixed, and most production companies hold the idea of a one-time deal, buying out the works directly and making a profit. Not many people are willing to accept flexible profit sharing. After all, that means they have to be responsible for the results. But Fang Zhou is confident in If You Are the One, and buying it out in one go would be a real loss. You should know that during its peak period, the advertising revenue of If You Are the One was nearly 2 billion yuan a year, which is more than the advertising revenue of many TV stations combined in a year. The most important thing is that this show will be popular for a very long time. In his previous life, until Fang Zhou traveled through time, this show was still on the air, and its ratings were pretty good. This means that there will be a continuous flow of cash flow income. I don't ask for much, just 10% of the advertising revenue. I will help with the on-site operations in the first season, and I can also sign a betting agreement, Fang Zhou said. Hearing this, a big stone in Ma Ruoyu's heart finally fell. Ad revenue sharing? Still signing a bet agreement? This is basically no different from freeloading. You can get such a variety show plan without spending a penny. If this show becomes popular, it will be a huge fortune. Even if it doesn't become popular, I won't suffer much loss. Okay. It's a deal. Ma Ruoyu was afraid that Fang Zhou would go back on his word, so he immediately took out 2 copies of the standard contract from his briefcase, signed his name on both copies, stamped them with a special seal, and then handed the contract to Fang Zhou. Ma Ruoyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he thought of Fang Zhou's boast just now about bringing Lychee TV to the level of Mango TV. Fang Zhou signed his name on the gambling agreement. As for the advertising revenue sharing contract, he picked up the pen, hesitated for a moment, and then put it down. Can you wait a moment? I'll make a call. I didn't sign this revenue contract. Ma Ruoyu didn't think much about it. No problem. Soon, Fang Zhou called Xiao Tudou and asked her to come to Nanshan Cafe as soon as possible. About 10 minutes later, a pair of white and slender legs appeared at the door of the cafe. The owner of the beautiful legs is a girl with a delicate face, a beautiful high ponytail, long legs and a slim waist, and a 36D figure. She is the dream of countless boys and the nightmare of countless toilet paper manufacturers. Here. Fang Zhou raised his hand to signal. Little Potato immediately ran over and sat next to Fang Zhou. He twisted his little butt and pushed Fang Zhou aside. Fang Zhou handed her a pen and pointed to the 2 copies of the contract on the table. Sign your name here. Oh. Little Potato nodded and signed his name without hesitation. Fang Zhou was amused and patted her head. You signed it without asking what it is. What if I sell you out? Little Potato held up his snow-white, delicate chin and thought seriously, then I'll help you count the money. You'll need someone to count the money. Fang Zhou was at a loss for words for a moment. He looked back at Ma Ruoyu and stretched out his hand. Teacher Ma, happy cooperation. Ma Ruoyu immediately extended his hand. Happy cooperation. The two shook hands firmly, and a cooperation that would change the ecological landscape of domestic satellite TV was officially reached. After the cooperation was reached, Ma Ruoyu did not stop. After he and Fong Zhou exchanged phone numbers, he rushed back to Lizzie TV and couldn't wait to launch the project of If You Are the One. Seeing Ma Ruoyu leave, Little Potato finally realized and said, "Fong Zhou, who is that person?" Fong Zhou rubbed her little head angrily and explained, "That's someone from Lizzie TV. You just signed a profit-sharing contract for advertising revenue, which will bring you a steady stream of income for at least 15 years. Mr. Fong Zhou said that the income was a little over 100 million. Little Potato's beautiful eyes sparkled brightly. "But, why do you want me to sign as the beneficiary? You can sign it yourself." Fong Zhou smiled without saying anything, but his expression was slightly gloomy. A sudden car accident in his previous life made him feel the uncertainty of life for the first time. Maybe in the last second, you were eating hot pot and singing with your friends, and in the next second, you were separated from them forever because of a small mistake made by the driver. Which one will hit the Earth first, the asteroid, or the car, or which virus will hit which cell of your body? How much control do you have over your life? Once it's gone, it's really gone. He gave Xiao Tudou a share of the advertising revenue from If You Are the One, as a way of leaving her a safe retreat. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. If I die accidentally one day, with this contract, you will be able to live your life with confidence. When the time comes, if you really want to leave that home, you'll have the confidence to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Zhou saw that Little Potato's eyes suddenly turned red and he looked like he was about to cry. She suddenly grabbed Fong Zhou's arm and held him tightly in her arms, tears dripping down her eyes. After a while, Fong Zhou felt his arms were wet. "Oh my God." Fong Zhou was frightened by Little Potato's reaction and quickly comforted him. "Don't cry, I was just giving you an example, why did you take it so seriously?" Little Potato raised his hand while crying, and gently patted Fong Zhou's lips with his little palm 3 times in a row. Pa, don't say such unlucky words. It's not more than 3 points. Retreat quickly." Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing, and coaxed like coaxing his daughter. "Okay, I withdraw. If it's less than 3 minutes, it won't count." Little Potato nodded in satisfaction and finally burst into laughter. Only then did she realize that Fong Zhou had been staring at her chest. Little Potato looked down and his face suddenly turned red. Just now, because she was crying while hugging Fong Zhou's arm, her tears flowed down her arm and soaked the clothes on her chest. For a moment, the snow-white and delicate gullies were vaguely visible. Fong Zhou quickly looked at his nose and then at his heart, muttering silently in his heart, 3 years of bloody profits, the death penalty is worth it. Ugh. 3 years minimum, up to the death penalty, calm down. Seeing his serious look, Chen Wanning suddenly lowered her head and said with a blushing face, "Fong Zhou, you bought me a lot of clothes last time. Can I wear them for you to see tomorrow?" Fong Zhou immediately grabbed Chen Wanning's hand. "It doesn't matter what else you wear, but please make sure you wear Balenciaga and Valentino." Chen Wanning's face turned even redder. "Greedy, you can only choose one between Balenciaga and Valentino." As she spoke, her face blushed as she looked into Fong Zhou's eyes. "Which one do you choose?" Fong Zhou said without hesitation, "Only children make choices, I want them all." When I think of Chen Wanning's pair of snow-white and delicate long legs, wearing Balenciaga leather stockings and Valentino riveted high heels. Hiss. That scene. I dare not think about it. However, what Fong Zhou didn't know was, just when he and Chen Wanning were discussing whether to wear Valentino or Balenciaga, Jinling University's forum has exploded because of him. Chapter 38, Clown Tricks. Suyo Shui is shaken again. Jinling University, Literary Society. As the freshman secretaries of the Literature Club, it is Su Yoshue and Su Wei's turn to be on duty today. In the activity room, Su Wei was boredly scrolling through her phone, while Su Yoshue was holding her cheek, staring blankly at the sycamore tree outside the window. Suddenly, Su Wei seemed to have seen some explosive news and shouted excitedly, "Yoshue! Check out the school post." Su Yoshue turned around. "What's wrong?" His voice was weak and his face looked a little listless. Because Fong Zhou openly admitted that he was pursuing Chen Wanning the night before, she has been worried for the past 2 days and has not had a good rest. "Don't ask so many questions, just look at the pinned one." Su Wei was as excited as Columbus who discovered the New World. Su Yoshue took out her phone and entered the school forum, only to see the first post at the top. Shocking. a 500,000 yuan settlement. New Fangzhou returns to its pre-liberation era overnight. The post details the compensation agreement reached by the police last night. However, the poster used a vague writing style and did not mention the reason for attacking Xiao Tudou, and also blurred Lin Mo's name. You know, apart from Xiaotudu and Panghua, no one knows how much Fangzhou sold the game for. The classmates just guessed that it might be around a few 100,000. Therefore, as soon as this post came out, many people speculated that the influential figure of Jinan University some time ago had returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. There are hundreds of replies under the post, all of which are pessimistic. Holy crap, even if he could get 500,000 in one punch, that's pretty awesome. I heard Fangzhou's Angry Birds game only sold a few 100,000. Isn't that bankrupt? Ah, poor ordinary male college student member +1. Let him be so cocky before, but now he's done for. It's like they say, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. What a shame. I finally made some money, but overnight it was like being back to the days before liberation. Now I have lost everything. There's nothing we can do about it. Concussion scams are so ridiculous these days. My uncle accidentally hit someone while driving 2 years ago and also claimed he had a concussion. He ended up paying over 600,000 yuan in compensation. Needless to say, knowing so many details must be related to Lin Mo. Although university is a school, it is more like a small society and is very realistic in many cases. Previously, because of Angry Birds, Fangzhou became a celebrity in the school. But now the game has been sold and all the money has been lost. I believe many people are waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Maybe, this is what Lin Mo was thinking. At the same time, after reading this post, Su Yoshue lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Su Wei, who was standing next to him, sighed, "What a shame. I finally earned my first pot of gold, and it's gone just like that." When she said this, she felt a little disappointed. A rich man is called a golden son-in-law. Those who have no money are called garlic turtles. Su Wei suddenly realized that without the filter of money, Fangzhou was still the rural youth she looked down upon. Moreover, such ups and downs are most likely to discourage people. It's like a gambler who suddenly wins a large sum of money and then loses it all. It seems that he has neither lost nor gained, but he can never return to normal life. Many people have been speculating under the post whether Fangzhou will not be able to withstand the blow and will never recover. Call. After reading the post, Su Yoshue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Somehow, she suddenly found that her sense of loss was not as great as before. Su Wei saw this scene and said with a smile, "How's it going, Yoshue? You feel a lot more balanced now, don't you?" Su Yoshue pretended not to understand. Wei, what are you talking about? We're all best friends, so why should we be embarrassed? Letting a poor guy go and letting a rich man go, the feelings are definitely different. I just felt a little sorry. Su Yoshue lowered her head and said, not daring to look at Su Wei. Before, Su Yoshue had been depressed, feeling that she had lost something good and was very unbalanced. But when she learned that Fangzhou had returned to the time before liberation overnight, she suddenly felt much better. This feeling is like the difference between losing 10,000 yuan and losing $1. If you lose $100, you will feel regretful. But if you lose $1, it's lost. Some people aren't born to be rich. They finally make a little money, but it's all gone in a flash. Feng Shui calls this the inability to retain wealth. Such men are destined to never rise. Su Wei said with some gloating. After hearing what her best friend said, Su Yoshue felt that the knot in her heart for the past 2 days was suddenly healed without any medicine, and she even felt a little fortunate. She seemed to have forgotten that she had vowed to get Fangzhou back 2 days ago. Perhaps it can be described by a saying of our ancestors: some people can share wealth but not adversity. However, Lin Mo didn't know, Su Yoshue didn't know, and the classmates didn't know either, but Fangzhou's family background was a little bit richer than they thought. The other side. Fangzhou, who was completely unaware of the situation, was pulling little Potato back to school. The cell phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw the caller ID, Nya Yoron. I almost forgot. I haven't thanked my kind aunt for the matchmaking. Thinking of this, Fangzhou answered the phone. The soft and tender voice of the kind aunt came immediately from the other end. Xiaofeng, what kind of magic potion did you give Maruayu? He called me as soon as he got back and thanked me profusely, insisting that I gave him a big gift. Fangzhou smiled and kept it a secret for a while. Sister Yaron, I can't tell you this for now. We have a confidentiality agreement, but you will know soon. It's so mysterious, I won't tell you. Oh, I've already told Lin T on the news, he should have started buying things by now. Has it started yet? Thanks. Don't try to play it like that. I'm counting on you to make 500% of my business. Anyway, I have a phone call coming in. Yeah, bye. After hanging up the phone, Fong Zhou took a deep breath. The fun is about to begin. At this time, Fong Zhou looked down and saw the contacts in his phone's address book: Lei Jun, Nye Yurong, and Maruoyu. Unconsciously, I have built up a small network of contacts, he couldn't help but sigh. In the technology industry, he has Lei Jun, the founder of Xiaomi Technology. In the real economy, he has Nye Yurong, the most beautiful female CEO in Jinling. In terms of cash flow alone, Nye Yurong had much more than Lei Jun now. And in the media industry, he now has Ma Ruoyu. With the phenomenal show If You Are the One as his support, it is only a matter of time before Ma Ruoyu soars to fame. If the cooperation goes well, I will give him the show's super brain later. After a series of battles with prestigious universities, domestic competitions, and international competitions, I think he can move to the position of director of Lychee TV. No, this is no longer just a small connection, it is a spark that can start a prairie fire. Let's go. Fong Zhou took Chen Wanning's hand and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Just at this moment, two familiar figures came towards us on Wutong Avenue. Chapter 39, Watch him build a tall building, watch him entertain guests, watch his building collapse. As soon as I saw the two people coming towards me, Chen Wanning instantly turned into a vigilant kitten and hugged Fong Zhou's arm in her arms, as if declaring her sovereignty. Fong Zhou only felt a soft and delicate touch on his arm. It is bouncy, soft, warm, and very tempting. Fong Zhou followed Chen Wanning's gaze and saw who was coming. It was Su Yoshue and Su Wei, who had finished their shift at the literature club. At the same time, Su Yoshue and Su Wei also saw them. Su Yoshue lowered her head slightly, trying hard to pretend that she didn't see it. Su Wei raised her hand in greeting and said in a teasing tone, "Hey Fong Zhou, I heard that you paid 500,000 yuan for a girl. Is that true?" Fong Zhou said calmly, "Yeah, what's wrong?" Su Wei chuckled. "Nothing. I just feel like making money isn't easy, so I wanted to ask you how it feels to spend it lavishly." Fong Zhou shook his head and said nothing. What's the point of talking to a troll? In his previous life, Su Wei had teased and criticized him like this countless times, and Fong Zhou was no longer surprised. At this moment, Su Yoshue suddenly said quietly, "Is it worth it?" "There's no such thing as worth it or not, only whether you're willing or not," Fong Zhou replied. As he said this, he clearly felt the sensation on his arm getting stronger. That was caused by the violent fluctuation of 36D when Chen Wanning took a deep breath. Humph, men just want to save face. Su Wei sneered in her heart, but said politely on the surface, "As long as you are happy, we will go back first." Bye. Bye. Fong Zhou waved perfunctorily, but accidentally revealed the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 on his wrist. That was the watch that Nye Yurong had exchanged for him at Huatai Securities. It was said to be worth more than 300,000 yuan. Immediately, Su Wei's expression froze, and her raised hand stopped in mid-air. With her sharp eyes, she instantly recognized the value of the watch. What's going on? Didn't they say Fong Zhou has become a pauper again? If I'm not mistaken, this Patek Philippe watch must be worth at least several 100,000. The information on the forum is too unreliable. After a brief shock, Su Wei glanced at Su Yoshue beside her and found that there was nothing wrong with her, and she felt a little relieved. But it just gave me an opportunity. Su Wei did not tell Su Yoshue about her discovery. After returning to the dormitory, she quietly sent a message to Fong Zhou. "Sorry, those words just now were told by Yoshue. My true personality is actually not like that." After waiting for more than 10 minutes, I found that Fong Zhou had not replied. Su Wei gritted her teeth and picked out a few revealing private photos to send over. There are yoga clothes, swimsuits, backless ones, deep V ones, and milky jade feet ones. Although Su Wei is not as pretty as Su Yoshue, she is also a class beauty. With a little dressing up and light filters, she can get 83.141596 points. Su Wei checked her watch and waited for 3 minutes before sending 2 more messages to Fong Zhou. Oops, I accidentally sent it to the wrong person. Sorry. How come it's been over 3 minutes and I can't withdraw? Forget it, Fong Zhou, you can't leak it. At the same time, After drinking milk tea with Little Potato, Fong Zhou just arrived downstairs of the dormitory building when he heard the beeping of the little penguin phone. When he opened it, he found that Su Wei had sent him more than a dozen explicit private photos. Fong Zhou took a look and felt it was boring. Xiao Xiao versus A, how ridiculous. At this moment, another message came from the other side. Oops, I accidentally sent it to the wrong person. Sorry. How come it's been over 3 minutes and I can't withdraw? Forget it, Fong Zhou, you can't leak it. Seeing this, Fong Zhou couldn't help but sneer. I can smell the tea fragrance through the screen. He ignored Su Wei and climbed the stairs back to the dormitory. However, as soon as I arrived at the dormitory, my roommates surrounded me like sharks smelling blood. Damn it, third brother, you're finally back. The forum said you risked your life for your beloved and returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Is that true? You didn't really pay $500,000 for the settlement? Fong Zhou was stunned. Damn, how did you all know all this? Not only us, but the whole school knows about it now. The forum has exploded today. Don't you know? Fong Zhou shook his head, then took out his mobile phone to log into the school forum and found the post that was pinned to the top of the homepage. After reading it, he smiled faintly. Anyone who knows so many details can tell with his eyes closed that it must be related to Lin Mo. If it were in his previous life, Fong Zhou might have learned from Xiao Yan to shout, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the young and poor. However, having lived 2 lives, Fong Zhou could only smile indifferently. Watch him build a tall building, watch him entertain guests, and watch his building collapse. The gift from fate has already been secretly marked with a price, and it must be returned. Time flies, and it is December in a blink of an eye. Cold air from Siberia is moving southward, and the weather is gradually turning colder. The winter in Jinling is chilling to the bone. However, unlike the cold weather, 2 sensational events happened in Jinling in December. The first thing is that since last month, high-purity porcelain has been selling like crazy in the stock market. The cause was that the company announced a major asset restructuring. As soon as the news came out, the stock price fell to the limit for 5 consecutive days. This quickly attracted big capital to enter the market, releasing a large amount of funds, wildly pushing up stock prices, and attracting countless hot money and investors to rush in. In just 12 trading days, the stock price hit the daily limit 11 times in a row. In less than 2 months, the increase was nearly 500%, and the stock price was in the green almost every day. Although the company has repeatedly emphasized that the stock market is risky and urged investors to invest calmly. But faced with soaring stock prices, no one can remain calm. So much so that in the later stages, many people knew that the stock price was too high and would collapse sooner or later. But the rising stock price attracted countless people who were hoping for a lucky break to enter the market. Everyone has a gambling mentality, betting that the bomb will not explode on their heads. However, in the last week of the last month of 2009, that is, this week, this stock that has been soaring all the way, suddenly crashed. For a while, there were whales everywhere, and countless gamblers went bankrupt. Financial Weekly even published this news on 2 pages on the cover of this week's magazine. Shocking. The legendary monster stock of 2009 is officially born. Stock market risks. High-purity porcelain reappears with a drum-like flash crash. The sudden collapse of high-purity porcelain made Jinling, which was already cold in early winter, even colder. The second thing was that in this early winter, Jinling became completely popular all over the country. The cause was that at the beginning of the month, a program called If You Are the One was broadcast quietly on Lizzie TV. As a result, it broke the ratings record of Lizzie TV on the night it was broadcast. Overnight, social topics such as blind dating, marriage, urging marriage, leftover men and women, etc., once topped the hot search list. The show's bald host, Meng Fei, immediately ushered in the highlight of his career and gained millions of fans overnight. Subsequently, the ratings of If You Are the One continued to rise, with each episode seeing a continuous increase. In less than a month, it broke the domestic satellite TV ratings record again and again, firmly occupying the throne of the #1 ratings, even surpassing the Mango TV next door. Lizzie TV became an instant hit thanks to this program, gaining nationwide recognition and becoming the hottest star in the television industry. For a time, Lizzie Tai was decorated with lights inside and out, and it was as lively as the new year. However, the excitement belongs to others and has nothing to do with the Lin family. At the same time, at the Lin family villa, Lin Tian sat on the sofa in a daze. His hair hadn't been washed for several days and was slightly greasy. Zhao Jinlan looked hopeless and held the property certificate of the villa tightly, refusing to let go. Lin Mo looked bewildered, as if the sky had fallen. Just like the weather, the atmosphere in the villa was terribly cold. Chapter 40. A mess. The Lin family is finished. Opposite Lin Tian stood a team of staff in suits and ties. Mr. Lin Tian, please don't make things difficult for us. The leading man in a suit looked serious. Lin Tian's face was grim, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he gritted his teeth and said, Jinlan, let go and give them the property certificate. Zhao Jinlan immediately became like a cat with its fur standing on end, her expression twisted as she roared. Why? Mr. Lin, it's all your fault. Why don't you just die? Hearing this, Lin Tian became furious, raised his hand, and slapped Zhao Jinlan hard in the face. Shut the fuck up. If you weren't a spendthrift bitch, I wouldn't have to mortgage my villa to get a loan. Zhao Jinlan was stunned by the sudden slap. She trembled, covering the swollen half of her face, looked at Lin Tian in disbelief, and shouted sharply. You dare to hit me, Lin Tian, you actually dare to hit me? Are you still a man? I'm not done with you. I want a divorce. I want a divorce. Lin Tian was also angry. When he heard this, he immediately said angrily. Divorce if you want. Whoever doesn't divorce will be the grandson. But before the divorce, make your brother return the money to me. Having said this, Lin Tian's anger grew even stronger. As Fang Zhou expected, Lin Tian made the same mistake as in his previous life, chasing the rising prices of high-purity porcelain all the way, even at the cost of using up the company's liquid funds. Despite this, Lin Tian still felt it was not enough, so he thought about selling the investment gold bars at home to cash in. Stockpiling gold is a common method of preserving value used by many wealthy people. Naturally, Lin Tian's family also has some. That is the most precious property he left for this family. However, it was only then that Lin Tian discovered that the family's investment gold bars had long been secretly sold by Zhao Jinlan to fill the gambling debts of her good-for-nothing brother. In desperation, Lin Tian had to mortgage the villa and, combined with the company's working capital, used a tenfold leverage. With a tenfold leverage, 1,000 yuan can leverage 10,000 yuan of funds. Conversely, if the stock price falls, he will lose 10 times his money. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Even if you only make a daily limit profit, with the support of 10 times leverage, it is still a 100% profit. Who can not be tempted? However, what Lin Tian did not expect was that just as he entered the market with a full position, the high-purity porcelain suddenly collapsed, catching him off guard. With 10 times leverage, Lin Tian's position was instantly liquidated. What followed was that countless investors and speculators sold their stocks, making the stock price even worse and plummeting. A large number of people were selling in the market, but no one was buying, so they couldn't cash out and leave. Lin Tian is equivalent to buying directly at the top of the mountain, and he has to bear all the losses later. The most critical thing is that the company's working capital is now trapped in the stock market and the company's capital chain is broken. Affected by the economic crisis in 2008, the real economy has entered a cold winter in the past 2 years. It was already struggling day by day, and now the capital chain is broken. It is probably only a matter of time before the company goes bankrupt and liquidated. The bank was worried about insolvency, so it immediately came to the Lin Villa to clear the funds, which led to this scene. Impossible, impossible, how could it become like this? It's fake. It's all fake. This must be an April Fool's prank. On the other side, Lin Mo was immersed in the huge changes. He was completely dazed and couldn't believe what he saw. Yesterday, he was still a rich second generation who was envied by everyone. He had a villa at home and an S6 for going out. He was tall, rich and handsome in the eyes of his classmates, and there was an endless stream of girls throwing themselves at him. As long as he wants, it's no problem to change the gun mount every day. Even when he was in high school, he got the school beauty pregnant, but he went to class and ate as usual, and nothing happened. But today, a group of people suddenly came to the villa and announced that the Lin family was about to go bankrupt and the villa was to be liquidated and auctioned. He was no longer the rich second generation that everyone envied. For a moment, Lin Mo couldn't accept this huge gap. Soon, the staff began taking photos and putting seals on the place. The S6 at the door also needs to be cleared out. You two go call a tow truck, said a staff member in a suit. Hearing this, Lin Mo suddenly ran out like crazy, blocking the Audi S6 and roaring. This is my car. You are not allowed to tow it. It's mine. Mine. It seemed as if this Audi S6 was his last line of defense. However, the staff did not spoil him. He had seen many young men who had been spoiled since childhood. In the final analysis, they were just giant babies who had never grown up under the protection of their parents. The staff member pulled Lin Mo away and said angrily, "Who are you calling a big shot? I thought you were some rich second generation." This sentence suddenly made Lin Mo feel like he was falling into an icy cave. At this moment, he finally realized that the fact that he had lived a better life and received a better education than others since childhood was just because he was born into a good family. His high-handed sense of superiority is actually very fragile and will break at the slightest touch. After the carnival, there is often only a mess left. On this day, the Lin family was finished. Jinling University, men's dormitory. Lin Mo didn't know how he got back to school. He forgot whether he took a taxi or a bus. He lay on the bed in the dormitory, completely dazed. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang and someone sent him a message. He glanced at the person who sent the message, Li Sisi from the dance department of the Southern Arts Academy. The notes are: height 170 centimeters, measurements 90-60-90, very smooth, very loud. This is the beauty from the dance department of the Nanjing Academy of Fine Arts whom he recently met. Dear, my birthday is next week. Don't forget the Chanel bag you promised me. Lin Mo had no expression on his face and silently closed the dialog box. That Chanel bag cost more than 20,000 yuan, and he was originally planning to buy a high-end imitation for more than 3,000 yuan to make do. But now, his bank card was frozen, and he didn't have even 300 yuan, let alone 3,000 yuan. At this time, another friend from the second-generation circle sent a message. Brother Mo, let's go to the 1912 bar tonight. It's your treat this time. I want to open 10 bottles of Ace of Spades. Lin Mo took a look and silently closed the dialog box again. At this moment, a huge panic surged in my heart. If these people knew that his family was bankrupt, would they still treat him like this? The answer is undoubtedly no. As the old saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. It is very difficult to go back to the life of an ordinary person after living a luxurious life like a superior person. On the other side, Lizitai building. After taking half a day off, Zhao Jinlan came to work in the afternoon in a daze. Swipe the card, get in the elevator, and go straight to the variety show department on the 11th floor. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the variety show department, I saw a congratulatory message and an appointment notice posted on the glass door. The good news is that, congratulations to the ratings of If You Are the One, which hit a new high last night. The appointment notice is: in view of Comrade Ma Ruoyu's outstanding work performance and rich experience, effective today, Comrade Ma Ruoyu will be promoted to director of the variety department. Zhao Jinlan's heart sank. What was supposed to come had finally come. She pushed open the glass door, and as soon as she entered the room, she heard the lively and boisterous sounds of congratulations. Congratulations, old Ma. Oh no, now Minister Ma. Ha, congratulations. Old Ma, please take care of me in the future. Look out for each other, look out for each other. La Ma, don't forget your buddy. Ha, no matter who I forget, I will never forget you. Congratulations, Minister Ma. Let's celebrate together. Everyone, come to the Red Mansion tonight. It's my treat. Minister Ma is so generous. Just then, the sound of a door being pushed open caught everyone's attention. Everyone looked over, and dozens of eyes were instantly fixed on Zhao Jinlan. Seeing this, Zhao Jinlan forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and stepped forward to greet him, extending her hand and saying, "Congratulations, La Ma." Ma Ruoyu said solemnly, "Comrade Jinlan, when you are working, you should refer to your position." Zhao Jinlan's expression froze, and she smiled stiffly. "Congratulations, Minister Ma." Minister Ma. Ma Ruoyu didn't shake hands with her, but just passed by her. Zhao Jinlan felt a chill on one side of her body, and she was afraid that she could no longer stay in the position of deputy producer. However, at this moment, Ma Ruoyu's cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as he saw the caller ID, his originally stern face immediately became full of smiles, even a little flattering. "Hey, brother phone, yes, it's me. Invite me to dinner tonight. How can that be possible? If anyone wants to treat me, I should treat you." Okay, no problem. I'll treat everyone to dinner at the Red Mansion at 7 p.m. You must be there." Hearing this, Zhao Jinlan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had grasped the last straw. Brother Fong? I remember the planner for If You Are the One also had the surname Fong, but used the stage name, Formula. Could it be the ace planner behind Maruwayu? If I can get in touch with him and recruit him to my side, there might be a chance to turn things around. Zhao Jilan originally didn't plan to attend Maruoyu's promotion banquet, but immediately decided to go. No matter who you are, I must dig you over to my side, Zhao Jilan said viciously in her heart. Before I knew it, the afternoon had passed in a flash. In Jinling in winter, it gets dark early and the night covers the earth. After get off work at 6 o'clock, all the colleagues in the variety show department, either driving or hitchhiking, went to Hongongwen in groups. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fangzhou also received an invitation from Maruoyu. After class in the evening, he took Little Potato and took a taxi straight to Hongongwen. Chapter 41 Bring my little rubber band and you will be mine. At 8 o'clock in the evening, light snow began to fall from the sky. However, the Red Mansion was bustling with activity. I'm finally able to see the true face of Fong's plan. I'm a little excited. Yeah, Lama, you're really good at hiding. That's really not nice. We haven't even eaten yet, and you've already whetted our appetites. Hearing this, Maruoyu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and said, "Don't blame me for this. They asked for it to be kept secret. This is called keeping a low profile, don't you understand?" Ha ha ha. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became even more lively. On the other side, Zhao Jinlan's face was serious, and she became more determined in her previous thoughts. No matter who you are, I will definitely dig you out, I will. At this time, Ma Ruoyu's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID, smiled and raised the phone and said, "Speak of the devil, here comes Teacher Fong. I'll go out and meet her first." Then he trotted towards the door. In the banquet hall, everyone looked at the door with anticipation, their eyes full of curiosity. After all, he was the legendary planner who planned If You Are the One and brought Lizzie TV back to life. Even the station director wanted to meet him again and again. But before tonight, Planner Fong only existed in legends and refused to meet anyone. After a while, the sound of footsteps was heard in the corridor. Two figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. The boy was wearing a khaki windbreaker and rimless glasses, looking handsome and elegant. The girl was wearing a coffee-colored tweed suit and lead-colored straight leg pants that made her long legs look tight and slender. She had long legs and a 36D slim waist, and her figure was exaggeratedly good. The two of them walking together looked like a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Is this Teacher Fong? She looks so young. I'm jealous of how talented he is at such a young age. He's so handsome that I can't even close my legs. The girl that Teacher Fong brought is also very pretty, with long legs. I don't even have that long of a life. Colleagues started discussing it in a flurry. However, as soon as she saw the two figures, Zhao Jilan felt a loud bang in her mind, and then everything went blank. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could it be him? Zhao Jilan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. She stood there in a daze as if she was petrified. The two people in front of her were the ones she met at the Public Security Bureau that night. She even slapped them, but the girl blocked it with one hand. Zhao Jilan suddenly remembered what the boy said before he left that night: "This slap is very expensive." She had imagined various possibilities, but she never expected that the mysterious planner who planned If You Are the One and brought Lizzie TV back to life was actually him. In an instant, some of my previous doubts became clear. Zhao Jilan slumped down in her chair, as if she had lost all her energy and spirit. She said self-deprecatingly, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." A slap. Zhao Jilan stood up and quietly left through another side door of the banquet hall. There was no point in staying any longer. Seeing this, Ma Ruoyu did not stop him. Chen Wanning also saw Zhao Jilan walking against the crowd and recognized her at a glance. Fang Zhou reached out and gently stroked her snow-white, delicate face, leaned in and whispered in her ear, "I'm here to help you collect your debt." Chen Wanning's beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked, and there was a sparkling light in her eyes. She nodded her little head, and a bright smile bloomed on her fresh and refined little face. Come on, don't stand there, take a seat." Ma Ruoyu greeted warmly. As Fang Zhou and Chen Wanning took their seats, the waiters began to serve the dishes, and the banquet hall was filled with the aroma of wine and food. Soon, 3 rounds of wine had passed and 5 dishes had been prepared. Many people were drunk, and Fang Zhou and Ma Ruoyu were also drunk, with their faces and ears hot. The two of them were arm in arm, like half-brothers who had been separated for many years. Brother Fang, boys must protect themselves when they are outside. Look, the girl from our TV station can hardly contain herself anymore, Ma Ruoyu said with a smile. Fang Zhou was stunned. Before they could react, they saw groups of 4 or 5 girls, holding wine glasses, walking towards their table with fiery eyes. Minister Ma, I toast you. The girl who took the lead said that she was an 80-point girl with an oval face. Ma Ruoyu laughed and joked, "Oh, do you want to toast me, or do you want to toast our teacher Fang?" The girl blushed immediately, lowered her head, raised her glass and said, "Teacher Fang, I want to toast you too." The most touching thing is that shy look when she lowers her head, just like the gentleness of a water lotus in the cool breeze. Fang Zhou turned his head and glanced at Little Potato, and found that she was eating vegetables as if no one was around. Fang Zhou felt like a villain was yelling in his heart, "Stupid, people are coming to your house to poach your clients, and you still have the mood to eat? Han Xian is here to steal your crystal." But Little Potato seemed not to see it and just ate his vegetables. Fang Zhou had no choice but to shake his head in decline. "Well, I really can't drink anymore. How about you drink one for me, old Ma?" Hearing this, another girl stepped forward and said, "Teacher Fang, I heard that you are from Jinling University. I also graduated from Jinling University. So, we are actually alumni." As she spoke, she also raised her glass, waiting for Fang Zhou to clink glasses with her. "Teacher Fang, just drink one, just a little." "Yes. Drink one, drink one." The girls started to make a noise one by one. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Fang Zhou picked up the half-drunk AD calcium milk that Chen Wanning had on the table and drank it all in one gulp. "I really can't drink anymore. I'll have milk instead of wine. Everyone, enjoy your meal." The girls returned to their tables in a listless manner, but the burning gazes around them would still fall on Fang Zhou from time to time. During this period, the more successful Ma Ruoyu made If You Are the One, the more curious people became about the mysterious ace planner, and many people had already admired him. After finally meeting each other today, they found out that he was an extremely handsome guy, so many girls naturally had some different thoughts. Chop chop. Chop, chop, chop. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the side. Fang Zhou turned his head and saw Little Potato cutting the steak on the plate into 8 pieces with a knife in one hand and a fork in the other. That look, it's just short of having the words "I'm angry" pasted on his forehead. "What are you doing?" Fang Zhou came up with a smile. Little Potato said unhappily, "Go away. I don't want to talk to Bad Silver for now." Fang Zhou laughed in silence. This little jealous kid was so jealous, it was enough to dip dumplings in. At this moment, Chen Wanning glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw another girl at the table next to her holding up a glass of wine and approaching. She immediately took Fang Zhou's hand and skillfully took off the hair tie with her other hand. In an instant, her black hair fell like a waterfall, outlining her soft face. Before Fang Zhou could react, Chen Wanning had already put the hair tie around his wrist, then waved her fist and said fiercely, "Put on my little rubber band, and you belong to me. You are not allowed to flirt with other girls." After doing all this, Little Potato returned to her usual self, pretending to be calm and focused on eating, as if she was the queen sitting in the courtyard. Fang Zhou was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed Chen Wanning's little head and was about to say something. At this moment, his phone dinged and he received a payment reminder. China Merchants Bank, your account number ending in 2326 received 21,800,000 renminbi at 9 p.m. on December 29. The current balance is 21,803,515 renminbi and 65 cents. Chapter 42: The most troublesome problem for boys. Looking at the string of numbers that arrived in the account, Fang Zhou was extremely excited. After this period of tossing and turning, 4 million entered the stock market and 21.8 million came out. In such a short period of time, it has achieved a return of over 500%, making it worthy of being the #1 monster stock in 2009. If a shares did not have a daily limit of 10% daily price increase, this train of monster stocks would definitely have made more money. In his previous life, Fang Zhou worked diligently for so many years, but he never saved up 1 million. But within less than 1 semester of his rebirth, he had already earned 20 million. Now we're just waiting for winter vacation. As long as we can get over that hurdle at the beginning of next year, my parents' fate will change. Fang Zhou secretly clenched his fists, and the fighting spirit in his heart burned. If you were to say who he owed the most in his previous life, besides Chen Wanning, it would be his parents. His parents' broken legs and disfigurement were closely related to him, and were even indirectly caused by him. Now, he finally has the ability to change his parents' fate. Drink it quickly, you are raising fish. Ma Ruoyu suddenly slapped him, his face as red as a monkey's butt. Okay. Drink. Fong Zhou suddenly got into a good mood for drinking. He picked up his glass, clinked it with Ma Ruoyu, and drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp. Ma Ruoyu picked up the wine glass and touched it to his lips, but not a drop was missing. Damn, is this the legendary teetotal drinking method? Fong Zhou was shocked. Ma Ruoyu's old face turned red, and he covered his waist with one hand and said helplessly, I'm old, and I don't have the energy you young people have. My husband is so exploitative. Oh. It's all tears. Brother Fong Zhou, you have to understand, women are like wolves at 30, tigers at 40, and can suck dirt when they sit on the ground at 50. When you reach my age, you will understand. Hearing this, Fong Zhou glanced at little Potato, who was eating vegetables silently beside him, and secretly made up his mind to exercise, and he must exercise hard in the next semester. At this time, Ma Ruoyu changed the subject, but I have my own secret technique. No matter how strong she is, like a gentle breeze blowing across the hills, even if she is as strong as a wolf or a tiger that can suck up the earth, I can still control her with one hand. Fong Zhou immediately asked humbly, what secret book? Hey, do you know, why is Duan Zhengchun so good at picking up girls? Why? Do you think one finger Zen is only used for fighting? Depend on. Fong Zhou suddenly realized and felt like he had opened the door to a new world. If the one yang finger is like this, then the 6 meridians divine sword will also be able to soar to the sky? Clever, otherwise why do you think Wan Yuyin chose Duan Yu? The two of them smiled knowingly, those who understood understood. Men are like this. When they drink too much, they can't help but talk about women. If we have driven a car together, we will be half-brothers from now on. Lama, you should take care of if you are the one first. When the time is right, I will give you a big one and let you move up to the position of station director. Fong Zhou was drunk and started to make big promises to Ma Ruoyu. Hearing this, Ma Ruoyu sobered up instantly, and his drunken face became even redder with excitement. Brother Fong, oh no, Brother Fong, you are my real brother. From now on, I will hang out with you. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me. Ma Ruoyu said excitedly, his words were a disguised expression of loyalty. The two of them toasted each other again. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Zhou suddenly felt his bladder swell. I'm going to pee. Ma Ruoyu agreed, I'll go too. After peeing, the two rushed to the front hall to pay the bill. Just at this moment, the door of the red mansion was pushed open and a man and a woman pushed the door open and came in. Oi! Lao Fong? As soon as he saw Fong Zhou, the man immediately shouted. Fong Zhou turned around and saw that the person coming was Pang Bo. He wore a formal fleece jacket today, combed his hair into an adult style, and sprayed matte mousse on it. Lao Pang, why are you here? Fong Zhou asked in surprise. Next to Pang Bo stood a pretty girl with heavy makeup, designer clothes, and a strong scent of perfume. Looking at this woman, Fong Zhou's pupils suddenly shrank. This woman is none other than Huang Huihui. In his previous life, Pang Bo was cuckolded by this woman. Even after his death, this woman still staged a scene of committing a crime in front of her husband for him. Fong Zhou had heard Pang Bo mention before that he had just met a girl named Huang Huihui who was studying in the broadcasting department of Jinling University. But I didn't expect that the relationship between the two would develop so quickly. Hearing this, Pang Bo's cheeks flushed slightly. Huihui and I came here to eat. Oh, by the way, Lao Fong, let me introduce you, this is Huang Huihui, my girlfriend. Pangbo, I haven't promised you yet. The girl's tone was slightly harsh. Hey, isn't this a matter of time? Pang Bo scratched his head with a silly grin, pointed at Fong Zhou and introduced him. Huihui, let me introduce you. This is Fong Zhou, my good friend since childhood. Huang Huihui looked at Fong Zhou, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She had often heard Pang Bo talk about this best friend, bragging about how great he was, but unfortunately he was just a bootlicker. I didn't expect that when we met today, he would be so handsome in person. Such handsome boys are all lickers? Huang Huihui was secretly surprised. Other people's licking dogs were like this, but her own licking dog was. She glanced at Panghua and suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. Hello, I'm Pangua's friend, nice to meet you. Huang Huihui spoke gently, with that sweet smile, which was extremely confusing to boys. Fang Zhou greeted him reluctantly for Pang Bo's sake. Lao Pang, you haven't told me why you came here? Pang Bo spread his hands and said helplessly. Isn't the day after tomorrow New Year's Eve? Huihui and I had originally planned to go to Xinjiku to celebrate New Year's Eve together, but Huihui suddenly had a classmate coming over and couldn't make it that night, so we had to come here early to have dinner and celebrate New Year's Day. Fang Zhou sneered in his heart. No time for New Year's Eve? Are there any classmates coming over? I guess she doesn't have time with Pangbua, but she has time with other boys. At this moment, Huang Huihui covered her mouth and said in disbelief. You are the producer Ma of Lizzie TV, right? It's such an honor to see you here. Ma Ruoyu, who was standing behind Fang Zhou, looked bewildered and pointed at himself. Do I know you? You are a noble man who forgets things easily. I am Huang Huihui from the broadcasting department of Jinling University. I have sent you my internship resume before. Huang Huihui said in a delicate voice. The broadcasting department is different from other subjects. You need to gain internship experience in your freshman year. Otherwise, when you graduate, your resume will be blank, and graduation will mean unemployment. Oh, it seems that's the case. Ma Ruoyu looked thoughtfully at Fang Zhou and said with a smile, Brother Fang Zhou, is this your friend? Huang Huihui looked at Fang Zhou again. Ma Ruoyu was someone she looked up to, but in front of this young man, he actually had to speak in a low voice. Huang Huihui glanced at Pang Bo, then looked at Fang Zhou expectantly, with desire almost written on her face. She knew that as long as the young man nodded, her internship at Lizitai would be secured. However, Fang Zhou smiled and said, I don't know him, I'm not familiar with him. The smile on Huang Huihui's face suddenly stopped. Before she could make any further moves, Fang Zhou waved his hand and said, Lao Pang, come to my house during the winter break. If there's something important, don't forget. Pangbua nodded blankly. Huang Huihui looked at Fang Zhou's back and gritted her teeth secretly. After returning to the banquet hall, Ma Ruoyu suddenly said, Brother Fang Zhou, do you have any opinion about that girl just now? Was I so obvious? Fang Zhou did not refute. Ma Ruoyu smiled and said, After all, I've been in the media industry for so many years, so I do have some good eyesight. How about this, do you need my help? Don't worry for now, wait for my news later. Okay, if you need help, just tell me. This matter came to an end for the time being. Fang Zhou had already decided in his heart that he must win Pang Bo over when he returned during the winter vacation. But the most important thing now is New Year's Eve the day after tomorrow. What kind of New Year's gift should I get little potato? Fang Zhou was in trouble. Sure enough, choosing gifts for girls is the most troublesome problem for all boys. Chapter 43 Lamborghini and Confession Balloon. The banquet lasted until 10 p.m. After the banquet, Ma Ruoyu drove Fang Zhou and Chen Wanning back to school himself. At the last moment when the dormitory was closing at 11 o'clock, the two of them returned to their dormitories safely. After washing up, Fang Zhou lay on the bed and continued to think about the ultimate problem. What New Year's gift should he give to little potato? At this moment, the dormitory leader Su Luo suddenly knocked on the table and shouted. Guys, let's discuss this. The counselor said that each dormitory will have a performance at the New Year's Eve party the day after tomorrow. What should our dormitory do? Upon hearing this, the roommates immediately looked at their noses and hearts, and shrank their necks like ostriches. Don't look at me, boss. You know I have severe social anxiety. Me too, I don't know anything. The best I can do is act out 3 people and a pig. Hey, why are you looking at me? I'm tone deaf and uncoordinated. The doctor said I'm not meant to perform. Hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but laugh and scolded. Hey, you idiots. Whenever something happens, you start playing dead. So, let's draw lots. Whoever draws the king gets to go. Good idea. Agree. No problem. Su Luo took out a deck of cards from the drawer, picked out a king and 5 face cards, shuffled them and spread them out side by side. You guys smoke first. Third brother, come down and have a smoke too. Su Luo turned around and shouted at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou jumped out of bed and picked up a playing card on the table. When he opened it, it turned out to be the Joker card representing the king. Su Luo came over to take a look and immediately smiled. Third brother, if you admit defeat, the responsibility of our dormitory will be handed over to you. Damn, this is the best luck, right? However, at this moment, Fang Zhou suddenly had an idea, and he finally thought of what gift to give to little potato. Song. One of her favorite songs in her previous life. That is, Jay Choa's Confession Balloon. In her previous life, Chen Wanning had a special liking for the song Confession Balloon. It was a must-have on her playlist all year round and she played it on repeat every day. Fang Zhou didn't understand at the time, but now he realized that Chen Wanning was not listening to the song, she was listening to her own story. But Confession Balloon was released by Jay Cho in 2016, and it's only 2009 now. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou smiled bitterly in his heart and had to apologize to director Zhou. "Boss, please help me learn a song to sing on the guitar," Fang Zhou said. "Oh. Third brother, our dormitory depends on you," Su Luo happily reported for personal singing and playing. Fang Zhou lay back on the bed, thought about it, and felt this gift was a bit thin. He brainstormed for a moment more, and suddenly a light bulb in his head lit up. How about, buy little potato another car? Now I have to take a taxi every time I go out. It's so troublesome. It would be much more convenient if I had a car. But luxury cars need to be reserved in advance, and it's hard to pick up a car right away. Fang Zhou thought for a moment, took out his cell phone, walked out of the dormitory, and called Nya Yurong, whose nickname was Kind Aunt. If you are unsure about something, you can ask your aunt. After 2 beeps, the call was quickly connected. The young woman's lazy and numb voice came from the microphone. "What's wrong, little boy? What do you want to talk to me about?" Because of Fang Zhou, Nya Yurong made hundreds of millions of dollars from the hot stock of Gaochun porcelain, and the relationship between the two became much closer. Fang Zhou said without hesitation, "Sister Yurong, do you have any channels to get a luxury car? I need it urgently, and I want one that's already in stock. It would be best if I could pick it up tomorrow." "A luxury car? Wait a moment." There was the sound of keyboard tapping from the other end. After a while, the Kind Aunt's lazy and numb voice came again. "There's a Qixing luxury car 4S dealership over at the South Station Parade Grounds. Go over there tomorrow and pick out whichever car you choose. You can pick it up right there. I've already made the call. Thank you." After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhou put away his phone contentedly and waited to pick up the car tomorrow. The next day, noon. As soon as the morning class ended, Fang Zhou took a taxi straight to the 4S store at South Station. This is a luxury car dealership located in Daxiachang. There are a wide variety of luxury cars parked at the door, and the female salespeople are all wearing black stockings, high heels, and hip skirts. The black stockings are more transparent than each other, the high heels are higher than each other, and the hip skirts are shorter than each other. "Hello, how can I help you?" As soon as Fang Zhou entered the door, a young female salesperson came up to him with a sweet smile on her face. She has a baby face, is about 170 centimeters tall, has a hot body, and some of her breasts are so big that they are exaggerated. 4 words flashed through Fang Zhou's mind: baby face and big R. No wonder people say online that for every Porsche sold, a salesperson leaves the company. With this figure and beauty, who can resist it? Only a gentleman like me can do it. Fang Zhou shook his head, threw away the strange thoughts in his mind, and said, "Hello, I'm looking for Manager Li. Nya Yurong introduced me here." The girl suddenly said in surprise, "You must be Mr. Fang Zhou, right? Manager Li is out on a hurry, and he's told you to come and choose a car. I'll take you to see the car." Fang Zhou nodded and did not refuse. As soon as he entered the door, he was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, dazzled by the dazzling array of luxury cars. Bentley, Porsche, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce, Affilios. Each luxury car is equipped with a central steering column, with an LED screen next to it for explanation. The surroundings are spotless, showing its luxury. Fang Zhou looked around and felt that they all looked good, so he asked, "Is there any car suitable for girls to drive?" Hearing this, the baby-faced saleswoman's face flashed with disappointment, but she still kept smiling and said, "Yes, please follow me." Soon, the two came to a classic Lamborghini. The color is Lamborghini's most classic Geloge yellow. The car has a sharp and unique front end. Perfect streamlined body. The scorpion taillights, eagle claw-style doors, and the overall inverted V-shape give people a very impactful sense of dynamics and visual effects. "Mr. Fang Zhou, this Lamborghini Gallardo just arrived at our store yesterday. It has a top speed of 350 km/h and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.2 seconds. It has 650 horsepower and a peak torque of 660 Nm. the baby-faced girl introduced enthusiastically. Fang Zhou suddenly reached out to interrupt her. No need, just this one. The saleswoman smiled brightly. Okay, this car costs 3.3 million. Would you like to pay by credit card or swipe the card? Fang Zhou directly took out his bank card. Okay, please wait. 30 minutes later, a huge engine roar was heard in the 4S store. Immediately afterwards, a Jalig yellow Lamborghini roared out. Driving a Lamborghini for the first time in his life, Fang Zhou sped all the way, reaching a speed of 200 miles per hour on the elevated highway. The deafening roar made people's blood boil. No wonder they say motorcycles and armor are boys' favorites. Fang Zhou looked at the luxurious decoration inside the car and the ultra-low starry sky ceiling, and an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. If we do something vibrating in this car, Little Potato's long legs would probably reach the roof. That's seen. I dare not think about it. 20 minutes later, at the gate of Jinling University, Fang Zhou drove slowly into the school gate. The Lamborghini's domineering body and cool shape instantly attracted the attention of countless students. Fang Zhou smiled slightly, parked the car in an open-air parking space, then closed the door and got out. Everything is ready, waiting for New Year's Eve. However, just after Fang Zhou parked the car and left, Su Yoshue and Su Wei had just finished their club activities and were passing by when they saw this luxurious and domineering Lamborghini. Chapter 44. Then I'll give you my legs to play with. Chapter 44. Wei, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. Su Yoshue's rosy little mouth opened into an O shape, and her eyes were filled with dazzling light. Lamborghini Maverick? Su Wei had the same expression on her face. She was stunned and said, "This car is worth millions. There are rich second generations like this in our school. How come I didn't know about it?" For some reason, Fang You's face suddenly flashed through Su Wei's mind. But soon, she shook her head and put this absurd idea out of her mind. I'm really crazy. Even though Fang Zhou made some money selling games, this car costs at least 3 or 4 million. It's not something he can afford. When talking about Fang Zhou, Su Wei couldn't help but grit her teeth. During this period, she sent Fang Zhou countless private photos in all kinds of poses. At first she would pretend to have sent the message by mistake, but later she would just send it directly. However, Fang Zhou seemed to have entered the sage mode of a boy and did not respond to her at all. Because of this, Su Wei once had serious doubts about her own charm. At the same time, in addition to Su Wei and Su Yoshue, many passing students also stopped. Fuck, a Lamborghini Maverick? What big cows and small calves? I only know about dairy cows. Quickly take a photo and post it on QQ. This is a multi-million-dollar car. Is this true? An invisible rich second generation has appeared in our school? My friends and I were stunned. Seeing the reactions of the students around her, Su Wei smiled and said, "See, Yoshua? This is the charm of luxury cars. This is what a true second-generation rich person looks like. Compared to this, Lin Mo's A6 is just a grocery shopping car at best." Speaking of the A6, why haven't I seen Lin Mo driving it these past 2 days? Yesterday I wanted him to take me to New World Plaza. He said he sent it for maintenance. Su Yoshue replied. Su Wei suddenly asked curiously, "By the way, Yoshue, tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. Did Lin Mo tell you what gift he'd give you for New Year's Eve?" Su Yoshue shook her head. "I don't know. He's been acting weird these past 2 days. He doesn't answer my calls or reply to my messages. I don't know what's wrong. Let's not talk about me anymore. Wei, what are your plans for tomorrow night? Are you going to spend New Year's Eve with that senior from high school? Heh, you want to spend New Year's Eve with me by giving me a tube of YSL lipstick? You're dreaming. I'm a woman who was once protected by a lion, how could I fall for a stray dog?" Su Yoshue curled her lips. Although she agreed with Su Wei's words in her heart, she thought they were too harsh, so she corrected her. Wei, that's not what you should say. Happiness is the most important thing." Su Wei chuckled. Okay, happiness is the most important thing. Then I'd rather cry in a Lamborghini than laugh on a bicycle. However, Su Wei and Su Yoshue didn't know that the Lamborghini they envied was one of the New Year's gifts Fang Zhou gave to Chen Wanning. When they find out the truth, their expressions will definitely be amazing. The day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, December 31st, was sunny. Today is New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, the school was filled with a festive atmosphere. A banner reading Happy New Year to all students was hung on the sycamore trees on Ginkgo Avenue. The tree trunks on both sides of the road were all tied with colorful lights, and colorful flags were hung on the branches. The school's supermarket and cafeteria have all been decorated with eye-catching Happy New Year signs. As if to allow students to spend the holiday with peace of mind, even today's classes are very few. As night falls, the colorful lights on the sycamore trees light up, and the campus is suddenly transformed into a colorful fairy tale world. 7 p.m., room 1018, Ifu building. Fang Zhou paced back and forth at the classroom door, waiting anxiously. Soon, the elevator door opened and a pretty and tall figure walked out. Here. Here. Fang Zhou immediately extended his hand to greet him. Chen Wanning covered her chest and ran towards Fang Zhou in small steps. Tonight, Chen Wanning had delicate light makeup on her face, her long straight black hair gently tucked behind her ears. She was wearing a white slim-fitting tweed coat, a lead gray sweater underneath, and a pair of ripped jeans that outlined her long legs. The trouser legs were rolled up slightly, above the ankles, revealing a pair of black silk calves from the trouser legs. Because they are holey jeans, the exposed holes allow you to see the black stockings inside the pants. Fang Zhou's heart beat faster, and his eyes couldn't help but stay on Chen Wanning's legs for 2 more seconds. Pants rims. Little Potato can actually master this top-notch black silk technique at such a young age? Fang Zhou expressed his incomprehension but was greatly shocked. Chen Wanning blushed and gently covered her legs with her coat. Still looking? Fang Zhou was a little embarrassed. Well, I just wanted to see if you were cold. Oh? Really? Chen Wanning's beautiful eyes reflected an intoxicating glow. Come on, hurry up and go in, it's going to start in 1 minute. Fang Zhou quickly changed the subject and pulled Chen Wanning to jog into the classroom. Chen Wanning was invited by him to attend the class's New Year's Eve party. In the classroom, more than 60 students from the computer science department had already taken their seats, and the counselors and teachers were sitting in the front row. The podium in the room had been moved away long ago and replaced by a small stage. The classroom was filled with small colorful flags, red and white snowflake logos, countless colorful balloons, and streamers all over the sky. Su Yoshue, the guest host, was holding the microphone to open the show. Dear teachers and classmates, good evening. The year 2009 has faded into the distance, and the bells of 2010 are about to ring. Looking back on the past, we are filled with pride. Looking forward to the future, we shoulder a heavy responsibility. And tonight we gather together in joy. Next, please enjoy the poem recitation of Clouds of Hometown, brought to you by Dormitory 501. Bang bang bang. There was warm applause in the classroom. A slightly plump boy walked onto the stage and recited in a pretentious voice. Soon, another boy came on stage to sing a song called Preference. The next half hour was basically just solo performances from the boys' dormitory. There was no way around it. There were too few girls in the computer science department, so the only show in the girls' dormitory was left for the end. I don't know how long it took. Finally, after much anticipation, Su Yoshue picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Next, we invite the girls from dormitory 622 to perform a dance to Girls' Generations G." As soon as the words fell, the male classmates who had been waiting all night suddenly became excited. Who in my family understands? Watching a bunch of grown men singing and dancing, I'm sick of it. Those who understand the computer science department will understand the tragedy. I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Wow, I can finally see the school beauty Su Yoshue dance. A slight hardness indicates affirmation. Soon, Su Yoshue changed out of her hosting uniform and appeared on stage with 5 other girls. In order to show off her beautiful figure, Su Yoshue deliberately wore a leg-revealing artifact, and paired it with a short skirt and a waist-exposed sweater, looking sexy like the warm winter sun. As the music started, Su Yoshue showed off her dancing skills on the stage. G. Baby baby baby. G. Baby baby baby. This song G by Girls' Generation is the Korean girl group dance. As Su Yoshue danced passionately, her graceful figure was clearly visible, and the boys in the audience excitedly slammed their hands on the table. Fang Zhou was also a little lost in thought as he looked at the stage. In his previous life, Fang Zhou was also mesmerized by the New Year's Eve party like other classmates. However, after experiencing the influence of Douyu Dance Zone in the future, what about Bad Kong Kong, Nan Mayer, Mina, Wang Yameng? Now he felt nothing inside and even felt like laughing. But at this moment, Fang Zhou's vision suddenly went dark, and a pair of small hands covered his eyes. In his ears came the fierce voice of Little Potato, "Don't look, don't look." Fong Zhou laughed dumbly and patted Little Potato's pretty head. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy watching them dance?" Chen Wanning pouted and nodded jealously. "Then I'll go up and blow up their place later to vent your anger," Fong Zhou said with a mysterious smile. "Just you?" Chen Wanning cast a look of great suspicion. Fong Zhou was immediately displeased. "Why are you looking down on others? What if I suppress them?" "If you suppress them, then I will." Chen Wanning thought about it, gritted her teeth and said with a red face, "Then I'll give you my legs to play with." Chapter 45 Suyoshi Wei is jealous. Fong Zhou's eyes suddenly widened. Playing with legs? Is the bet so big? Fong Zhou was afraid she would go back on her word, so he immediately extended his finger and made a pinky promise. "It's a deal. Whoever cheats is a nobody. Let's bet." Chen Wanning's temper also came up, and she stretched out her fingers and gently made a pinky promise with Fong Zhou. 5 minutes later, the dance performance of Ji ended. Suyoshi Wei went on stage and picked up the microphone to continue hosting without even changing her dance costume. She looked down at the name of the next program on the card, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Next up, please welcome Fong Zhou from Dormitory 530 to perform a guitar rendition of Confession Balloon." Pa 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 pa. There was applause in the classroom. Hearing this, Fong Zhou patted Chen Wanning's head, picked up his guitar and went on stage. Look, the third one is on stage. What's so good about a grown man? It's more beautiful to see a cute girl dancing. Fong Zhou can actually play the guitar? Confession Balloon? Whose song is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Break up? Who wants to break up? Add me in, I can handle both 0 and 1. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fong Zhou slowly walked onto the stage. One person, one chair, and one guitar. The surrounding lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a beam of light shining on Fong Zhou. He sat on a chair, half holding his guitar. A light melody sounded, and a deep, smoky voice slowly came. Coffee on the left bank of the Seine. I hold a cup in my hand to taste your beauty. Lipstick. Who wrote the name of the rose wrongly in the flower shop? The confession balloon was blown across the street. Smiles are flying in the sky. As soon as he opened his mouth, many classmates were stunned by Fong Zhou's melodious and gentle voice. Fuck, is this true? The third brother sings so well? Last time we went to KTV and asked him to sing, he said he couldn't sing. What do you mean by not being able to sing? Oh my god, my ears seem to be pregnant. With a cup in my hand, I savor your beauty, leaving lip prints on my lips. TSK, these lyrics tell a story. In the first row of the audience, Counselor Wang Jiangwo looked at Fong Zhou with a satisfied smile on his face. Putting aside the issue of frequent leave, Fong Zhou is considered one of the best students in this class. He was admitted to Jilin University with a high score that was accepted by Peking University and Tsinghua University, and his grades in various subjects this semester were also quite excellent. Especially in professional courses, Fong Zhou's professional quality is so good that even the professional course teachers feel inferior to him, and have praised Fong Zhou in front of Wang Jiangwo several times. He's a good student, ambitious, and a promising young man. Let's apply for a national scholarship for him next semester. Counselor Wang Jiangwo thought secretly in his heart. At the same time, Fong Zhou on the stage sang more and more passionately, and his voice slowly flowed in the air. You said you were a little hard to catch. Want me to give up? You don't have to choose the most expensive gift. As long as the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Create a romantic date. Not afraid to mess up. If I have you, I have the whole world. Gradually, many students have been immersed in Fong Zhou's singing. There's no way around it, Fong Zhou's voice is just too pleasing to the ears, and it feels like something out of nothing, making him the most suitable voice for singing this kind of love song. After Fong Zhou's cover, many students were curious and wanted to add this song to their playlist. When I searched online, the search results showed no such song found. Fuck, don't tell me this is an original song. I don't know who suddenly shouted. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and countless students searched the internet. As expected, the result was that no such song existed. In an instant, the students in the computer department were excited. Good boy, I'm just a good boy. We're asking you to perform a little show at the class party, and you're coming to the novice area to fry fish? If someone starts singing original songs, how will you respond? There are many ways to insult someone, you choose the most direct one. I've recorded it. Go back and fry the fish online.
The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became heated. Amidst the boisterous cheers of the classmates, Confession Balloon also came to an end.
Dear, I love you.
From that day on, sweetness came easily.
Dear, don't be willful. Your eyes.
Having sung here, Fong Zhou suddenly stopped.
He raised his head, looked at Chen Wanning in the corner, and sang slowly. Saying I do. Knock knock. Chen Wanning only felt her heart skip a beat. Her delicate little face turned red in an instant. She lowered her head, and her ears looked as if blood would drip out at any moment. A pair of small hands nervously tugged at the corners of their clothes, and for a moment they were at a loss. But my heart felt as sweet as if I had eaten honey. Everyone followed Fong Zhou's gaze, and in an instant, countless eyes fell on Chen Wanning. The boy instantly showed a look of I understand. The girl had an expression as if she had missed out on 100 million. Good. Someone suddenly cheered.
Everyone finally reacted, and for a moment, prolonged applause broke out in the classroom.
The applause was even louder than Su Yoshue's dance performance.
However, Su Yoshue, who was sitting in the first row and was in charge of hosting the event, had a look of resentment on her face. She never thought that Fong Zhou could sing so beautifully. I never thought that he could write such a beautiful song and give it to a girl in front of all his classmates and teachers.
If this song was sung for me, how wonderful it would be. No, if that hadn't happened, this song would have been left to me.
At this moment, Su Yoshue felt sad.
After the song was finished, Fong Zhou returned to his original position with his acoustic guitar in the gaze of everyone. How about it? Are you willing to accept the loss? Fong Zhou tilted his head and looked at Chen Wanning with a smile.
Chen Wanning, however, acted like a shy little wife, lowering her head with a red face, not daring to look Fong Zhou in the eye.
What's going on? Are you shy? Or do you want to shirk your responsibility? We have made a promise. Whoever breaks the promise is not a human being. Fong Zhou said. Chen Wanning recovered from the sweet atmosphere and then remembered the bet. If you lose, I'll give you my legs to play with. Legs for you to play with. Let you play. Chen Wanning's face suddenly turned even redder, and she said in embarrassment, well, we can't do it here. Can't be here? Does that mean I can just go somewhere with fewer people? Fong Zhou was a little excited.
After thinking for a moment, he leaned over to Chen Wanning's ear and whispered.
You know what?
This song is called Confession Balloon.
It's one of my New Year's gifts for you, M. Hearing this, Chen Wanning's heart leaped with joy. Any more gifts? Yes, I'll take you to see it after the party. Aha! Little Potato nodded obediently.
With Fong Zhou's departure, the computer department's New Year's Eve party also came to an end. Counselor Lao Wang came to the stage and delivered his speech, summarized this year, look forward to next year, study hard, and make progress every day.
With a bang.
The colorful balloons above our heads exploded, and colorful ribbons fluttered down, marking the end of the New Year's Eve party. Except for the students who stayed to clean up, the rest of the people dispersed.
Come on, I'll take you to see another gift. Fong Zhou grabbed Chen Wanning's little hand, followed the crowd out of the classroom, and headed west along Ginkgo Avenue. After a while, the two arrived at where the Lamborghini was parked. Because the show ended at the same time, many classmates also passed by here. When they saw the cool Lamborghini in the parking space, they all stopped to take pictures. At the front of the crowd were Su Wei and Su Yoshue. The two of them were holding their mobile phones, taking photos with the Lamborghini in the light of the street lamp. Another picture of Yoshue, this one is blurry. I blinked in this one, please take another one. Su Wei leaned on the Lamborghini and posed in various postures. Su Yoshue worked diligently as a photography tool. The two of them took photos endlessly, complaining that the pictures were either blurry, their faces were too big, or their poses were not right. Fong Zhou was getting impatient and stepped forward and asked, "Are you done filming?"
"If you are, please move aside."
Su Wei turned around when she heard the voice and saw Fong Zhou.
She immediately said unhappily,
"First come, first served, don't you understand? It's not your car, so if you want to take a picture, queue up."
His tone was a bit bad, as if he was venting his resentment about the private photo incident in the past few days on Fong Zhou.
Fong Zhou spread his hands helplessly. "You're right, this is indeed not my car."
Su Wei snorted in her heart, it was exactly as she thought.
I was really confused before. When I saw this Lamborghini, I actually thought of Fong Zhou. However, at this time, Fong Zhou suddenly took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it lightly. The Lamborghini beeped twice. This is definitely not my car, because I gave it away a while ago. As he spoke, Fong Zhou took Chen Wannings's hand and gently placed the car keys in her palm. Chapter 46 Shameless. Boom! Su Wei felt her mind go blank, and her hands, which were posing, were suspended in the air, like petrified human sculptures. It's his, it's really his. Su Wei's heart was in turmoil. On the other side, Su Yashua's rosy lips opened into an O shape, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. With a click, it was as if something was broken. Oh, it turns out to be the fragile values of a young girl. Fong Zhou, is this the gift you just mentioned? Chen Wanning felt the heavy car keys in her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. Of course, do you like it? Fong Zhou said with a smile. Chen Wanning nodded. As a thorny queen of flowers, Chen Wanning's favorite things in her previous life, besides games, were cars, especially those cool sports cars. She even tried to take a racing license test, but unfortunately her legs were too long, and when she stepped on the brakes, she always had to bend her legs and couldn't exert enough strength, so she was persuaded to give up by the instructor. He took Chen Wanning's hand and asked, "Do you have a driver's license?" Chen Wanning nodded, "Yes, I took the exam during the summer vacation." "Then you drive and we'll go to Xinjiku to celebrate the new year," Fong Zhou said excitedly. Chen Wanning hesitated for a moment, then, "Can I go back to the dormitory first?" I will also prepare a New Year's Eve gift for you." "I have a gift too." Fong Zhou was overjoyed. In today's society, in addition to Qingming Festival, many festivals have been turned into Valentine's Day by girls. Like Christmas, New Year's Day, 520, 521, Women's Day on March 7th, Queen's Day on March 8th. It seems that there is no holiday where gifts cannot be given. Gradually, many girls have become accustomed to receiving gifts from boys, and have gradually forgotten that gifts are mutual. It turns out that when I was worrying about the gift, Little Potato was also thinking about it. Fong Zhou felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his previous life, he had pursued Su Yoshue for more than 20 years and gave her countless gifts, but he had never received a gift from Su Yoshue. "Okay, let's go to the girls' dormitory first, and then go to Xinjiku to celebrate the new year." Aha! Soon, the Lamborghini's cool scissor doors opened. Fong Zhou sat in the passenger seat and gave the driving seat to Chen Wanning. Boom! With a step on the accelerator, the Lamborghini roars like a beast. Chen Wanning's little face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. With the roar of the engine and the envious gazes of everyone, the Lamborghini disappeared at the end of the road. Only Su Wei and Su Yoshue were left, standing there in a daze. Impossible, how is it possible? How could Fong Zhou possibly afford this car? Su Yoshue was struck by lightning, her face full of disbelief. "Yoshue, this Lamborghini is worth 3 or 4 million. Is Fong Zhou's, his family really an ordinary family?" Su Wei said in horror. However, Su Yoshue was no longer in the mood to respond to her. Su Wei simply did not hide it and revealed it directly. "Yoshue, did you see the watch on Fong Zhou's wrist just now? If I'm not mistaken, it's a Patek Philippe watch. A watch costs at least 300,000. Upon hearing this, the expression on Su Yashue's face finally changed again. No! How could he give this car to someone else? He should give it to me. Immediately, a flame called jealousy burned fiercely in Su Yashue's heart. Chen Wanning, it's all Chen Wanning's fault, it's all Chen Wanning's fault. If she hadn't appeared, Fong Zhou would still like me, and all of this should be mine. She spoke in a low voice, and each syllable seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Jealousy distorts the face. Jealousy drives people apart. Jealousy factors people. Yes. It's all Chen Wanning's fault, otherwise this Lamborghini would be yours, and we could also get some benefit from it. Seeing Su Yashue's reaction, Su Wei immediately agreed and then said, Yoshue, don't be disappointed. Lin Mo hasn't been heard from for so many days, so he must be preparing a big gift. He probably wants to give you a surprise tonight. Hearing this, Su Yashue's jealousy eased a little. She immediately sent a message to Lin Mo again, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no response. There will be no response. Late at night, a yellow Lamborghini was speeding on the overpass. After leaving Jinling University, Fong Zhou and Chen Wanning drove straight to Xinjiku.
Little Potato stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared violently, and the car soared up on the overpass.
Not long after, we arrived at the New Year's Eve square in Jinjiku. As the CBD of Jinling City, Jinjiku is the most prosperous place in Jinling. In the square, the New Year's Eve countdown was playing on a huge display screen that occupied the entire building.
There were still 30 minutes until New Year's Eve, but the square was already crowded with young couples who came here to celebrate the new year. Many young lovers who were in love could no longer contain themselves and hugged each other and started to kiss each other.
Seeing this scene, Fong Zhou thought of a joke. Question: what are the two possible outcomes of forcefully kissing a girl? Answer: 1. Snap. 2. Snap, snap, snap. I wonder how many hotels will be full tonight. Fong Zhou, I want to eat that.
Suddenly, Chen Wanning pointed at a stall selling candy figures, her face full of excitement.
Fong Zhou smiled and said, okay, let's go buy it. And I want that one too. Okay, I'll buy them all. That, I want that too. Okay. I'll buy them all.
Chen Wanning seemed like an elf who had strayed into the human world, shuttling back and forth between the stalls, as happy as a white cat.
Fong Zhou, I still want to play that. No. That's a rocking car, only for children. No, I want to play.
Chen Wanning said nothing, opened her eyes wide, and looked at Fong Zhou pitifully. Soon, the sound of Dad's dad is called Grandpa rang out in the square.
Fong Zhou, will you play with me? Absolutely not. This is a matter of dignity. Even if I jump right here and get hit by a car, I won't play. Little Potato immediately opened his big watery eyes again and looked at Fong Zhou pitifully, without saying a word, just looking at him like a pitiful little thing. 30 seconds later, the song, Dad's Dad is called Grandpa, +2.
I don't know how long I played.
A countdown starting from 10 appeared on the giant screen in the building. Countless young couples shouted the countdown numbers together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Bang! The fireworks on the roof suddenly rang out. The sky full of balloons suddenly floated into the air. The brilliant lights reflected on the faces of everyone present. In the light, Chen Wanning's little face was reflected with a rosy white tint, making her look particularly pretty and cute. For a moment, Fong Zhou looked a little dazed. What are you looking at, idiot?
Chen Wanning stomped her feet twice and lowered her head in embarrassment. The most touching thing is that shy look when she lowers her head, just like the gentleness of a water lotus in the cool breeze. Looking at the beautiful face so close to him, Fong Zhou felt his mouth dry. He suddenly got excited. Wan Ning, can I kiss you? Hearing this, Little Potato's rosy face turned even redder, and his two little hands nervously tugged at the corners of his clothes. She turned her face away and said crisply, "Humph, shameless."
Okay. The next second, Fong Zhou kissed her snow-white and soft neck. Shameless, not on your face. Chapter 47: Chen Wanning vs. Su Yoshue. You are not worthy of his kindness. Boom! A brilliant firework exploded overhead. The colorful flames made Chen Wanning's pretty little face shine with all kinds of colors. She opened her big, watery eyes, with a charming look in them, and looked at Fong Zhou in disbelief. There was a moist warmth on the neck. Fong Zhou sucked hard, and immediately a pink strawberry mark was left on the snow-white and delicate neck. It hurts. Chen Wanning let out a moan. Fong Zhou reluctantly raised his head, met Chen Wanning's autumn-colored eyes, and smiled brightly. Look, it's not on my face. Chen Wanning's already rosy little face suddenly became even hotter. Bad guy. She stuffed the small package in her hand into Fong Zhou's arms and ran away. Fong Zhou shouted from the distance, so, does the previous bet still count? Chen Wanning's back stiffened as she remembered the promise she had made to Fong Zhou to play with her legs. She stamped her feet in anger and gnashed her teeth in shame and indignation. First I owe you. But when he said this, he clearly lacked confidence. Fong Zhou opened the small bag in his arms, revealing a black and white knitted scarf with a small Fong character embroidered on the corner. You can see that this was knitted by Little Potato stitch by stitch. Fong Zhou's mood suddenly brightened. Looking at Chen Wanning's back, he hummed a song happily. How to describe you best? What can I compare you to be special? I feel strongly about you. But I don't quite understand. Just relying on intuition. After New Year's Eve, 2009 officially ended and 2010 officially began. The first semester of freshman year is coming to an end,
with only the last 2 weeks of exams left. These days, Fang Zhou has been wanting to ask Xiao Tudou to go to the library to read books and prepare for the exam.
But since New Year's Eve, Chen Wanning is like Jerry seeing Tom when she sees Fang Zhou. At first, Fang Zhou thought that little potato was angry. But then I thought, that's not right. This is not the way little potato reacts when he's angry. Beating him on the head is the correct way to express the anger of the Queen of Flowers. Later, Fang Zhou suddenly realized that little potato was afraid that he would ask for the debt. When it comes to this kind of thing, little potato is a big talker, but once it comes to real action, she turns into a coward in seconds. When Fang Zhou thought of Chen Wanning's pair of long legs that were so long that even gods couldn't save them even with the white stockings tied around their flesh, his heart was burning with passion. Soon, it was the last day of exam week. Wednesday, sunny, slightly cold. In the morning, Chen Wanning finished her last exam and happily returned to the dormitory with her books. However, as soon as I arrived at the dormitory door, I saw an uninvited guest standing at the door. Chen Wanning's delicate eyebrows wrinkled slightly. This person was none other than Su Yoshue. At the same time, Su Yoshue also saw Chen Wanning. She walked up calmly and said in a calm tone, "Can we talk?" "Sorry, I don't have time." Chen Wanning refused directly. Su Yoshue chuckled, "You're not scared anymore, are you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning's temper immediately flared up. "Let's talk, where are we going?" "Nanshan coffee shop at the south gate of the school. It's quieter there." Soon, the two women arrived at Nanshan Cafe. Chen Wanning ordered a vanilla latte, and Su Yoshue ordered a cappuccino. "What's the matter? Tell me." Chen Wanning said straight to the point. Su Yoshue took a sip of coffee and said slowly, "You have only known Fang Zhou for a short time, right?" "Only about 3 months? So what?" Chen Wanning said unhappily. "You know what? Fang Zhou and I have known each other since we were young. It's not an exaggeration to say we are childhood sweethearts. Our two families are neighbors, and our parents know each other. We're a good match, and we know each other very well. When he was little, he even said he wanted to marry me." Su Yoshue talked about her in Fang Zhou's childhood as if no one was around. As she listened, Chen Wanning's delicate face stiffened a little. "What do you mean by telling me this?" Su Yoshue drank the coffee in the cup and said with a smile. "Before you showed up, if I was hungry, Fang Zhou would bring me food. If I was sick, he would bring me medicine. If it rained, he would bring me an umbrella. He would reply to my messages within 3 seconds and always let me hang up first when I called. If I wanted to see Jay Chou's concert, he would stay up for 2 days and 2 nights to queue up to buy it. What on earth do you want to say?" Chen Wanning's little face no longer had the calmness it had before. Seeing this, Su Yoshue finally spoke. "I just want to tell you that Fang Zhou is just attracted to you temporarily. We have known each other for 18 years. Do you think your few months can be worth our 18 years? Chen Wanning turned her head and looked out the window. The sunlight shone through the glass, casting warm light on her pretty face. I don't know how long it took, but I heard her murmur softly. "But we have known each other for a long, long time." Unfortunately, the sound was too soft and no one heard it except her. At the same time, Su Yoshue was also looking at Chen Wanning. She glanced at Chen Wanning's delicate face, then looked at her hot body, especially her 36D breasts. I looked down at my breasts again and found that even with 2 breast pads, I could barely reach C. I suddenly felt a little ashamed of myself. In fantasy novels, this is called forcibly breaking through the realm. "So the reason you came to me today was to tell me how good Fang Zhou was to you in the past, so that you can show how bad your vision is for choosing someone else?" Upon hearing this, a trace of gloom flashed across Su Yoshue's face. This is the past event she least wants to talk about. Especially in the past few days, she heard the news from Su Wei that Lin Mo's family seemed to have gone bankrupt. Without the halo of being a rich second generation, Lin Mo is just an ordinary college student. On the other hand, Fang Zhou has transformed himself into a hidden rich man who gives away $1,000,000 sports cars at will. Hearing the sarcasm in Chen Wanning's words, Su Yoshue suddenly became anxious and shouted. "I just made the same mistake that all women make. After a while, Fang Zhou will understand my difficulties. But before that, I hope you can be more sensible and return the things Fang Zhou gave you." Chen Wanning suddenly laughed, her body shaking with laughter. "In the end, you just care about those things. In the final analysis, you don't regret it, you just don't want to accept it." Having said that, there is no need to continue chatting. Chen Wanning picked up her small leather bag,
stood up and prepared to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around and said, "People like you are not worthy of Fangzhou's kindness.
Don't come to me again."
Hearing this, Su Yoshua felt her pride, which she had always cherished since childhood, was severely stung. She slammed the table and said, "If I don't deserve it, do you deserve it? What qualifications do you have to say such things? Who are you to Fangzhou? Your girlfriend? Are you guys confirmed to be in a relationship?" Chen Wanning was suddenly stunned. She didn't care about anything Su Yoshua said before, but this last sentence touched the soft spot in her heart. "Yes, what is the relationship between me and Fangzhou now? Couple? Friend? Classmate?" Although Fangzhou treated her very well, he had never confessed his feelings to her, nor had he ever said that she was his girlfriend. For a moment, Chen Wanning was in a little dilemma. However, Fangzhou, who was preparing for the exam in the library, was unaware of all this. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun sets. As the bell rang, the last professional course exam ended. Finally freed. Fangzhou stretched hard. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, the eldest brother Su Luo picked up his suitcase and rushed to catch the high-speed train. Zhao Bingbing and Xiao Haiyang were also packing their luggage. "Happy winter break, guys. See you next year. See you next year. See you next year. Happy winter vacation." Fangzhou did not rush to pack his luggage, but lay on the bed, thinking about how to spend this winter vacation. Just then, a sudden phone call interrupted his thoughts. Fangzhou took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from his mom. He quickly answered the call. The next second, the sobbing of my mother Qinlan could be heard from the other end. "Xiaozhou, please come back soon. Your father was beaten and sent to the hospital." Chapter 48: Trouble in the Old House. Hearing this, Fangzhou's heart sank. After hanging up the phone, he wanted to go home immediately, but after taking a few steps, he stopped. Jinling has been known as Huijing since ancient times. His hometown, Tianchang City, is not far from Jinling. Although it belongs to Anhui Province, it borders Jinling. Take the subway to Jinliu Lake Station of S8 Ningtian Line, and then transfer to an intercity bus. The trip takes about 3 hours. It might not be a big deal under normal circumstances, but at this juncture, it's been too long. Fangzhou took out his cell phone and called Chen Wanning. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Fangzhou said directly, "Wan Ning, my dad is in trouble. Please drive me down." Soon, the sound of a Lamborghini engine was heard downstairs in the dormitory. Chen Wanning didn't know the way, so Fangzhou got in the driving seat and drove away with his foot on the accelerator. Along the way, Fangzhou almost stepped on the accelerator. Chen Wanning sat in the passenger seat, her small hand gently resting on Fangzhou's shoulder, and said with a worried look on her face, "Don't worry too much, Uncle will be fine." "I hope so." The Lamborghini ran all the way, and after entering the highway, it went at full speed. About 2 hours later. Tianchang People's Hospital, a Lamborghini is parked in front of the hospital. Fangzhou got out of the car in a hurry, and Chen Wanning followed closely behind with her bag. "Excuse me, how do I get to 1102 in the inpatient department?" Fangzhou went straight to the medical desk and asked. After getting the exact direction, he ran all the way to the ward door. "Before opening the door, I heard my mother Qinlan sobbing and a strange man shouting and cursing in the ward. Can you please stop crying? It's giving me a headache." Upon hearing this, the woman cried even harder. At this moment, the door of the ward creaked and Fangzhou pushed it open and walked in. The small ward had clean white painted walls and the air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Father Fong Dingbo lay pale on a single hospital bed, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, with an 4 hanging on his right hand, and he was in a coma. Beside him, his mother Qinlan looked haggard and her eyes were swollen from crying. On the only chair in the ward sat a strange young man with a pointed face, yellow teeth, and a cigarette in his mouth. "Xiao Zhou. You're finally back." As soon as she saw Fangzhou, Qinlan seemed to find her backbone and came up to hug her son crying. Naturally, he also saw Chen Wanning behind Fangzhou. But at this moment, Qinlan was not in the mood to ask. "Mom, don't cry first. Tell me what happened to my dad first." Fangzhou asked immediately. Hearing this, the man on the chair started cursing. What else could it be? This old man is crazy. Who can he blame for falling off the house? It's really bad luck. Fangzhou looked at the other person deeply, but didn't want to pay attention to him for the time being. Chen Wanning sensibly brought a glass of boiled water and handed it to Qin Lan to moisten her mouth. After a long pause, Mother Qin Lan finally calmed down and said, "Xiaozhou, your father, he lost his job." This one sentence was like a thunderclap exploding on Fang Zhou's forehead. Unemployment? It shouldn't be. Fang Zhou gave up on Su Yoshue early in his life, and he did not give the order that determined his father's fate to Su Yoshue's father Su Guowei. Logically speaking, my father shouldn't be unemployed. After your father lost his job, he was very upset. In order to have a good new year, he looked for work everywhere. But now it's almost the end of the year, where can we find jobs? In desperation, he remembered that there was a contractor who wanted to buy the residential land in our hometown, so he wanted to go back home today to take a look. Mother Qin Lan told the story. It turned out that in the early days of reform and opening up, Fang Zhou's grandfather set up a village school and rented a piece of land around his homestead to open a brick factory. Unfortunately, the income was not enough to cover the expenses, so it was abandoned many years ago. A contractor came here before and wanted to buy the land for $30,000 and turn it into a vineyard. But Fang Dingbo was nostalgic, and the old house was not worth much, so he decided to keep it as a souvenir and did not sell it. But he never expected that he would suddenly lose his job this year, and it was the end of the year, so he started thinking about selling the old house again. 30,000 yuan is not a lot, but it is enough for the family to have a good new year. As a result, when Fang Dingbo went to his hometown this morning, he saw a construction team demolishing his old house. Fang Dingbo immediately picked up a carrying pole and climbed onto the roof to confront the excavator. During the confrontation, one of them accidentally fell from the roof and passed out on the spot. Fortunately, this old house is only 3 or 4 meters high, otherwise the people would have died long ago. Everyone says we were wrong to demolish it, wrong to demolish it. That old guy deserves it. He's as stubborn as a cow and won't listen to anything we say. The middle-aged man cursed impatiently while smoking his cigarette. Fang Zhou looked at him and said expressionlessly, "Haven't you asked for advice yet?" Zhang Qiliang from Longting Construction Company. The middle-aged man said perfunctorily in a bad mood. "Why are you demolishing my old house?" Fang Zhou asked again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiliang immediately became anxious. "How many times have I told you that we dismantled it by mistake? Don't you two have ears? That piece of land is old rural land. There are only a few families living in the surrounding area. Even my family only goes back to visit the graves during the Qingming festival. How could you demolish it wrong? You are fooling the devil." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiliang's face turned even uglier, and he said directly, "Anyway, it was demolished by mistake. Believe it or not, the worst that can happen is that I'll pay you some money." Fang Zhou ignored him and turned to ask his mother, "Mom, have you called the police?" "Ah, don't be anxious, little brother." At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. A fat-faced man with a big belly who looked to be in his 50s walked in with a smile. It was just a young man's mistake at work. There's no need to call the police. Just name your price and we'll pay whatever compensation you want. The fat-faced man was wearing an executive jacket, black pants, black leather shoes, and carrying a briefcase, looking very businesslike. "Second uncle." Seeing the person coming, Zhang Qiliang immediately shouted. The fat man ignored it, squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Zhou, smiling. "Little brother, I'm Gao Dezhu, the deputy director of the Urban and Rural Construction Bureau. Let's make a big deal out of a small matter and just consider it an acquaintance." Fang Zhou frowned slightly. This Gao Dezhu, he actually knows him. However, Fang Zhou knew him, but he did not know Fang Zhou. Later, during the national anti-corruption campaign in 2021, Fang Zhou had read about this guy's glorious deeds in the local news in Tianjin City. A small deputy director, by means of high-interest loan transfers, illegal bribery, and holding shares on behalf of others, actually embezzled billions of assets. Finally, because of uneven distribution, his lover reported him to the Discipline Inspection Commission, and he was demoted to the lowest level and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Because the amount of embezzlement was so huge, it caused a sensation in the local area at that time. I didn't expect that my father's affairs were related to this guy. The worry in Fang Zhou's eyes became even more intense. At this time, Gao Dezhu said with a smile on his face, "Little brother, let's just settle this privately. If we make a big fuss, it won't be good for anyone. I'll have Qiliang compensate you for all the medical expenses you want, including the old house that was mistakenly demolished. Just name the amount." Hearing this, Fang Zhou fell into deep thought. There was the contractor in front and Gao Deshua behind, and they both took a fancy to his old house.
Fong Zhou doesn't believe that there is no trick here. Is it demolition and reconstruction? Impossible. My hometown is a rural area with vast land and sparse population.
No matter how much demolition is done, it won't reach here.
Or underground minerals?
That's unlikely. This place is located in a plain area, so the chances of there being mines underground are low. At this moment, Fong Zhou saw the car keys in Chen Wanning's hand, and suddenly an idea came to him.
He seemed to know the reason. Chapter 49, Confusion of Right and Wrong. Little brother, what do you say? Gao Dezhu suddenly asked.
Fong Zhou smiled casually. Okay, we can settle it privately. He immediately smiled and showed an expression that showed that he was a teachable child.
That's right, then things will be easy. Just name an amount and I'll let Qiliang compensate you.
Hearing this, Fong Zhou slowly stretched out 5 fingers.
Okay. 50,000 is 50,000, Qiliang, give me the money. Fong Zhou changed the subject. It's not 50,000, it's 5 million. Gao Dezhu was stunned and didn't react. Depend on.
Zheng Qiliang exhaled the cigarette in his mouth, pointed at Fong Zhou's nose and cursed, "You're crazy about money, right?
5 million, you can't even sell your mother in a brothel for that much. Didn't you say that? Let me just say a number at random.
If you can't afford it, just tell me earlier."
Fong Zhou sneered. Gao Dezhu's face turned pale, his eyes twitched, and he said in a gloomy voice, "Are you kidding me? You were the one who joked with me first. What the hell do you mean by fucking a horse? Oh, you hurt my dad like this, and you think that's all it takes to solve it with just a simple compensation?" To be honest, Fong Zhou is not short of money now.
If you are reborn and still worry about money, it would be a disservice to your identity as a reborn person. When Fong Zhou saw the car keys in Chen Wanning's hand just now, he finally realized what the other party was up to.
The answer is simple: demolition.
But it is not demolition for house renovation, but demolition for road construction.
Tianchang City borders Jinling and belongs to Chu City. It is a member of Wuma Chu Boys. The later Ningchu Expressway just passes through Tianchang City.
You should know that in general road construction and demolition, the compensation for thatched houses is 2,000 yuan per square meter, the compensation for brick houses is 2,600 yuan per square meter, and the compensation for bungalows is 3,000 yuan per square meter. The residential land of more than 100 square meters in Fong Zhou's hometown is all bungalows, which can be converted into 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. In addition, there is a brick factory of more than 600 square meters. Although it has been abandoned, the brick houses above it are still there, so there is still compensation for the demolition. All this added up, it's probably more than 2 million. The more than 2 million people in this era are incomparable to those in later generations. Fong Zhou seriously suspected that Gao Dezhu must have learned about the Ningchu Expressway route planning in advance through some channel. The so-called contractor before was most likely a hired helper by him, but Fong Dinghua didn't sell it. So Gao Dezhu acted first and reported to the emperor later, pretending that the demolition was a mistake, creating a fait accompli, and then bought the land instead of paying for it, and naturally took over the land. For many countrymen who have moved to the city, the old house is nothing more than a wish. Suppose that the old house was demolished without prior consent, and the man had given up hope of buying it, and the other party was willing to compensate him, so the honest countryman would most likely choose to sell it under reluctance. Rural homesteads are generally not allowed to be bought and sold, but they can be transferred, or you can find a local person to hold it on your behalf.
It's just another way of saying it. There are many ways, so don't worry.
Good, very good. Gao Dezhu sneered, dropping his pretense of a smiling tiger, and said arrogantly, "All right, if you want to call the police, go ahead.
I want to see who they'll believe when they get here." Fong Zhou did not hesitate and immediately called the police. Zheng Qiliang was a little dazed and pulled Gao Dezhu out of the ward and to the stairwell. "What should we do, uncle?
If that kid really calls the police, what if?
What are you afraid of?"
In this kind of situation, each person has his own reasons.
He has a mouth, and you have yours too. You just insist that it was a mistake. Will the police believe it? So what if he doesn't believe it? He can't prove your words are false. Presumption of innocence.
After all, Gao Dezhu has been in the system for so many years, so he naturally knows the rules and regulations.
Okay. I'll listen to you, second uncle.
At this point, Zheng Qiliang's sharp-nosed and monkey-cheeked face flashed with a hint of violence. This kid. I'll kill him later. About 15 minutes later, urgent sirens sounded outside the hospital. A middle-aged policeman in uniform walked into the ward. Who called the police? The middle-aged policeman asked as he entered the door. Fong Zhou immediately raised his hand. I called the police. The middle-aged policeman glanced at the people in the ward and suddenly asked in surprise, Gao Chu, why are you here? Old Lu. Gao Dezhu was also taken aback, somewhat surprised, but pretended to be disappointed. Oh no! It was my disappointing distant cousin who works for a construction company. He accidentally demolished the wrong house site. It wasn't worth much, but I didn't expect it to turn into such a mess. The matter was lightly covered with just one sentence. Zheng Qiliang immediately agreed, yes, police officer, we all agreed to compensation, but this guy asked for 5 million right out of the gate. Do you think this is the right attitude to solve the problem? Is that so? The middle-aged policeman turned to look at Fong Zhou, his tone slightly serious. Young comrade, your attitude is a bit problematic. They have already agreed to compensate you, what else do you want? Upon hearing this, Mother Qin Lan rushed over and cried loudly. What do you mean by what do we want? My husband, Fong, is lying in a hospital bed right now. I called the police, and you're asking us what else we want. Did we cause this? She is just an ordinary housewife, without much education or vision. She only uses this clumsy and simple way to protect her family. The middle-aged policeman immediately frowned. Lady, please remain calm. Chen Wanning took small steps forward and gently held Qin Lan's arm. Perhaps because she had been suppressing her emotions for too long, Qin Lan could no longer hold back and suddenly leaned her head on Chen Wanning's shoulder and started crying. Chen Wanning was like a sapling, motionless, her eyes complex and deep. Her parents divorced when she was young, so she may have never experienced the feeling of being needed by her elders. At this time, Zhang Qiliang became a little impatient. Don't act so pathetic. Here's the price, 80,000 yuan. Sign the settlement, or go ahead and sue me. The worst that can happen is I'll spend some money and hire a lawyer to fight you through. The reason he is still here is because of the settlement agreement. After all, Fong Dinghua's injury was inextricably linked to them. Once the settlement agreement was signed, he wouldn't be able to sue them later. Your father is also responsible for this matter. He is an adult and should be responsible for his own actions. Now we live in a society ruled by law. It is not the weaker one who is right. The middle-aged policeman also advised. Mother Qin Lan couldn't bear it any longer and pushed them out the door, shouting, Get out, all of you. Zhang Qiliang and Gao Dezhu did not move, but looked at Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou sneered, Didn't you hear what my mother said? Get out of here. Good, very good. The anger on Zhang Qiliang's face intensified, and he said in a gloomy tone, Don't regret it, I will kill your whole family. Gao Dezhu put on his smiling tiger disguise again and said with a fake smile, Young man, don't be too impulsive. Think carefully and go to Longting Company. Your family can't afford a lawsuit. After saying that, the two of them left. Seeing this, the middle-aged policeman was also preparing to leave. Wait a minute. Officer, I haven't received your dispatch receipt yet. In his previous life, Fong Zhou had watched many videos of the lawless criminal Zhang San, so he naturally knew the role of the police receipt. It can not only serve as a basis for reporting to the police, but also as judicial evidence, and even as a basis for accountability and supervision. Hearing this, a trace of annoyance flashed across the middle-aged policeman's face, and he gritted his teeth and issued a receipt to Fong Zhou. After everyone left, Fong Zhou and the other two were the only ones left in the ward. Xiao Fong, do we really want to sue them? At this time, Mother Qin Lan also calmed down and began to hesitate. She knows her family's current financial situation best. If a lawsuit really breaks out, they simply cannot afford it. Fong Zhou pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, No. A trace of loneliness flashed across Qin Lan's face. Although her mind told her that Fong Zhou's choice was right, she felt a little disappointed emotionally. At this time Fong Zhou suddenly said, If litigation is useful, what's the point of Gatling? Chen Wanning stared at Fong Zhou blankly, with a strange color surging in the depths of her eyes. His reaction at this time was exactly the same as last time at the Jinling police station. Chen Wanning, who knew Fong Zhou well, knew that someone is going to be in trouble. Chapter 50, Ancient Despicable Tactics. The matter has come to an end for now. Fong Zhou looked at his unconscious father on the hospital bed and asked worriedly, Mom, how is my dad doing now?
The doctor said it's a cerebral contusion. If he can wake up tonight, then he'll be fine. If he can't wake up tonight, I'm afraid there will be sequelae later.
Qinlan also had a worried look on her face.
After a pause, she looked at Chen Wanning behind Fang Zhou. Xiaozhou, I forgot to ask just now, this girl is. Fang Zhou was a little hesitant. How should he introduce Little Potato? Call girlfriend?
Although he has decided on Little Potato, he hasn't had the chance to formally confess his feelings to her yet.
Call female classmates? It seems too distant.
Fang Zhou thought for a moment, then suddenly said with a gentle look, Mom, you can call her Wan Ning.
This is the girl who watched the sea with me.
Facing the sea, spring flowers are blooming.
The person who accompanies you to watch the sea is gentler than the sea.
This was Fang Zhou's deepest realization before his death in his previous life. Because it was an ordinary ward and there was only one bed for a companion, Fang Zhou chose to stay and keep watch by himself.
Mom, you've been tired all day. Go home and have a good rest. I'll stay here with my dad.
Qinlan hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse her son's kindness. Call me immediately if you have anything.
I won't turn off my phone when I go to bed tonight. Mother Qin didn't know how many times she had cried today and was exhausted. Many people don't know that crying is actually a very exhausting thing. Sometimes, when a girl tells you that she is tired of crying, she may really be tired. After arranging things for his mother, Fang Zhou looked at Little Potato again and said, Wan Ning, I'll go to a nearby hotel and book you a room. You can rest for a night first.
Before Fang Zhou finished speaking, Xin Ma interrupted him and said, Why spend that money?
We already have a guest bedroom at home. Fang Zhou's house has 3 bedrooms and a living room.
His parents have a master bedroom, Fang Zhou has a second bedroom, and the remaining room is not used as a study, but as a guest bedroom. Many older people who have just moved to the city will leave a guest bedroom at home for relatives to rest when they visit.
Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment and looked at Little Potato for his opinion.
Chen Wanning lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, and finally she said softly. Okay, then Mom, you take Wan Ning home to rest, and I'll stay here to look after Dad. Mother Qin had no objection and pulled Little Potato over and said, Daughter, come to our house and spend the night there.
Auntie, just call me Wan Ning.
Chen Wan Ning said softly.
Soon, the two arrived downstairs of the hospital.
Qinlan stood by the roadside and waved for a taxi. Wan Ning, wait a minute, I'll take a taxi.
No need, Auntie. I can drive.
As he spoke, Chen Wanning took out the car keys and with 2 beeps, the Lamborghini's streamlined taillights lit up. Qinlan was stunned for a moment and got into the car cautiously and nervously. Along the way, Chen Wanning drove the car, Qinlan was in charge of giving directions, and at the same time sent a message to Fang Zhou.
Son, what kind of family does your female classmate come from? I've never seen the car she drives, and it doesn't look cheap. I'm telling you, don't try to get close to people just for money. Our Fang family can't afford to lose face. Fang Zhou laughed dumbly and replied helplessly. Don't worry, Mom. Your son wouldn't do anything like that. Let me know he's safe when he gets home.
After receiving Fang Zhou's affirmation, Xin Ma breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes when looking at Chen Wanning gradually became gentle.
Well, she's a good size and good looking. It's perky enough, so it should be easy to give birth. It's big enough there, so the children won't go hungry in the future. Feeling the gaze from the co-pilot, Chen Wanning straightened up and looked straight ahead like a primary school student being examined by a teacher. Although she seemed nonchalant, she almost ran a red light several times, revealing her unstable heart. 15 minutes later, the Lamborghini arrived at Fang Zhou's house. This is an old residential complex with no elevator, so Mother Qin pulled Little Potato up the stairs. Fortunately, it was on the 3rd floor, not too high, and the two arrived quickly. Open the door and go in. The house is tidy, the floor is clean and tidy, the furniture is arranged meticulously, there is a faint fragrance in the air, and the balcony is full of small potted plants such as succulents, pine, and bamboo. As soon as I heard the door open, the husky at home immediately rushed up like a spoiled child, wagging its tail wildly. This is the little husky that my parents brought home from a colleague's house last year. I liked it last year and wanted to beat it up this year. Ouch. Oh, whoa, whoa. The husky's voice was like crying, as if it was complaining that its owner had left it at home all day. The primitive instinct to demolish the house reached its peak at this moment. However, under the shock of Qin Ma's rolling pin, Era instantly regained consciousness and rationality. All right, stop howling. I know you're feeling wronged.
Mother Qin grabbed the dog's mouth and stopped it from biting Chen Wanning's clothes.
Fang Zhou's era is called the dominant dog at home because he is particularly domineering at home.
When he goes out and meets other dogs, he instantly becomes timid and is even afraid of a chihuahua. The house is a little small, Wan Ning, you just have to make do with it for one night. As she said that, Mother Qin went to get slippers for Chen Wanning. It was a pair of small cotton slippers that Qin's mother had knitted herself. They weren't as pretty as the ones she bought from Taobao, but they were cleaner, softer, and more sturdy.
No, it's fine here. After a pause, Chen Wanning emphasized again, it's really good.
There was something sparkling in her eyes, and her tone was sincere and enthusiastic. After changing her shoes, Qin Ma went to change the food and water for Ara, and then went to the bathroom to turn on the water heater. After taking a shower, the two went to bed early. It had been a busy and eventful day, and both of them were already exhausted. Chen Wanning covered herself with Fang Zhou's quilt, which was warmed by the sun. She slept soundly on the small bed in the guest bedroom.
As the night deepens, the moon is at its highest point.
I don't know how long it took.
Bang!
Suddenly, a stone shattered the bedroom glass.
Brothers, smash it. Smash it. Smash it hard.
Outside the window came the laughter of a group of young people and the sound of motorcycle accelerators.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of glass being smashed rang out one after another. In an instant, Qin Ma's screams and Ara's howling were heard from inside the house.
Who smashed my window?
Mother Qin was awakened by the noise and was still frightened. At the same time, Chen Wanning also woke up from her sleep. The two walked into the living room and turned on the lights, only to find that in addition to the bedroom, the window glass in the living room had also been smashed. The winter night wind rushed in through the broken hole, making people feel cold all over. The husky seemed to have been hit by the stone as well, hiding in the doghouse and trembling and howling.
Auntie, don't move.
Chen Wanning grabbed Qin Ma and protected her behind her, and her domineering nature returned to full force at this moment. She transformed herself into a clever little cheetah, picked out a handy thing at home, and bravely went to look at the cat's eye. But he found that the cat's eye was blocked by an unknown object. She tried to open the door a crack, but saw that the door had been splashed with red paint.
People's Hospital, in the ward. Fang Zhou was sleeping and was woken up by the urgent ringing of the phone.
Seeing that it was Little Potato calling, he instantly lost all his sleepiness and answered immediately, "Why is it late, Ning?" From the other end came Little Potato's hurried voice, "Fang Zhou, someone's trying to rob our house. All the windows are smashed, the peephole is blocked, paint has been splashed on the door, and even rocks have been thrown at our house."
Faintly, one could hear Li Heng's howling and Qin Ma's frightened voice.
Fang Zhou knew that his mother was timid, but what he didn't expect was that Little Potato could remain calm when faced with such a situation. Maybe it's not that she isn't afraid, but there is no one for her to vent her fear for the time being. Just like the time at Jinling police station before Fang Zhou came, she was able to fight Zhao Jinlan alone. As soon as Fang Zhou arrived, she immediately turned into a child who had been wronged outside, hugging Fang Zhou's arm and crying.
Beep beep. QQ suddenly vibrated. These are photos of the home scene sent by Little Potato.
Broken glass all over the floor, a door splattered with red paint, a blocked cat's eye, a wailing Li Heng, and a terrified mother.
Depend on. Fang Zhou punched his thigh.
Smashing glass, blocking cat's eyes, throwing paint.
No need to think, it must have been done by Gao Daiju or Zhang Xiliang.
This old-fashioned and despicable method is childish but disgusting. At this moment, Fang Zhou suddenly missed the future generations very much.
If you dare to do this in the future, Skynet will lock you down and you will be in trouble in minutes. There's no way around it.
A country's development takes time, and things will slowly get better. True love for your country isn't about loving it because it's good, but about being willing to accompany it as it slowly gets better because of your love for it.
Okay. This is how we play, huh? 2nd Battalion Commander, where's my Italian artillery? Fang Zhou is ready to make trouble. Before that, they definitely couldn't stay at home, so Fang Zhou asked Zayatudu and his mother to go to the hospital first. Just then,
Fang Dingbua, who had been lying on the hospital bed, suddenly moved his fingers. Then the mouth, the head, the arms, the legs.
Chapter 51, Revenge is not delayed overnight. Fang Zhou's tricks.
Xiao Zhou. A weak voice called out to my ears.
Fang Zhou looked in the direction of the sound, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Dad, you're awake.
Fang Zhou grabbed Fang Dingbo's hand and pressed the call button on the bedside at the same time.
Xiaozhou, why are you back? Where is your mother? Fang Dingbo asked weakly. Fang Zhou interrupted directly. Dad, don't say anything. Wait for the doctor and nurse to come.
Soon, the nurse who received the call rushed over. Seeing Fang Dingbo waking up, she immediately went to call the doctor on duty.
After a while, a doctor in a white coat came and examined Fang Dingbo inside and out. After a long while, Fang Zhou asked, Doctor, how is my dad? Don't worry, if you can wake up tonight, it's basically fine.
You may experience dizziness, nausea, and headaches later, but they are temporary and will disappear in about a week.
That's good, thank you, doctor. Fang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally settling down.
10 minutes later, Chen Wanning and Qin's mother also rushed to the hospital. As soon as she saw Fang Dingbo waking up, Qin's mother couldn't hold back her tears and hugged her husband and cried.
Okay, I'm fine now, my son is watching me. Fang Dingbo gently patted his wife's shoulder and comforted her in a low voice. Fang Zhou immediately looked at his nose and pretended that he saw nothing.
Chen Wanning stood aside coquettishly, covering her eyes like Fang Zhou. At the same time, Qin Ma also recounted everything that happened after he fell into a coma.
By the way, Dad, do you remember how you fell from the roof? Fang Zhou asked. Fang Dingbo was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh. You son of a bitch, Gao Dizhu, damn it, what do you mean by accidentally falling down?
It was clearly Zhang Qiliang who caused me to fall down.
Fang Zhou frowned. Did Zhang Qiliang do it?
Of course. When I saw them demolishing our old house, I picked up a carrying pole and climbed onto the roof to confront them.
Zhang Qiliang was also very aggressive.
When he saw that I would not give way, he directly hit the load-bearing wall with the excavator.
I lost my balance and fell down.
Hearing this, Fang Zhou's anger grew even stronger, and he clenched his fists slightly. As the saying goes, a gentleman never waits for revenge. This grudge must be settled.
Although Fang Zhou's base is in Jinling, he has almost no connections that can be used in his hometown.
In addition, business and institutions are two completely different systems, and business methods are unlikely to be effective on institutional personnel.
But Fang Zhou has his own way. As the saying goes, the county magistrate is not as good as the current one.
And the one in charge of disciplinary issues for public officials is the Discipline Inspection Commission. Fang Zhou immediately found some paper, pen, and envelope, and while recalling Gao Dizhu's glorious deeds in his previous life, he wrote. They used their civil servant status to cash out large sums of money at low interest rates at the Agricultural Bank of China, then lent it out at high interest rates for profit.
The intermediary company acting as the broker is? Improper conduct, supporting female college students, forcing female subordinates to have actual relationships. Address is?
Accepting bribes and holding a large number of shares in Longting Construction Company.
The main responsible persons are. There is also a huge amount of property of unknown origin.
One by one, all of Gao Dizhu's glorious deeds in his previous life were written by Fang Zhou on different papers and then put into different envelopes.
Not enough. We need crucial evidence to make the final decision. Fang Zhou pondered for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. Oh right, Lishui Villa 35.
I remember the reports from my previous life saying that all of Gao Dizhu's stolen money was hidden in this villa, especially the entire wall of banknotes in the master bedroom.
This villa was also held by his wife's second cousin.
In his previous life, Gao Dizhu's incident caused a sensation and was even reported on CCTV news. Moreover, in her previous life, her old house was also swindled away by Gao Dizhu using a so-called contractor. Later, when she learned about the road construction and demolition news, Qin's mother was filled with hatred.
Therefore, Fang Zhou was deeply impressed by this incident, especially Gao Dizhu's glorious deeds.
Half an hour later, 22 more envelopes appeared on the table. In each envelope, there is a piece of negative information about Gao Dizhu. To be on the safe side, Fang Zhou did not plan to report in person under his real name, as that would expose himself. Because there was some black material in it, which he learned in advance through his later memories, it was equivalent to only having the final answer but no deduction process. However, with this reference answer, the rest can be left to the comrades of the Discipline Inspection Commission.
After thinking about it, Fang Zhou called Pang Bo. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. The phone rang several times before Pang Bo's dazed voice came from the other end. Who is it so late at night? Pang Bo was woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night.
Just as he was about to lose his temper, Fang Zhou's serious voice came from the other side. Lao Pang, my dad was beaten and hospitalized, and my house was smashed. Pang Bo instantly lost all sleepiness and asked directly without any unnecessary nonsense, what do you need me to do? Are you guys on vacation? Not yet. Sports students need to maintain their physical fitness, so they have to train during winter and summer vacations, and the vacations are very short. Fang Zhou pondered for a moment and asked, do you know any buddies back home who can bring people together and are most likely to be loyal? There was a moment of silence on the other side, and suddenly someone said, oh. There really is one, Wang Zhenhu from the 6th middle school. He wasn't good at studying, but he was good at fighting and he was quite righteous. Fang Zhou was a little surprised. Pang Bo had been tall and strong since he was a child, and he had never been afraid of anyone when it came to fighting. When Fang Zhou was in junior high school, he was stopped by a gang of hooligans from outside the school and asked for money. Pang Bo rushed up with 2 bricks, scaring the gang so much that they ran away. If he were to comment that he was good at fighting, it meant that he was really good. Just your words are enough. Give me his contact information and then you can give him a call to introduce him to me. That's easy. If you're free now, you can go directly to the Red Sun Internet Cafe on Guangling East Road. This guy is usually out at night and hides during the day. He should be booking the whole night at this time. Good. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhou asked Xiao Tudo for the car keys, took the prepared envelope, and went straight to the Red Sun Internet Cafe. The moon is bright and high in the sky, but the stars are sparse. A Lamborghini sped through the night. Fang Zhou stopped by the ATM to withdraw some money. 20 minutes later, the Lamborghini stopped in front of the Red Sun Internet Cafe. At the same time, a young man with a crew cut, about 1.8 meters tall, was smoking at the entrance of the Internet Cafe. He is a big man with bright eyes and a strong body. Around him, there were 7 or 8 ruffian-looking young men, many of whom had tattoos on their arms. It was the first time that everyone saw such a cool sports car, and they immediately gathered around curiously. Chapter 52, Thunderous Measures, Low-Key Handling. Wang Zhenhu? Fang Zhou didn't frown at all. He opened the door and got out of the car, looking at the young man with a crew cut who was leading the group and shouted. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Zhenhu's eyes. You are the Fang Zhou that Pangbo mentioned? Fang Zhou nodded slightly. Seeing this, Wang Zhenhu was a little surprised. Pangbo just said that a buddy asked him for help, but who knew he was a sports car driver? After calming down a bit, Wang Zhenhu got straight to the point and said, Brother, let's get straight to the point. Fang Zhou glanced around and said, Are these the only ones you have? For my business, this number of people is not enough. Let's talk about the business first. If there aren't enough people, I'll come back and get more. Okay. My job isn't difficult, but you have to use your real name. I won't let you work for free. You'll be paid 10,000 yuan each afterward, and I'll pay half of it as a deposit. Hearing this, the ruffian youths suddenly became excited, their eyes burning with excitement. They are all unemployed people who hang out in internet cafes, game halls, KTVs, and billiard rooms all day long. Occasionally, they beg for money from the surrounding areas to earn some pocket money. Many times, they don't even have enough money in total to afford 1,000 yuan. So when they heard that each person could get 10,000, everyone was immediately excited. However, Wang Zhenhu was cautious. Brother, we won't do anything illegal. We don't want to go to jail. Fang Zhou was speechless, but Wang Zhenhu's reaction made him feel more at ease. If the other party was a money-hungry guy, Fang Zhou would turn around and leave immediately. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to do anything illegal. I'm a law-abiding citizen. As he spoke, Fang Zhou opened the car door, took out a black plastic bag from the car and threw it over. Wang Zhenhu took it and opened it, and his tiger eyes suddenly widened. Inside the black plastic bag were stacks of bright red 100 yuan bills. The 7 or 8 ruffian-looking young men around suddenly began to breathe rapidly, staring intently at the bright red Chairman Mao. This 100,000 yuan is a deposit. I want you to write a letter to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection tomorrow to report Gao Deju of the Urban and Rural Construction Department by real name. Fang Zhou stated his purpose. Wang Zhenhu thought for a moment and said, malicious reporting, serious circumstances could result in criminal prosecution. Don't worry, this is not a malicious report, there is solid evidence. As he spoke, Fang Zhou handed over the thick stack of envelopes in his hand, leaving only the most crucial one. Go back and find about 20 people to copy the contents of the envelope. Submit it to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection with your real names before noon tomorrow.
After the deal is done, go to Starbucks in Woyue Plaza and I will give you the remaining money.
Then, Fang Zhou took out the most crucial letter, which contained the location where Gao Dezhu had hidden his unidentified property. He handed the letter to Wang Zhenhu. Other letters are easy to write, but this one, I want you to write it.
Wang Zhenhu narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light.
After a pause, he suddenly jumped up and grabbed Fang Zhou by the collar. What the hell are you trying to do?
Fang Zhou looked unconcerned and asked calmly, Wang Zhenhu, do you want to continue living like this?
What do you mean? Doing nothing all day, picking up girls, playing billiards, and playing games.
Is this what you call hanging out? Oh, what do you know, you rich second generation? Then what do you think is considered a slut? Hearing this, Fang Zhou's face became solemn.
The character Han contains the character Koan, with the sun on top and the bai on the bottom, meaning trying to compete with the sun. The real gangster is someone who is awe-inspiring without anger, who is respected without orders, who acts within the law and above morality, and who does whatever it takes to get by.
That's what gangsterism is. People like you don't deserve to be called gangsters.
At best, you're just gays.
Young people are always passionate, and Fang Zhou's words undoubtedly made Wang Zhenhu's already restless heart even more restless. Fuck. Wang Zhenhu couldn't help but swear.
Although he had made a name for himself in Guangling East Road, many people were afraid of him rather than in awe of him. It's like looking at a lump of disgusting goo. You're afraid to get touched by it, but you're not afraid of it. Besides, he is afraid of being poor. Even though his brothers often call him Brother Tiger, he has no money in his pocket and no power around him. The so-called Brother Tiger is just a group of people entertaining themselves.
Wang Zhenhu's hand that was grabbing Fang Zhou's collar gradually loosened.
Seeing this, Fang Zhou slapped the envelope in his hand on his chest and said, "Do this well, and I'll give you a chance." Hearing this, a gleam of light flashed in Wang Zhenhu's eyes.
Fang Zhou did not make this decision on a whim.
On the one hand, this most important letter must be written by a tough person, and Wang Zhenhu was just the right person. On the other hand, after what happened today, Fang Zhou inexplicably felt powerless. His focus in the future will definitely be on Jinling. If anything happens to his parents in his hometown, he will be completely in the dark. After his observation, he found that Wang Zhenhu was ruthless but not violent, reckless but wise.
In addition to Pang Bo's good review, Fang Zhou did not recommend helping the other party in leaving some protection for his parents.
Of course, the premise is that this matter is done beautifully. After doing all this, Governor Fang breathed a sigh of relief and stepped on the accelerator to return to the hospital. Everything is ready, just waiting for the show to begin tomorrow. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly.
Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection Office. With a bang. The thermos slammed heavily onto the table. Zhang Aigua's roar echoed in the office.
Look at this. Look at this. We received over 20 letters of complaint in just one morning, all with real names.
Is this how you conduct your work?
In front of him, Ho Liang was scolded like a little chicken and didn't dare to look up. Deputy Zhang, over 20 letters of complaint arrived this morning, all against one person.
In this case, they're likely malicious reports, right? Ho Liang lowered his head and said weakly.
Zhang Aigua slammed the letter of complaint on the table and said unhappily.
Don't I see any suspicion of malicious reporting? Please read the report letter first. Upon hearing this, Ho Liang readily took the letters of complaint and read them one by one. My name is Wu Tiaowu, ID number 3411XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. I am reporting under my real name that Gao Dezhu, Deputy Director of the Tianchang City Urban and Rural Construction Bureau, is engaged in high-interest loan transactions. He used his civil servant status to cash out large sums of money at low interest rates at the Agricultural Bank of China and then re-lent it out at high interest rates for profit. The broker is Lingyi Financial Company, Ltd. As soon as he saw the first letter, Ho Liang couldn't help but frown.
It was the first time he heard the term high-interest loan, but fortunately there was an explanation in the letter. It turns out, bank loans generally depend on a person's overall credit. The higher the overall credit, the higher the loan amount and the lower the interest. Public officials usually have high credit ratings in banks, so they can get large loans with low interest rates of only 3% to 5%. Then, through private lending companies, the money borrowed from the bank is lent to ordinary people at a higher interest rate 30%, 36% because more than 36% is considered usury.
In this way, you can make money out of nothing and earn the difference in interest every year. Good boy, there is such a way to make money?
Ho Liang felt refreshed, as if he had opened the door to a new world. He suddenly felt that this letter of complaint might not be a malicious report. This secret way of making profits cannot be fabricated out of thin air. Ho Liang continued to look down. I am Fan, ID number 3411 x times 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 x. I am reporting in real name that Gao Dezhu, Deputy Director of the Tianchang City Urban and Rural Construction Bureau, has engaged in misconduct, supporting female college students and forcing female subordinates to have sexual relations.
His address is room 802, building 13, Xiangjiang Yayuan.
I am Wang Defa, ID number 3411 x times 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 x, and I am reporting under my real name that Gao Dezhu, Deputy Director of the Tianchang City Urban and Rural Construction Bureau, accepted bribes and holds a significant 51% stake in Longting Construction Company, which is held on my behalf by my friend Johan.
I'm Zhao Zilong, ID number 3411 XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX.
I'm reporting under my real name that Gao Dezhu, Deputy Director of the Tianchang City Urban and Rural Construction Bureau, has a vast fortune of unknown origin hidden in Villa 35 in Lishui.
The master bedroom has an entire wall of banknotes.
The villa is held by his wife's distant cousin, Wen Lily.
I, Chu Tian. I am sure how. I, Yi Gucheng.
As he watched, Ho Liang suddenly raised his head and said with a dry mouth, Deputy Zhang, isn't this a malicious report?
Humph.
It would be easy to deal with if it was a malicious report, but it's difficult because it's not. Zhang Igwa said with a stern face. Generally, when reporting maliciously, the reporter will use vague information or deliberately fish for information to report the relevant person. But all of these reports are true and detailed. Even the location where the other party hid their property was clearly written out, and it was even known that there was a wall of banknotes in the master bedroom. The more details, the easier it is to verify. If this is a malicious report, then the reporter is really stupid, right? Before he knew it, Ho Liang had come to believe the authenticity of the report.
His expression gradually became serious. Deputy Zhang, what do we need to do now? Just do what you should do. This black sheep must be eliminated. Zhang Igwa said solemnly.
Yes. Ho Liang looked up and turned around, about to gather people. At this time, Zhang Igwa said seriously.
Tianchang City will be nominated for National Civilized City next year. We can't let the efforts of millions of people in the city be ruined by this one idiot. Remember, act with ruthless force and keep a low profile.
Thunderous measures mean that this matter must be dealt with swiftly and ruthlessly, cutting the Gordian knot.
Keeping it low-key means not alerting the media. Yes.
After receiving the order, Ho Liang immediately went out to gather people and prepare for a thunder attack.
At the same time, Urban and Rural Construction Bureau, inside the office.
Gao Dezhu knew nothing about this and went to work as usual. He was even wondering whose sign he should look up after get off work tonight.
So troubled. Chapter 53, Chaos and Chaos, A Song of Coolness. Hey, uncle, you don't know, I did something big. Last night, I brought a dozen of my brothers and smashed that little bastard's house. Humph. Dare to mess with me, this is what happens. In the office, Zhang Qiliang proudly took credit for it.
Gao Dezhu lay in his boss's chair, unconcerned. Just be careful with your actions and don't let anyone get killed.
Don't worry, second uncle. I know what's going on.
If we keep doing this for a few days, I'll definitely get him to sign the settlement agreement. Then I'll think of a way to sell that old house to you.
Well, I trust you to do the job.
Gao Dezhu picked up the thermos cup on the table, took a sip, and cast an admiring look.
However, at this time, with a bang, the office door was kicked open. Gao Dezhu, you son of a bitch, come out here.
The roar of the Hadong lion suddenly resounded throughout the entire floor. Gao Dezhu was about to get angry, but when he looked up, he found that the person coming was his wife Wang Xiulan.
Wang Xiulan has a big and strong figure, with the same curly hair as the landlady, and heavy makeup on her face. Honey, why are you here? Gao Dezhu was about to ask.
Unexpectedly, Wang Xiulan threw the Gucci Dionysus bag in her hand at Gao Dezhu's face, pointed at his nose and cursed.
Bah! You're a son-in-law, how could you have gotten to this position without my family's help?
Now that you're rich and powerful, you dare to keep a mistress outside behind my back.
Gao Dezhu's eyes flashed with panic. Wife, what are you talking about? Which bastard is spreading rumors about me again? Bang!
Wang Xiulan slapped him in the face with a big slap, like a lioness in anger, the woman you kept outside has written a letter to your house. As she spoke, Wang Xiulan slammed a letter on the desk. This letter was naturally not written by that woman, but by Feng Zhou. When Wang Xiulan saw the letter today, although she was angry, she was not stupid, so she immediately ran to the address on the letter to verify it. But when she got there, she was completely dumbfounded. The 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment was filled with photos of Gao Dezhu and the woman, and various uniforms were hung in the closet. The woman even provoked her to her face, calling her old and fat. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiulan immediately became furious and tore the mistress apart on the spot. Then he rushed to the office to settle the score with Gao Dezhu, which led to the scene before us.
Second aunt, is there some misunderstanding? Who are you listening to? Zhang Qiliang quickly came up and played the whole game. However, Wang Xiulan could not hear anything at this moment. She picked up the ceramic cup on the table and smashed it into Zhang Qiliang's face. With a bang. Zhang Qiliang was hit in the face and his nose was bleeding profusely. Gao Dezhu was stunned by the slap, and seeing Zhang Qiliang injured, he quickly shouted, "Wang Xiulan, what on earth do you want to do?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiulan became even angrier. "Okay, you dare to yell at me for the sake of that woman outside? Bah! You're a married-in, you wouldn't be where you are today without my family's help, and you still dare to keep a mistress outside? Can you please have some shame? That woman is even younger than your daughter. How could you have the heart to do that to her? You only managed 2 minutes, don't you think you are that capable?" Wang Xiulan cursed and smashed things wildly in the office, causing Gao Dezhu to run away in panic. Colleagues at work were attracted by the noise and came over to watch out of curiosity. What's going on? Didn't you hear from his wife that Gao Dezhu was having an affair outside? So he came to the company to make a scene. High up? He's usually smiling, doesn't he look like that kind of person? This is called knowing a person's face but not his heart. Hey, I heard that college student, who's younger than his daughter, is really capable of doing that. That's disgusting. You're so old, and you're really having fun. Seeing this scene, Gao Dezhu's heart sank. After Wang Xiulan's incident, his reputation in the unit was completely ruined, which was tantamount to social death. At this point, Gao Dezhu simply made up his mind, held his head and ran out of the office. Seeing this, Wang Xiulan chased the dog madly, cursing as she went along. Her words were so dirty, even the dog shook its head when it heard them. Damn! This crazy woman! Gao Dezhu cursed inwardly. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Gao Dezhu turned around several times and finally got rid of Wang Xiulan and was just about to press the elevator to go downstairs. At this time, the elevator just arrived at their floor. The elevator door dinged open. A group of discipline inspectors in suits and ties came out, followed by 2 or 3 policemen. Wow! It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early, Gao Dezhu, right? The leader Ho Liang looked at the photo and recognized Gao Dezhu at a glance. Gao Dezhu's right eyelid twitched suddenly. Who are you? Municipal Commissioner Ho Liang, this is a search warrant. Deputy Director Gao, come with us. Ho Liang didn't say anything more and directly showed him the search warrant. Upon hearing this, Gao Dezhu's right eyelid twitched again, and a sense of panic suddenly rose in his heart. What are you doing? I'm a law-abiding citizen. You can't treat your comrades like this. Gao Dezhu scolded him sternly and righteously. Ho Liang snorted coldly, whether or not you abide by the law is not up to you to decide. You have to check first to know. What do I have to search for? I only make a few $1,000s a month. You can't bully an ordinary citizen like me. You are not just an ordinary person, you are the director of the Urban and Rural Construction Bureau. What's wrong with the director? No matter how powerful he is serving the people. Don't worry, get in the car first. Amid Gao Dezhu's shouting, the crowd carried him into the car. Along the way, Gao Dezhu kept talking with great righteousness. A blacksmith must be strong himself. I am innocent, so who am I afraid of? My position is very difficult. Many people with ulterior motives want to target me. You can't call me a bad guy, a good comrade. What you're doing is making a false accusation. My ancestors have been farmers for 3 generations. I am a farmer's son. However, as he spoke, Gao Dezhu's voice became smaller and smaller. He already knew where this road led, and suddenly he felt a surge of fear in his heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's my secret base. I haven't told anyone, not even my wife and children. How did they know? He must be cheating me. Yes, he is cheating me.
Gao Dezhu would never have dreamed that Fang Zhou, relying on his memories from later life, could take down his lair in one fell swoop.
30 minutes later, the car stopped at the door of Building 35 of Li Shui Villa.
The gate of the villa had already been opened, and a group of disciplinary inspection personnel were checking the assets inside the villa.
Director Gao, we're at your house.
Ho Liang turned around and said with a smile. Gao Dezhu had long lost his previous composure, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He got out of the car tremblingly, his legs shaking as if they were disobedient.
This is not my home. How can I afford such a villa?
Gao Dezhu said in a panic.
Oh, really? Ho Liang smiled and snapped his fingers. The subordinates immediately brought the surveillance video of the villa.
The video clearly records Gao Dezhu carrying a travel bag full of money, entering the villa with ease, and then coming out.
But when I came out, the bag was empty. This video is undoubtedly irrefutable evidence of his hiding of money.
Moreover, in the safe of the villa, there are equity agreements signed with his name.
Gao Dezhu's face turned pale instantly. How's the inventory going?
Ho Liang asked.
The subordinate's face turned pale. Go in and see for yourself.
Ho Liang frowned slightly, walked into the house, and opened the refrigerator at the signal of his subordinates. As soon as the refrigerator door opened, piles of banknotes fell out.
This. Who put so much money in our refrigerator?
Gao Dezhu hurriedly made excuses. Ho Liang's face gradually became ugly, and at the signal of his subordinates, he went to the master bedroom of the villa. As the bed curtains were drawn, a wall of red banknotes appeared before everyone.
Everyone gasped. Oh my God! How much does this cost? How could a mere director be so greedy? How many evil things have they done? Ho Liang's face turned pale and looked terribly ugly.
He had previously thought that Gao Dezhu was greedy, but he didn't expect him to be so greedy.
Tianchang City will be running for the title of National Civilized City next year.
If this incident were to come to light, the efforts of millions of people in the city would be ruined because of a pest.
Someone come. Arrest him. Ho Liang almost roared out.
Gao Dezhu collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes glazed over, his face pale, and he looked like a puppet with its strings cut.
At this moment, Gao Dezhu knew that he was finished. Chapter 54, Parents' Career Dilemma. The next 3 days.
In a corner unknown to ordinary people, an anti-corruption campaign is in full swing. 58 people involved in the case, including Gao Dezhu and Zhang Qiliang, were all arrested and brought to justice, like thunder sweeping through a cave and sweeping away everything in its path. During this period, Fang Zhou took the time to call 12389 and used the police receipt to successfully report the middle-aged policeman. Then he called a few housekeepers to clean up the red paint on the doorstep, and hired a decoration company to replace the broken windows. 3 days later, when Fang Dingbo was discharged from the hospital, everything had returned to normal. Standing at the door of her house, Mother Qin took a deep breath, feeling as if she were in another world.
I'm finally back. These past few days have been so long. Fang Dingbo was a little worried. I just wonder if Zhang Qiliang will come again? Dad, don't worry, that guy can't come. Fang Zhou smiled mysteriously without further explanation.
Chen Wanning stood beside him pretentiously, trying to support him. Well, I can't come.
Seeing this, Fang Zhou suddenly felt evil.
In front of his parents, he stretched out his sinful fingers and secretly poked Chen Wanning's lower back. The moment his fingers touched the soft waist, Chen Wanning's body suddenly straightened. But she couldn't lose her temper in front of Fang Zhou's parents, so she had to puff out her cheeks. A bright red spot appeared behind her ears, and she stared at Fang Zhou with her beautiful watery eyes.
Yohu, you still dare to glare at me? Fang Zhou increased the strength in his hands and attacked crazily. After a while, Little Potato's beautiful eyes were misty and looked aggrieved, like a little cat. There's an honest person here, come and bully her. Fang Zhou suddenly felt playful.
But when he saw Chen Wanning's gradually clenched fists, his eyes instantly regained clarity and rationality. It's like a bully who is halfway through demolishing a house. At this time, Xin Ma just inserted the key into the keyhole and was about to open the door.
With a click, the door opposite suddenly opened and Su Yoshua walked out from behind the door.
The two families have been neighbors for more than 10 years.
After taking the exams 2 days ago, Su Yoshua also returned home.
Unexpectedly, just as she was about to go downstairs to throw away the garbage today, she saw Fang Zhou's family coming back neatly.
Su Yoshua immediately greeted them sweetly. "Hello uncle, hello aunt, Fang."
Before she finished speaking, she suddenly saw Chen Wanning beside Fang Zhou, especially when she saw her holding Fang Zhou's hand. The smile on her face disappeared instantly.
"Is that Yoshua? Are you going downstairs to throw away the trash?" Fang Dingbua greeted.
Although he and Su Guowei did not get along, Su Yoshua had called him uncle for more than 10 years after all, so there was still some affection between them. "Well, I went home to help my parents clean up and was about to go downstairs to take out the trash."
"Uncle Fang, do you have guests?"
Su Yoshua's face was filled with smiles again, and her tone was more intimate than before. She deliberately emphasized the word guest. It goes without saying who the guest is referring to.
Chen Wanning felt Su Yoshua's malice, but was powerless to refute anything. As Su Yoshua said, she was indeed a guest now.
Just then, Shinma finally opened the door of her house.
"Awa, awa, awa."
Wolahang suddenly rushed out excitedly, wagging his tail. Su Yoshua squatted down and touched it in a pretentious manner. Come here, I haven't seen you for a long time." It seemed as if he was using this method to show that he was closer to the Fang family than Chen Wanning.
However, Wolahang walked past Su Yoshua without caring about his relatives.
He came to Chen Wanning with his tail wagging and rubbed her calf affectionately with his head. The smile on Su Yoshua's face froze instantly, and she felt an embarrassment called social death. Fang Zhou immediately smiled and rubbed the head of the bully in the den happily.
"Awa, awa, awa."
Wolihang struggled desperately, but still couldn't escape the fate of being rubbed on the head by Fang Zhou. Wolihang simply gave up struggling and lay down on the ground, looking like "I'm ready, do whatever you want."
Seeing this, Su Yoshua tactfully went downstairs and left, while Fang Zhou and his family returned to the house.
The house is still as tidy and clean as ever. Mother Qin immediately tidied up the guest bedroom, took Chen Wanning's hand and said,
"Wan Ning, you finally made it to Tianchang City, so don't rush back. Let Xiaozhou take you out for a walk. Don't underestimate Tianchang City, it's not big, the scenery is beautiful."
Chen Wanning lowered her head and said softly,
"Okay, then you take a rest first. Xiao Fang, come out." Qinma forcefully pulled Fang Zhou out of the room and into the master bedroom.
As soon as she entered the master bedroom, Qinma immediately locked the door, sat down on the edge of the bed, and asked, "Tell me, what is your relationship with Wan Ning?" Fang Dingbo was resting with his eyes closed on the bed in the master bedroom, and opened his eyes when he heard the sound.
"Ah!" Fang Zhou was stunned. "Don't play dumb. With your little action outside the door just now, do you really think your mother is blind?" Fang Zhou scratched his head awkwardly, thought for a moment, and then frankly admitted, "Mom, if I wanted to marry a girl, then it would be her." Mother Qin was a little surprised. "So sure? How long have you known each other?"
"Well, we have known each other for a long time, a very long time, Mom. The person who accompanies you to watch the sea is always more gentle than the sea."
Fang Zhou recalled with a faint look in his eyes. Forget it.
As long as you like her, I think Wan Ning is a good girl.
She is pretty and has a good figure.
The child won't starve in the future. Besides, he drives a sports car. When your father was in the hospital, he was able to run around for you.
That's quite rare."
As soon as the words fell, Fang Dingbua, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said with some concern,
"I like Wan Ning, but her family background doesn't seem simple. There's a huge gap between our two families.
I don't want my son to marry into someone else's family and become a live-in son-in-law."
Upon hearing this, Qin's mother hesitated. Fang Zhou laughed secretly in his heart.
He wondered what their expressions would be if they knew that the sports car was given to Little Potato by me. However, his parents' words suddenly made Fang Zhou realize a problem. If he wanted to be with Zayatudu, it would be difficult for her family to pass the test. Fang Zhou had previously received news from Nye Yorong that Little Potato's father, Chen Sanjin, had always wanted to match her up with Su Tiancheng, the young master of Tiancheng Group. Both are capital tycoons with a net worth of tens of billions.
In comparison, Fang Zhou is a little lacking.
For a moment, he suddenly felt that he had a long way to go. Fang Zhou shook his head, burying these thoughts deep in his heart, and asked, "By the way, Dad, I forgot to ask you before, why did you get fired from the company?" According to the trajectory of his previous life, with my father's performance, he should not be on the layoff list. Upon hearing this, Fang Dingbua's mood suddenly became heavy and he sighed.
"Oh.
The company's performance is not good, and the boss has temporarily expanded the scope of layoffs.
I just happened to be on the layoff list. Temporarily expand the scope of layoffs?
The expression on Fang Zhou's face was slightly solemn.
Is it the butterfly effect after rebirth?
A few flaps of a butterfly's wings in the rainforest can cause a tornado in the distance.
Could it be that something I did after my rebirth triggered a similar butterfly effect?
Unable to figure it out for the time being, Fang Zhou simply gave up thinking about it. Dad, what are you going to do in the future?
Let's celebrate the new year first, and then look for a job after that. I've been working in the tutoring industry for almost 20 years, how can I not even find a job?
Fang Dingbo said this with great confidence, but his confidence seemed a little lacking. The economy has been difficult in the past 2 years, and layoffs are happening everywhere. He is so old and is going through a midlife crisis in the workplace, so it is not easy for him to find a job that matches his major.
Fang Zhou turned his gaze to his mother again. Mom, how is your clothing store now? Hearing this, Qin Ma sighed. What else can I do?
The economy is bad right now, and the clothes in my women's clothing store are not selling at all.
The inventory is getting worse day by day. Fang Zhou suddenly felt a headache.
He spent a semester earning his first pot of gold just to help his parents escape the fate of their previous life.
Now I have money, but the dilemma remains the same. Women's clothing, women's clothing, women's clothing. Teaching aids, teaching aids, teaching aids. Fang Zhou muttered to himself and began to brainstorm.
As he was thinking, an idea suddenly struck him. He slapped his thigh and said excitedly,
Dad, I have a bold idea. Chapter 55, 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. Mom and Dad looked over at the same time. Fang Zhou got straight to the point. Dad, since you've resigned, have you ever thought about starting your own brand of teaching aids? The auxiliary teaching industry has always been a hot commodity and an evergreen tree with huge market potential. If it is done well, it will definitely help my dad's career take off. Textbooks and supplementary materials, such as 1 lesson, 1 exercise, and 1 point, etc.
But when he heard this, Fang Dingbo laughed.
You young people are so naive. Can you just create a brand for teaching aids whenever you want? If it's a money issue, I can solve it. Fang Zhou hit the nail on the head.
Fang Dingbo was about to say that it was childish, but he saw that Fang Zhou had a serious face and didn't look like he was joking. For a moment, he swallowed the words back. For some reason, ever since Fang Zhou came back this time, he always felt that his son had matured a lot, and was no longer the love-brained brat who could say Suyoshue is my life.
Maybe, this is what my son really looks like.
A wise man does not fall in love.
The ancients were right.
Well, even if we don't talk about money, it's not that easy to build a brand for teaching aids.
So many brands emerge every year, but only 1 in 100 can survive. Fang Dingbo expressed his concerns one by one. Fang Zhou didn't take it seriously. That's easy, just find the right differentiated positioning. What positioning? Dad, what is the role of teaching aids? Fang Dingbo blurted out, of course it's to teach students. Bingo! Fang Zhou snapped his fingers and expressed his thoughts.
Dad, the positioning of the supplementary teaching materials on the market now is the same as your idea, which is to teach students how to learn, such as 1 lesson, 1 exercise, complete solution of textbook, 1-point guide, etc. But in my opinion, the ultimate goal of teaching aids is not to teach students how to learn, but to teach them how to cope with the college entrance examination.
Fang Dingbo was confused. Is there any difference between the two?
It has to be said that people of this era have very simple thoughts. They believe that as long as they study hard and have a solid foundation, they will definitely do well in the exam. Therefore, the focus of their teaching aids is to constantly consolidate students' foundations and help them grasp knowledge points more firmly. But Fang Zhou proposed a completely new idea, which is to train for the college entrance examination. Of course, there is a difference. The teaching aids on the market now all teach students how to study and how to consolidate their foundation, such as 1 lesson, 1 exercise, and complete solution to the textbook. This is very helpful for students in the 1st and 2nd year of junior high school or the 1st and 2nd year of high school, but it is useless for students in the 3rd year of high school or the 3rd year of junior high school who are preparing for the college entrance examination and the high school entrance examination. Students at this stage are more focused on preparing for exams than consolidating their foundation. And our focus is on preparing for exams. Listening to Fang Zhou's endless narration, Fang Dingbo gradually felt as if a light had suddenly appeared in his eyes. Somewhere in the dark, there was a faint glimmer of inspiration in my mind. He put away his previous nonchalant attitude and took it seriously. Xiao Zhou, just tell me directly, don't keep me in suspense.
Seeing that his father was finally interested, Fong Zhou no longer hid his feelings and said, "Only glass can cut glass, and only real exam questions can test the college entrance examination. Dad, if you develop a supplementary textbook that collects real exam questions from every province in the country each year and feeds the students with them directly, what will happen? In addition, we will establish a test point database based on different test points. For example, if we are taking the analytic geometry test, we will classify all the real college entrance examination questions with analytic geometry in various places over the years into this test point database. This way, candidates can focus on the real question bank of a specific exam point based on their weaknesses, and targeted training will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort." As he listened, a deep shock gradually emerged in Fong Dingbo's calm eyes. After working in the teaching aid field for so many years, Fong Dingbo can confirm that there is currently no teaching aid on the market that is positioned as training for the college entrance examination. Fong Dingbo said excitedly, "No, this textbook has another benefit, and that is to cultivate the mindset of the examinees. First and second year students are called students, while third year students are called examinees. There's a fundamental difference. For many people, there is only one chance to take the college entrance examination, so it is inevitable to feel uneasy during the examination. This is the fundamental reason why many candidates perform poorly. But if you feed yourself with and practice real college entrance examination questions every day before the exam, the candidate's mentality will be different, and he will feel that the college entrance examination is just like that. When you actually enter the examination room, your mentality will be much calmer. After all, you have already practiced thousands of real college entrance examination questions." However, it is such a simple truth, such a model that has become popular in later generations, but no one noticed it in this era. In other words, it is precisely because of the superiority of this model that it has become popular in later generations. Fong Zhou was stunned for a moment, trying to calm the candidate's mentality. This was an angle he had not thought of. "My father is indeed a veteran who has worked in the teaching auxiliary industry for more than 20 years, and his thinking perspective is more comprehensive than his." However, when the matter came to a head, Fong Dingbo began to worry again. "Xiaozhou, is it really possible? After all, once you make a decision, you have to invest real money." Fong Zhou took advantage of the situation and continued, "Of course I can. Dad, just trust me. I've even thought of a name for the brand of teaching aids." "Oh, what's the name?" Fong Dingbo asked curiously. Hearing this, Fong Zhou's breath subsided and he said loudly, 5 years of college entrance examinations and 3 years of simulations. Yes, it is the 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation that tortured countless candidates to death in the previous life, referred to as 5 threes. How many floors does it take to carry a bag of rice? A bag of rice has to be carried to the second floor. I have to wash a bag of rice. Spicy tea onsen. I believe that everyone has experienced the fear of being dominated by Wusan during their student life. Fong Zhou intends to let his father restore the glory of Wusan. The only difficulty now is the actual college entrance examination questions, which requires you, Dad, to discuss them one by one across the country, Fong Zhou said. Hearing this, Fong Dingbo seemed to have made up his mind. He glowed with youthful fighting spirit and said with a smile, "That's easy. Your father has been teaching for over 20 years. This is my forte." The father and son hit it off immediately. "Dad, come with me to the bank." Fong Zhou immediately took Fong Dingbo to the bank to transfer the money. Fong Dingbo swept away his previous decadence and looked full of energy, as if he was 20 years younger. Fong Zhou knocked on the guest bedroom door and said, "Wan Ning, can you lend me your car keys?" But I saw a little potato lying on the bed and resting obediently like a little white rabbit. From the side, her curvy figure is clearly visible. Long legs, thin waist, 36D, and pink little feet exposed. It is just like the saying, when viewed from the side, a mountain looks like a peak. When viewed from the front, it looks different from different distances and heights. Hearing Fong Zhou's voice, Little Potato rubbed his sleepy eyes, took out the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Fong Zhou in a daze. "So cute. Cute, thinking of the sun." Fong Zhou quickly stroked the hair on her head and coaxed her like a baby. It's okay. Go to sleep. Go back to sleep." In the second half of last night, Little Potato volunteered to stay at the hospital. He hadn't slept all night and was feeling sleepy now. Sure enough, after Fong Zhou coaxed him for a while, Little Potato fell asleep again in a daze, like a well-behaved and lazy kitten. Fong Zhou gently covered Little Potato with the quilt. Fong Dingbo stood aside and witnessed the whole scene.
Soon, Fang Zhou took the car keys and drove straight to the bank with his father. In the car, Fang Dingbua hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to speak. Xiao Zhou, well, Dad has something to tell you, but I don't know how to say it.
Fang Zhou, who was in the driver's seat, laughed and said, Dad, this isn't like your line. When did you become like my mom?
Fang Dingbua simply gave up, his old face flushed and said, Xiao Zhou, you are 18 years old this year, an adult.
As a father, it is time for me to talk to you about the topic of sex education.
Some people say that Chinese parents owe their children 3 lessons: education on love, education on sex, and education on death. Especially when it comes to sex education, parents in Long Country are always shy to talk about this topic.
It can be seen how determined Fang Dingbua was to say it out loud.
Hearing this, Fang Zhou also became slightly serious and said seriously, Dad, if you don't understand anything, just ask.
Square wave, sigma. The next second, Fang Dingbua directly pulled out the 7 wolves from his waist.
Then, Fang Zhou's painful howls were heard from inside the car.
Dad, stop hitting me, or I'll break it.
Bah, I'm going to beat you to death, you stinky boy. If I had known, I would have shot you against the wall. The Lamborghini sped along, and Fang Zhou's wailing never stopped.
However, half an hour later,
when Fang Dingbua saw the huge transfer amount on the bank card, his expression suddenly changed.
Chapter 56, Black and White Silk. Little model Chen Wanning appears online. Around noon, Fang Zhou returned home smelling the aroma of food. Mom, we're back.
As soon as you enter the door, you will see Wensi tofu, crab meat and lion head, white robe shrimp, squirrel fish, boiled dried bean curd, all of them are authentic Huayang cuisine on the table. Although my mother is a little timid and has no strong opinions, she is an excellent cook. Outside the kitchen, Li Heng sat obediently at the kitchen door, waiting for little potato to steal something to feed it. At the same time, as soon as he returned home, Fang Dingbua sat down on the sofa in a daze, hugging the pillow and falling into deep thought.
Lao Fang, what are you sitting there for? Wash your hands and come over to eat.
Mother Qin brought the 3 sets of duck that had just come out of the pot to the table and called out to Fang Dingbua, who was sitting on the sofa.
Fang Dingbua turned his back to Qin Ma and waved, you guys eat first. I want to be quiet. Who is Jingjing? Qin Ma pulled Fang Dingbua to the table without saying anything.
Facing a table full of delicious food, little potato smacked his lips and ate happily. Occasionally, when no one was paying attention, he would secretly throw the piece of meat in the bowl to his nest to eat.
However, Fang Dingbua had no appetite at all. What's wrong with your dad? He's been acting strange since he came back just now? Qin's mother said dissatisfiedly. Fang Zhou smiled knowingly, maybe the system is being restarted. What a shame. You became like this just by going to the bank, and you still keep saying that I have never seen the world. Mother Qin bit the duck leg and said unhappily.
Upon hearing this, Comrade Lao Fang immediately became unhappy. You have long hair but little knowledge.
What do you know? Do you know how much money your son transferred to me? How much can it be? Your son is filial to you, and you are not happy? Fang Dingbua made an 8 gesture. Mother Qin was a little surprised. 80,000? I can't even save 80,000 in a year. Xiao Zhou, are you working part-time this semester? Unexpectedly, Comrade Lao Fang suddenly lost his temper and shouted, what 80,000? It's 8 million. 810,000. I've worked diligently for half my life and haven't earned even a fraction of that. Fang Zhou said before that he would take care of the money issue.
At that time, Fang Dingbua thought that Fang Zhou knew someone in Jinling who could help him attract investment and find a financial sponsor.
Turns out, he's the money man. What? 8 million?
Upon hearing this, Qin Ma's pupils suddenly shrank, her mouth slightly opened, and a look of deep shock appeared on her face.
There was only one thought left in my mind, how many years will this kid of mine be sentenced to?
Of course, this is just a joke.
Qin Ma was obviously more receptive to this sudden news than Fang Dingbua.
Soon, a smile bloomed on Qin Ma's face, as bright as a peony flower, and she said as a matter of course.
I've been saying this before. My son has been smart since he was young. He was able to get into Peking University and Tsinghua University. Isn't it normal for him to make money?
It has to be said that women from traditional families always have an inexplicable confidence in their sons.
But it's always been the son who eats the father. How can the father eat the son? Fang Dingbua couldn't let go of the awkwardness in his heart.
The older generation of fathers who come from rural areas all have this strange feeling. Dad, I said I'll take care of the money issue. If you really feel uncomfortable, then make some money and try to sell 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation all over the country within 3 years.
Then I can be at ease and be a rich second-generation kid.
Well, in order to become a rich second generation, I trained my dad to become the richest man. Even tomato novels wouldn't dare to write this plot.
But Fang Zhou just said it as a joke, but Fang Dingbua took it seriously. He stamped his foot and viciously took a bite of the crab meat lion head. Okay. Just wait and see how your father earns you money to marry a wife.
Hearing this, Little Potato, who had been eating obediently, suddenly straightened his body and slightly tightened his legs under the table.
Wolahang seemed to sense something was wrong.
He bit Chen Wanning's slippers with his mouth and whimpered twice. Little Potato immediately threw down another piece of meat. No more howling in the nest. Dad, go out more this afternoon and try to get the company's premises and business license ready before the new year.
Isn't your company laying off employees? Go talk to those old colleagues and see if they can join us.
We'll be covering the market nationwide and sourcing for real college entrance exam questions, so we need people. Fang Zhou ate the white-robed shrimps that Little Potato had given him and patiently instructed his father.
Fang Dingbua nodded slightly. I know. I'll go this afternoon.
Those old colleagues are all going through the same midlife crisis as me.
I think they'll be happy to join us.
At this time, Xin's mother, who had been eating silently, could no longer hold back.
Xiaozhou, don't just think about your dad, but also help your mom think of some ideas. My women's clothing store is still half dead. Don't worry, Mom. I've already thought it out for you. I'll go to the store with you after dinner.
After a pause, he turned to look at Chen Wanning, who was secretly feeding the nest, and said, Wanning, come with me this afternoon. Little Potato made a bitter face, but I want to sleep. Fang Zhou stroked Little Potato's chubby head and said coaxingly, Sister Ning, you're the star this afternoon.
We can't do this without you. Let's go back to sleep tonight, okay?
Upon hearing this, Little Potato instantly revived and nodded. I don't know why, but since coming to Fang Zhou's house, Little Potato's Queen Flower attribute has been gradually decreasing, while his obedient dog attribute has been greatly increased.
Maybe, the Queen of Flowers is just her protective color in that home. If possible, who would want to cover themselves with spikes? I had lunch past 1 o'clock. After lunch, Fang Zhou's family went their separate ways. Dad went to check out the company's premises, get a business license, and contact former colleagues. Fang Zhou drove to the women's clothing store with his mother and Little Potato. Woyua Plaza, 3rd floor.
Inside a women's clothing store of less than 20 square meters. As the year draws to a close, the flow of people to Woyua Plaza has reached its peak, with guests coming in an endless stream on every floor. However, this women's clothing store is located in the corner of the floor, with very little traffic, and less than 3 people come in an hour.
Xiaozhou, this is the idea you mentioned?
Qin Ma looked at Fang Zhou in confusion. I saw him operating his newly bought laptop in a fancy way, and I had no idea what he was doing. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Zhou let out a long sigh. It's done.
Hearing this, Qin Ma and Chen Wanning came over curiously.
All I saw on the screen was a strange online store display page.
The page was blank with only a bare store name, Deep Blue Women's Clothing Store. Mom, this is called Taobao e-commerce. Simply put, it's an online store selling clothes. I've already registered for you. Fang Zhou explained while demonstrating the operation of the online store.
Qin's mother, however, was skeptical.
Selling clothes online, how could that work? Who would buy something they couldn't see or touch?
Mom, many of my classmates at school buy clothes online.
It will become a trend in the near future.
But no matter what Fang Zhou said, Qin Ma still looked unconvinced.
There's no way around it.
The older generation generally has a poor ability to accept new things. Seeing this, Fang Zhou said nothing more and waited until the online store made money, and then Qin Ma would naturally believe it. After finishing all this, Fang Zhou patted Little Potato's shoulders and said sadly, Wan Ning, it's up to you from now on.
Little Potato was confused and pointed at himself cutely, me? The movement and expression are very similar to a certain emoticon. Fang Zhou nodded solemnly. Do you know what clothes are sold online? Aren't you selling clothes? It's selling clothes, but more accurately, it's selling photos.
Customers can't see the actual items online, so photos are the only way to spark their desire to buy. As he spoke, Fang Zhou took Chen Wanning's hand and looked at his mother. "Mom, take a sample of every piece of clothing in the store and let's go to the studio." Qin's mother didn't understand why, but based on her trust in her son, she did it anyway.
50 minutes later, Xianjiang Wedding Photo Studio.
Because women's clothing stores are overwhelmed with inventory, they have spring, summer, autumn, winter, basically clothes for every season.
Fang Zhou didn't know much about dressing, so he just let Little Potato express himself freely.
He rented the studio on this floor and took on the role of photographer. In his previous life, because he often served as Su Yoshua's photography tool, in order to make Su Yoshua happy, he joined the photography club in college and studied photography for many years.
Xiao Zhou, what are you going to do?
Xin Ma, who had become a passerby, was completely confused. Mom, selling women's clothing individually is the most hopeless. It sells best when they're paired together. In this era, without Douyin and Zaya Hongshu, many girls know nothing about dressing up. A set of clothes that matches from head to toe can help them save time and effort.
Being able to save customers time and effort means making money. After comforting his mother, Fang Zhou called towards the locker room, "Wan Ning, are you okay?"
After a while, the locker room door was pushed open. Little Potato came out from inside in a playful manner, wearing clothes that she had matched herself. She had delicate makeup on her face and was wearing a beret. Her long, straight black hair was gently let down, like a waterfall. She was wearing a white cashmere sweater on her upper body and a white hip-hugging cashmere skirt on her lower body. A small red bag was hanging around her waist, and her long legs were standing high in white leather shoes. The most important thing is that pair of snow-white, slender long legs, one wearing black stockings and the other wearing white stockings. Perhaps it was the first time that she was dressed like this in front of her elders. Little Potato lowered her head, kicked the ground lightly with her toes. Her pretty face was slightly hot, her fair skin was rosy, and she looked particularly well-behaved and lovely.
Gurgle. Fang Zhou swallowed helplessly. A pair of eyes seemed to be glued to the Little Potato and couldn't be moved away.
At this moment, there was only one sentence left in Fang Zhou's mind. Sex is a knife that scrapes bones, but please remember that we in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai, and Anhui are born with tough bones.
Chapter 57, For Silks in One House. Are you using this to test the cadres? Is this okay with this combination?
The Little Potato lowered its head, its pretty face slightly red, like a red apple that was almost ripe.
Fang Zhou looked a little lost in thought.
Mother Qin couldn't help but sigh. "Wan Ning, you have such a good foundation." She was wearing winter clothes before, and Chen Wanning's proud figure was completely wrapped in the thick coat. The heating in the studio is on now, and the indoor temperature is as high as 25 or 26 degrees Celsius, so you won't feel cold even if you wear a t-shirt. Only then did Qin Ma have the opportunity to see Chen Wanning's real stuff. She turned around and found her son staring at the opposite side motionlessly.
"What are you doing standing there? What are you thinking about?" Qin Ma patted Fang Zhou, bringing his thoughts back to reality. Fang Zhou blurted out, "Nothing, I just thought that this tough guy is finally useful." "What a mess," Qin's mother said unhappily. Fang Zhou smiled knowingly, looked up and made an okay sign to Little Potato. "Okay, that's great. Wan Ning, come over here, I'll take a picture of you." "Oh." Little Potato strides forward in front of the camera with her beautiful legs in black and white stockings. When she walked, her little leather shoes made a clicking sound, and her long legs outlined in black and white stockings shook slightly, making a bouncy sound that made people's eyes pop out. "Wan Ning, look at the camera. This outfit is casual. Give me a more relaxed pose." Fang Zhou controlled the camera and gave instructions. "Is that so?" Little Potato leaned lightly against the obstacle, with her chin slightly raised, and her waist-length black hair naturally draped over her shoulders, giving her a somewhat lazy look. It's just that his body movements are a little stiff, and he feels restrained. Through the camera, Fang Zhou saw Little Potato's gaze, which occasionally glanced in the direction of Qin Ma, and he suddenly understood. Little Potato usually looks carefree, but she is actually a conservative girl. With Qin Ma as an elder around, it is inevitable that she will feel a little restrained. "Mom, it'll take us a long time to take pictures here. Why don't you go out for a walk first? It's the end of the year, so why don't you go buy some New Year's goods?" Fang Zhou winked at his mother frantically. But Qin's mother shook her head decisively. "I don't want to. It's so boring to go shopping alone." Fang Zhou took out 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills from his bag and slapped them on his mother's hand. Qin's mother smiled brightly. "I love shopping the most." As Qin Ma left, Xiao Tu breathed a sigh of relief.
and the expression on his face gradually relaxed.
Seeing this, Fong Zhou continued to direct, Wan Ning, look at the camera. I want a lazy feeling like the warm sun. You can relax a little more.
Okay. Little Potato nodded him, his hands hanging down, his body leaning slightly against the wall, his beautiful eyes looking at the sunlight outside the window, showing his laziness and casualness.
Very good, another one. Perfect. Change your pose and look at the camera.
Yes, that's it, keep it.
Without Qin Ma's support, Little Potato suddenly became extremely relaxed.
With her perfect looks that could bring disaster upon herself and her curvy and perfectly proportioned figure, she is simply a walking clothes rack.
Thanks to Little Potato's extraordinary performance, the shoot went extremely smoothly.
Whether it's the Chanel style, the sweet and spicy style, the pure desire style, the lazy style, the winter warm sunshine style, there is nothing she can't handle.
2 hours later, Fong Zhou looked at the last sample his mother brought, and his face suddenly turned red.
When Little Potato saw the women's clothing, his face turned red.
What was left at the end was actually a khaki stepmother skirt.
If you don't know what stepmother skirt is, you can search it, there are surprises, dog head. Little Potato looked at Fong Zhou with his big, watery eyes, then at the stepmother's skirt, Fong
Zhou, do you want to take a picture of this one too? Fong Zhou said righteously, of course we have to shoot it.
It doesn't matter if it's a stepmother skirt or something.
It's mainly for art.
Little Potato tilted his head, put his hands on his slender waist, leaned forward and stared at Fong Zhou. Bad Silver, there's something bad in your eyes.
As expected, you boys all like girls wearing such feminine clothes.
Hey, don't generalize. 99% of boys like feminine women, and I am that 1%.
Fong Zhou said sternly. Little Potato looked at him with a smile, really? Of course, I like the non-feminine ones too. Fong Zhou.
Little Potato suddenly puffed up his cheeks, gave a tender scolding sound, then stood on tiptoe and banged his little fist on Fong Zhou's head.
For a moment, Fong Zhou seemed to see his breasts. Damn! I forgot Little Potato can't stand hearing that kind of talk. Fong Zhou immediately regretted it and hurriedly explained.
Normally, I can talk about anything with Zayatodu, but when it comes to gender topics, especially when it comes to Fong Zhou, he really can't stand a single unpleasant word and gets angry at the slightest thing.
I don't want to listen, you bastard.
Little Potato covered his ears and shook his little head like a rattle. But Fong Zhou's words seemed to arouse her desire to win. Little Potato glared at Fong Zhou, puffed out his cheeks, picked up his stepmother's skirt and walked into the locker room. 20 minutes later, when Little Potato walked out of the locker room,
Fong Zhou was completely dumbfounded.
At that moment, he suddenly felt the beating was worth it. I saw Little Potato standing there gracefully, her khaki long-sleeved stepmother skirt fitting tightly to her body, outlining her curvy figure to the fullest. The skirt was slit high on both sides, and she was wearing thin high heels. When she walked, her long legs, which were so white that they glowed, were faintly visible. The most terrible thing is that on that pair of beautiful legs, one side is not wearing anything, it is a pure natural vacuum, while the other side is 4 pieces of silk together. According to the color depth and transparency of the stockings, 0D flesh-colored stockings are worn inside, followed by 10D black stockings, then 20D white stockings, and finally a lace leg ring is tied. If you are interested, you can search it, but it is not necessarily this combination.
Gurgle. Fong Zhou swallowed helplessly again. Does it look good? Chen Wanning raised the corner of her mouth slightly and looked at Fong Zhou with a smile.
Upon hearing this, Fong Zhou immediately resumed his demeanor as a 3 good students and outstanding class leader and said seriously. So what if it's beautiful? Even if you look at a beautiful woman 100 times, the beauty is not yours. But if you look at knowledge 100 times, the knowledge is yours.
Oh, is that so?
A hint of foxy cunning flashed across Chen Wanning's beautiful eyes, and she suddenly smiled and said, then, do you want me to pay back the debt now?
Fong Zhou's face changed and his heart started pounding wildly. Good man, are you using this to test cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? What debt?
Oh, you mean the debt you made when you bet, I'll play with your legs if I lose, at 9 hours 36 minutes and 23 seconds on New Year's Eve, in the second to last row, right seat in room 1018, Shaw Building?
Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me.
Fong Zhou remained calm, looking as if he had just realized something.
Chen Wanning agreed, really? You forgot everything? Well, but you want to pay back the debt. I'm not unreasonable.
It doesn't matter whether it's a debt or not. I just want you to keep your word. As he spoke, Fong Zhou was about to step forward. Little Potato immediately took a step back timidly, stuck out his tongue at Fong Zhou, and said playfully, "Pa, you're so beautiful." Then she ran towards the locker room in small, clattering steps in her high heels, leaving Fong Zhou with a bewildered look on his face.
What kind of thing is this, flirting and then running away?
Just when Fong Zhou was about to go find Chen wanting to reason with her.
With a click,
the studio door was pushed open.
Qian's mother came in carrying bags. Chapter 58: The Thriving Fong Family. A new stage in life. Xiaozhou Wanning, are you guys done filming? Qian Ma asked loudly as she entered the room.
Hearing that his mother was back, Fong Zhou had no choice but to give up in disappointment. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, as expected. Black stockings, stepmother skirt, high heels, leg rings, waist chain, choker, they are worthy of being the top 6 outfits for girls. Sex is a knife that scrapes bones, but even a bone of steel cannot withstand such scraping. Chen Wanning changed her clothes and came out of the dressing room. When she saw Qian Ma, her pretty face immediately turned red. She felt nervous as if she had done something bad behind an adult's back.
Yeah, it's all taken.
I'll upload the photos, and you name the price, Mom.
As he spoke, Fong Zhou took out his laptop from his bag, connected to the studio's network, and logged into Taobao store.
He uploaded all the photos of Little Potato wearing warm winter clothes to the homepage of the online store as sample display pictures.
This down jacket is 185, that coat is 220, and that tweed is 260.
Qian Ma listed every piece of clothing as if they were her own treasures and gave a quote. Then she saw that after Fong Zhou uploaded the photos and modified the price, he typed a long paragraph of words that she couldn't understand under each product. What is blue double-faced cashmere coat 2009 autumn and winter new Korean style loose mid-length coat for women? What is a petite knitted dress with a slim waist and puff sleeves for women in autumn and winter that can be worn as an inner layer with long boots and as an outer layer?
Mother Qian looked puzzled and asked, "Xiaozhou, what are you writing?" "Mom, this isn't some random thing, this is called a keyword."
After a pause, Fong Zhou slowly explained to his mother.
When customers buy something online, they first search for the name.
The more and more precise your keywords are, the greater the probability that customers will find your store.
This is called traffic generation.
There's also this, same style as photo, feature. When customers come to buy clothes and see a well-matched outfit in a photo, there's a certain chance they'll want to buy the whole thing, or go to the page for matching pants and underwear. This will significantly increase customer retention and average order value.
Hearing Fong Zhou's incomprehensible explanation, Qian Ma said oh as if she understood, then asked doubtfully. "So, son, why are all the pictures of winter clothes hanging in the store? Where are the pictures of other clothes?"
"Mom, it's winter now, so naturally put the winter clothes on the shelf.
Leave the rest for now. There's no rush."
Fong Zhou felt a little guilty, and the season was only a secondary reason. The main reason is that I don't know whether Fong Zhou's photography skills are too good, or Xiao Tudo is too beautiful and has a great figure, but the sample display pictures of her summer clothes and spring and autumn clothes all look like nosebleed private photos. What pure desire style, sweet and spicy style, soft and cute style, royal sister style.
Fong Zhou was not so generous. He took out these photos and hung them on Taobao.
Even the photos of him wearing winter clothes had Little Potato's face covered by them. Alas, having too good a figure is also a mistake. I can only wait until next spring and spend money to hire a new model to reshoot. Soon, with Fong Zhou's operations, the originally bare online store homepage gradually became colorful. In order to let his mother see the results faster, Fong Zhou specially bought 30,000 traffic for his mother's online store on Taobao Direct Express and Taobao Headlines.
Done.
After doing all this, Fong Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw the caller ID, Comrade Lao Fong.
"Hello, Dad, what's wrong?" Fong Zhou asked after answering the call. Fong Ding's slightly excited voice came from the other end. "Xiaozhou, have you guys finished it?" "It's okay now." "That's great.
You guys should hurry over to Tianrun building. I've got a 600 square meter office building that I'd like to buy and use as my company.
Come and give Dad some advice." "Okay, we'll be there right away."
After hanging up the phone, Fong Zhou called his mother to pack his clothes together, solemnly put away the camera film, and then headed straight to Tianrun building. Along the way, Xia Tudu drove and Qian Ma sat in the passenger seat. Anyone who has owned a sports car knows that the rear space is actually very small.
Fang Zhou was squeezed in the back seat and couldn't move, with only one hand able to move. In desperation, he had to check QQ updates to pass the time. Maybe it's because I'm on vacation, the content in my QQ space is all kinds of different. Su Luo, start preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam today. Keep working hard during the winter break, scatterflowers, scatterflowers. Su Yoshua, I regret it, but everyone deserves a chance to be forgiven. Su Wei, Winter and Sanya are perfect together. Thanks to my godfather for the group tickets to Sanya. Photo, beach swimwear. Pang Bo, today's 5,000 meters, brothers, wait for the foster father to come home. Wang Jinhu, I won't give up today. Never. If you give up again, I'll give you a 5-speed electric fan. Fang Zhou instantly turned into a funny guy, clicked a like button, and then commented. Besides the grassroots hero Su Hanwen, the undead knight Ning Kaichen, the insect-controlling sword immortal Luo Shi, and the data plug Lu Xiaoqian, you are the 5th ruthless person I have ever met. After thinking about it, he sent a private message to Wang Jinhu. The day after tomorrow, see you at Starbucks in Wuyue Plaza. I'll give you the remaining balance. The Lamborghini had a smooth journey. 10 minutes later, the car stopped downstairs of Tianrun building. The three of them took the elevator directly to the 32nd floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Fang Zhou was shocked by the scene before him. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building, you can overlook the outline of the city. The roads wind their way into the distance, cars shuttle between the roads, vendors hawk their wares on the street, green mountains stand in the distance, and Chuzhou is surrounded by mountains. It is nothing more than this. Xiaozhou. Hearing the sound of the elevator door, Fang Dinghua immediately came over. Behind him followed a young agent in a suit and tie, holding a paper contract in his hand. Dad. Fang Zhou responded. Fang Dinghua immediately grabbed Fang Zhou's arm and asked, Xiaozhou, can you help Dad see if this place can be used as the company's address? Upon hearing this, the young agent immediately looked at Fang Zhou and enthusiastically promoted. Master, Tianrun building is the tallest building in the city, bar none. Ours is a spacious flat of over 600 square meters, with a panoramic view, convenient transportation, and complete amenities. Besides being unrenovated, you can't find a better location than this. Fang Zhou, however, remained unmoved. He paced around the large flat, stopping and starting, looking around. I have to say that apart from the fact that it is not renovated, the scenery and transportation in this area are very good. After a long while, Fang Zhou asked, how much is the rent here? Upon hearing this, the young agent became even more enthusiastic. This one used to be 90,000 a month, but now they have a year-end promotion. If you rent for 5 years or more, you can get a 10% discount, and the property is included for 3 years. Fang Zhou did some calculations in his mind. With a 10% discount, it would be about 80,000 per month, averaging 4.5 per square meter per day. Tianchang City is not like Jinling. To be honest, this price is a bit expensive in Tianchang City. But Fang Zhou turned his head to look at Fang Dinghua, only to see that his father's face was smiling like a peony. Dad must have taken a fancy to this place, but he thought it was too expensive, so he came to me to discuss it. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou immediately decided, sign the contract. It doesn't matter if it's a little expensive. After all, this is Comrade Lao Fang's future revolutionary base. What matters most is that he likes it. Hearing this, the young agent immediately smiled and quickly handed over the contract respectfully. Fang Dinghua's face also smiled brightly, becoming even brighter. After signing the contract, Fang Zhou and his father stood side by side in front of the company's floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the green mountains and the outline of the city in the distance. Dad, let's find a decoration company to renovate this large flat and it will be ready. Don't worry, I'll leave the rest to your dad. Fang Dinghua laughed loudly, as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. Fang Zhou looked relaxed. My mother's online store has taken shape. With the traffic from Taobao Direct Express and Taobao Headlines, plus the peak period of the year-end, I'm afraid it won't be long before my mother can experience the joy of a surge in orders. My dad's Wusan company has also selected a site and is now busy with renovations. If things go well, it will be open after the new year. And Fang Zhou also has his own plans after the new year. He wants to work towards the goal of punching his father-in-law, kicking his stepmother-in-law, and marrying Little Potato Home. For a time, the family of 3 all had their own goals. The whole family is bursting with vitality and is thriving. I guess when I come back next year, my home will have undergone earth-shaking changes.
On the other side, just when the Fangzhou family was thriving, Su Yashue's family encountered difficulties. Su Guowei and Fang Dingbo were colleagues, and Su Guowei's performance was behind Fang Dingbo's. Fang Dingbo was fired, so Su Guowei was naturally fired as well. At this moment, in the Su family's living room, Su Guowei's face looked terribly ugly. Zhao Meiwan cursed something with gritted teeth. Su Yoshue sat on the sofa without saying a word. I felt like I had swallowed 10 lemons in a row, so sour.
Chapter 59. Don't call me anymore, I'm afraid Wan Ning will misunderstand. Are you serious? Fang Dingbo really plans to go out on his own?
Zhao Meijuan's sharp voice echoed throughout the living room.
Su Guowei nodded slightly.
Of course it's true. A former colleague just called me and said Fang Dingbo called the old colleagues who had resigned this afternoon and invited them to work with him.
Not only will their salaries remain the same, but they'll also get commissions later. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meiwan immediately felt sour. He's just trying to be rich. Is Fang Dingbo the material to be a boss? And he's working alone. I think he'll be finished sooner or later. It's still a double bet, SKR. Human nature is sometimes so strange.
The more familiar someone is to you, the less likely they are to accept your sudden improvement, and the more likely they are to become jealous.
Everyone is in the mud, and if you want to get out, they will naturally become unbalanced.
Similar social news is common. For example, someone is reported by a friend during the public announcement period for the civil service exam, a product client is snatched away by a friend, and a rich second-generation boyfriend is poached by a best friend. In fact, our ancestors have long warned us about this. Words lead to failure, secrecy leads to success. What this means is that before you succeed in something, you must control your mouth and move your legs, talk less and do more. Fortunately, Fang Zhou had reminded his father before that it was okay to recruit people, but not to expose the core model of Wusan for the time being.
Starting a company is no small matter. Where did Fang Dingbo get the money? Did he sell his house?
Zhao Meiwan began to find fault, trying to find some psychological balance.
Su Guowei said disdainfully, have you seen that Lamborghini downstairs in our community?
I heard that the guy from the Fang family got hooked up with a rich woman.
I think he probably borrowed it from her. What? That little bastard Fang Zhou is actually a gigolo?
Good boy, I was wondering why you suddenly stopped pursuing our Yoshue.
Turns out you're just a gigolo.
Really, no one, young or old, is a good person. Zhao Meijuan's tone was angry, her face showed contempt and more imbalance.
Hearing this, Su Yoshue lowered her head and said nothing. She really wanted to tell her parents that the Lamborghini was actually given to Chen Wanning by Fang Zhou. It was not certain who was living off whom.
But when she saw her parents' indignation, and thought that if Chen Wanning hadn't stolen her love, Fang Zhou would still be her little bootlicker, Su Yoshue immediately chose to remain silent. Yes, in Su Yoshue's cognition, she always regarded Chen Wanning as someone who stole her love. Even though Fang Zhou told her countless times that he just didn't like her anymore, but which girl can admit that her charm is not as good as others?
Soon, Su Guowei and Zhao Meiwan took turns to criticize Fang Dingbo's solo work, saying it was worthless.
But at the end, Zhao Meiwan changed the subject and said indignantly,
Lao Su, weren't you fired by the company too? Why didn't Mr. Fang invite you? You two have been colleagues for so many years, and we are neighbors. Why wouldn't he invite you?
Upon hearing this, Su Guowei said angrily, it's because of the previous quarrel. We've been neighbors for so many years, and you're quarreling over such a small matter.
You're so petty.
Because Fang Zhou had always been flattering Su Yoshue in his previous life, his parents automatically regarded Su Guowei and Zhao Meiwan as future in-laws, and would help and give in whenever they could in matters big and small. After so many years, Su Guowei and Zhao Meiwan have long been accustomed to it and think it is natural. Now that Fang Zhou had given up on Su Yoshue, his parents had simply returned to their normal attitude, but they couldn't stand it anymore.
In the final analysis, a little bit of kindness is followed by a lot of resentment. Exactly.
It's such bad luck to be neighbors with someone like him. It's a waste that Yoshue has called him uncle for so many years. The more Zhao Meiwan spoke, the angrier she became, as if the person next door was not an old neighbor of more than 10 years, but a deep-seated enemy.
After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Meiwan suddenly gritted her teeth. No, you don't have a job now. You can't let me support you forever, right? He's already hired so many unemployed colleagues, why shouldn't he hire you? No, go talk to the next door. Su Guowei's face was slightly gloomy.
Ever since he lost his job in middle age and could no longer bring money home, Zhao Meiwan has never been in a good mood with him, and she would make sarcastic remarks to him from time to time.
Money is a man's courage.
If he had a choice, he would rather go out and see the customer's face than face Zhao Meiwan's face at home. Su Guowei made up his mind. Yoshue, take 2 yellow crane tower cigarettes and go to the next door with Dad. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meiwan immediately started to offer suggestions.
That's right.
You two, father and daughter, go play your sympathy and reminisce about the past.
After all, you've been neighbors for over a decade. You must make Fong Dingbo relent. If that doesn't work, start with Qin Lan. She's timid and easily influenced. Say a few nice words to her.
Yoshua has called her aunt for over a decade, after all.
It can't be in vain.
Having made up his mind, Su Guowei took out 2 cigarettes of Huangdalu from the cupboard, picked up a bottle of Tiancelin, and rang the doorbell of Fang Zhou's house with Su Yoshue.
Ding ling. I rang the doorbell again and again, but no one opened the door. What's going on? No one is home? Su Guowei asked in confusion.
Maybe he went out for something. Dad, why don't we go back first?
Su Yoshue muttered softly.
She felt a little embarrassed, especially when she thought of Chen Wanning being there too.
She didn't want to lose face even more.
Seeing this, Su Guowei took out his mobile phone, removed Fong Dingbo from the blacklist, and called the other party.
Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected.
He called several more times, but the call was still unanswered.
Damn, that old bastard Fong Dingbo, how dare he block me?
Su Guowei was immediately furious. He gritted his teeth and looked at Su Yoshue. Yoshue, call Fong Zhou and ask. You two used to have such a good relationship. Please help Dad talk to him.
Dad,
Su Yoshue was about to say something, but when she heard her father's unquestionable tone, she had to reluctantly take out her cell phone and call Fong Zhou. Meanwhile, Natural Furniture City.
After finalizing the company's location, Fong Zhou and his family went to the furniture store and began purchasing office desks and chairs.
Boss, let's follow our previous plan: 100 sets of regular staff desks and chairs, 10 sets of managers' desks and high-back chairs, and 1 set of high-end custom-made chairs for the president. Fong Zhou handed the selected table and chair plan to the boss. The boss was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He had a pale face, a weak voice, and looked a little weak. But when she heard this, her face suddenly flushed, and she looked at Fong Zhou as if she saw a relative.
Okay, you pay the deposit, and I'll expedite it for you and deliver it to you after the new year. Okay, but I'm not the boss, this guy is.
Fong Zhou pointed at his father, who was watching the whole process from behind, and the boss immediately changed the target of his attention.
True family conversion technique. Dimples and long eyelashes, so charming. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, 2 ringtones suddenly interrupted the atmosphere. Fong Zhou and Chen Wanning took out their cell phones at the same time and looked down.
When Fong Zhou saw that the caller ID was Su Yoshue, he decisively rejected the call. Chen Wanning looked down at the caller ID, her expression suddenly becoming rather grim, and she chose to reject the call.
Is it okay if you don't listen? Fong Zhou came over and asked with concern. Chen Wanning frowned, looking unhappy. It's some annoying things. Fong Zhou didn't ask any more questions and was about to pay when the phone rang again. I looked at the caller ID and it was Su Yoshue again.
Seeing this, Fong Zhou simply blocked the other party. On the other side, at the door of the Fong family,
Su Yoshue listened to the busy tone in the receiver, and the silence was deafening.
She looked grim and called Fong Zhou again, but the message on the receiver had changed to unable to connect.
He, Fong Zhou, blocked me? For a moment, Su Yoshue felt unprecedentedly wronged. How could he block me? Why did he block me?
Su Yoshue gritted her teeth and suddenly became stubborn, making one call after another. But without exception, all of them could not be connected.
So she opened QQ again and chose voice call.
But after just 2 rings, the phone came back busy.
Fong Zhou also blocked her on QQ.
Su Yoshue's eyes were slightly red. Not knowing whether she was angry or unwilling, she trotted all the way to the supermarket and called Fong Zhou on a public phone.
This time Fong Zhou finally accepted it. As soon as the call was connected, Su Yoshue's dissatisfaction and grievance suddenly erupted. Fong Zhou, why did you block me? Why didn't you answer my calls? Why did you treat me like this? Everyone should have a chance to be forgiven. I already know I was wrong. why can't you forgive me?
Su Yoshua's voice became louder and louder, and her words became more and more intense. But the other side fell into deep silence. After venting her anger, Su Yoshua finally regained her composure, but Little Potato's soft voice rang out in the receiver.
Fangzhou was moving things.
I turned on the hands-free mode for him.
Su Yoshua.
A feeling of shame instantly hit Su Yoshua, and she felt like she was going to dig a hole in the 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Then, Little Potato spoke crisply, as if she were the queen sitting in the middle of the courtyard.
Su Yoshua, don't call Fangzhou again, I might misunderstand. Hearing this, Fangzhou cooperated and said, yeah, don't call me anymore. I'm afraid Wan Ning will misunderstand. Beep beep beep. The phone was already hung up. After a brief interlude, the Fangzhou family continued shopping. Happy times are always short.
In the evening, the sun sets.
The Fangzhou family returned home with bags full of things, facing the winter sunset.
Little Potato was like a little hamster, with his mouth stuffed with snacks and he couldn't speak clearly.
However, as soon as he arrived at the door, Fangzhou unexpectedly found a Porsche 911 parked downstairs.
A tall boy with a crew cut was sitting at the front of the Porsche.
Seeing Chen Wanning, the boy immediately stood up and walked towards her. Sister.
Chapter 60, Lao Deng, sooner or later I will stop the will-o'-the-wisp downstairs of your house.
Sister?
Fangzhou stared with his eyes wide open, a rare look of astonishment on his face. Chen Wanning had a blank expression on her face, but her fists were slightly clenched, revealing her uneasy heart. When she heard that it was Chen Wanning's younger brother, Qin's mother immediately smiled and walked forward to greet him. So it's Wan Ning's younger brother. I was wondering why he looked a bit like Wan Ning. Come here, young man, have some sugar-roasted chestnuts.
They're still hot.
As she spoke, Mother Qin took out her favorite sugar-roasted chestnuts and shared them with the other person enthusiastically. The tall boy took the sugar-roasted chestnuts, suddenly grinned, and threw them into the trash can on the side of the road with a pop.
I'm sorry, Auntie. I never eat random things, and I never eat the food of random people.
Although he was smiling, he gave people a feeling of being looked down upon from a superior class. Qin Ma's outstretched hand hovered in mid-air, with a look of embarrassment on her face.
Shen Qi. Chen Wanning's pretty face was slightly cold.
The tall boy named Chen Qi scratched his ears and said nonchalantly, "Be quiet, I can hear you." Fang Dingguo's face became increasingly ugly, but for Chen Wanning's sake, he forced himself not to lose his temper.
Fangzhou looked at Chen Qi calmly. As far as he knows, Little Potato's current home is a reconstituted family.
His father, Chen Sanjin, is the founder of Jinqing Group and a billionaire.
Stepmother Li Yun, whose background and identity are currently unknown.
There is also a daughter from her ex-husband brought by her stepmother, and the only son born to Chen Sanjin and Li Yun after their marriage. And that only son should be the boy in front of him, Chen Qi. Chen Wanning clattered in front of Fangzhou, as if protecting everyone behind her, and asked, "How did you know I was here?" "Don't worry about this. Go pack up now and come back with me. Dad will be waiting for you at home." As he spoke, Chen Qi reached out to grab Chen Wanning's arm.
Chen Wanning was about to resist. Bang!
Suddenly there was a crisp sound.
Fangzhou slapped Chen Qi's hand away.
"Brother, you're dragging the little potatoes I brought back from Jinling like this.
Should I lose face?" Although it was a bit of a joking ridicule, Fangzhou's attitude was firm. "He's just a billionaire. I've seen him before.
My kind aunt also has this much wealth.
Am I proud?
What's more, when Panbo comes back from vacation and gets the Bitcoin key, he won't be afraid at all."
Chen Qi turned his head in surprise, a hint of amusement on his face. "Are you that pretty boy? I'm kindly advising you not to have any thoughts that shouldn't be entertained. Sometimes the gap between people is greater than you think." Fangzhou ignored him and said calmly, "It must be a location tracking program. You installed a location tracking program on Wan Ning's phone.
It was you who called Wan Ning when we were at the furniture store."
As a senior programmer, Fangzhou naturally understood the technical means in this regard.
Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning instantly went berserk, like a ragdoll cat with its fur standing on end.
She grabbed Chen Qi by the collar and shouted, "Chen Qi! How dare you install a location tracking system on my phone?"
The true nature of the Queen of Flowers is clearly revealed at this moment. Seeing this, Chen Qi finally put away his lazy attitude. Having been beaten since he was a child, he knows very well that when others say they want to beat him, they may just be trying to scare him. After all, he is the prince of Jinqing Group. But when Chen Wanning said she was going to beat him, she meant it, beating him to death. If she said she was going to beat him 100 times, then she meant it, not once less. Chen Shi quickly raised his hands. Hey, don't hit the wrong person, I won't have the chance to touch your phone. Don't forget that this phone is a gift from your dad. Chen Wanning's raised fist suddenly stopped, and she felt inexplicably suffocated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Shi quickly explained his purpose. The new year is coming soon, Dad wants you to come home. This year on New Year's Eve, Brother Tiancheng will come to our manor to celebrate the new year.
Upon hearing this, Chen Wanning's face became even uglier. Let me go back? And then continue to be used as a bargaining chip?
Sister, don't speak so harshly. When he asked me to leave, I told him I had nothing to do with that family anymore.
Isn't that what your sister and your mother have always wanted? He asked me to leave, and I left. Now he wants me to go back. Sorry, I'm leaving now.
Little Potato's beautiful eyes turned slightly red, and a thin layer of mist appeared in his eye sockets, but his little face showed grievance and stubbornness. Seeing this scene, Fang Zhou suddenly felt inexplicably sad. Lucky people are healed by their childhood throughout their lives. Unfortunate people spend their entire lives healing their childhood. Obviously, small potatoes belong to the latter. According to Fang Zhou, the reason why Little Potato studied civil engineering in his previous life was so that he could get into a state-owned enterprise after graduation, enter the system, and then go abroad on a public scholarship to completely get away from the influence of this family. After seeing her today, Fang Zhou finally understood how Little Potato, Bawangwa, developed her personality. The fact that he secretly installed a positioning program on his children's mobile phones shows Chen Sanjin's desire for control. Fang Zhou recalled his Kainan's evaluation of him, a carnivorous wolf who would do anything to achieve his goal.
Auntie, you are really good at judging people.
Hearing this, Chen Shi spread his hands and said indifferently, it's up to you.
It's none of my business if you die outside. I still have a sister anyway. But there is one thing my father asked me to help convey.
What? Chen Wanning's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. It's okay if you don't go back this year, but next year. Chen Shi turned his fist towards Fang Zhou, stretched out a finger, and pointed at him. He can't enter Jinling City. You know, within the law and outside of morality, our father has many methods. He has a mom and dad, his parents have relatives and friends, he has classmates and friends.
There are so many ways to make someone feel uneasy. You'd better trust Dad on this one.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to start from scratch and become a billionaire in just 20 years.
Depend on. Fang Zhou couldn't help but swear.
Damn it, they use me to threaten Little Potato, use my parents to threaten me, and then use my parents' relatives and friends to threaten my parents, layer upon layer of nesting dolls, making everyone in the threat chain worried. At this moment, Fang Zhou suddenly felt that the evaluation of Chen Sanjin given by Kainant was absolutely true.
That's a meat-eating wolf.
Little Potato was silent for a moment, her face expressionless, but her chest heaving violently showed her uneasy heart.
The scene suddenly fell into silence.
From the time Chen Shi appeared until now, Little Potato has only called Chen Sanjin he and never called him Dad like Chen Shi did.
This shows Little Potato's inner resistance to this title.
After an unknown amount of time, Little Potato took a deep breath and spoke calmly.
Go back and tell him, I'll go back and talk to him again. As for the rest, forget it. Chen Shi didn't care, as if everything was within his expectations. That's between you and the old man. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a messenger.
After getting the answer he wanted, Chen Shi waved and walked towards his Porsche 911.
Not far away, I saw Chen Wanning's Lamborghini.
His Porsche 911 has a market value of over 2 million.
And this Lamborghini Maverick starts at least 3 million. Chen Shi leaned out of the car window, his face full of disdain. Didn't you say you'd never spend the family's money again? Why are you asking Dad for money to buy a car again? You're really too timing, just like your mother. The word mom instantly hit Chen Wanning's minefield.
Just when Chen Wanning was about to explode, a pair of large hands suddenly pressed on her shoulders. Fang Zhou pulled Little Potato behind him, made an international friendship gesture towards Chen Shi who was not far away, and shouted.
Hey, you like being a mouthpiece so much, so why don't you say something for me too?
Chen Shi looked over curiously, without responding, but with an air of listening attentively. Seeing this, Fang Zhou took a deep breath and shouted.
Lao Dang, I'm going to trap you like a monkey.
Sooner or later, I'll put the will-o'-the-wisp downstairs of your house. Pretentious version, Goemon Mid-Autumn Festival, drinking until dawn, wishing you a happy time, autumn peace, and winter happiness. Human version, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, handsome guys, I wish Gaga to be rich and wealthy.
Chapter 61 I Didn't Mean It. As Chen Qi drove away, the Fangzhou family returned home in a depressed mood.
As soon as they entered the room, Fangzhou pulled Little Potato straight to the guest bedroom and locked the door.
There was a moment of silence.
Little Potato sat coquettishly on the edge of the bed, her beautiful eyes lowered. Do you have anything to ask?
Fangzhou asked back, do you have anything to say?
Little Potato suddenly raised his head, a pleading look on his face. Fangzhou, can you let me solve it myself? Fangzhou did not answer, and the two fell into a long silence again.
After a long moment, Fangzhou, unable to endure the silence, sighed deeply. When are you leaving?
Tomorrow. I have to go back and deal with it sooner or later.
Okay.
I'll go back to Jinling with you tomorrow. I was in a hurry to come back, and my luggage is still in the dormitory, and... After a pause, Fangzhou looked down at Little Potato's watery eyes and said seriously, besides, we agreed to take you to Happy Valley.
Let's go tomorrow. This time, I'm serious. Fangzhou still remembers Little Potato's 3-line love poem. Xiaohong said she was going to Happy Valley on the weekend. But I don't envy. Because Fangzhou will take me there.
Unfortunately, things kept coming one after another and I didn't have time to go. When she heard the word Happy Valley, Chen Wanning's beautiful eyes instantly became round, as if she saw a cat with a cat toy. Little Potato's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she said proudly, Humph, when you're serious, you look just like the guy putting screen protectors on his phone on the overpass. The smile on his lips could no longer be concealed.
The next day, early morning.
The first ray of winter sunshine falls on the world.
Fangzhou said hello to his parents and got into the driver's seat of the Lamborghini.
Little Potato opened the car window and waved goodbye to Fawn's father and Sheen's mother.
Goodbye, Auntie, goodbye, Uncle, I will definitely come back. Fangzhou laughed dumbly, this line, you are not Big Bad Wolf.
Little Potato shook her hair proudly and ignored Fangzhou. Seeing this, Fangzhou took out the small notebook he carried with him and said, Here, I spent the whole night yesterday making a strategy.
You can even throw it away today. A bright smile appeared on Little Potato's face again. Sit tight, let's go. Fangzhou instructed.
Little Potato waved his fist excitedly, thick hair.
Fangzhou stepped on the accelerator, and the Lamborghini roared like a beast and disappeared at the end of the road. The Lamborghini was speeding along the highway. 3 hours later, it was almost noon. The two finally arrived at Jinling Happy Valley.
As the largest amusement park in Jinling, Happy Valley covers an area of more than 400,000 square meters, with a total investment of over 6 billion yuan.
It is in Quad A-level tourist scenic spot.
At this time, it is the end of the year, and Happy Valley is bustling with people, and the festive atmosphere here is even more lively.
In the dense crowd, Fangzhou and Little Potato swiped their tickets and entered the gate.
First stop, the Lu Country Haunted House. As soon as he entered, Fangzhou took out the strategy. Little Potato's face froze. Soon, the two arrived outside the Lu Country Haunted House, and the NPC girl dressed in Lu-style clothing greeted passers-by enthusiastically. Seeing Fangzhou and Chen Wanning, the young lady clasped her hands together and said, Sawadee ka. Little Potato was stunned for a moment, then imitated the other person and put his hands together, Amatba.
Puff. Fangzhou was suddenly unable to hold back his laughter.
Little Potato's pretty face turned red, and she glanced at Fangzhou with her beautiful eyes.
Sorry, I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Fangzhou joked.
Little Potato stomped his feet in anger, and his two cute little canine teeth made a crunching sound. Because there were too many people, Fangzhou simply bought a double VIP ticket and took the express lane directly. Little Potato held Fangzhou's clothes and tiptoed into the haunted house. At the same time, he kept repeating to himself, the world is material, matter is in motion, motion has its own laws, so ghosts and the like don't exist. She clenched her fists and kept encouraging herself.
Holy crap! Dialectical materialism exorcism? Fangzhou couldn't help laughing and said, it's okay. If you're scared, you can hold my hand. It's just a haunted house, what's the big deal? Fangzhou waved his hand casually and pulled Little Potato into the haunted house. 3 minutes later, a bloody head fell from the ceiling.
Little Potato had no expression on his face, and Fangzhou was slightly moved.
For 5 minutes, the coffin in the morgue shook violently.
Little Potato had no expression on his face, and Fong Zhou's face froze. 10 minutes later, the headless corpses hanging in the forest wailed in unison. Little Potato had a blank expression on his face, and Fong Zhou's palms were sweating. 15 minutes later, countless ghost babies in the Ghost Baby Hospital woke up and scratched the ankles of passers-by with their cold hands. Little Potato was slightly moved. Fong Zhou cried out and danced on the grave. Half an hour later, the haunted house experience ended. Fong Zhou's face was pale. With the help of Little Potato, he walked out with a look of horror on his face.
Someone seemed to have said just now, "It's just a haunted house." Little Potato joked. Fong Zhou's face flushed. Who said that? Anyway, I didn't say anything. Haunted houses and the like are the most boring. Let's go do something exciting. Little Potato nodded in agreement. Indeed, I also think haunted houses are boring. Then, let's go bungee jumping. Fong Zhou's face froze. Half an hour later, Fong Zhou stood on the 50-meter high diving platform, feeling that the future was bleak. Don't be afraid, young man. If a little girl isn't afraid of jumping, why should you, a grown man, be afraid? The middle-aged security guard encouraged Fong Zhou. Little Potato stood not far away, clenching his fists and cheering Fong Zhou on. Come on, come on. Seeing Fong Zhou still looking ashen, the security officer suggested, if you're really scared, just shout something. Let it out and you won't be afraid anymore. Fong Zhou thought about it and felt that this trick was reliable. So the question is, if the rope breaks while you are bungee jumping and you are about to fall off a cliff, what would be your last words in life? Fong Zhou gritted his teeth and jumped, and the feeling of weightlessness instantly overwhelmed Fong Zhou. Seeing this, Fong Zhou shouted in mid-air, "Somersault cloud." After bungee jumping, Little Potato looked at the bungee jumping machine with great interest. On the way, Little Potato's attention was attracted by a camera again. Fong Zhou, let's go take some photo booths. We haven't taken any together yet. Little Potato grabbed Fong Zhou's arm and shook it. Fong Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He loved photo stickers and the like. Soon, in the photo room of less than 2 square meters, Little Potato sits playfully on the photo chair. The waves are rippling and the distant mountains are across the horizon. Her smile is enough to captivate the city. Her face is rosy and tender due to the wine, her voice is clear and melodious, and she is full of charm. 3, 2, 1. With a click, the first photo of the two was born. Little Potato looked at the photo, where he was laughing and she was making noises, and the two of them were making the V sign, and murmured, "That's great. Happy times are always short." The two played until 6 in the evening. The news of the fireworks show was broadcast on the Happy Valley radio. Fong Zhou, let's go to the Ferris wheel to watch the fireworks show. After playing for an afternoon, Little Potato was still full of energy and vitality. Fong Zhou looked exhausted. Soon, the two arrived at the Ferris wheel square. The square was already crowded with people, and countless young couples were hugging each other and looking up at the sky, waiting for the first firework to light up. Little Potato imitated the boy and looked up at the sky, his two little hands clasped together excitedly, his eyes burning with thought. Fong Zhou jokingly asked, "What are you thinking about?" Little Potato raised his snow-white chin. "If I don't tell you, what are you thinking?" Fong Zhou smiled and said with emotion, "I was thinking. Only after you have experienced suffering can you understand the suffering of all living beings. If you have been obsessed, let go of the obsession. I've had concerns, but now I have no more worries. This is a realm, and I am just a mortal. So, I'd better just be greedy and lustful for the rest of my life." Greedy and lustful? Chen Wanning tilted her little head, and 3 question marks appeared on her forehead. Fong Zhou smiled knowingly, took out his wallet and patted it on his hand. Greedy. He reached out and pinched Little Potato's cheek again. "You're so lustful." Little Potato's pretty face suddenly turned red. Bang! At this moment, the first firework bloomed above the Ferris wheel. Then countless fireworks bloomed one after another. For a moment, the sky and the earth were dyed in various colors. It's really beautiful. Little Potato stared at the sky blankly, his little face flushed red under the light of the smoke, and the smile on his face seemed as if he had eaten shinmai and he couldn't stop smiling. Fong Zhou also looked at the fireworks in the sky and suddenly called out, "Wan Ning." Little Potato turned her head and looked over, her waist-length hair swaying, bringing with it the fragrance of a young girl. Fong Zhou looked at the night sky and said in a deep voice, "The years you spent growing up must have been very difficult." Bang!
It was as if the bullet had hit him right between the eyebrows. Little Potato's eyes suddenly turned red, and a strange color flashed across his face. In his beautiful watery eyes, it seemed as if there were only fireworks in the sky in Fong Zhou's handsome profile.
Fong Zhou.
Little Potato also called softly.
Fong Zhou turned around.
Seeing this, Little Potato suddenly raised his face and stood on tiptoe.
Fong Zhou only felt the fragrant breeze entering his arms.
A pair of soft red lips gently pressed against his face.
Bang bang bang.
Fong Zhou felt his mind go blank and his heartbeat instantly reached 180 miles per hour. Little Potato's kiss was instantly broken. Her pretty face flushed, her ears burning, and she hurriedly explained.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. You're refusing to admit it even after you've pulled up your pants? Fong Zhou pretended to be calm and waved his hands. It's okay, just a little.
Before he finished speaking, Little Potato suddenly grabbed Fong Zhou's collar and pulled him forward.
With many years of taekwondo training, she was much stronger than the average girl.
With a pull from both hands at such a close distance, Fong Zhou immediately lost her balance. He stumbled and was pulled by Little Potato to kiss her rosy lips. Their cheeks touched, and Fong Zhou could feel the heat on Little Potato's face. Little Potato kissed very clumsily but very seriously.
He also gently bit Xia Fong Zhou's lower lip with his little canine teeth.
Finally, Little Potato's face turned red enough to bleed. I didn't mean it just now, but now it happens. Chapter 62. There are two shadows under the moon, one is mine, the other is also mine. A surge of hot blood burst out from the chest and rushed straight to the brain.
There were two villains fighting in Fong Zhou's mind. One said, kiss me back, kiss me back.
One said, listen to him, listen to him.
And Fong Zhou decided not to listen to anyone. There is a sentence in the promise.
The true speed is invisible, just like the wind and clouds, the sunset and the moonrise, just like you don't know when the leaves will turn yellow, when the baby will grow its first tooth, just like you don't know when you will fall in love with someone. If we say that Fong Zhou's love for Little Potatoes before was due to the karma in his previous life. At this moment, Fong Zhou felt that he really liked her. It has nothing to do with the previous life, it has to do with her.
Late lemon.
Fong Zhou called out, and suddenly grabbed Little Potato's arm and pulled hard. Little Potato was pulled into his arms as if he had no bones.
36D is so suffocating.
For the first time, Fong Zhou truly felt how terrifying the scale of 36D was.
Even more terrifying than a Dozong master.
Even more majestic than Queen Medusa. Being hugged by Fong Zhou like this, Little Potato's already hot face instantly felt like it was burning.
Fong Zhou's breath gradually became hot, and it tickled Little Potato's ears.
Little Potato struggled symbolically for a few times, his voice so soft it could melt a person's bones. So many people are watching.
It's okay, I'm thick-skinned. Fong Zhou said shamelessly, holding the Little Potato in his arms tighter.
Seeing this, Little Potato simply gave up struggling, stretched out his slender snow-white arms, and gently put his arms around Fong Zhou's neck. But she obviously underestimated the lethality of her action. A grab on the neck instantly made Fong Zhou feel his sanity was shaky.
Brain? No more. Fong Zhou breathed heavily. Wan Ning, be my girlfriend, okay?
After saying that, Fong Zhou held his breath, waiting for Little Potato's answer. The Little Potato in my arms was whimpering.
Fong Zhou, I love you, I really, really love you. Fong Zhou didn't look.
If he lowered his head, he should be able to see Little Potato's rosy little face.
I know. Fong Zhou responded softly.
Little Potato suddenly raised his head, his little face stubborn. No, you don't know.
Fong Zhou felt that Little Potato's reaction was a little strange.
At this moment, she exerted a little force on her arms, and Fong Zhou lowered her head, just in time to meet Little Potato's burning gaze.
Fong Zhou, do you know, why does a crow look like a desk? Fong Zhou was confused. Little Potato had asked him this question before. For this purpose, Fong Zhou even went to Baidu, but did not find many relevant entries. Is the answer to this question important? Little Potato nodded firmly, important. But, I really don't know. It's okay. I won't forget what happened, I just can't remember it right now. Isn't this what Haku said to Chihiro when spirited away?
Little Potato said nothing more, but still held Fong Zhou's neck, his voice a little distant.
Don't let the girl who likes you wait too long. If it's too long, she will be sad. Fong Zhou was instantly overwhelmed, vaguely feeling that there was an impenetrable barrier. He said helplessly, "So, what's the situation now?" Little Potato pulled hard with his hands around Fong Zhou's neck, and Fong Zhou leaned forward slightly, with Little Potato just leaning to the side of Fong Zhou's ear. "The situation now is that you belong to me, and no one can take you away from me. If anyone does, I'll beat them up." After saying that, Little Potato gently bit Fong Zhou's ear, and bit his earlobe with his little canine teeth hatefully. The fireworks show lasted for 10 minutes. When the fireworks scatter, it indicates that the time for the park to close has arrived. Fong Zhou pulled Little Potato and they both walked out of the gate together. Passing by the lantern house at the entrance of Happy Valley, Little Potato suddenly couldn't walk, and his beautiful eyes were fixed on a red lantern with 8-sided embroidered women in the palace. The owner is an old man wearing reading glasses. The whole room is filled with lanterns of various styles, including koi lanterns, jade rabbit lanterns, lotus lanterns, pagoda lanterns. Little Potato poked Fong Zhou's arm with his finger, raised his face, opened his eyes wide and said pitifully, "Yes." Which man can resist such a cute and charming Little Potato? Without hesitation, Fong Zhou stepped forward, pointed at the red lantern in the middle, and asked, "Boss, how much is that red lantern?" Seeing a customer coming, the old man immediately stood up from his recliner and said with a smile, "Young man, the lanterns in our store are free. You can win a lantern by writing a couplet. The couplets here are all left by tourists. There are classical Chinese, vernacular Chinese, foreign languages. There are all kinds of them. As long as you match them neatly, you will get a lantern for free. However, we charge a 20 yuan fee for each couplet." Fong Zhou was immediately intrigued and took a picture of the $100 bill. "Draw a question for me." Little Potato immediately jumped forward to help Fong Zhou draw the couplets. "Yes." Soon, Little Potato handed the red axis couplet he drew to Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou opened it and saw the couplet that read, "You are love, warmth, and hope. You are the April of the world." I actually drew a couplet written in vernacular Chinese. Isn't this a definite easy point question? Fong Zhou pondered for a moment, then picked up his pen and wrote, "It's him, it's him, it's him, the young hero Neza. The rhythm and tone are well matched, the antithesis is neat, and it is vivid and lifelike, which can be regarded as a masterpiece of all time." Fong Zhou silently gave himself a score of 99 points in his heart, for fear that he would become proud if he gave himself a point less. Seeing Fong Zhou's confident expression, the old man came up to take a look curiously, and immediately this expression appeared on his face. "You, what are you talking about? Bullshit, bullshit, 0 points." The old man said indignantly. Fong Zhou was so angry that he stormed off. What kind of aesthetic taste does he have? He can't even appreciate such a masterpiece. He's just a corrupt scholar. But when she turned around, Little Potato raised her face, pouted her lips, and looked at Fong Zhou pitifully with her beautiful eyes. "Fong Zhou, I have to dig up all the potatoes I planted myself, even if it means crying." So, Fong Zhou began the long process of writing couplets. It was just a mistake. With my talent, it would only take a few minutes. Half an hour later. Fong Zhou. This old guy is messing with me, damn it, I won't write anymore. But in the end, Little Potato got the most beautiful red lantern as he wished. The old man was impressed by Fong Zhou's talent and extravagance. He made an exception and gave the red lantern to Fong Zhou, praising him as the Wenkuxing who appeared only once in 1,000 years. Fong Zhou felt that this evaluation was very pertinent. The two reached a tacit agreement. The power of money is so terrifying. However, the end of the trip to Happy Valley means separation. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was a little heavy. "Let's go back to school and get our luggage," Fong Zhou said. Because of their father's affairs, the two of them went straight to Tianchang City, and their luggage for the holiday was still at school. With a step on the accelerator, the Lamborghini headed straight for Jinling University. After returning to school, Fong Zhou didn't rush to pack up, but waited for Xiao Tudou downstairs of the girls' dormitory. After an unknown amount of time, Little Potato packed his luggage and came down from the girls' dormitory. She didn't have much luggage, just a small suitcase, which she threw directly into the trunk of the Lamborghini. "Then, I'm leaving?" Little Potato looked back every few steps, her beautiful eyes full of affection. Parting always comes so unexpectedly. Seeing this, Fong Zhou opened his arms and said calmly, "It's all that, shouldn't we hug each other before we leave?" Little Potato immediately put down his luggage and ran into Fong Zhou's arms, bumping into Fong Zhou with his 36D. Fong Zhou was shocked. dribble into someone?
Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust.
Fong Zhou exerted force with his arms and picked up Little Potato by the waist, and his feet immediately left the ground.
Ah!
Little Potato was startled by this sudden change, and his long legs instinctively hooked around Fong Zhou. For a moment, the scene looked very much like the famous scene between Lu Piapiao and Yin Tianqiu in The King of Comedy. You, quickly put me down.
Little Potato cried out in a sweet voice.
Fong Zhou decided to stop while he was ahead and put the Little Potato down.
With his feet touching the ground, Little Potato felt his confidence returned. He punched Fong Zhou's chest a few times with his little fist, then ran to the car in embarrassment. The only thing left in the air was the girl's fragrance and the lingering sound of Little Potatoes.
Bad Silver, wait for me to come back. Little Potato is gone.
It took away all of Fong Zhou's passion, leaving him feeling empty inside. But just like what was said in Love Apartment, a short separation is for a better goodbye.
On the way back to the dormitory, Fong Zhou suddenly became angry. Damn! Lao Dang, isn't he just a billionaire?
Fong Zhou gritted his teeth and called Pang Bo directly without waiting for his vacation.
Beep beep beep.
The call was quickly connected, and Pan Bo's rough voice came.
My son Feng Xian, do you miss your adoptive father? Fong Zhou got straight to the point. Lao Pang, I'm back in Jinling. How's the Bitcoin acquisition I asked you to do?
Seeing Fong Zhou didn't respond, Pang Bo knew it was a serious matter, so he said, it's hard to explain over the phone, let's talk about it in person.
Okay, then let's go to the old place, the past is like the wind website. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Fong Zhou did not return to the dormitory, but went straight to the internet cafe. 20 minutes later, Pang Bo appeared at the door of the internet cafe. Chapter 63, 100,000 Bitcoins. Fong Zhou's confidence and ballast. I'm here, where are you? At the entrance of the internet cafe, Pang Bo called Fong Zhou and asked. Fong Zhou on the other end of the phone replied, I'm here too, still in the same 4-person private room. It was in that 4-person private room that they developed Angry Birds, allowing Fong Zhou to make his first fortune. Pang Bo naturally knew where it was. He went straight to the second floor of the internet cafe. When I arrived at the door of the private room, I found that it was open. Fong Zhou sat in what used to be Little Potato's exclusive camera seat, looking dazed and absent-minded. Pang Bo approached stealthily and slapped Fong Zhou on the shoulder. My son, obey the order. Fong Zhou felt a numbness in his shoulder, and immediately came to his senses. He said angrily, how dare a rebellious son kill his father? Looking closely, Pang Bo seemed to be stronger, with a radiant face, wearing a black down jacket and carrying a bulging sports bag in his hand. Why are you daydreaming by yourself? Is there something on your mind? Pang Bo found a random seat and sat down, then asked casually. Fong Zhou didn't answer, but asked directly, Lao Pang, I couldn't explain it clearly on the phone just now. How are your bitcoins going? Upon hearing this, Pang Bo patted the sports bag in his hand, grinned with his white front teeth, and said, don't worry about my work, buddy. They are all here. I collected about 110,000 in total. Fong Zhou was a little surprised, so many? Pang Bo said with a hint of pride, of course not. Don't you see who I am? I could have bought more, but after receiving it, the amount of Bitcoin circulating in the market decreased. Scarcity makes things valuable, so many people started to bid up the price. In the end, the money you gave me only bought this much. As he spoke, Pang Bo handed the sports bag to Fong Zhou. It's okay. I've done a great job. Fong Zhou took the sports bag, unzipped it, and saw that inside the bag were hardware wallets that looked like hard drives. This hardware wallet is a physical device specifically used to store Bitcoin keys. It can store the keys in an offline environment to prevent hacking and network attacks. Here is some scientific knowledge. The Bitcoin key consists of 2 parts, the public key and the private key. The public key is the address used to receive Bitcoins and is displayed to the outside world. The private key is the key used to control Bitcoin and must be kept strictly confidential. It can be understood as QQ account and password. The key generation process is very secure and random because it involves a large number of random number generation and encryption operations. A private key consists of a 32-byte random number. Old phone, there are 11 hardware wallets here. Each wallet stores approximately 10,000 Bitcoin private keys, for a total of about 110,000 Bitcoins. Fong Zhou clenched his hands slightly while holding the sports bag, and suddenly felt a little unreal. By 2021, the price of one Bitcoin will reach a terrifying $68,000, about 500,000 renminbi per coin.
By then, these 100,000 Bitcoins will be worth a terrifying 50 billion.
Fang Zhou will easily join the ranks of billionaires.
Although 500,000 per Bitcoin is just an ideal number, it cannot be sold for that much money in reality.
The reason is simple.
The price of Bitcoin market fluctuates.
When a large amount of Bitcoin is sold in the market, the price will naturally fall.
If you are not careful, it will cause a market crash, just like stocks.
But even taking into account the loss, Fang Zhou estimated that the final total value would be at least 30 billion. 30 billion. This is an astronomical figure that Fang Zhou couldn't even imagine in his previous life.
But now, it is truly in my hands.
Fang Zhou weighed the sports bag in his hand, picked up a hard drive at random and handed it to Pang Bo.
Lao Pang, we agreed before that whatever you collect will be counted as 10% of your hard work fee.
The more than 10,000 coins here are yours. Pan Bo smiled on his slightly dark face and waved his hand nonchalantly. Oh no. Why are we two brothers still settling this score? Besides, it's useless to me.
As he said that, he stuffed the hard drive back into Fang Zhou's hand.
Fang Zhou was at a loss whether to laugh or cry for a moment.
If he missed out on these 10,000 Bitcoins, I'm afraid that 10 years later, Pan Bo would have to sit up in the middle of the night and give himself 2 big Bitcoins. After all, 10 years later, this is an astronomical sum of money.
Fang Zhou pondered for a moment.
Bitcoin will experience its first surge in 2013, and its second surge in 2017, until it reaches its peak in 2021, when one Bitcoin will be worth a whopping 500,000 renminbi. If it really fell into Pan Bo's hands, he would most likely lose control and cash out early, which would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou thought for a moment and changed his words.
How about this? If you don't want it right now, I'll keep it for you. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. When we sell it and cash out, I'll give you your share.
Hearing this, Pang Bo stopped refusing and said with a smile, let's not talk about this anymore.
Let's go to the night market and have some beer. Fang Zhou's eyes lit up with smiles. Let's do it. Let's do it.
In his previous life, the happiest time for Fang Zhou after graduation was probably drinking beer, bragging, chatting about girls with Pang Bo in the middle of the night, and complaining about the unpleasantness of life together. Being able to eat barbecue and drink beer together in this life is also a great pleasure in life.
Soon, the two walked out of the internet cafe and headed straight for the night market on the next street. The night market is bustling with people and brightly lit with neon lights.
Perhaps because it is near the end of the year, Jinling, which has no nightlife, is a bit more lively than usual at night. The two walked into a Big Sheep barbecue restaurant and asked for a double room.
Fang Zhou waved his hand and said, order whatever you want. Master Fang will pay for all the expenses tonight. Pan Bo's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it true, Godfather? Can I still lie to you? Order quickly. You look weak. Give me some more oysters to replenish your energy. No, I want to eat lamb kidneys. They're really good for you. Ha, who would eat lamb kidneys if they were serious? Do you eat them? I'm eating, aren't you eating? I want 50.
After a while, the table was filled with fragrant grilled skewers. Roasted lamb kidneys, roasted oysters, roasted leeks, roasted loaches, roasted abalone, roasted silkworm pupae, without exception, they are all top-quality aphrodisiacs. It was just that when the waiter served the dishes, he looked at Fang Zhou and Pang Bo with a strange look, but the two of them didn't take it seriously. Come on. Let's go. Are you raising fish? Give it to me. Whoever vomits first today will change the note to Godfather. Who is afraid of who? Whoever is a coward is a grandson. An hour later. Pang Bo lay on the table, holding his kidneys and crying out, Godfather, spare my life, I know I was wrong.
Wasn't he quite fierce just now? Is that it? Fang Zhou successfully obtained the naming rights of Godfather.
After drinking and bragging, Fang Zhou held Pang Bo with one hand and carried a sports bag full of hardware wallet with the other. As the cold night wind blew, the drunkenness immediately dissipated. Fang Zhou weighed the sports bag in his hand and suddenly smiled. At this time, should I follow Cheyenne's lead and say, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't despise the young and poor? Of course, this is just a joke. These bitcoins will not really take off until 2021. It is only 2010 now, so there is a gap of 11 years. 11 years, so many things could have happened in between. However, with these 100,000 bitcoins, Fong Zhou has the confidence to sit at the table. There is a saying, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. In his previous life, Fong Zhou had seen too many business tycoons who suddenly went bankrupt because of something and became ordinary people.
With 100,000 bitcoins in hand, Fong Zhou has his own safety net.
In the ocean of society, on the giant ship of life, these 100,000 bitcoins are his ballast. No matter what unexpected events occur in the future, with these 100,000 bitcoins as a backup, he will be as stable as a rock and can make a comeback.
This is where the confidence comes from. Chapter 64: How can you grow without refreshing your worldview? Just as Fong Zhou's thoughts were flying,
the night wind made people's cheeks feel cold. Pang Bo was almost sober, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said drunkenly,
"Well, Lao Fong, can I ask you a favor?" "Ha?" Fong Zhou was a little stunned.
Although Pang Bo often acts like a father and son with Fong Zhou, he is essentially a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. He rarely speaks to Fong Zhou, let alone ask him for anything. Hearing this, Fong Zhou's face turned serious.
Being coy isn't your style. If you have something to say, just say it directly. After all, fatherly love is like a mountain, it's a landslide. After hearing Fong Zhou's joke, Pang Bo's originally awkward attitude towards asking for help suddenly relaxed a lot.
"I wanted to tell you this tonight when we were having dinner, but I saw you looked worried at the internet cafe, so I didn't dare to bring it up." Fong Zhou felt a little warm in his heart. After all, they were buddies who grew up together. Seeing that he was worried, he didn't bother him.
Fong Zhou looked at Pang Bo and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Pang Bo stopped being shy and said, "Old Fong, do you know producer Ma from Lizzie TV?" "I know him, what's wrong?" Fong Zhou was a little confused. Why did Pang Bo suddenly mention Ma Ruoyu? Are you familiar with it? Well, it's okay, just get straight to the point.
Perhaps it was his first time asking someone for help, so the straight man Pang Bo felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head.
"Do you still remember Huang Huihui?"
"She's the girl standing next to me when we met by chance at the Red Mansion earlier."
Fong Zhou laughed secretly in his heart. How could I not remember her?
In the future, she will plant a green grassland on your head and give you a love affair with the woman your husband is currently having an affair with.
Huihui is studying broadcasting and has always wanted to intern at Lizzie TV. Lao Fong, if it's convenient for you, could you please talk to producer Ma? Upon hearing this, the smile on Fong Zhou's face gradually disappeared. Did Huang Huihui ask you to come to me for help? Pang Bo nodded, then shook his head. Not really. Huihui has always told me that she wants to intern at Lizzie TV.
It just so happened that she ran into you and producer Ma together that time, but Huihui didn't let me come to see you, saying that she was afraid of affecting our brotherly relationship. Fong Zhou could guess with his eyes closed that Huang Huihui probably whispered a lot to Pang Bo, and then pretended to refuse. It stands upright and the fragrance of tea fills the air. What a great way to brew tea.
And, if it's convenient for you, Lao Fong, could you lend me some more money? Pang Bo suddenly said. Why do you want money? Didn't I give you tens of thousands of yuan before? Fong Zhou knew Pang Bo.
He was a sportsman himself, and apart from food and training, his daily expenses were basically nothing.
Before selling Angry Birds, Fong Zhou gave Pang Bo tens of thousands of dollars, so it shouldn't have been spent so quickly. Yes. Huihui's birthday is coming up, and she's got her eye on a Chanel bag.
The money you gave me before was spent on Christmas, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, Huihui's lunar birthday, all of it. As he spoke, Pang Bo looked up and saw Fong Zhou's face was ashen.
He quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, Lao Fong. Huihui is a good girl.
She didn't ask me for it, but I just wanted to buy it for her. Let me guess, maybe she said her birthday was coming up and asked you to just give her a casual gift, nothing expensive, but then she accidentally sent you a photo of the Chanel bag she wanted, or posted on WeChat moments, XX bag is so beautiful, I love it, and then added a photo of Taba holding the bag.
Pang Bo's eyes widened suddenly, his face full of disbelief. How did you know?
If I were Xiaoyan, I would kill you with an 8 extremes blast sooner or later.
Can't you see through such a simple green tea routine? Fong Zhou looked as if he was disappointed with his friend.
Pang Bo lowered his head and said weakly, Huihui, she is not that kind of person? Lao Pang, as a brother, I have to tell you that Huang Huihui is not a good girl.
She's not suitable for you. Not to mention far away, she's been involved with several boys in our school. I know.
Hui said those were her male best friends, and she told me that men should be more generous.
Ha ha. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what the 5 names, Fiangiang, He Xiaohu, Hanbagui, Tomcat, and Pangbua, have in common? Is it the same devotion? Well, this kid is hopeless. Fong Zhou sighed deeply. As a veteran bootlicker in his previous life, he had become an expert doctor after years of illness and knew that this was a symptom of being in love. If we want to cure the problem completely, we must produce solid evidence to completely shatter the goddess filter that Huang Huihui has in Pangbua's eyes. Pangbua must be made to know that the perfect goddess in his heart is actually a bus that anyone can get on by swiping a card. He has great confidence in Huang Huihui on this point. Although it may be a bit cruel to Pangbua, serious illness requires strong medicine. Just like what Dianwei said in The King, how can you grow without refreshing your worldview? Fong Zhou took a deep breath and sighed, I understand. If I have the chance to meet Lao Ma again, I will tell him. Hearing Fong Zhou's words, Pang Bo's face suddenly blossomed with a shy smile, and he gently punched Fong Zhou's chest with his fist. Good buddy. Fong Zhou remained silent. It's just an internship opportunity. If you can give it to Huang Huihui, you can naturally get her. The key is to let Pang Bo see Huang Huihui clearly and not repeat the mistakes of his previous life. After being reborn, Fong Zhou doesn't care about many people, his parents, Little Potato, and his brothers. He couldn't just watch Pangbua marry this woman home again and then have her be PUA'd and cuckolded all day long. Even if he died, that woman and her gigolo would still continue to play out a committing crime in front of the husband drama in the house for which he had worked so hard to pay off the mortgage. The evening wind is biting and cold. The two chatted for a while. Pang Bo returned to Physical Education University, and Fong Zhou returned to Jilin University. The 5 people in the dormitory had already left school. Fortunately, many people took postgraduate entrance exams and worked part-time during the winter vacation, so the school dormitory building was not closed. Fong Zhou returned to the dormitory with ease, washed up, turned on the light, lay on the bed, stared at the ceiling, and thought about his experiences of the day. The matter of Little Potato, if Fong Zhou wants to break the deadlock, he must build his own base. As for Panbua's case, the easiest way is to find a private detective. When the time comes, the photo of Huang Huihui entering the hotel with another boy will be placed in front of Pang Bo. Even if he is in love, he will have to believe it. But when it comes to private detectives, quality is more important than quantity, and Fong Zhou doesn't have a suitable candidate. A light bulb went off in his head, and the first thing he thought of was, kind aunt. Looks like I'll have to go talk to my kind aunt tomorrow and wish her a happy new year. I also have something to discuss with her. Fong Zhou turned over. If you want to beat Lao Deng, money alone is not enough. The most important thing is to have your own power. This so-called momentum refers to one's own connections and base. Those who have money but no power are called suckers. Those who are rich and powerful are the real bosses. If Fong Zhou wants to beat Lao Deng, he must have his own power. The first thing he thought of was to pull his kind aunt Nia Yorong onto his chariot. Don't think that the kind aunt has been asking for whatever the other party wants during this period, well, asking for whatever the other party wants in the true sense. But this was based on Fong Zhou using the monster stocks to help her make hundreds of millions. Otherwise, would the boss of Rongguan Group, a billionaire, and the most beautiful female CEO in Jinling care about a small fry like him? Human feelings are as thin as paper, they become thinner each time you use them. Believe in human nature, but don't bet on human nature. If you want a relationship to run on a virtuous cycle, the simplest and most effective way is to tie interests together. Well, don't think about it for now, go to sleep, and watch me tie up the young lady tomorrow. Fong Zhou made a self-deprecating remark. After a busy day today, from Tianchang City to Jinling City, from Happy Valley to school, Fong Zhou was already exhausted. He tilted his head. After a while, heavy snoring sounds were heard in the dormitory. Chapter 65, Rich and Willful. The next day, at 9 in the morning, the alarm clock woke Fong Zhou from his sleep. Outside the window, the world was covered in silver, with rime thick and heavy snow weighing down the branches of the sycamore trees. The first snow of the winter of 2009 came later than usual. It's snowing. Fong Zhou rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked out the window at the snow scene. The cold wind rushed into the dormitory through the window, making his cheeks hurt. He quickly closed the window and finished washing up. Then he took a taxi at the school gate and headed straight to Rongguan Group. 30 minutes later, the taxi stopped downstairs of the CBD building.
As a major taxpayer in the city, Rongwine Group is involved in many fields including real estate, home appliances, medical care, catering, etc. It owns a 39-story corporate building in the city center where land is extremely expensive. Although it is the end of the year, Rongwon building is still busy with people coming and going.
Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Nya Yorong. Fong Zhou quickly walked to the circular reception desk on the first floor.
The receptionist was a girl with a pointed face, prominent cheekbones, a black mole in her eyebrow, and dressed in designer clothes, looking exquisite and gorgeous. Hearing this, she raised her eyes, took in Fong Zhou's clothes, then lowered her head and continued playing with her phone.
Do you have an appointment? Reserve?
Last night, when Fong Zhou got up at night, he sent a message to his kind aunt, saying that he would come and meet her today. His kind aunt replied that it was no problem. But he was not sure whether the kind aunt had greeted the people below. After all, it was too late at that time and he came early today.
Probably, yes. Fong Zhou said uncertainly. The pointed-faced receptionist raised her eyebrows and said, "What do you mean by should have? If it has, it has. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There is a visitor reservation record in the front desk system. Please check it. My name is Fong Zhou." Fong Zhou said. "Oh, if you really made an appointment, someone from the secretary's office would come down to meet you at the appointment time. Look, there's no one here to pick you up right now." The cone-faced girl still lowered her head to play with her phone and waved her hands irritably. Let's go, don't stand here." His words were full of impatience and hinted at something. "What do you mean?" "I have the text message records here, you can check the number." As he spoke, Fong Zhou opened the text message records on his phone and stepped forward to show them. Because of the angle, he could see the phone screen of the girl with the cone-shaped face. The girl was actually playing Angry Birds and was stuck at the stonewall level, unable to get through it no matter how hard she tried. She was full of resentment and complaints. Seeing Fong Zhou approaching, the cone-faced girl slammed the screen onto the table. Feeling guilty for being caught slacking off, she said angrily. "Are you done yet? You said someone would pick you up if you had an appointment, but you don't even consider what you're wearing. If you have nothing to do, go somewhere else and ask for money instead of standing here like that." Wow, so the route is here. Fong Zhou felt a little confused. There is no shortage of people in this world who judge others by their appearance. Because he was going to Happy Valley with Little Potato yesterday, Fong Zhou dressed casually. He was still wearing yesterday's clothes, which looked a bit plain, which was why the other party impatiently disliked him. No wonder netizens call factory receptionists, luxury saleswomen, and luxury car saleswomen the three snobs. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. An iron lock, poked by a golden key and stained with some gold dust, thinks it is a golden lock? Fong Zhou was a little angry after being scolded for no reason. Upon hearing this, the cone-faced girl immediately exploded. "Say it again." "Security. Security." The cone-faced girl immediately picked up the intercom. However, at this time, a powerful voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Brother Fong?" Hearing this, Fong Zhou turned around and saw a slightly fat middle-aged man standing not far behind him. "Old Ma? Why are you here?" Fong Zhou was a little surprised that the person who came was Ma Ruoyu. However, the leadership of the provincial TV station is on the payroll, so they should have gone on vacation by now. Upon hearing this, Ma Ruoyu's eyebrows immediately danced with joy. Hee, to be honest, it's all thanks to you. If You Are the One became a nationwide hit right after it premiered this year, and there were tons of companies wanting to sponsor the second season. I owed President Nye a favor, so Rongwine Group got priority. Now, aren't we here to discuss next year's sponsorship? As he spoke, Ma Ruoyu patted the briefcase in his hand. Seeing this scene, the cone-shaped face of the woman at the front desk suddenly froze. Because of the program sponsorship, Ma Ruoyu has been going to Rongwon Group frequently these days, so he naturally recognized the front desk staff. He is a minister-level leader of Lizzie TV. He has completely increased the popularity of Lizzie TV across the country with the show If You Are the One. He is a definite candidate for the future director of Lizzie TV. Such a person whom she looked up to, actually kept a low profile and even tried to please that insignificant young man the whole time? The cone-faced woman suddenly felt a little frightened and lowered her head cautiously. Ma Ruoyu walked up slowly and patted Fong Zhou on the shoulder. "Brother Fong, come in with me now that you're here. I'll be discussing the naming rights with Mr. Nye later, and you'll have to help. After all, you still have a 10% profit agreement." Fong Zhou gave a helpless smile and said, I couldn't ask for more. I was just worried about how to get in.
Ma Ruoyu glanced at the pale-faced receptionist, then looked at Fong Zhou, who looked helpless, and suddenly understood. It is easy to see the king of hell, but it is difficult to deal with little devils. There is no shortage of people in this world who judge people by their appearance.
This little brother is with me. Can we go in now? Ma Ruoyu said unhappily.
The cone-faced woman's expression became even uglier.
Mr. Ma, he didn't make an appointment. This doesn't comply with regulations.
Ma Ruoyu's face suddenly turned serious. Oh, in that case, I'll cancel my appointment today. If the title sponsorship deal fails, you will be responsible for the hundreds of millions of dollars of cooperation. Upon hearing this, the girl at the front desk immediately stopped talking and quickly called the president's secretary. After a while, the female secretary in black stockings and a tight skirt hurried downstairs and led the two upstairs with an apologetic look on her face.
Ding-dong sound. The elevator slowly ascended to the president's office on the 39th floor. The journey was smooth, and under the guidance of the female secretary, the two soon arrived at Nia Yorong's office.
Boss Nia, Minister Ma from the provincial radio station is here. In the elegantly decorated office, a 10-meter-long European-style high-end table lies in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Behind the desk, Nia Yorong sat in a gorgeous high-back chair, reviewing the documents in his hands. Hearing this, she raised her head slightly, and after seeing who was coming, she looked a little puzzled.
Minister Ma, Xiaofeng, why are you here together? Ma Ruoyu laughed and said, it's really hard to meet Boss Nia.
Or if you are the one chief planner was almost stopped from leaving by your front desk.
Nia Yorong's face became serious. Planning?
Yes, the Xiaofeng you mentioned is the mysterious planner of if you are the one that the outside world has been discussing.
Ma Ruoyu diligently supported Fong Zhou and stopped there. With Nia Yorong's shrewdness, he naturally understood what he meant. Fong Zhou, equation, no wonder.
I was wondering, our Jinling Lychee Terrace has always been lukewarm, but why is it suddenly taking off this year?
It turns out there's someone behind it.
The smile on the young woman's face became even more charming, her eyes were as clear as water, and she looked at Fong Zhou with admiration in her eyes.
She dialed the internal number without hesitation.
Vivian, tell the front desk downstairs not to come tomorrow, and have the HR department replace her before tonight.
Okay. Fong Zhou was stunned. Sister Yorong. Nia Yorong waved his hand. Are you trying to say that it's not necessary? Fong Zhou nodded slightly. The kind aunt suddenly smiled and said, I don't think so either, but who made me rich? I can do whatever I want with money. She has a sweet smile that is full of charm, like a ripe red apple that makes people want to take a bite. Okay, Fong Zhou remained silent.
You have big breasts, so whatever you say is right.
Every time he saw Nia Yorong, especially his broad mind, Fong Zhou always had a feeling of I thought Lu Bu was invincible, whose general is this?
I immediately understood Boss Chow. After a brief greeting, Nia Yorong and Ma Ruoyu began to negotiate the sponsorship fee. The kind aunt is worthy of being the youngest beautiful CEO in Jinling. Almost every price she offers hits the mark on Ma Ruoyu. Ma Ruoyu is no pushover either. After so many years in the workplace, he is definitely a big shot in the office. For a while, the two of them were at loggerheads, their rhetoric equally matched. The negotiations lasted for more than an hour. Fortunately, they had a pleasant cooperation before and had a good personal relationship, so they finally signed the contract smoothly.
Ma Ruoyu extended his hand. Mr. Nia, happy cooperation. Nia Yorong also extended his hand and shook it gently. Happy cooperation. The negotiations concluded successfully.
Seeing this, Fong Zhou, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke.
Now that you've finished your discussion, Sister Yorong, let's talk about cooperation too. Chapter 66 New Project, Yuan Fudeo.
Hearing this, Nia Yorong looked over curiously, with a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes.
Oh? What did you want to talk about?
The kind aunt said with a smile. She had been secretly investigating Fong Zhou since their first meeting. It is known that Fong Zhou's first move was to create Angry Birds within a month and sell millions. The second time she made a move, she directly manipulated the #1 monster stock in 2009. Not only did her personal assets increase by 500%, but she also earned hundreds of millions. And I just learned that Fong Zhou was the one who planned If You Are the One, which made Lizzie TV soar to fame and gained popularity nationwide. Hearing that Fong Zhou wanted to cooperate with her, Nia Yorong naturally became excited. Upon hearing this, Ma Ruoyu also turned his head and looked at Fong Zhou.
An attitude of watching a good show. Fong Zhou straightened his body slightly and said calmly, Sister Yurong, what does your Rongwan group need most right now?
Nia Yurong laughed dumbly. Rongwan group now has money, people, and fame.
I don't even know what I'm missing. Do you know? Fong Zhou nodded seriously. What? Nia Yurong asked curiously. Fong Zhou paused, then uttered 4 words word by word, golden body of political achievements. Golden statue of political achievements?
Nia Yurong narrowed her eyes slightly, holding her cheek and fell into deep thought.
Scholars, farmers, artisans and merchants. Scholars, farmers, artisans and merchants. Since ancient times, scholars have always been ranked before merchants.
Entrepreneurs all know that when a business grows to a certain size, it is inevitable to deal with the government. This involves issues such as bank loans, preferential policies, talent recruitment, and employment. Almost all companies have their own political performance accounts with the government. The higher the political performance account of a company, the more help and support the government will provide in terms of bank loans, talent recruitment, tax incentives, etc.
Even some official projects will only be assigned to companies with high political performance accounts.
Therefore, many companies are willing to spend money to improve their political performance accounts.
For example, donating money and supplies during natural disasters.
For example, donating to Hope primary schools, donating to libraries, etc.
Rongwan Group is one of the largest companies in Jinling.
Every year, they donate money, materials, and even donate to Hope primary schools. During graduation season, they also work with the government to help new graduates find jobs. Even so, I wouldn't dare to hope for a golden statue of my political achievements.
What gives you the confidence to do so? What is a golden body? Only when you are invincible and indestructible can you be called a golden body.
A golden statue of political achievements means that as long as the enterprise does not commit suicide, the government will give you a green light and full support. Even if you encounter business risks or accidents, and you haven't even tried to save yourself, the authorities are already eager to rescue you. This is the reason why the so-called businessmen hold the government hostage. If Fong Zhou could really give her a golden statue of her political achievements, Nia Yurong would not mind paying any price. Seeing that his kind aunt was interested, Fong Zhou smiled inwardly, knowing that he had made the right bet. Sister Yurong, this golden statue I gave you is not limited to Jinling.
If it is operated well, the stage will be the whole country. Fong Zhou dropped another bombshell. Seeing Fong Zhou's serious expression, Nia Yurong's expression also gradually became serious. She glanced at Ma Ruoyu, and her meaning was self-evident. Ma Ruoyu smiled awkwardly and said helplessly, well, Brother Fong, you guys chat first, I'll wait for you outside. Ma Ruoyu tactfully walked out of the office and closed the door behind him. Nia Yurong then smiled, and her charming smile reappeared on her face. Xiao Fong, can you tell me now how you want to give me this golden statue of political achievements? Seeing this, Fong Zhou no longer hid anything and came straight to the point. Sister Yurong, there are 3 best ways for companies to improve their political performance: poverty alleviation, employment, and education. Whoever can help the government solve these 3 major problems will receive tremendous credit. The widespread problem of poor students across the country is a complex combination of 3 major challenges: poverty alleviation, employment, and education. It is the most acute part of the contradiction. Nia Yurong thought about it and nodded her snow-white head in agreement. You're right. Not long ago, I was invited to attend the annual entrepreneur conference organized by the Jinling government. The official leaders highlighted the issue of impoverished students in Jinling universities. Due to the economic crisis over the past 2 years, the income of many low-income families has plummeted. The proportion of students living in poverty has reached a record high of 26%, and the proportion of students in extreme poverty has reached 9%. This means that almost 1 in 4 college students is from poverty. Next year, the national official work focus will be on poor students, and all our major companies must cooperate. Hearing this terrifying number, Fong Zhou couldn't help but shake his head. The Dragon Kingdom in this era is full of vitality and everything is new, but development takes time. Sister Yurong, this golden statue I gave you, is related to poor students. Fong Zhou pointed out. Nia Yurong's face showed even more interest. Oh? Sister Yurong, do you know what is the most abundant thing in Jinling University? Fong Zhou suddenly changed the subject. Nia Yurong had no doubt, of course he's a student. That's right, there are the most students.
Those who can be admitted to Jinling University are all the best in their respective high schools.
There are even some city champions. Among them are many poor students, such as my roommate Su Luo.
These people have all experienced the brutal Gaokao National College entrance examination, and what they are best at is studying, doing exercises, and taking exams. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. One-sided giving cannot last long. Only by letting poor students hold the fishing rod in their own hands can we truly solve the problem.
Fong Zhou expressed his thoughts. Nie Yorong thought thoughtfully, you mean, make a fishing rod for all the poor students? That's right.
Fong Zhou snapped his fingers and continued. Many parents today are unable to help their children with their studies and homework due to busy work, tight schedules, or insufficient education. Hiring a tutor is also too expensive, costing tens or even hundreds of dollars per lesson.
Then the problem becomes simple. There are a large number of idle top students in the school, and there is a market gap in society. Now all we need is a platform.
Once a spark is formed, it will spread like wildfire. As he listened, a strange look gradually appeared in Nie Yorong's eyes. If Fong Zhou's ideas were truly implemented, it would not only solve the problem of poor students. As the person in charge of Rongguan Group, Nie Yorong has his own keen business sense and smelled the huge business opportunities contained therein.
In fact, this is true.
In the past, the online education market in this field was once as high as tens of billions, and several unicorn companies were born. Let's experiment at Jinling University first, perfect the basic model, then roll it out throughout Jinling, then the entire province, and finally, the entire country.
Fong Zhou enthusiastically painted a rosy picture for his kind aunt.
However, Nie Yorong took the pancake and ate it himself, and said excitedly,
"This isn't just a political achievement, it's a massive emerging market, nationwide." Fong Zhou nodded slightly.
"Of course.
I never do anything that's thankless.
I even have a name for this platform in mind."
"Oh? What's your name?"
"Ape Fudao." Chapter 67 Cooperation Achieved.
Yuan Fudao?
Nie Yorong repeated this strange name several times, and suddenly smiled.
"Well, little friend, you really made your sister's heart beat." Fong Zhou couldn't help but complain in his heart, how is it small?
Nie Yorong suppressed his excitement and said seriously, "Once this project is fully implemented, maybe it will truly establish Rongguan Group as a golden pillar of political achievement, and perhaps even have a chance to appear on Forbes."
"But then, what will I have to pay?" Fong Zhou smiled knowingly. Truly smart people know the limits and understand that giving and receiving are mutual. This is why he likes dealing with his kind aunt. Fong Zhou stretched out a finger and pointed at Nie Yorong, "You."
Nie Yorong burst into laughter, her G-class peak chest trembling, and she said with a sweet smile,
"Little friend, this won't do. Sister doesn't want a man right now." "Hey! You're dreaming. I'm talking about forming an alliance with you."
Fong Zhou's old face flushed, he felt like he was being teased, but he had no evidence.
Nie Yorong raised her eyebrows and said, "Alliance? Why?" Fong Zhou clenched his fist slightly, "Of course it's to punch Laodang."
Nie Yorong was stunned for a moment, then the smile on her face became even more charming, her smile as beautiful as a flower. What a loving father and filial son.
My father-in-law's father.
She had investigated Fong Zhou and knew his relationship with Chen Wanning, so she naturally understood who Fong Zhou was referring to when he said he would punch Laodang.
"By the way, Sister Yorong, do you know about Xiaotu? Wanning's mother?" Fong Zhou suddenly changed the subject.
Hearing this, Nie Yorong's charming face turned visibly colder, and she said solemnly, "I can only tell you that if you want to punch Laodang, you'd better be mentally prepared.
Chen Sanjin is a wolf that eats raw meat.
He can even stab his brother who started a business with him from scratch for 30 years and kick him away at will."
Fong Zhou felt a little nervous.
Nie Yorong shook his head and smiled again. "Let's not talk about him anymore.
Let's continue talking about us. How do you plan to cooperate?" "It's very simple.
After school starts next year, I'll use Jinling University as a pilot to build the Yuan Fudao platform.
I'll be responsible for the technology and management, and you'll be responsible for the personnel.
I'll give you 20% of the shares, but you can make whatever you want in the company's publicity to show off your political achievements. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. If you want to tie someone down, you must start with what she cares about most. What Nie Yorong cares about most is the Rongguan Group left to her by her father."
Nie Yorong pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid that I might take your idea and go off on my own?" Don't be afraid, just like when I gave if you are the one to Maruayu, if I dare to give it, I will naturally have a backup plan. Fong Zhou did not hide anything and looked very confident.
In its previous life, Yuan Fudeo's peak market value reached 15.5 billion US dollars, equivalent to 110 billion renminbi.
It ranks first in the global education technology field and is the largest unicorn company in the global online education track.
But the online homework tutoring he has revealed so far cannot support this market value.
There are also follow-up tools such as Yuantiku, Xiaoyuan Suti, Xiaoyuan Kujuan, and Zebra AI classes. Fong Zhou even had an idea that when the platform was fully established, he could create a fantastic collaboration with his father's 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. That scene was absolutely explosive. Well, it's a bargain, so why not? Besides, I don't like Chin Sanjin.
As she spoke, the kind aunt gently stretched out her slender, snow-white hand.
Fong Zhou shook it politely, it was very soft. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Fong Zhou was secretly rejoicing in his heart. Done. He succeeded. Finally tied the kind aunt to his chariot.
Although it is just the beginning, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests.
But Fong Zhou was not worried at all.
He had a lot of ideas about the times in his mind, and he was sure to meet his kind aunt's requests.
Ah.
Nia Yurong stretched slightly, revealing the young woman's slender and soft waist, and her whole body exuded a sense of laziness.
It's time for dinner, so go eat with your sister. Fong Zhou did not refuse. With a creak, the office door was pushed open from the inside. Outside the office, Maruayu, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly stood up and said jokingly, "If you two don't come out, I'm going to suspect some kind of PY transaction." Fong Zhou smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go, Lao Ma, let's go eat together." Okay.
Soon, the three of them arrived at the company cafeteria on the 15th floor of Rongguan Group and had a happy meal together.
Halfway through the meal, Fong Zhou suddenly remembered another thing about this trip. He took a sip of the egg drop soup and said, "Sister Yurong, do you know any good private detectives?"
Perhaps because of the interests involved, Nia Yurong obviously paid more attention to Fong Zhou's words.
She rested her chin on her green jade fingers, thought for a moment and said, "I do know a few, but they're not cheap. It's okay, as long as the problem can be solved. Sister Yurong, give me the phone number later." Fong Zhou said. Maruayu glanced at Fong Zhou curiously. "Brother Fong, you are not in trouble again, are you?" "Why say again?" Fong Zhou nodded, then shook his head. "It's not me, it's a friend of mine." I know. Classic opening. I have a friend.
He's really a friend of mine, a buddy from my hometown. Fong Zhou suddenly had an idea and grabbed Ma Ruoyu's arm.
"By the way, old Ma, do you remember that I met a girl at your promotion banquet at the Red Mansion?"
Ma Ruoyu frowned and thought for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "I have some impression of her.
She seems to be a girl studying broadcasting.
She even submitted a profile to our Lizzie TV station."
Hearing this, Fong Zhou smiled. He was just wondering how to let the private detective know the mission target without any photos.
"Old Fong, give me the photo from that girl's profile, or give it directly to Sister Yurong, and pass it on to a private detective to keep a close eye on this girl for me."
"What's wrong?" Ma Ruoyu and Nia Yurong asked in unison. Fong Zhou silently held his forehead and sighed, "Alas, a dog that licks the boots won't get a house.
It's all tears if I say too much."
After a simple light meal, Fong Zhou returned to the dormitory to pack his luggage.
When she learned that Fong Zhou was going to take the bus home, the kind aunt waved her hand and called her private driver directly.
So, 3 hours later, Tianchang City.
When a top-of-the-line extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in Fong Zhou's old residential complex, the entire community was in an uproar.
"Mr. Fong, Mr. Nia specifically asked me to leave my number with you. If you need a car when you return to Jinling for school, please feel free to contact me." The driver, Master Wang, left his phone number with Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou waved his hand, "Okay, thank you." After getting off the car, Fong Zhou ran straight home, but there was no one at home. When he called to ask, he found out that his mother's clothing store was flooded with orders and she was busy running around in the store. Comrade Fong Dinghua has found a decoration team today and is supervising the site selection for the company in Tianrun building.
Only Fong Zhou and Wolahang were left at home, the man and the dog, staring at each other. Just then, a ringing sound interrupted the awkwardness between the man and the dog. Fong Zhou took out his cell phone and saw that it was someone he didn't expect.
The caller ID showed, Lei Jun. Chapter 68, Extreme 1 for 1. Yuan Fudeo's security system. Fong Zhou was stunned for a moment and quickly answered the call.
Lei Bus's cheerful voice came from the other side immediately.
Brother Xiao Fong, long time no see. Happy New Year in advance.
Fong Zhou followed with a smile and said, Long time no see, Mr. Lei, I pay my respects to you.
After a brief greeting, the two chatted for a while.
Fong Zhou then learned that Meizu launched the U10 this year with the main selling point of full screen. With its theme wallpaper and Angry Birds highlight, the full screen feature was fully demonstrated, and it became a huge hit as soon as it was launched. In just a few months, the shipment volume of mobile phones directly ranked among the top 5 in the country. Also because of him, Xiaomi, which was originally supposed to be established next year, was actually established this winter.
The address is still Kyoto, just like in the previous life. Lei Jun's Xiaomi One has also entered the research and development stage.
He strictly adhered to Fong Zhou's statement of only making 5% profit, lowered the price and maximized the cost effectiveness.
But, I always feel like something is missing.
On the other end of the phone, Lei Jun shook his head inside.
Fong Zhou was puzzled. The ultimate value for money is Xiaomi's selling point, what else is missing? I don't know either.
I just feel that apart from the price, the Xiaomi Mi One we developed is almost the same as other phones in the same industry.
It lacks innovative features like the Meizu, full-screen, mobile themes.
Hearing this, Fong Zhou could no longer fail to understand Lei Bushi's intention.
I'm here to learn from him. Fong Zhou was suddenly at a loss for words. Boss Lei, do you really think I'm Tang Monk?
Lei Jun on the other end of the phone also laughed and said, Electronic Tang Monk is also Tang Monk. Xiao Fong brother, help me think of a solution, I won't let you help in vain. Fong Zhou was about to say no, but suddenly stopped. It seemed that he really needed Lei Jun's help.
Having experienced the big data era of later generations, Fong Zhou is well aware of the importance of data. Especially for an online platform, core data is almost equivalent to the lifeline.
In the past, many internet companies had to spend a lot of manpower and resources on platform security every year to deal with hacker attacks and attacks from peers. After all, those who want you dead are either bad people or colleagues. Yuan Fudeo, as an online education platform, it is inevitable to face these dangers and attacks. Before Lei Jun founded Xiaomi, he was the CEO of Kingsoft, the same Kingsoft that created Kingsoft Antivirus. In the field of system security, he and his Kingsoft team are definitely the top in the country. If Lei Jun can take action and bring in the Kingsoft team to build a security system, then Yuan Fudeo will be as stable as a rock and its security will be greatly guaranteed. So the question is, how can we help Lei Jun come up with an innovative feature like a full-screen phone in exchange for him taking charge of the security system? Brother Xiao Fong, please help me. Xiaomi Mi One is the fruit of our entire development team's hard work.
It's like our child. I want to make it perfect.
Boss Lei, I know you're anxious, but please don't worry, let me think about it. Hearing this, Lei Jun stopped urging and waited silently with the phone in his hand.
Tick tick tick. Time passes by every second.
Fong Zhou tried hard to recall the mobile phone he used in his later life, the Huawei Mate 60 Pro with a 50-megapixel front camera and a 1TB yacht-wanking camera for clearer photos.
Comparing the two, he tried to think about which mobile phone designs were overused by later generations but were treasured by this era.
As he was thinking, Fong Zhou suddenly slapped his thigh. I really thought of something.
What? Brother Xiao Fong, tell me now.
Lei Jun's excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone.
Feeling Lei Bushi's urgency, Fong Zhou did not keep him in suspense and said word by word. It's simple, the answer is just 4 words: fingerprint unlocking. Yes, fingerprint unlocking. Fingerprint unlocking, which was once worn out by major mobile phones, is now a hot commodity. iPhone 1, the world's first smartphone, actually also has an unlocking function. But that is a slide screen unlock, the purpose of which is to prevent accidental touches when the touchscreen phone is in your pocket. But with the advent of the smart era, a smartphone costs several thousand yuan and it is unaffordable to lose it. Therefore, the security of mobile phones and mobile phone data has become a basic need for users. It wasn't until 2011 that Motorola launched the first fingerprint recognition mobile phone, which became an instant hit.
Subsequently, fingerprint unlocking became a standard feature of major mobile phones.
Now, Fong Zhou has snatched the fingerprint unlocking design to Xiaomi in advance. Fingerprint unlock?
Rebus's voice was filled with doubt.
Fong Zhou explained his ideas bit by bit.
After listening to Fong Zhou's explanation, Lei Bush suddenly had an epiphany and said excitedly,
Yes. Fingerprint unlocking. That's it. That's what sets it apart from other phones. Great, that's great.
Hearing this, Fang Zhou smiled casually and said, Mr. Lei, don't get excited yet.
How about I give you another promotional slogan? What slogan? Xiaomi, born for fever.
As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell silent, and only heavy breathing could be heard.
After an unknown amount of time, Lei Jun sighed deeply and said quietly, Brother Xiaofeng, don't you want to consider becoming a chief consultant in our company? I'm only 18. I'm still a child. Fang Zhou didn't comment and just laughed it off.
Lei Bush did not force it, and said with emotion,
Brother Xiaofeng, you are truly my guiding light. With your previous only 5% profit and the ultimate value for money positioning, and now your fingerprint unlocking, I don't even know how to pay it back. Fang Zhou casually said, then it's Qianli Jiangling. Lei Bush? Fang Zhou smiled secretly in his heart, 1,000 miles to Jiangling, back in one day. Of course this is a joke.
Seeing that the time was right, Fang Zhou said, Boss Lei, I really need your help with something, and only you can help me. Upon hearing this, Lei Bu immediately pounded his chest and said proudly, just tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it.
Fang Zhou no longer hesitated and stated his demands one by one.
Mr. Lei, I'm actually planning to build an online education website platform, but websites are most afraid of various hacker and vulnerability attacks. What's more, the website platform I want to build will also involve the real name authentication information of students and parents, so a strong security system is needed to protect the security of the website and the real personal information of students and parents.
Hearing this, Lei Bushi couldn't help laughing.
If you ask me to do anything else, I can't guarantee I can do it well, but when it comes to security systems, just rest assured, I will definitely build you the most awesome security system in all of Dragon Country.
Fang Zhou smiled knowingly and believed in what Lei Bushi said. This is the benefit of finding the right person, a direct professional match. With Lei Bushi taking action, plus his Kingsoft antivirus team, how can they lose this wave of dragon riding attacks? Yuan Fudeo Security System. Chapter 69. The year ends with the sound of firecrackers. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhou clenched his fists excitedly.
With the help of Lei Jun, the Yuan Fudeo project has got off to a good start. For Fang Zhou, this project is not only the hemp rope to tie the kind ant to the chariot, but also his future base. You should know that Yuan Fudeo was founded in 2012. After 10 years of development, by 2022, its market value had reached more than 100 billion renminbi, making it the world's #1 online education stock. If we can do this project well, it will be just a matter of time before we can beat Laodang. In the following days, Fang Zhou entered the boring stage of writing code again. He needs to get the source code of Yuan Fudeo's core framework as soon as possible. Time flies. New Year's Eve soon arrived. Thousands of lights are lit up across China, and countless families are reunited, eating New Year's Eve dinner and watching the Spring Festival Gala. Behind every light, there is a story of a home. The atmosphere of worldly life is what soothes the hearts of ordinary people the most. 8 o'clock in the evening, Fang Zhou's house. Outside the window was a dark night and falling snow. The lights in the window were bright and the hot pot was steaming. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Ouch! Fang Zhou clinked his glasses with his parents and let out a loud roar to steal the show. After drinking the celebratory wine, Fang Dingbua, as the head of the family, was the first to speak. Our family is finally back on track this year, all thanks to Xiao Zhou. I hope our family can still be as harmonious and peaceful as before next year. It's a must, live in harmony and peace. Fang Zhou raised his glass to cheer for his father, then asked, Dad, how is your company progressing now? Don't worry, the renovations are halfway done, and the staff have almost been contacted. We'll just be ready to open for business next spring. Fang Dingbua's face was radiant, as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. Come on. Gangba Band. Fang Zhou gave his father a thumbs up, then turned to look at his mother. Mom, where's your taobao store? Upon hearing this, Jean Ma, who had no ambition at all, suddenly smiled brightly. You don't know, I have over 200 orders a day now, I'm completely overwhelmed. When did selling clothes become so easy? Now I have to go to the wholesale market every day to buy goods. It's exhausting. Other store owners are envious and are asking me for advice. But I'm not stupid. Buying things online is really convenient. No need to shout or bargain.
It's just a bit troublesome to go to the wholesale market every day to buy goods. What kind of high-end Versailles is this? Other clothing store owners would like to purchase goods every day. Do you think it's troublesome? Come on, Mom. Hire more people to help you run the store next year. Customer service and other things are essential.
Also, spend money to hire a few good-looking girls to do Taobao live streaming to attract traffic to your store. Once we grow big enough, we can set up a design company or a clothing factory to provide a one-stop service for production, design, and sales.
Fang Zhou smiled and said that the e-commerce leaders in later generations all started at this time.
Fang Zhou felt, perhaps he could train his mother in this direction. Seeing that the family was getting better and better, Fang's father and Qin's mother were both very satisfied, and Fang Zhou was extremely pleased, and the New Year's Eve dinner became more lively. Just at this time, the Spring Festival Gala came to the much-anticipated skit segment. This year, Uncle Ben Shan brought the skit We're Not Short of Money.
What girl? I'm a real man. What's the most painful thing in life? When you die and your money isn't spent. Then you know what is more painful in this life? Living while losing money.
I will surely make the waves of Honghu Lake beat upon the waves of the Yangtze River, and each generation will be stronger than the last, and beat my father to death on the beach.
Ha ha ha, why is this guy so funny?
Xinma laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face and she slapped her thighs continuously. That night, a sketch actor named Xiao Xinyang became famous overnight and became famous all over the country. I don't know how long it took. The early morning bell rang, and the melody of Unforgettable Tonight sounded on the Spring Festival Gala stage.
The new year has begun. Beep, beep, beep.
The moment the new year began, Fang Zhou's cell phone seemed to be bombarded, beeping non-stop.
Countless friends sent New Year greetings. Maruayu, Brother Fang, Happy New Year, may you be prosperous in the new year. Suluo, Happy New Year. When will you return to school, Lao Lu? Lives, New Year, new atmosphere, I wish you all the best. Mom, Happy New Year, son. The lucky money is hidden in your new shoes. Go check it out. Kind Aunt, Happy New Year. Also, when will you send me the source code for the Yuanfudeo framework? I've already found programmers for you, just waiting for your framework to be open source. Suyoshue, Happy New Year. Fang Zhou half lay on the sofa, replying to everyone one by one, of course, automatically ignoring some individuals. A woo woo. A woo.
At the same time, Wu Liheng heard the song Unforgettable Tonight on TV, and suddenly he started howling along with the melody.
Bang! Fang Zhou slapped Wu Liheng on the forehead.
The force is just right, it's confusing but not brain-damaging.
Stop howling. You're disturbing others in the middle of the night.
Wu Liheng was stunned by the slap, and his eyes revealed clear stupidity, like this.
But at this moment, Fang Zhou's cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar caller.
Fang Zhou picked up the call casually, and immediately heard the voice that haunted him.
Bad Silver, Happy New Year. Small potatoes? Fang Zhou was immediately overjoyed. Wan Ning, did you change your phone number? Yeah. I only use the previous phone in front of them now. This will be my private number from now on. You're the first person I called. I've saved your number. If you can't recognize me next time, I'll call you back. Little Potato said fiercely.
No wonder Little Potato seemed to have lost contact since we parted that night at school. It turned out that he was holding back a big move. It must be because of the previous incident where Chen Sanjin had set up a positioning device on his phone that Little Potato learned a lesson and secretly bought another phone. Fang Zhou couldn't help laughing and coaxed her like a child. As expected of my sister Ning, you're really smart.
That's it.
Little Potato was very proud. After a pause, Little Potato suddenly said in a low voice, Fang Zhou, Su Tiancheng came to Chen's manor to have New Year's Eve dinner today.
Fang Zhou was stunned when he heard this.
His kind aunt had told him before that Su Tiancheng was the prince of Tiancheng Group and the designated successor to the group. Chen Sanjin had always wanted to match him with Xiao Tudou, so that Tiancheng Group and Jinqing Group could be commercially tied together and move to a higher level.
Coincidentally, Su Tiancheng also had the same idea, and he and Chen Sanjin hit it off immediately. This was also the reason why Little Potato left home before.
Seeing Fang Zhou remain silent, Little Potato thought he was jealous and quickly explained.
But I ignored him.
While they were eating, I secretly went to the garage and punctured his tire.
Hee hee, am I smart or not? Fong Zhou smiled knowingly.
He could imagine Little Potato saying this, tilting his head back and looking smug and asking for praise.
Four, so clever. My sister Ning is the cleverest. Yeah, I'm the smartest.
After thinking for a moment, Little Potato added, "You're the second smartest."
Ha ha. The smile on Fong Zhou's face grew more intense.
Next, Little Potato seemed to have eaten Xianmai, and kept complaining to Fong Zhou about what had happened in the past few days.
Fong Zhou acted like a qualified listener and listened carefully. They talked until around 3 in the morning, when Little Potato finally yawned.
Seeing no movement on the other end of the phone, Little Potato grumbled, "Bad Silver, why are you silent?"
Are you still listening? I'm listening. Humph, I don't believe you. Did you fall asleep just now? How could that be? If you don't believe me, just ask. Okay, then tell me what I have said so far.
Hearing this, Fong Zhou smiled and said in a leisurely tone,
Don't you always say I miss you? What a coincidence, me too. Chapter 70 Fong Zhou's Sleeping Stories. Snort.
On the other end of the phone, Little Potato started to whimper and act proudly. If they could video chat, Fong Zhou would be able to see that the smile on someone's face was almost uncontrollable.
I'll let you go this time, aha.
As he spoke, Little Potato yawned again. After talking all night long, Little Potato was really tired.
Seeing this, Fong Zhou said gently, Are you sleepy? Then, I'll hang up first. Go to bed early.
Unexpectedly, Little Potato said aggrievedly, But
I want to fall asleep listening to your voice.
The voice is soft and sticky, like a kitten less than a month old.
Fong Zhou thought for a moment and put the phone on the bedside, then let's keep the phone on. I'll hang up when you fall asleep.
The Little Potato immediately became as happy as a crayon Shin-chan and nodded him. Soon, the sound of Little Potato turning over came from the other end of the phone. Fong Zhou coaxed Little Potato to sleep in a half-closed position, just like an old father coaxing his child to sleep. I don't know how long it was before Little Potato suddenly turned over and said into the microphone,
Fong Zhou, I can't sleep, I want to hear a bedtime story. My mom used to tell me stories. Can you tell me one too? How old are you? Why are you still listening to bedtime stories?
On the other end of the phone, Little Potato immediately pouted and stared with his big watery eyes, but soon realized that Fong Zhou couldn't see.
So he changed his tone to one of grievance, I want to hear, ah.
On the other end of the phone, Fong Zhou couldn't help but smile and shook his head. He always heard people say that the best way to love your girlfriend is to raise her like a daughter. I didn't expect that I actually have a daughter now, and even arranged a bedtime story for her.
Okay, then what do you want to hear? Fong Zhou compromised.
Hearing this, Little Potato immediately became excited. I want to hear a love story with ups and downs.
Then let's make a deal first.
After the story is over, go to bed obediently.
Aha! Fong Zhou glanced at the time and it was almost 3 in the morning.
So I decided to make a quick decision and tell a love story with ups and downs in 4 sentences.
It's said that Hua Mulan joined the army in her father's place. One day, her comrades in the same camp suddenly came to see her. Mulan, I've liked you for a long time. Mulan was shocked, what the hell? How do you know I'm a woman? Comrades were shocked, what the hell? Are you a woman?
After saying that, Fong Zhou clapped his hands in satisfaction, as if he had finished his work.
Okay, the story is over, go to bed quickly and be good. Fong Zhou coaxed. This is so short? Just say it's ups and downs or not. Oh.
Little Potato started to act like a spoiled child. He lay down on the bed, rolled back and forth, babbling no and kicking the quilt with his long legs, like a lively little seal. Change it, I want to listen to a fairy tale, not this.
Even through the phone, Fong Zhou could hear the sound of long legs kicking the quilt. Fong Zhou coaxed him like a child, didn't we agree to go to bed after we finish one? No, I want to hear more. More. Then, let's listen to one more, it really is the last one. Aha!
Hearing Fong Zhou's agreement, Little Potato immediately transformed from a little seal back into a little kitten. Across the microphone, with long legs half kneeling on the quilt, pretending to be listening attentively, like this.
A fairy tale? Fong Zhou thought about it, and immediately came up with a plan.
He slowly said. One day, the little white rabbit and the little fox made an appointment to go out and play together. At lunchtime, the little fox remembered that he had forgotten to bring his lunch.
As a friend, the little white rabbit took out his candy and invited the little fox to eat it together. But the little fox is very conflicted because he only likes to eat white rabbit candy. Then the little white rabbit took the candy, lay on the ground in the shape of a big character, and said, "Now it's white rabbit candy, come and eat it." After hearing this, Little Potato's eyes lit up. Wow, what a warm little white rabbit. Fong Zhou smiled and said, "Is it warm?" Aha! Then the little fox started eating it, starting from the head, chewing it into pieces. Little Potato was about to cry, looking like he couldn't stand this kind of grievance and was ready to cry in front of Fong Zhou at any time. "You bully me." The voice was sobbing and complaining, as if someone had suffered a great injustice. Seeing this, Fong Zhou quickly spoke to comfort her. All right, this time I'm serious. I'm going to tell you a classic bedtime story, okay? After you finish, we'll go to sleep." Little Potato was suspicious. "Is there no pit?" "Absolutely no scam," Fong Zhou said with great certainty. Little Potato was still worried and asked, "So, what kind of story is it?" A handsome, ascetic guy everyone covets, a beautiful, strong, and miserable guy with a ceiling of combat power, a fat, generous lesbian, and a quiet, tired office worker. Do you want to hear the story of this combination?" Upon hearing this, Little Potato suddenly felt better. I can do this. What's the name? Journey to the West. Fong Zhou. Little Potato turned away angrily and lay down on the bed. "I don't want to live anymore." Fong Zhou was amused by Little Potato's reaction and suddenly understood the joy of an old father teasing his daughter. But it was really getting late, so Fong Zhou decided to quit while he was ahead. "Okay. Wan Ning, this time I'm going to tell you a serious, healing love story about a loser's comeback, okay? I guarantee you'll fall asleep right away." "Really? Whoever lies is a bully." Fong Zhou lowered his voice slightly, trying to make it sound as gentle and soft as possible. Then he took out the physical copy of Dragon Clan from the bookshelf in the room and began to recite it softly. As a healing novel, Dragon Clan is absolutely hypnotic when used as a bedtime story. Of course, this is only true for the first two parts. From the third part onwards, it becomes depressing. In the past, book fans were divided into radicals and conservatives regarding the subsequent plot of Dragon Clan. The radicals believed that Lu Mingfei should have died that night in Tokyo with Eri, and that the old thief Jiangnan should have died in his mother's womb. Conservatives believe that radicals are too conservative. Dog head. Some people say that the sound of your significant other's breathing is the best lullaby. Listening to Fong Zhou's gentle voice of reading, Little Potato fell asleep sweetly unknowingly. New Year. Late at night. A dim bedside lamp. Fong Zhou half sat on the bed, listening to the sound of wind and snow outside the window, and softly reciting the original text of the Dragon Clan. The phone was never hung up. Little Potato could hear Fong Zhou's voice all night long. Occasionally, you can hear Little Potato's murmurs in his dreams over the phone. The new year has begun. Chapter 71 Facial Cleanser. The next day, New Year's Day, everything is new. Dad. Mom. Happy New Year. Fong Zhou didn't sleep all night. He changed into New Year's clothes early and got up to wish his parents a Happy New Year. Mother Qin immediately brought out a piece of white cake and stuffed it into Fong Zhou's hand. "Happy New Year, son." Gao, pronounced as Gao, implies rising step by step. It snowed heavily last night. When I woke up in the morning, it was all white outside. Comrade Lao Fong was shoveling snow outside. Seeing this, Fong Zhou happily joined the snow shoveling team. Around 8 o'clock, the family packed up their things and drove back to their hometown to celebrate the new year. There was a lot of traffic along the road, colorful flags fluttering on both sides of the road, pedestrians were in high spirits, and the shops on the street were playing "Congratulations on your prosperity and good luck is coming." Fong Zhou was slightly dazed. Chinese people always have a special feeling about the Spring Festival. This is the reunion gene that is ingrained in our bones. In fact, the traditional festivals of Dragon Country all have the theme of reunion. There is a saying, how to distinguish a festival, whether it is a traditional festival or a foreign festival? The answer is simple. Going home for dinner is a traditional festival. Going out to get a room is a foreign holiday. You taste it carefully, dog head. On the first day of the new year, Fong Zhou visited his grandparents and gave them 800 yuan as lucky money. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, give 600 yuan as New Year's money to grandparents.
On the 3rd, 4th, and 5th days of the Lunar New Year, pay New Year's greetings to your aunts and uncles, and give them an additional 1,000 yuan in lucky money. On the 6th night of the New Year, he and Panghua had a barbecue, and the New Year's money was 250.
Panghua excitedly called him godfather.
On the 7th day, Fang Zhou asked Wang Jinhu to meet him at Starbucks. Fang Zhou waved his hand and directly invested 300,000 yuan in Wang Jinhu, allowing him to try his luck in Tianchang City first. Although it is just a casual move, maybe there will be unexpected gains in the future.
Just think of it as an extra line of security for your parents. After the 7-day annual holiday, the city returned to its former bustle. At the same time, Fang Zhou's family also became busy. My father goes to the company site to supervise the work every day.
The decoration is about to be completed, the employees have been contacted, the business license has been obtained, and the opening is imminent. My mother diligently manages her Taobao store and has hired 5 girls, 1 in charge of customer service, 1 in charge of operations, 2 in charge of Taobao live broadcasts, and 1 in charge of packing and express delivery.
A simple e-commerce company has taken shape.
As for Fang Zhou, after paying New Year's greetings, he went straight back to Jinling. Years ago, he asked his kind aunt to gather a group of senior programmers for him.
They are currently in Rongguan Group, waiting for him to return and open source the Yuanfudeo website. The next month of winter vacation.
Fang Zhou writes code during the day, holds meetings with team members, modifies the code, and holds another meeting, as if he has returned to the 996 days of his previous life. At night, Fang Zhou would chat on the phone with Little Potato, coaxing her to sleep and telling her bedtime stories. At first, the senior programmers in the technical team did not trust Fang Zhou because he was young, and they were slow and picky about his work. As a result, after Fang Zhou's love education plus technical crushing, the programmers looked at Fang Zhou with eyes that were like Yasuo seeing the stone man, "You are my god." In order to make Fang Zhou's work more convenient, his kind aunt booked him a presidential suite for 2 months at the Hilton Garden Inn next to the group. Every day is busy and fulfilling. The only pity is that Little Potato was under house arrest by Qin Sanjin for some unknown reason and could not come to see Fang Zhou. Although Little Potato said that she would be able to come out when school starts and we could meet then.
But this increased Fang Zhou's sense of urgency. The days go by. Yuanfudeo's open source work is proceeding in an orderly manner.
During this period, Fang Zhou received a message from Lei Bushi and flew to Kyoto to bring back the IO1 security system that Lei Bushi had developed specifically for the characteristics of the Yuanfudeo website. Finally, on the first day of the new semester at Jinling University,
Yuanfudeo the website is officially completed. Rongguan Group, in an office.
The sun was shining outside the window.
Fang Zhou looked at the Yuanfudeo website running successfully on the big screen, and his expression was as bright as the sun outside the window. Ha finally got it done. Fang Zhou was filled with emotion.
God knows what kind of life he had been living during this period. At this moment, he only felt that his body was hollowed out.
It was gone, really gone, not a drop left. The kind aunt next to him smiled charmingly. "It's not easy.
It's hard for you to create the website in such a short time. It's mainly because Libus's IO security system is very powerful and saves us a lot of time."
Rebus?
A hint of doubt flashed across Nia Yorong's naturally charming face.
Fang Zhou. Spicy hairy eggs, I usually say Lei Jun just for fun.
Fang Zhou quickly changed the subject and said, "Currently, Yuanfudeo has only developed 2 sections, online learning and homework tutoring.
These are the foundation and the core.
Next, after I set up the company, Yuanfudeo will be able to officially launch. According to the previous agreement, I will temporarily be affiliated with Rongguan Group to help you improve your political achievements." Nia Yorong nodded lightly, his tone lazily. "It's your project anyway, I'll just be supporting. By the way, room 101 on the 10th floor downstairs has been vacated for you.
When are you planning to set up your company and move in?" Hearing this, Fang Zhou took out his notebook and took a look. He saw the following words written on it. Safety system. Website development. Company establishment not completed. Enrollment of current college students not completed. Parent outreach not completed.
It should be just these 2 days, but now.
Fang Zhou paused, then suddenly smiled and said, "I'm going back to school now. I start school today."
Nia Yorong's charming face suddenly froze for a moment, and then an even more charming smile bloomed.
"Ha, if you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten that you are still a student." Nia Yorong joked.
The longer she spent with Fang Zhou, the more she could feel that Fang Zhou displayed maturity and professionalism, which was totally unlike what a student should be like. Perhaps there are some people in this world who cannot be measured by common sense.
Nya Yurong waved and said, "I'll ask the driver to take you." Fong Zhou did not refuse. He looked down at the text message on his phone. "Bad Silver, have you arrived at school?" Fong Zhou's mouth corners rose slightly. He couldn't wait any longer. Jinling University, at the school gate. Today is the first day of school. Countless students carrying suitcases flocked into the school in groups of 3 or 5. Taxis were constantly going back and forth between the school and the station, picking up and dropping off groups of Jinling students returning to school. Many parents also drove their children back to school, and there were many private cars parked in a disorderly manner at the school gate. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped at the school gate. From a distance, Fong Zhou saw Little Potato in the crowd through the car window. There's no way, it's mainly because that pair of long legs is so recognizable.
Today's Little Potato is wearing a purple cashmere suit with a lavender halter neck sweater underneath, revealing her delicate and beautiful collarbone while making her 36D look even more majestic. She is standing there obediently in her little leather shoes.
Su Song is right, purple has a lot of charm. Fong Zhou smiled knowingly and sent a message to Little Potato, "I'm here."
Not far away, Little Potato received the message, raised his little head and looked around, but didn't see Fong Zhou, so he replied, "Where are you?"
"I can't see you." "Fong Zhou, I'm in heaven, look up."
Little Potato raised his snow-white chin, tilted his little head back and looked up at the sky. After looking at it for a long time, I replied aggrievedly, "There is no such thing in the sky either."
Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing, this little fool. He waved at the driver, "Master Wang, please stop here."
"Okay."
The Rolls-Royce's electric doors opened.
Fong Zhou got off the car with his luggage, quietly walked around to a distance behind Little Potato, and then shouted,
"Wan Ning, here."
Little Potato turned around, and when he saw Fong Zhou, his fresh and refined little face instantly smiled like a flower and as bright as spring breeze. She threw the luggage in her hands, raised her hands, and rushed towards Fong Zhou with her little leather shoes clattering. Faced with Little Potato's sudden collision with the ball, Fong Zhou was not prepared. He was caught off guard and lost his balance, and was knocked down by Little Potato. Little Potato fell on Fong Zhou, and his 36D breasts pressed heavily on Fong Zhou's face.
Warm, soft, and milky. Fong Zhou's mind went blank in an instant. Wash, facial cleanser? Chapter 72, 1,000 golds for horsebones. Fong Zhou wants to raise a flag. Ah.
Little Potato reacted quickly. A sudden large-scale breast-killing scene. She suddenly lost her composure, like a frightened deer. She quickly pressed her hands on Fong Zhou's chest to support her upper body. But because of its own strong capital. At this distance, although the 36D was no longer pressing on Fong Zhou's face, it was swaying on his forehead, making his blood boil.
Calm down. Calm down.
If your heart is as pure as ice, you won't be startled by the sky falling. 3 years of blood.
Pa.
3 years is the minimum, and the maximum penalty is death.
Fong Zhou silently recited the ice heart technique over and over in his mind. Try not to change from, to, in public. Perhaps noticing Fong Zhou's pounding heartbeat, Little Potato quickly stood up. An alluring blush instantly spread across her pretty little face, and her ears felt burning hot. It looks like the rising sun, round and red.
Although the two confirmed their relationship that night at Happy Valley, Little Potato still blushes and his heart beats fast when he has some intimate contact. In his previous life, Fong Zhou watched a video that said, if you meet a girl who blushes easily, you must cherish her. Because this kind of girls are generally simple and very smooth. Fong Zhou lay on the ground, forgetting about it for a moment, and the smell of the facial cleanser lingered in his mind for a long time.
Bad Silver, how are you?
Little Potato came over, leaned over, and lowered his head, then stretched out his little hand and waved it in front of Fong Zhou's eyes. The strands of black hair fell by her ears, making her face look even more gentle. Seeing this, Fong Zhou felt embarrassed to continue lying there pretending to be dead, so he quickly got up.
Ha, you like to run into people with the ball, and now you've failed.
He dusted himself off, pinched Little Potato's cheek and joked. Little Potato turned his head away, puffed up his cheeks and said, "Don't say these weird words that people can't understand." Fong Zhou smiled indifferently and opened his arms. "It's been a winter break since we last met, come and give me a hug." Little Potato was just about to open his hands, but when he thought of the scene just now, his little face suddenly turned red again. "Humph, no, there is desire in your eyes." The Little Potato hummed proudly, and ran away skipping like a silly roe deer.
Hey, don't you want your luggage anymore? Fong Zhou shouted from behind. Help me get it.
Little Potato responded sweetly in front. So Fong Zhou took the initiative to help Little Potato carry his luggage.
Afterwards, the two of them went to the nostalgic second canteen and ate a lot.
While eating, Fong Zhou didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the Little Potato seemed to have grown bigger.
I haven't seen you for a whole winter break. Is he about to break through the peak of D level? After dinner,
Little Potato was going back to the dormitory to pack his luggage, and Fong Zhou was also packing his things.
So, after sending Little Potato back to the girls' dormitory, Fong Zhou returned to the boys' dormitory 530.
As soon as I arrived at the dormitory door, I heard the noisy sounds of the older kids. Fong Zhou pushed the door open and found that the dormitory leader Su Luo was distributing local specialties to everyone.
Hey! Lao Lu, you came just in time.
When Su Luo saw that it was Fong Zhou, he immediately greeted him warmly and handed him a piece of waxy red meat jerky.
This is smoked pork jerky from our hometown. My mother made it herself during the Chinese New Year and asked me to bring it to everyone to try.
Su Luo said with a smile.
Fong Zhou picked it up and took a bite.
It tasted unexpectedly good, salty with a hint of sweetness and very chewy.
Boss, your mother's cooking skills are amazing. Fong Zhou praised.
Su Luo scratched his head embarrassedly. These are all things I made at home.
My mother used this to send me to college.
Hearing this, Fong Zhou was stunned. Everyone in the dormitory knew about Su Luo's family situation. His father was disabled, and the family relied entirely on his mother's meager income to support them. So when he entered college, while others were still enjoying college life, he started working part-time to earn money for his studies. During the Chinese New Year, Fong Zhou looked at the QQ updates he posted and it seemed that he was preparing to take the postgraduate entrance examination part-time.
After thinking for a moment, Fong Zhou suddenly asked, Boss, I remember, you seem to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination in your Luzhou city, right? Su Luo nodded blankly, not understanding what was going on. Yeah, but that's nothing. In terms of college entrance exam scores, there aren't many people in our school who can compare with you, right? Fong Zhou smiled dryly and waved his hand.
His college entrance examination score was more than enough to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. However, at that time, in order to go to the same school as Su Yoshue, he rejected the invitation from Peking University and Tsinghua University and chose Jinling University as his first choice. After school started, Fong Zhou's deeds quickly spread among his classmates, and many people knew about it. Boss, what do you usually do as a part-time worker now? Fong Zhou asked again. What else can we do? Freshmen like us have no experience and no skills.
We can't do anything except tutoring. So how's the money?
Upon hearing this, Su Luo's face suddenly turned pale as if he had eaten cactus root, and he said bitterly. I make 15 yuan an hour tutoring, so 3 hours a day means I can only make 45 yuan at most. The group leader also charges me 10 yuan, so after a busy day I can only make 35 yuan at most. Plus, I have to attend classes, so it's impossible for me to tutor every day. I can only earn 500 to 600 yuan a month for food. Hearing this, even though Fong Zhou was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be surprised to hear this number.
35 yuan for 3 hours? Dark, this? It's too dark.
No wonder netizens in the past said that college students are free labor and are even worse than office workers. However, the worse the part-time job environment is, the more beneficial it is for the other state.
Boss, if I let you stay at school and do the same tutoring job, and your monthly income could be 10 times higher, would you do it? Fong Zhou said excitedly.
Su Luo was the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination, but he was also a poor student. He had an upward spirit, was tall and thin, and had a good image. Yuanfudeo, as a new platform in a new field, it needs to raise a big banner to attract more college students to join the platform.
Fong Zhou was willing to spend a fortune to buy a horse's bones and shape Su Luo into the banner of Yuanfudeo.
Upon hearing this, not only Su Luo, but even Zhao Bingbing and Xiao Haiyang, who were originally eating pork jerky, looked over.
Sixth brother, are you serious?
10 times the profit in a month is 5 or 6,000.
My mother can't even make that much in a month. Can tutoring make that much money?
Others say I don't believe it, but Lao Lu says I do.
Angry Birds is the best example. Zundu Jadu, add me in, I can do it. Fang Zhou accepted everyone who came. Of course it's true, but the boss is the top scorer in Luzhou City and is preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. He hasn't forgotten any of the knowledge points. As for you, you haven't lost your basic skills, right?
Hearing this, Zhao Bingbing said proudly, "Sixth brother, don't look down on me.
Although I'm not the city's top scorer, who can get into Jinling University without a good academic foundation?"
That's right, I was also among the top students in our high school.
Xiao Haiyang also responded. Fang Zhou suddenly realized that what Zhao Bingbing said was true.
Jinling University is a well-established 985 university in China and a member of the C9 Alliance. The students who are able to get in are basically the best talents selected from all over the country. Seeing this, Su Luo spread his hands. "Sixth brother, if this kind of pie really falls from the sky, I'll be the first to eat it. After all, I'm just tutoring, my income will increase tenfold, and I don't even have to leave school."
Who would be stupid enough to refuse? Since Su Luo said so, Fang Zhou naturally had no objection.
"Boss, come on, let's go to a place.
I have the pie you mentioned." As he said that, Fang Zhou pushed Su Luo out of the dormitory.
Chapter 73 Formula Technology Company is established.
At the same time,
Fang Zhou made a phone call and plucked the little potatoes that had just been brought back to the dormitory. Soon, the Lamborghini roared like a beast and drove out of the gate of Jinling University.
Fang Zhou was driving, Little Potato was sitting in the passenger seat, and Su Luo followed in a taxi. Before getting in the car, Su Luo was a little embarrassed. "Sixth brother, where are we going?"
"Don't worry, I'll take you to where the pies are sold, and you'll know later." Fang Zhou kept the secret a little while, and while driving, he glanced at the little potato in the passenger seat. She curled up on the passenger seat with her long legs, a Coke in one hand and potato chips in the other, her little mouth stuffed full like a little squirrel, her cell phone resting on the 36D on her chest, steady as a rock, the 36D just serving as a cell phone holder, as she happily followed the drama.
"Didn't you have enough for lunch?" Fang Zhou asked curiously.
He remembered that Little Potato had to hold on to the wall to eat lunch. Little Potato stared at the screen intently, mumbling incoherently, "Fouquet, I'm especially hungry during this period." Hearing this, Fang Zhou glanced at Little Potato's increasingly curvy figure and thought, "Is this little girl going to have a second growth spurt?"
"Eat more, it's good for you to grow." After a pause, seeing that Little Potato didn't respond, Fang Zhou asked in confusion, "What are you looking at so intently?"
Little Potato's mouth was full of food, and he mumbled, "Tiga Ultraman." Fang Zhou glanced at the co-pilot and saw on the screen that when Daegu was about to crash and face life and death, he turned into a ray of light and merged into the stone statue of Tiga.
Fang Zhou couldn't help laughing.
The only way to wake up the giant was to make soup from Daegu. Then, Tiga successfully revived and beat up Golzan and Melba, but his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. At the critical moment, Ultraman fired a ray to turn defeat into victory.
Seeing this, a big puzzlement appeared on Little Potato's pretty face. "Fang Zhou, why do you think Ultraman only uses lasers to kill monsters when he's almost dead? Why doesn't he just use Ultraman right from the start?" Fang Zhou said unhappily, "You threw a bomb right at the start of the landlord game?"
"Oh." Little Potato suddenly understood and smiled sweetly, "You are so smart, here's your reward." Little Potato picked up a potato chip, shouted "ah" in his little mouth, and stuffed it into Fang Zhou's mouth.
Belch.
Su Luo, who was following the car behind, suddenly burped. "It seems like someone has fed me a mouthful of dog food, but there is no evidence."
The air seemed to carry Adu's singing voice.
"I should be under the car, not inside the car."
Half an hour later, the 3 of them came to Rongguang building in the city center.
It was exactly noon, and when I looked up, I saw the Rongguang building standing tall.
The glass curtain wall of the building reflects the midday sun, making the whole building look sparkling. Su Luo was a little surprised. "Sixth brother, why did you bring me here?" Little Potato also looked at Fang Zhou with some confusion.
Fang Zhou did not answer, but took the 2 of them straight to room 101 on the 10th floor. Fang Zhou took out the key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock of the glass door. With a click, the door opened. This is a large office building of more than 500 square meters, decorated in a magnificent and high-end style. The hall was bright and clean, with spacious, concave-shaped desks neatly arranged. The ceiling had a nebula-like hollow design, with irregular spotlights hanging from it. There were also pots of trimmed spherical plants along the wall.
Company Environment Reference Map. Formally introduce, this is my company.
It's a total of 532 square meters, with an office lobby, 8 offices, a conference room, a tea room, and a lounge.
I've already bought this place. This will be our base from now on. Fang Zhou took out a sales contract from his bag and showed it to the two of them. Su Luo looked surprised and suddenly felt a little autistic. They are both freshmen, why is there such a big difference? We are still studying to earn a living, but you are selling games and starting a company. Can we still have fun together? Sixth brother. What's wrong?
Su Luo raised his hand, opened his dry lips, and suddenly said in a deflated tone, "Forget it, I won't say anymore."
I'm numb. Fang Zhou laughed helplessly. At this moment, Su Luo seemed to think of something and joked.
I heard from someone while working part-time that the office space in Rongguang building isn't for sale. And this is in the city center, where land is extremely expensive.
How did you buy it, Lao Lu? Was there some kind of PY deal?
Little Potato's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and her eyes reflected a dangerous signal.
There is murderous intent. Fang Zhou's body trembled instantly, and he quickly explained. Of course not. It's actually a half-buy, half-giveaway deal.
Mr. Nye, you're wrong. The kind-hearted Mr. Nye needed me to be affiliated with the Rongguan group, so he made an exception and sold it to me.
I just happened to pick up a ready-made product.
The desks, chairs, computers, and servers inside are all brand new.
They were all bought not long ago. Little Potato raised his little head and said jealously, why do you want to be affiliated with Rongguan Group? Well, you can think of it as a collaboration. I want the money, she wants the fame, and we each get what we need. There is one thing Fang Zhou didn't mention, and that is to gather people together to beat up your Lao Deng. Sixth brother, what is the pie you are talking about? Su Luo couldn't help but feel excited, as Fang Zhou had just promised him.
Seeing this, Fang Zhou stopped hiding and told everyone about the Yuan Fudeo project.
After hearing what Fang Zhou said, Little Potato looked very cute, almost like an idiot.
Su Luo was even more stunned, his face slightly stiff, his autism level plus 10,086.
Currently, Yuan Fudeo has only developed 2 sections, online learning and homework tutoring.
Next, we will invite college students to join the platform, fill in the teaching resources, and then promote it to parents.
Since this is publicity, we naturally need a role model or a spokesperson. At this point, Fang Zhou suddenly pointed at Su Luo and said, so, boss, would you like to be our company's first employee and spokesperson?
Su Luo's heart suddenly skipped a beat, his blood boiling in his body, and he was just about to speak.
Little Potato on the side was unhappy, and said with a bitter face, what about me? I also want to be the first employee. Fang Zhou reached out and knocked on her head, stop making trouble, what do you have to do here? Little Potato's pretty face suddenly fell. You're the boss's wife, don't get involved in your employees' affairs. The Little Potato was instantly revived, with a bright and cheerful face, and giggled like a little rooster. She looks like a sunny doll that can change its face. I really want to bully her. Sixth brother, spokesperson. Can I?
Su Luo pointed at himself, somewhat unsure of himself.
Of course, being the spokesperson for Yuan Fudeo, suitability is more important than fame. Fang Zhou's extremely firm tone gave Su Luo more confidence. After a long pause, Su Luo gritted his teeth and said solemnly, okay? I'll be the spokesperson. I won't let you down, I definitely won't. Good. The two hit it off immediately. Then, Fang Zhou waved his hand and said, let's go. Register for a business license.
Fang Zhou walked into his office, picked up the registration materials and related procedures prepared for him by his kind aunt, and took the two of them straight to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Because it is a college student entrepreneurship project and has a public welfare nature, Fang Zhou applied for a special green channel. Then I spent money to find an experienced person to help me with the whole process. He only needed to fill in the information. Where is the company's registered address? Room 101, 10th floor, Rongguang Building, number 008 Zhongshan Avenue. Who is the legal representative? Fang Zhou, the Fang and Fang Yuan, the Zhou and Zhou. What is the company's registered name? Hearing this, Fang Zhou raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a faint smile, Formula Technology Company, Limited.
Equation. Feng, Shen, sure. A pair for life. Time passed quickly and the certificate application process went unexpectedly smoothly.
Fang Zhou had previously seen someone complain online about how difficult and troublesome it was to obtain a business license.
But the fact is that as long as you are willing to spend money, 90% of the problems are not problems. In the evening, the sun sets. When Fong Zhou walked out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he had an extra business license in his hand. Formula Technology Company is officially established. Chapter 74, The Boiling Part-Time University Student Group. That night, at 7 o'clock. After getting the license, the three of them had dinner together. Then Fong Zhou continued to walk Little Potato, and Su Luo took a taxi back to the dormitory. Jinling University, men's dormitory. With a squeak, Su Luo pushed the door and walked into the dormitory. He was in a daze and sat down on the stool with his head buzzing. He took a deep breath, unzipped his school bag, and saw 5 neatly stacked $100 bills inside. A full 50,000 yuan. Su Luo had never seen so much money in his life. His mother worked hard from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, but her income was only a little over 10,000 yuan. These 50,000 yuan were almost his family's income for 4 years, but now he earned that much money in just one day. After thinking about it, Su Luo nervously went to the campus ATM and deposited the money into his bank card. He only left 1,000 yuan for himself for living expenses and transferred the remaining 49,000 yuan into his mother's account. As soon as the money was transferred, my mother called me. As soon as the call was connected, Su's mother's urgent voice came from the other end. Luor, why did you transfer so much money to me just now? Where did you get so much money? If you need money, just tell mom. You still have a long way to go in life, so don't take any wrong paths. In the minds of many older parents, suddenly becoming rich and going astray are linked. Seeing this, Su Luo took a deep breath and patiently explained, "Don't worry, Mom, this is what I earned myself, it's clean." Su's mother was still worried, but because of her trust in her son, her tone was no longer anxious. Luor, tell me, what did you do to earn so much money? Nothing much. My college roommate created a website that allows many students like me to make money part-time. This 50,000 yuan is his endorsement fee to me. Endorsement fee? Suma obviously didn't understand this unfamiliar word. Immediately, Su Luo recounted everything that happened today. After listening to this, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and suddenly a long sigh came out. Luor, our family is poor. If you can succeed, it will be worth it for your mother to work hard. It's a great thing that students from struggling families can earn money. You didn't do anything, but your roommate just gave you the money. That means he trusts you. You can't let him down. Don't worry, Mom, I know what's going on. Su Luo replied solemnly. After chatting with his mother for a while, Su Luo hung up the phone reluctantly. But he couldn't calm down the restlessness in his heart. Su Luo is a person with a very strong sense of self-esteem. After several roommates learned about his family situation, they found ways to bring him food and gifts. But in Su Luo's opinion, he would rather starve than accept this disguised charity, so he either refused or gritted his teeth and bought it. Gradually, the roommates knew Su Luo's personality and stopped doing that. But now, Fong Zhou gave him a fishing rod, which not only allowed him to support himself, but also made his parents' lives better. A gentleman will die for his friend, but Su Luo's strong character and self-esteem did not allow him to accept all this with peace of mind. This is obviously not something that some fairies in later generations who believe that accepting a gift does not equal agreeing can understand. No, I have to do something for Lao Lu, otherwise I won't be able to take this money. Su Luo clenched his fists tightly, his heart unable to calm down. As he was thinking, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Lao Lu seems to have said that Yuan Fudeo is about to open its website and now needs college students to join and promote it to parents. I can't do anything about the parents, but as for the college students... Su Luo's eyes lit up and he took out his cell phone and opened the Jinling University part-time job group. This QQ group of 2,000 people is full of college students from Jinling University. They all come from poor families and have come out to work and study early. Su Luo is also a member of the group and an administrator. At this moment, the group messages were swiping the screen like crazy. Brothers and sisters, are there any good part-time jobs recently? Please recommend, I can charge you a commission. Same thing. Tutoring is driving me crazy. I'm paid 30 yuan for 3 hours a day, and the group leader still charges me 5 yuan for free. Everyone is right. I was charged 7 yuan, and my heart is bleeding. The group leader is really evil. He does nothing but collect the head fee. Hey! What else can I do?
The part-time job resources are in other people's hands.
If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Be content.
We are Jinling University after all.
We are still welcome to tutor. It's even harder for students from other universities.
Due to the impact of the economic crisis, the economy has been in a downturn in the past 2 years, which has not only made life difficult for office workers but also for part-time students. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat for unknown reasons, and he suddenly understood the significance of Lao Lu's project Yuan Fudeo. After thinking for a while, he organized his words and typed slowly.
Brothers and sisters, I have a new job here. It pays well, the work is minimal, and you don't have to leave school. Does anyone want to try it? Su Luo is one of the group managers.
Because he was the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination and has solid academic performance, he often answers questions and solves problems for many part-time group members in the group. Therefore, many people know him and have a good relationship with him in the group. Seeing that it was him who made the comment, many group members responded.
Is it true or not? Tell me.
I still trust old Su's character.
You have to trust him.
It was old Su who found the job of attracting new users for Angry Birds.
I really miss him when I think about it.
Yes, I earned several months' worth of money in those few days, but it was too short. One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples, and in a short while, the number of group messages reached 99 plus.
Su Luo let the bullet fly for a while, then slowly typed.
Of course it's true.
I have a job in online education. I can earn money just by helping children with their homework.
By subject and grade level, each question is worth about 1.55 points.
High school questions are greater than junior high school questions and are greater than elementary school questions.
Physics and chemistry are greater than mathematics and are greater than Chinese and English.
If you are interested, you can contact me.
Upon hearing this, the part-time job group instantly became excited.
How much can I earn by tutoring for one question? If I do 100 questions a day, wouldn't that be several hundred yuan?
Yes. In addition, if you are the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination, as long as you provide supporting documents, you will receive a 5,000 yuan red envelope upon registration. If you are the top scorer in the province, you will receive a 30,000 yuan cash red envelope directly.
Su Luo's words made many students excited. There is no way.
The part-time jobs out there are too shady, and college students have suffered for a long time.
However, some people are skeptical and question. This is so fake.
You get paid just for joining us, and you get paid for tutoring.
Is this a pie in the sky? I was once tricked into using Taobao to place fake orders.
I didn't make a penny, but ended up paying a 200 yuan membership fee. Last week, I wanted to change my part-time job, so I paid the group leader 100 yuan for membership. But right after I transferred the money, he deleted me.
These questioning voices gradually calmed down many students who were originally excited. There are too many scams on the internet these days, and many people in the group have been cheated.
The students in the group already come from poor families, otherwise they wouldn't come out to work part-time. Being cheated out of 100 yuan is nothing for ordinary students, but for them, it means going without food for several days, so they have to be cautious. Seeing this, Su Luo simply confessed.
I'll be honest. This website was created by my roommate Fang Zhou. I think you still remember him, right? When Fang Zhou's name was heard, a lot of diving monsters suddenly appeared in the group. Everyone still remembers the part-time job of attracting new members to Crazy Birds.
Countless group members benefited from it and had a good time for a while.
Unfortunately, it's too short.
In just a few days, this part-time job ended. After working part-time in the group for so long, no one has ever seen such a rich sponsor who makes a lot of money and has little trouble. When Su Luo mentioned Fang Zhou's name, the voices of doubt in the group immediately decreased by half.
Coupled with his good popularity, the whole thing has a bit more credibility.
So Su Luo struck while the iron was hot and immediately typed.
Fang Zhou has already registered the company today. I went with him. The company's address is at Rongwan Group. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. And pictures speak louder than words.
As he spoke, Su Luo sent all the photos he took at the company today, as well as the photos taken at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, to the group. Looking at the high-end office lobby and the bright red sign of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the group suddenly fell silent. Old Su is from the same hometown as me, I trust his character, add me in.
I'll go too. It doesn't cost any money, so there's nothing to lose by trying. Go together +1. Go together +2. Go together +3. Add me in too. I'll be eating out from this rich dog for the rest of my life, ha ha. Someone started it and it soon triggered a herd effect. In addition, with the success of Angry Birds, many people followed suit. After all, it doesn't cost any money, so just believe it a little. What if? Su Luo smiled knowingly, muted the group, and then typed on the public screen. If you want to do it, meet me downstairs at the boys' dormitory tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. I'll register you. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. Today is the first day of the new semester. Fong Zhou rubbed his eyes and woke up from the big bed in Hanting Hotel. Yesterday, I took Little Potato out for a walk too late, and when I came back, the dormitory was closed. Then the two of us followed the old routine and went to the hotel. When I woke up, Little Potato had classes in the morning and had already left a message. Fong Zhou rubbed his eyes, stood up and returned to the boys' dormitory. As a result, I just arrived at the boys' dormitory. I saw a large crowd of people standing downstairs, both men and women, lined up in a row, surrounding the dormitory building. In the middle of the crowd, Su Luo set up a small table and was carefully recording something. At this moment, Su Luo looked up and saw Fong Zhou. He was immediately surprised and said, "Fong Zhou, you're back." The sound waves rolled and radiated in all directions. Upon hearing this, everyone looked over in unison, their eyes shining. Fong Zhou, who didn't know the truth, felt his back tighten. It's over, come at me. Chapter 75, Propaganda Offensive. The boss summoned. Everyone, make way. Make way. Su Luo shouted loudly and pulled Fong Zhou to the center of the crowd. Fong Zhou was confused. "Boss, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Su Luo laughed dryly, scratched his head and replied. "Didn't you say Yuan Fudeo needed university students to join? I was thinking about promoting it for you last night, but things got a little out of control. Many people have classes this morning and can't come. I've counted for you, and there are probably more than 1,800 people who want to work part-time at Yuan Fudeo." Su Luo briefly recounted what had happened. After hearing this, Fong Zhou looked incredulous, as if in a dream. More than 1,800 people, and I haven't even started the promotion yet, but the basic base has been established? When did it become so easy to attract new customers? At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted. "Fong Zhou, I'm the top scorer in the Linen City College entrance exam." Old Su said that the top scorer will receive a 5,000 yuan red envelope immediately upon signing up. Is that true? Many students at the scene looked over with eager eyes. Everyone gathered here early in the morning just to get accurate information from Fong Zhou. Fong Zhou pulled the table to the center and stood on it so that everyone could see him. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "It's all true. The city's top student will receive a 5,000 yuan bonus envelope, and the provincial top student will receive a 30,000 yuan cash bonus envelope. Su Luo is now our #1 employee at Formula, and everything he says is true." Fong Zhou gave an affirmative answer. "So, can I really get paid for tutoring primary school students with their homework on your website?" Someone else shouted. Upon hearing this, the students present became excited. After all, top scorers are a minority, and most of the people present are ordinary students. Making money part-time is what everyone cares about most. Fong Zhou patted his chest vigorously and promised seriously. On March 10th, that is, 10 days later, the Yuan Fudeo website will be officially launched. I'm putting this out there today. After Yuan Fudeo opens, if you encounter any delays in salary payments, tuition fees being held back, or unreasonable commissions, come directly to me. As long as you take orders and do the questions seriously, if you can't earn more than 5 times what you are earning now, just come to me directly. We all go to the same school. My dorm is right here. Feel free to come over if you have any questions. The tone is sonorous and powerful, and every word carries weight. Perhaps he was infected by Fong Zhou's firm words. Everyone got the answer they wanted and cheered. Many students excitedly took out their mobile phones and subconsciously wanted to download and register. Are you Dor? Fong Zhou said the website hasn't been opened yet, you can't find it now. Ha? Okay. I hope he can open the site soon. I don't have much living expenses this month. A full meal is worse than a full one. As long as the website is online, we won't have to be exploited by the black group leaders anymore. I just hope it's not just a lot of noise but little action. Yeah, get online quickly.
For the next half hour, Fong Zhou stood on the table and answered questions for these college students. My mouth was dry and my throat was almost on fire from shouting. Fortunately, after his solemn assurances and the presentation of various solid evidences, these college students finally put their minds at ease.
Everyone is looking forward to it, waiting for the opening of Yuan Fudeo on March 10th. After returning to the dormitory, Fong Zhou gulped down several gulps of mineral water. The pain in my throat finally eased a lot. Su Luo placed a thick notebook in front of Fong Zhou, which was full of the information he had recorded before. Sixth brother, take a look at this. Fong Zhou took a quick glance and saw that it was densely packed with every student's college entrance examination scores, rankings, and scores in every subject.
Boss, why are you remembering this?
Fong Zhou couldn't help but wonder. Of course it's for grading.
Grading? Seeing Fong Zhou's puzzled expression, Su Luo slowly explained. I put myself in their shoes last night and thought about it. If I were a parent, I would definitely want the top scorer in the college entrance examination to help my child with homework. But there are only so many top scorers, and everyone wants the top scorer in the city, so there simply aren't enough spots. So, I thought of grading all part-time students. The highest level is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, the second level is the perfect scorer in a single subject, the third level is the elite student, and the fourth level is the outstanding student. Having said that, Su Luo paused slightly and looked at Fong Zhou sincerely. Sixth brother, can I make a small suggestion? Fong Zhou listened attentively. You go ahead. I just feel that it would be better to have different prices for questions for students of different levels. The top scorer in the college entrance examination has the highest price per unit, followed by the one who scored full marks in a single subject, and so on. Using price as a threshold not only screens out those who really need it, but also allows students from less well-off families to earn more, and even some less outstanding students can make money.
Su Luo expressed his thoughts.
In fact, the truth is very simple.
Absolute fairness is absolute unfairness. It's like making an appointment at the hospital.
If the price for a specialist appointment is the same as a regular appointment, everyone will make an appointment with a specialist. Even if it is just a common fever or cold, people will make an appointment with a specialist.
Everyone wants a better doctor to treat them.
As a result, patients who really need the service are unable to get an appointment. If an expert appointment costs 100 yuan, a director appointment costs 20 yuan, and an ordinary appointment costs 10 yuan, patients will make different appointments based on the severity of their illness. In this way, the expert appointments can be reserved for those who really need them, while the director's appointments and ordinary appointments can also have patients. By the same token, from the perspective of society as a whole, price is sometimes a screening threshold.
Hearing this, Fong Zhou looked at Su Luo in disbelief. What Su Luo said almost coincided with his, but Fong Zhou thought of the dynamic scoring mechanism.
But
Fong Zhou relied on memories of later generations, while Su Luo relied entirely on his own analysis. Boss, your number one employee is so awesome. Fong Zhou said happily.
Su Luo scratched his head awkwardly. It was the first time Fong Zhou praised him like this, and he suddenly felt a little shy.
Fong Zhou didn't care. The head of my dorm is something.
There will be a chance to train him well in the future. Maybe he will become a general in Fangzhou in the future.
The next few days, Fong Zhou contacted his kind aunt and launched a thorough publicity plan to promote Yuan Fudeo. The first step is leaflet promotion.
On campus, flyers were distributed to students at Jinling University to attract more students to join Yuan Fudeo.
Outside of school, we distribute flyers to parents with children to let more parents know about the existence of Yuan Fudeo. The second is to promote and attract new customers. Fangzhou has also specially launched a pre-registration mechanism for this purpose.
Every time you invite one person to pre-register, the fee is 10 yuan. Fangzhou contacted several local marketing companies and carried out a barrage of publicity campaigns at the entrances of various residential communities.
The last one is the ultimate trick. If you are the one, please don't disturb.
This is due to Fangzhou's special status in Lichi Terrace and his relationship with Ma Ruoyu.
The "if you are the one" advertising space, which is highly sought after and priced by others, is just Fangzhou's own backyard. Because it was Fangzhou's first time speaking, the director of Lizzie TV simply waved his hand and directly approved the host's voice-over advertising space for Yuan Fudeo at a friendly price of 1 yuan. This is the benefit of having media connections. But Fangzhou knew that this kind of favor would become less valuable each time it was used.
But he doesn't care. There are still a lot of reform directions for if you are the one, such as city special shows, professional special shows, overseas special shows, festival special shows, gender exchange, etc. Besides, he has many variety show ideas in his mind, such as The Brain, Masked Singer, and One Step to the End. He will definitely make Lizitai unable to do without him and unable to stop being obsessed with him. Once Ma Ruwayu is pushed to the position of director of Lychee TV, it will truly become his own backyard. As the publicity campaign spread,
Yuan Fudeo's name gradually became widely known in Jinling City. More and more parents and students know that there is an online education website called Yuan Fudeo. In the past few days, in order to prepare for the opening day of Yuan Fudeo, Fang Zhou has been extremely busy. I have to be busy with publicity, testing website functions, and recruiting employees. I am busy from morning to night almost every day and feel physically drained. Even Little Potato complained weekly that Fang Zhou hadn't taken her out for a walk these days. Her tone was sour, like a resentful little lemon spirit. Finally, the time came to March 9th. The day before Yuan Fudeo launched its website, everything was ready, just waiting to be launched. Room 530, men's dormitory. After being busy for so many days, Fang Zhou finally had some free time. But when Fang Zhou saw the date on the computer, he was shocked. Fuck Friday. Why do you even fuck Friday? Are you Robinson Crusoe? Zhao Bingbing, the car king in the dormitory, gave him a look that said you understand. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open. The fat and kind-hearted counselor Wang Jiangwo walked in with a big belly. Seeing this, Fang Zhou and Zhao Bingbing asked in unison, "Instructor, why are you here?" Wang Jiangwo passed Zhao Bingbing and went straight to Fang Zhou's bed. He knocked on the bed frame with a serious expression. "Fang Zhou, the principal wants to see you." Fang Zhou's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Jinling University is a long-established 985 university and one of the C9 Alliance universities. The administrative level of the president of Jinling University is genuinely vice-ministerial level really. Fang Zhou was feeling nervous as he followed the instructor out of the dormitory and into the principal's office. Chapter 76 National University Student Entrepreneurship Project. Let us go back to last night. Iha Avenue, Zijin South Garden. What's 35 minus 8? 5 minus 8 isn't enough, so I borrow one digit forward, which is 15 minus 8, which equals 7. So the answer is 27. But Grandpa, what if the front one doesn't lend it? No. 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 Zhao Ruijin felt like he was almost unable to breathe, and his blood pressure suddenly soared. Seeing this, his wife Li Shanglan immediately patted his back gently and whispered to him. Calm down, calm down. I asked you to help Daodu with her homework, why are you so angry with her? You're the president of Jinling University, after all. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruijin's blood pressure, which had dropped, instantly rose again. Can you blame me for this? I said 5 minus 8 wasn't enough and I needed to borrow one from the next one. She asked what to do if she didn't want to borrow from the one in front of me? Li Shanglan knew her husband's temper, so she tried to smooth things over. Okay, I don't blame you. What else can I do? Just leave it alone. Come and watch TV. If you are the one is about to start. As she spoke, Li Shanglan turned on the TV with ease and pulled Zhao Ruijin to sit on the sofa. Older people have almost no immunity to this kind of blind date show that talks about family matters. On the sofa, Zhao Ruijin ate freshly washed grapes and sighed. As the saying goes, every family has its own problems. If you want to know what the most difficult thing in his family is, it is his little granddaughter. As the president of Jinling University, academician of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, university professor, and doctoral supervisor, Zhao Ruijin is a big shot in the education system of Bulk Province. Under normal circumstances, university presidents are generally at the bureau or department level, with the exception of some special university presidents, such as Peking University, Tsinghua University, Jinling University, Shanghai University, etc. Zhao Ruijin is one of those few people, and is a true vice-ministerial level official. His son and daughter-in-law are engaged in rocket research and development, and they are often away from home. Therefore, his only granddaughter was raised by him and taken care of by the old couple. Fortunately, there is a nanny and driver at home, so the old couple does not have to worry about the daily life of their children. The only thing that bothers me is the children's homework. Zhao Ruijin himself is a top student, and his son was also a top student when he was young. But when it comes to my granddaughter, things suddenly turn into the opposite, and it really proves the saying,
Two worms push out spring stupid. It was only then that he realized that the videos online about tutoring children with homework, which ultimately made parents angry and frustrated, were not made up. Zhao Ruijin once suspected that his granddaughter had super female syndrome, otherwise why would his blood pressure soar when he helped her with homework every night? At this moment, the sound of a program starting came from the TV.
Hello everyone, welcome to Watch If You Are the One every Saturday night. I'm the host, Meng Fei. Now, please welcome the 24 female guests. With passionate background music, 24 female guests of all shapes and sizes appeared on stage. Then the male guests came on stage one after another. After 30 minutes, the show came to an end and entered the advertising segment.
At this time, the host Meng Fei read out clearly.
If your child is not doing well in school, go to Yuanfudeo. If you want top-notch tutoring, go to Yuanfudeo. The nation's first online education website, Yuanfudeo, reminds you that there will be more excitement after the commercial.
Hearing this, Zhao Ruijin was suddenly stunned. As a big shot in the education system, he is naturally more sensitive to things in his field.
Online education website? Xuan Yuan Tutoring? Yuanfudeo? Hearing her husband's murmur, Li Shanglan suddenly said,
"This website seems to be quite popular these days."
And Wang received a flyer when she went to pick up Dao from school.
Zhao Ruijin did not listen to his wife. Because he had some impression of this thing, he seemed to have seen it before at Jinling University. After thinking for a while, Zhao Ruijin went to the study, turned on the computer and searched the internet.
Top scorer tutoring, online tutoring for the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Liberate parents, achieve children's success, and don't let homework become a barrier between you and your children. More than 2,000 poor students have already pre-registered? Wait, this is really something our Jinling University came up with?
Yuanfudeo's publicity is everywhere, and related news can be found with just a search. But when Zhao Ruijin saw that more than 2,000 students from poor families were working part-time at Yuanfudeo, his eyes suddenly lit up. With the economic downturn in the past 2 years, the situation of many low-income families has become more severe, and the number of poor college students has reached a historical high. At last year's year-end meeting, Kyoto directly issued a document, confirming that the focus of next year's work would be poverty alleviation and people's protection. Within the education system, closely linked to the work focus of poverty alleviation and protecting the people is the issue of poor students in major universities. Whoever can solve this problem well will receive more education funding next year. You know, even among the old 985 universities there is competition, and that is education funding. The annual educational budget of Peking University and Tsinghua University is 36.211 billion yuan.
Zhejiang University is 26.103 billion yuan. The Shanghai University is 20.42 billion yuan.
Jinling University, also a well-established 985 university and the sixth largest university in the country, has an annual budget of only 9.3 billion yuan, ranking 21st. The years may differ, but this data is not made up. If this problem can be solved well and beautifully, then next year's education funding will definitely receive strong support from Kyoto. Thinking of this, Zhao Ruijin's heart skipped a beat. He no longer hesitated and immediately called the director of the School of Information Engineering. 10 minutes later, the dean called the department head. 10 minutes later, the department head called the counselor. Time goes back to the present. The solemn and dignified Academic Affairs Building. Fang Zhou followed the counselor closely, took the elevator straight to the top floor, and came to the principal's office. Boom boom boom. Wang Jiangwo knocked on the office door. After hearing the sound of come in from inside, he pushed open the 2-meter-high door. In an instant, an office full of government style came into view. Seeing the visitor, Zhao Ruijin put down his work, stood up and walked to the sofa in the reception area, and said warmly, Come and sit down." There was a sense of friendliness on his face, without the distant feeling that I had imagined a big boss would have. Soon, the three of them sat opposite each other on the sofa. Wang Jiangwo pointed at Fang Zhou and introduced him, "Principal, this student is Fang Zhou." Zhao Ruijin pretended to be dazed. "Fang Zhou, right? I remember you. You were the only student in the class of 2009 who rejected the admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University. You're quite courageous." Being praised inexplicably, Fang Zhou nodded slightly with some restraint. For a moment, I didn't understand why the other party was looking for me. Then, Zhao Ruijin started chatting with Fang Zhou again. Counselor Wang Jiangwo chimed in, and the two of them chatted about all sorts of things, leaving Fang Zhou completely confused. However, in his previous life, when Fang Zhou was a social animal, he helped the system with website operation and maintenance and had dealings with the authorities. Therefore, I understand that this is just a starting point, and the real key content has not yet come out. Sure enough, after chatting for a while, the topic naturally turned to Fang Zhou's entrepreneurial project.
Student Fang Zhou, the Yuan Fudeo project is very meaningful.
Our school has always been supportive of college students' entrepreneurship. Principal Zhao Ruijin said slowly.
Support? Do you want to give money? Fang Zhou was a little unsure. Principal, we are not short of money for the time being. No, you are missing. Zhao Ruijin smiled solemnly, took out 3 documents and handed them to Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou looked down and saw that there were 3 applications for employment subsidies for college students.
One at the school level, one at the provincial level, and one at the national level. The total subsidy for the 3 is nearly 300,000 yuan.
The point is not 300,000, the point is the maximum subsidy. Fang Zhou pondered for a moment and soon understood. The answer is simple.
If there were no subsidies for college students' entrepreneurship, Yuan Fudeo would have social attributes and could solve the problems of poor students, but it would have little to do with Jinling University. But with this college student entrepreneurship subsidy, the nature is different.
That is equivalent to putting the label of Jinling University on it. Ultimately, everyone wants something. Fang Zhou wants money, power, and a fist to beat Lao Deng.
The kind aunt is seeking political achievements and official corporate reputation. Zhao Ruijin also wanted to ask for something through Yuan Fudeo, such as educational funding.
To be honest, Fang Zhou didn't mind this.
As a certain founding father once said, the more friends you make and the fewer enemies you have, the easier your journey will be.
Fang Zhou always believes that the more people you gather, the bigger the things you can accomplish.
After realizing this, Fang Zhou immediately changed his words.
Principal, I'm short of money. We're always short of money.
Hearing this, Zhao Ruijin smiled, showing that he was a teachable child.
You are students of Jinling University.
If you have difficulties, the school will naturally support you. In the past 2 years, the country has been encouraging college students to start their own businesses and boost employment. You have set a good example for Jinling teachers and students.
Fang Zhou tacitly filled out the application form for college student entrepreneurship subsidy.
Zhao Ruijin immediately smiled and chatted with Fang Zhou for more than half an hour. Then, under the guidance of the counselor, the two left the academic affairs building. Before going downstairs, Fang Zhou passed by the window in the corridor and looked out at Jinling University bathed in sunshine. He could no longer hold back the smile on his face. At this moment, not only the kind aunt, but even Jinling University was dragged onto his chariot.
Chapter 77 Genshin Impact. Yuan Fudeo is launched. The next day, March 10th. Suitable, getting married, opening a business, and setting up a bed. Taboo, there are no taboos. Today is the day when Yuan Fudeo opens its website.
At noon, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. Formula Technology Company, in the spacious and bright office lobby. The Formula employees who had just joined the company were all staring at the computer screens nervously, with solemn expressions on their faces, like soldiers about to go to the battlefield.
After rounds of interviews and selections, there are currently 32 people employed at Formula One.
Including designers, website operation and maintenance, finance, marketing, administrative logistics, etc. After all, it is a startup company with tight timelines and heavy tasks, and the staffing ratio is not yet perfect, but it is small but has all the necessary facilities. I would like to praise Jack Ma here.
Thanks to launching Alipay in 2004, online payment for Yuan Fudeo has been greatly facilitated.
At the same time, in the bright and clean president's office.
Outside the window, the sun is shining and the sky is blue with white clouds.
Inside the window, it is spacious, bright, simple, and elegant. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window is a 5-meter-long L-shaped desk.
Reference map of Fang Zhou office.
At this moment, Fang Zhou was staring at the computer nervously at his desk. Little Potato dragged a chair over and sat obediently next to Fang Zhou, clenching his little fist slightly and feeling nervous along with Fang Zhou. Today's Little Potato is wearing a white coat on the outside and a burgundy new Chinese cheongsam on the inside. She has a pink makeup and a cute bun. The little hair on the bun is tied with a red tassel string, making her look like a little lucky doll. As soon as she entered the door, Little Potato took off her outer coat, revealing the burgundy cheongsam underneath. She was rubbing her hands because she was cold.
Aren't you cold? Fang Zhou asked with concern.
Although it is March now and spring has arrived, the late spring cold in Jinling is still quite severe. Little Potato rubbed his arms. Of course it's cold. Then put on your coat quickly and don't catch a cold. No, wear a cheongsam, this is called a victory.
Fang Zhou was a little dazed for a moment.
The last time someone wore a cheongsam for him was during the college entrance examination last year. His mother wore a cheongsam to send him to the examination hall. This time, it was Little Potato who dressed him in a cheongsam and sent him to the battlefield of business.
Fang Zhou smiled knowingly and tapped Potato's head. You're quite superstitious. Don't keep knocking, or you'll become stupid.
Little Potato puffed up his cheeks and said unhappily. He spoke in a rather fierce tone and looked not very smart. It has to be said that cheongsam is worthy of being rated as the clothing that best highlights women's charm. A burgundy cheongsam instantly shows off Little Potato's perfect figure, which looks exquisite and beautiful. A real S-shaped figure. No, that's not rigorous enough.
Others are S, Little Potato is S. Well, this is much more rigorous.
Fang Zhou picked up the remote control and adjusted the indoor air conditioning temperature to 32 degrees.
After a while, Little Potato finally warmed up a bit. He patted his 36D proudly and said calmly, "Don't worry, Bad Silver. I've already found a good backer for you. Everything will go smoothly." Fang Zhou was a little stunned. You know someone with such a background? Who is it?
Little Potato said solemnly, Avalokitesvara. As he spoke, he stuffed the Wenchine career talisman he had obtained from Jiming Temple into Fang Zhou's hand.
Let us just say whether this background is strong or not. Fang Zhou looked at the career talisman in his hand and couldn't help laughing.
His originally nervous mood relaxed a lot.
Also, I bought you a lot of luck charms. They cost a lot of money. I'll get them for you right now.
Little Potato skipped and ran to her own office.
Fang Zhou also reserved an office for Xiao Tudou and the company, right next to his.
Not long after, Little Potato came back with a cardboard box filled with lucky beads, amethysts, 5 emperor's coins, jade cabbage, jade rui, Buddhist beads.
Fang Zhou couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Are you going there to seek treasure, or to buy wholesale?"
Little Potato ran towards Fang Zhou, holding something and staggering. He was about to answer when he heard the words. The result, maybe it was because the 36D became too heavy, and I was carrying things and didn't see the road clearly, so I suddenly stumbled. The Little Potato was wobbling, and the 36D became the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a thud, the Little Potato fell flat on the carpet, and the contents of the cardboard box were scattered all over the floor.
Late lemon.
Fang Zhou was startled and quickly stepped forward to help Little Potato up. Little Potato had a bitter face and looked aggrieved, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. She suddenly raised her fist and angrily pounded her 36D chest, saying angrily, "You're such a burden.
It's all your fault."
Shit, why did you hit it?
Fang Zhou quickly grabbed Little Potato. This will be the child's future canteen. What should I do if it gets damaged?
Little Potato suddenly made a bitter face and asked, Fang Zhou, do you think I've gained weight?
That's impossible. Others would envy you for your figure.
Little Potato looked unconvinced and shook his head like a rattle. I don't care, I'm just fat, I'm going to lose weight starting tomorrow.
Fang Zhou remained silent, coaxing him like a child. Okay, reduce. We'll reduce it tomorrow. Boys, please pay attention.
When a girl says she wants to lose weight, just listen to her and don't take it seriously. As a girl, I want to lose weight, as a boy, I can't get in.
Just substitute the equivalent and you will understand.
Soon, Little Potato hung all the 5 emperor's coins, lucky beads, jade gourd, citron, Wenchang career talisman that she had obtained on Fang Zhou.
Wow!
Even the god of wealth would call me an expert if he saw what I'm wearing. Fang Zhou felt that he had never been so adorned with jewels in his life. But after all, it was Little Potato's good intention, so he let her do what she wanted. It feels like an old father allowing his little girl to stick a Barbie doll on her body.
After a brief interlude, it was less than 3 minutes before Yuanfudeo opened its website. At the same time,
on the top floor of Rongguan building, Nya Yorong sat in his office, staring at the computer nervously, sipping the black tea in the cup. In Zijin South Garden, Zhao Ruijin was in his study at home, also staring at the computer. In the men's dormitory of Jinling University, Su Luo borrowed Zhao Bingbing's computer and stared at the screen intently. At Jinling Sports University, on the plastic playground, Pang Bo kept refreshing the web pages on his phone during breaks in training.
In an office in the Lazitai headquarters building, Ma Ruoyu was also feeling nervous and was refreshing the web page in his spare time.
In addition, there are thousands of famous students from Jinling University who are waiting for Yuan Fudeo to open its website, either in their dormitories, in internet cafes, or browsing the web on their mobile phones.
At the same time, in countless communities in Jinling City, thousands of parents were also waiting.
Today happens to be Saturday, parents have a day off, children have to do their weekend homework, and college students don't have classes, so they have time to work part-time online.
Tick, tick, tick.
As the second hand turns round and round, the time for Yuan Fudeo to open its website is getting closer and closer.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The moment when the second hand, minute hand and hour hand coincide at 12 o'clock.
Yuan Fudeo is launched. Chapter 78, Multiple Solutions to One Question. Ant is unpredictable.
It was at the moment when Yuan Fudeo was launched.
Thousands of parents in Jinling City instantly flocked to the website.
At the same time, in Linha Community, Room 602, Unit 3, Building 18.
Zhou Guowo also clicked on the website as soon as possible. The web page immediately pops up options: I am a parent, or I am a teacher. Zhou Guowo thought about it and clicked or. No response. So he clicked on, I am a parent.
Previously, a local sales company came to their community to promote Yuan Fudeo, but Zhou Guowo didn't take it seriously at first. Later, he saw the advertisement of Yuan Fudeo on If You Are the One, and then he paid attention to this website. If You Are the One is now at its peak, and being able to advertise on it also indirectly reflects the brand strength of Yuan Fudeo. Yuan Fudeo's slogan, top scorers in the college entrance examination, online tutoring, hit Zhou Guowo's soft spot.
Xiao Jun, Dad has suffered in his life because of his lack of education.
Otherwise, he would have been transferred to the head office and enjoyed a leisurely life.
So you must study hard, okay?
Zhou Guowo patted his son Zhou Xiaojun on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. My son Zhou Xiaojun is in the second grade of junior high school this year and will take the high school entrance examination next year. But the high school entrance exam in Bulk Province is notoriously difficult throughout the country. People from other places may not be aware that there is a strange phenomenon in the province. The admission rate for the junior high school entrance examination is 49%, while the undergraduate admission rate is 59%. In other words, in a bulky province, it is harder to get into high school than to get into college.
If you fail the college entrance examination, you can still repeat it. If you fail the high school entrance examination, the exam will determine your whole life. Therefore, Zhou Guowo was in trouble. He has little education and cannot tutor children, and his job is sales. He had found a tutor before, but the quality of tutors was not very reliable, the fees were very expensive, and it was not convenient. The tutor only comes twice a week, but what the child needs is a teacher who can answer questions anytime and anywhere. So when Zhou Guowo learned about Yuan Fudeo, he decided to give it a try. Soon, the computer page refreshed and entered the homepage of the Yuan Fudeo website. The homepage is divided into different sections based on subject, teacher rating, question price, etc. And in the middle is the website's main promotion, famous teachers online. Above are the online teachers, each with a certification badge for real name authentication. Zhou Hua took a quick glance and found that the top of the list was a part-time teacher named Su Luo. Name, Su Luo. School, Jinling University. Score, college entrance examination score 631. Good at mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Note, 2009 Luzhou City Science Champion. The top scorer in the college entrance examination in Luzhou City? Zhou Guowo was immediately attracted and quickly clicked on the online tutoring. Teacher Su is actively answering questions. There are 126 students in line ahead of you. Damn! So many people? Zhou Guowo couldn't help but swear, but he was not surprised. There's no way, I'm used to it. The degree of internal circulation in the education system in bulk provinces, those who understand will understand. At this moment, a dialog box suddenly popped up on the page. Dear students, come and create your student portrait. It is followed by attribute parameters such as grade, subject, requirements, scores in each subject, and class hours. Zhou Guowo thought about it and filled out all the forms patiently. My son Zhou Xiaojun is doing well in other subjects and ranks above average in the class, but he has always lagged behind in mathematics.
Last year, he only scored 62 points in mathematics in the final exam. If I can improve my math scores, I'll have a good chance of getting into a key high school in next year's high school entrance exam.
After filling in, press Enter to confirm. Student portrait is being generated. The portrait has been generated. Xiao Yuan has recommended the most suitable teacher for you. Go and take a look. The page suddenly refreshed, and then some new options appeared. Zhou Guowo looked at them one by one, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Name, Li He. School, Jinling University. Score, college entrance examination score 581. Good at mathematics. Note, 2009 Gansu Ningxia City College Entrance Examination Mathematics full score. Full marks in math?
Zhou Guowo was overjoyed. My son's weak point now is mathematics, and as a result, the website immediately recommended him a top student who scored full marks in mathematics. Although the top scorer in the college entrance examination was good, there were too many people and the price per question was high. This top student who scored full marks in a single subject is obviously more suitable for Zhou Xiaojun than the previous top student, both in terms of price and number of people.
This website is quite interesting.
It can automatically match different teachers based on the student's situation. After thinking about it, Zhou Guowo clicked on Li He's online tutoring.
Soon, a dialog box popped up. Please take a photo of the question you want to enter and upload it to the teacher.
Seeing this, Zhou Guowo suddenly laughed and patted Zhou Xijuan's arm.
Xiaojun, go get your last test paper and take a picture of the last, most important question. Zhou Guowo intended to make things difficult for the other party.
If he can't even pass a test of this level, then he has to reconsider the value of the teachers on this website.
Soon, Zhou Xiaojun went to the room to get the test paper.
Zhou Guowo immediately used his computer's external camera to take a photo and upload it. Ding, the teacher has received your question, please wait a moment. After a while, a message came from the other side, slowly explaining.
Hello, this question examines the existence of a problem in geometry. The first two questions are basic algebra problems. The solution process is as follows.
The key point is the third question, which is the focus of this question and accounts for at least 60% of the score.
This question is about the existence of an isosceles right triangle.
We can use the properties and judgments of isosceles right triangles to solve it.
Here, the teacher provides you with some different ideas for solving the problem. Here are 5 solutions. See which one you like.
Method 1, using the definition of an isosceles right triangle, PC equals PB, CPB 90, let Px, Y. Method 2, using the 3 lines of an isosceles right triangle that converge and the hypotenuse median being equal to half the hypotenuse, since point E2, 1 has the line BC with the expression y equals 1 2x plus 2, the slope of P is 2, and P equals half of BC.
The equation is.
Method 3, construct one line and 3 perpendiculars with P as the right angle vertex. Method 4, construct one line and 3 perpendiculars with E as the right angle vertex. Method 5, use coordinate definition to find point P, and then find point D from point P.
After solving the problem, the other side sent a warm greeting. Students, have you learned it? If you have any questions, you can ask the teacher.
It's all in vain, it's all in vain. Zhou Guowo scratched his head, a little uncertain for a moment.
I think the questions I asked should be math questions, not art questions. You actually use 5 different ways to write one question?
I'm afraid Kong Yiji couldn't even write 5 different versions of the word Hui Fennel head. A top student who scored full marks in a single subject, as expected, she is unfathomable and unfathomable. After solving the problem, the other party sent me notes on problem-solving ideas.
Students, this question tests the existence of an isosceles right triangle. When we see this special shape of an isosceles right triangle, we first need to think about the properties related to it.
The key to solving the existence problem lies in algebraizing the judgment theorem, that is, first analyzing the movement of the graphics. Then use equations containing unknown variables to express the points and lines, and finally substitute the algebraic expression of the judgment theorem to solve the equation.
Seeing this, Zhou Guowo was immediately overjoyed.
Not only can he provide multiple solutions to one problem, but he can also point out the test points and the solution ideas for similar problems from a high-level perspective.
There is no harm without comparison.
Zhou Guowo thought about the tutors he had found before.
Who could have such a level? We've really found a treasure this time,
Zhou Guowo said excitedly. At this moment, the website popped up a prompt again.
Whether to include this question in personal question bank and personal test point bank. Jogwowa didn't understand what was going on and just nodded yes. Have helped you add the personal question bank. Personal question bank, all the questions you don't know are here.
Review them to learn new things.
Remember to check it often.
Personal test point database. Based on the test points marked by the teacher, this question has been included in the geometric existence problem category.
More similar test points will be included in this category in the future. Remember to review the old and learn the new.
Seeing this scene, Jogwowa's face was filled with even more surprise.
A personal question bank is equivalent to a personal collection of wrong questions. The personal test point database is a collection of all weak test points.
In this way, you can conduct targeted training and also focus on the key points of the test. Over time, you will gradually develop the mindset of solving problems.
There is a saying, if you want to solve a problem, you must first figure out what the teacher wants to test you on.
Only by knowing the test points of the question can you solve the problem in a targeted manner.
This is the so-called academic master thinking. Ding! The teacher has finished answering your questions. Please rate the teacher. You can even give the teacher an evaluation?
Having been engaged in sales for many years, Jogwowa instantly understood the significance of the evaluation mechanism.
This is equivalent to forcing teachers to be responsible for the questions and the students in disguise, and to avoid the situation where some teachers give blind, random, or simple answers in order to make quick money.
Although it was just a simple question, Jogwowa felt a smoothness and surprise in the whole process.
Seeing this, he gave it a 5-star rating without hesitation. Chapter 79, Gorgeous First Day Data. The same scene was played out in countless communities in Jinling City. Thousands of parents flocked to Fudeo with a try-it-out mentality, hoping to test the waters for their own children.
As a result, after the experience, we all coincidentally reproduced the famous scene of Dekongming. I admit that there was an element of gambling in my life.
But, the bet won. The teacher evaluation section of the website has already been overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of parents. Wow! A no-brainer recommendation for 00283 Wangling. Everyone who has used it says it's good.
For English tutoring, please contact Mr. Chen Min. His work number is 01691.
He is the most detailed teacher I have ever seen in explaining English grammar. Math, I blindly selected Mr. Li He, 5 solutions to a math problem.
Solve equations with your bare hands, sculpt parabolas with your hands, and make math problems feel like art problems. After watching the teacher solve the problem on the website, my son said his head itched, as if he was going to grow a brain.
After all, the children who were able to get into Jinling University, aren't they better than those so-called tutors out there?
Jiangnan has been prosperous since ancient times, with countless wealthy families, and many of them are parents willing to pay for their children's education.
All of a sudden, the data in Fudeo's backend began to soar rapidly. Time flies and it is already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Jinling University Men's Dormitory. After a busy day, Su Luo was still working under the lamp to solve problems and tutor the last student. DD. Teacher Su Luo, how should we interpret the last 2 words good night in this Lucen text?
Su Luo read the article slowly, pondered for a moment, and quickly typed. In context, the word evening and good night indicates the time, reminding us of the dark sky, which is a metaphor for the darkness of society at that time. However, under this dark sky, people feel peace, which indirectly reflects people's numbness. The sense of too much at the end of the sentence reflects Lucen's pity for people's numbness and anger at their lack of struggle. Classmates, when we do similar reading comprehension, we must remember to combine the context.
Soon, news came from the other side again. But, Teacher Su, I just don't understand. What should I do?
Su Luo thought about it and realized that Chinese reading comprehension is like this. If there is no solution method, people will often be confused. Once, a writer's article was included in the college entrance examination reading.
Out of curiosity, he did it himself, but he failed. This is the reason. But Su Luo was not worried, he had his own way. After thinking for a while, Su Luo typed a reply. Don't worry. If you don't understand, the teacher can teach you some basic formulas, and you can still score points by following them. Generally speaking, when asked about the beginning of an article, the answers are nothing more than introducing the following text, opening the article to the topic, and arousing the reader's interest. If you're asking about a particular sentence or paragraph in the middle, it's the connection between the previous and next sentences, setting the stage, and driving the story forward.
If you ask about the ending, it should be to sublimate the main point, summarize the previous text, conclude the article, and connect the beginning and the end.
Su Luo talked freely and shared his many years of experience in solving problems.
10 minutes later, he finished tutoring the last student. Su Luo took off his glasses and twisted his aching trigeminal nerve hard. When he saw the "today's question fee" in the background, his heart skipped a beat.
Su Luo has been busy since noon, spending more than 10 hours online and explaining more than 60 questions.
Because he has the bonus of being the top scorer in the college entrance examination and he is good at science subjects with the highest question prices, the average price is about 12 yuan per question. After finishing more than 60 questions, the background shows that the question fee for today is 782.5.
Hiss. Su Luo took a deep breath and felt agitated for a moment.
Before, Fang Zhou was standing on the table downstairs in the dormitory building and told everyone that as long as they worked hard on their homework, they could come to him directly if their monthly income didn't increase fivefold.
At that time, Su Luo thought he was just talking casually. But I didn't expect, it's more than 5 times now.
The money he earned from doing the exercises today was more than what he earned from tutoring in a month.
Su Luo took a deep breath, tried to calm his excitement, closed the laptop and returned it to Zhao Bingbing.
In a few days, he will also be able to buy himself a laptop.
Third brother, I'll return the computer to you. Su Luo shouted.
Although it was already 11:30 in the evening, fortunately, several people in the dormitory were night owls and would not be affected.
Seeing that Zhao Bingbing did not respond, Su Luo walked over curiously with his laptop.
When I got closer, I saw that the curtains on Zhao Bingbing's bed were drawn, and the light from the screen was shining through the gaps in the curtains. The bed was shaking slightly, and Zhao Bingbing's excited voice could be heard occasionally.
Damn! A family craft?
Su Luo smiled secretly in his heart, quietly pulled open a corner of the bed curtain, wanting to give Zhao Bingbing a surprise. Perhaps he was too immersed in his own world. Zhao Bingbing forgot everything and didn't notice that there was a face at the head of the bed.
He watched the video on his phone with excitement.
It's the kind with monotonous characters, boring scenes, simple plots, and mechanical actions.
The heroine is doing the counterpart work.
Afterwards, the male protagonist began to follow the trend. Seeing this, Su Luo suddenly said,
"That's so weird. For this kind of video, why does it require oral sex before entering?"
Zhao Bingbing was frightened immediately, but as the 530 car god, Zhao Bingbing has a very strong psychological quality.
He is like Guangong watching a movie, he remains calm. Even though he was caught, he remained as still as a mountain and said calmly, "Boss, you don't understand this, right? Have you ever sewn clothes?" Su Luo nodded.
His family was not well off, and he used to have to sew his own clothes when they were torn. Seeing this, Zhao Bingbing said mysteriously, "If you've ever sewn clothes, you should know that when the thread can't go through the needle hole, just use your mouth to push it in and then try again, and it will go in.
This is all based on experience." Su Luo suddenly understood. The 530 car god is indeed so terrifying. The next day, at 9 in the morning. The sky is clear and the sun is shining.
Today is the weekend, but all the employees of Formula One are present.
In the office lobby.
The 32 employees all looked serious and were on high alert.
It's like in high school, when every monthly exam ended, students would wait for the teacher to announce the test results.
Seeing this, Fang Zhou and Little Potato looked at each other and said, "Announce it."
Little Potato understood what he meant and immediately handed the printed information to Fang Zhou. Everyone. Yuan Fudeo officially launched at 12 noon yesterday, and as of midnight.
Fang Zhou carefully looked at the eye-catching data on the A4 paper and said in a serious tone,
"A total of 5,326 college students have joined Yuan Fudeo. A total of 358,781 parents have completed registration. Wow!"
As soon as this data came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Many of the employees present were hired by Fang Zhou through headhunters from other companies at high prices, and many of them were veterans in the internet industry. As soon as I heard this data, I immediately understood its value. The first day registrations of more than 300,000 cannot be compared with giant websites like Baidu and Weibo, which have over 100 million daily active users. As a new website in a new field and a new track, more than 300,000 people registered on the first day.
This is a magnificent figure.
You know, when Yuan Fudeo was first launched, the number of registered users on the first day was only a pitiful 30,000, and even then, it was on the first day registration list of Xinhuang.
And now, Fang Zhou has increased this number tenfold. At the same time, Fang Zhou understood that the biggest contribution to this achievement was If You Are the One.
As the current nationwide phenomenon-level variety show, the audience number of If You Are the One has long been a terrifying base. But the more this happened, the more Fang Zhou felt that supporting Ma Ruoyu to create If You Are the One was a perfect move. After a pause, Fang Zhou cleared his throat and continued to announce. As of yesterday morning, the daily turnover of Yuan Fudeo website was 2,863,021.05 yuan, and the average customer price was about 8 yuan. Among them, the top scorers in the college entrance examination generally earned between 700 and 1,000. The income for a perfect score in a single subject is generally between 500 and 800. The average income of elite students is between 300 and 600. The income of excellent teachers is generally between 100 and 400. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and bursts of surprised exclamations were heard again at the scene. The first day's turnover was over 2.8 million, nearly 3 million per day. And this is just 12 hours of cash flow. Because Yuan Fudeo only opened its website at 12 noon yesterday and it lasted until midnight, which was only 12 hours, not a whole day. In addition, with the excellent feedback from parents yesterday, word of mouth has already been established. Next, with word of mouth from parents, it is estimated that by next weekend, the daily turnover will exceed 4 million.
More importantly, this is only the data from Jinling University. If it is extended to the whole country. Not to mention those far away, if we only count the top universities, there are 39,985 universities and 116,211 universities in the country, totaling 155. So here comes the question. 4,155 equals? Chapter 80, Xiatangshan Hot Springs, Hinata Bathing Scene. After announcing the news, Fang Zhou was excited. Yuan Fudeo is a platform that connects college students on one end and parents on the other. The platform middlemen make a profit from the price difference. However, Fang Zhou has carefully considered this commission rate and is not planning to charge 20% to 30% like some platforms in later generations. He discussed it with his kind aunt and finally decided on an 8% commission rate. After all, Yuan Fudeo is a project with charitable attributes, and its reputation must be built up in the early stages. With fame comes profit. Once the cake becomes bigger and Yuan Fudeo is promoted nationwide, the small 8% will also be extremely significant. Ma Yun only owns 8% of Taobao shares, but he can still become the richest man. The same logic applies. The daily turnover is 4 million yuan. If it is promoted to 155 top universities across the country, the daily turnover will be about 600 million yuan. In a year, it is more than 200 billion, which just matches the market value of 100 billion of Yuan Fudeo in its previous life. 8% of more than 200 billion means the company's annual revenue is about 18 billion, which almost surpasses most listed companies. Of course, nationwide promotion is a huge project and cannot be completed in 3 or 2 months or 3 to 2 years. In the previous life, it took Yuan Fudeo nearly 9 years to complete this process. However, Fang Zhou's Yuan Fudeo has drawn on the respective advantages of its predecessors, Yuan Fudeo and Zuibang, taking their strengths and overcoming their weaknesses. Therefore, he is confident that he can skip some pitfalls and shorten this time to within 5 years. In short, in this wave, Yuan Fudeo is like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric wire. He wins big. With the official announcement of the first day's data, the office lobby was bustling with activity. Fang Zhou waved his hand and raised everyone's salary by 20%. But the prerequisite is that the website must be kept stable during this period and nothing messy should happen. Afterwards, Fang Zhou drove Little Potato back to school. He almost didn't sleep last night in order to monitor the website, so he just happened to have some time to catch up on his sleep now. Along the way, Little Potato sat in the driver's seat and drove. Fang Zhou was in the co-pilot seat, sending the website's first-day situation information to his allies one by one. Soon, the phone dinged with a reply. Zhao Ruijin, congratulations, Fang. Our school has always encouraged students to start their own businesses. If you need any help from the school, we will definitely support you. Nia your own, if this trend continues, it won't be long before you'll have a place on the Jinling rich list. You'll be able to beat Lao Deng in no time. Congratulations. Ma Ruoyu, strong, strong, strong. Brother Fong, when will you come to Lizitai again? I just got some new tea, all of it is top-notch Dahompo. Fang Zhou replied with a smile, then stretched hard. When I looked up, I found that Little Potato was pursing his lips and biting his teeth,
with a silly look that said, I feel wronged, but I have to endure it.
Wan Ning. Fong Zhou was confused and reached to the driver's seat to touch Little Potato's head. Little Potato didn't say anything, just looked straight ahead and concentrated on driving.
Seeing this, Fong Zhou couldn't help but understand that Potato was in a bad mood.
Fong Zhou pondered for a moment, brainstormed frantically, and quickly reacted.
Ever since they opened up to each other that night in Happy Valley and officially became boyfriend and girlfriend, Little Potato has become more attached to him than ever before. Or perhaps, this is Little Potato's girlish nature.
But during this period, Fong Zhou focused on the establishment of Yuan Fudeo.
He was so busy every day that he hadn't had time to go out and play with Sayaturu for a long time.
So the question is, how can you resolve your girlfriend's little emotions without making a fuss? Fong Zhou thought of a small experiment in his previous life.
If you want to know what birthday gift your girlfriend wants, you just need to ask, dear, you will never guess what birthday gift I bought you. Then no matter what she says, you can just buy the first thing she mentions, and it's basically a sure thing. By analogy, if you want to know what your girlfriend wants to eat, you can ask her, honey, you have no idea what I'm going to take you to eat later.
Thinking of this, Fong Zhou immediately said in a mysterious tone, Wan Ning, you have no idea where I'm going to take you today. Upon hearing this, a little girl's joy instantly appeared on Little Potato's delicate face, breaking the ice almost in a second. As Little Potato drove, he exclaimed in surprise, really? Are we going to the hot springs in Xiatangshan? Fong Zhou smiled knowingly, that's right, our Wan Ning is really smart. Today I want to take you to Xiatangshan to soak in the hot springs.
Little Potato suddenly regained her youthful liveliness, and the little hair on her head swayed.
Fong Zhou, you're so nice.
I've been looking at the Xiatangshan hot springs for a long time and have always wanted to go. If I don't go now, the hot weather will make the atmosphere gone.
Fong Zhou immediately responded, yes, hot springs need to be cooler.
We're done with our work today, so let's go over now. Little Potato nodded him, shaking his little head happily, and changed the location of the car navigation from Jinling University to Xiatangshan.
Soon, the Lamborghini changed its route and headed towards Xiatangshan. Xiatangshan is located in the vicinity of Jinling, not too far from Fong Zhou and his group.
After about an hour and a half's drive, the two arrived at the Xiatangshan Hot Spring Resort halfway up the mountain.
Ding dong! The hot spring resort's welcome bell rang.
Seeing the guests, the girl in charge of reception immediately came forward to greet them warmly.
Hello, are you two? Fong Zhou nodded, yes, please help me open a hot spring pool with better privacy and scenery.
Don't worry, our hot spring pool has first-class privacy and scenery.
Would you like to buy swimsuits?
The little girl was a little uncertain for a moment when she saw Fong Zhou had nothing in his hands.
Some people came empty-handed because they really forgot to bring clothes.
Some people have nothing to wear and simply don't wear anything, especially young couples.
Well, take us there to pick one.
The two of them came in a hurry, and Fong Zhou did not prepare a swimsuit for the hot spring. Of course, he doesn't mind having a frank talk.
Okay, please follow me, this way.
The little girl led the way and took the two of them to choose swimsuits, and Little Potato followed Fong Zhou obediently.
About 20 minutes later, we arrived at an independent hot spring pool located at the cliff edge on the mountainside.
Fong Zhou was wearing simple black boxer briefs, leaning against the pool wall, soaking comfortably in the hot spring. The air was steaming hot all around, and looking out, one could see mountains and forests in the distance, a beautiful scene that was in full view. Beside the hot spring were mung bean cakes, water chestnut cakes, egg yolk pastries, happy water, and a few little yellow duck toys. Little Potato had just changed her clothes and was standing cutely by the hot spring. Her little face was flushed red from the steam and she was gently covering herself with her two little hands.
There is a kind of shy and coquettish charm.
Looking closely, Little Potato was wearing a two-piece four-piece swimsuit with a white base, which was slightly transparent. It could not hide her proud figure at all. Her slender waist was just enough to hold in her hand, and under the slanted hem of the skirt was a pair of long, white and tender legs. Just one glance, and Fong Zhou couldn't take his eyes off her. He has a lovely wife at home, even Huatua can't cure her, BNK shakes his head, and Zhongjing sighs.
The ancients never deceived me. Fong Zhou's mouth felt dry, and he quickly gulped down a few mouthfuls of coke. He said, Wan Ning, don't stand there, you'll get cold. The wind is strong on the mountain. As soon as the words fell, as if in response to Fong Zhou, a mountain breeze blew past.
Little Potato shuddered suddenly, and then immersed himself in the hot spring little by little. First the small feet, then the long legs, then the small waist, then... Hiss!
Fong Zhou's mind instantly thought of the famous scene of Hinata taking a bath in Naruto. Because the children's cafeteria floated, it actually floated. Chapter 81 Little Potato Pays Off Debt. It's so scary, so scary. Fong Zhou couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had hugged Little Potato before and knew that Little Potato was gifted, but he didn't expect him to be so gifted. The woman's toes are not visible when she looks down. She is the most beautiful woman in the world, but her scale is probably no more than this. No peeking. Sensing the burning gaze in Fong Zhou's eyes, Little Potato snorted softly and turned away with a red face. The long, straight black hair was wet by the hot spring water, and the surrounding steam made Little Potato's pretty face flush red, giving her a pure and beautiful feeling like a lotus emerging from water. Fong Zhou coughed awkwardly twice. I didn't peek. It's obvious. I saw it all. Your eyes are wide open. Little Potato looked fierce and aggressive, as if to say, catch the thief and seize the stolen goods, I have evidence. I really didn't peek. I was looking at my girlfriend openly. I had the right to look at her. Fong Zhou's tone was extremely frank. As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Hearing this, Little Potato turned his head away, his snow-white chin resting lightly on her shoulder, shameless. Having said that, there was a sweet smile on her face and her tone was so soft that it seemed to melt people. Sometimes, girls like boys to be more assertive and unruly. Someone once did a statistics, more than 76% of girls like to be carried like a princess by their boyfriends, and more than 91.3% of girls like to be pushed against the wall by their boyfriends. From this perspective, when a boy likes a girl, he always likes to bully her from time to time, which may have a genetic basis. The weather is slightly cool, and there are strong breezes on the mountain of Xiatangshan. The hot spring here is steaming hot, with hot springs, cakes, drinks, beautiful scenery, and someone who will be silly with you. After a brief moment of shyness, Little Potato soaked in the hot spring and gradually relaxed. Eat water chestnut cake later. For a while, I looked at the scenery from a distance. Play with the little yellow duck in the hot spring for a while. After a while, he used his long legs to kick Fong Zhou underwater. It's like an innocent elf, full of youthful vitality and energy. After an unknown amount of time, Little Potato was tired from playing. He curled up into a small ball and leaned against Fong Zhou, his little head resting gently against him. Suddenly, he asked without any context. Fong Zhou, what kind of girl do you like the most? Hearing this, Fong Zhou joked, I like long, wavy hair. Little Potato touched his long, straight black hair, his face falling. Is that the only condition? There are clearly 3 conditions, pay attention to the punctuation. Fong Zhou reminded. Beep. Little Potato clenched his fist and gently hit Fong Zhou's chest. Stop saying those dirty words. Seriously, what kind of girls do you like? Hearing this, Fong Zhou glanced down at Little Potato. From his angle, he could take in Little Potato's beautiful figure, so he said without hesitation, I like D breasts. Brothers? It's not brother, it's breast D. Fong Zhou pointed at the Little Potato. Little Potato smiled brightly immediately, picked up a piece of water chestnut cake with a red face, and stuffed it into Fong Zhou's mouth while shouting ah. During this period, Fong Zhou was busy with the work of Yuan Fudeo and was extremely busy. I almost didn't sleep last night in order to monitor the website, and I'm already exhausted. After soaking in the hot spring water, the fatigue accumulated during this period gradually came up and I slowly fell asleep. He slept particularly soundly this time. Today's pillow is soft and fragrant, but I don't know what it is made of. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Zhou's stomach growled and he woke up from hunger. When I opened my eyes, I saw a tatami-style guest room. It was already dark outside the window. The floor heating in the room was on and the temperature was just right. Fong Zhou was lying on the tatami, covered with a thin quilt. Little Potato sat beside him obediently, with its long, round and delicate legs gently resting under Fong Zhou's head. Only then did Fong Zhou realize that he was actually resting his head on Little Potato's legs. Knee pillow? No wonder I always feel that my pillow is soft and fragrant in my dreams? Noticing Fong Zhou's movement, Little Potato rubbed his eyes, looked down, and looked aggrieved, like a poor little thing. You're awake? Little Potato asked in surprise. Being discovered by Little Potato, Fong Zhou could no longer pretend to be asleep. He had to stretch out his hands to support his body, reluctantly left Little Potato's lap and sat up. How long have I slept? Fong Zhou asked.
Little Potato rubbed his numb long legs and said with a little resentment, "It's already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and you have been sleeping until now."
Well, this. Fong Zhou pointed at Little Potato's legs.
Hearing this, Little Potato felt extremely aggrieved. "Phuket Island, I fell asleep soon after I helped you back, and I was like this when I woke up."
Fong Zhou was shocked. What was going on?
Chow Chow kills people in his dreams, and I sleep with my knees resting on my head?
Goo.
Just then, Little Potato's stomach growled. Seeing this, Fong Zhou quickly changed the subject and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore.
Let's go eat first. We're almost starving."
Fong Zhou stood up to pull Little Potato, but he pulled hard but failed to pull her up. Little Potato sat on the tatami, looking up, and said aggrievedly, "My legs are numb."
How could such long legs not be numb after being used as a pillow for so long? Why didn't you wake me up?
You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you up.
Fong Zhou felt a little guilty, thought for a moment and asked, "How about I massage it for you?"
After all, I was the one who used the pillow, so I feel embarrassed. Little Potato's eyes were a little evasive, as if he had thought of something, but he didn't refuse. Seeing this, Fong Zhou walked forward, squatted down, stretched out his hand, touched Little Potato's long legs, and gently massaged her.
Because of years of taekwondo practice, Little Potato has an excellent proportion of leg fat.
It is soft and delicate to the touch, warm, and has a distinctly chewy feel when you apply a little force.
Well, 10 years of playing with these legs is not enough, I will play with them for the rest of my life.
As he rubbed the Little Potato, Fong Zhou became a little distracted, and felt the gradually hot skin of the Little Potato at his fingertips. Little Potato pursed her lips, her pretty face flushed, and there was a hint of mist in her big watery eyes, making her look very charming. I don't know how long it was before I heard Little Potato's voice. Can
you stop rubbing it? It hurts."
Ah. Fong Zhou's old face turned red, and he realized that he had been rubbing for a long time.
Because I was so immersed in it, I almost forgot about time. Sure enough, Einstein's theory of relativity did not deceive me. When people are happy, time really flies. Then, let's go eat, Fong Zhou said. Little Potato nodded.
Fong Zhou went to pull her up, and this time he successfully pulled Little Potato up.
In addition to tatami rooms, Xiatangshan Hot Spring Hotel also has a restaurant and a lounge.
After all, many guests who come to take a hot spring bath will choose to stay here overnight. In the corridor, Fong Zhou walked in front, and Little Potato followed closely. At this time, the crisp voice of Little Potato came from behind.
"Fong Zhou, I have paid my debt. You can't call me a puppy anymore." Fong Zhou stopped and was stunned for a moment.
At the New Year's Eve party, Little Potato made a bold bet, saying, "If you lose, I'll let you play with your legs," and then, she lost. I didn't expect that after so long, Xiao Hanin still remembered it. Fong Zhou immediately gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "As expected of my sister Ning, you are indeed as good as your word." The call of Sister Ning immediately made Little Potato smile, and his snow-white chin raised.
That's Chapter 82, Jinling University is a place of great beauty, who would not offer a cigarette to Brother Fong? After dinner, Fong Zhou and Little Potato returned to school.
Under the cover of night, a classic Lamborghini sped along the road. Little Potato leaned on the passenger seat and fell into a sweet sleep.
Curled up like a kitten, its little head resting gently on the back of the passenger seat. Fong Zhou had just woken up and was feeling refreshed, so he took the initiative to take over the driving task. After an unknown amount of time, the Lamborghini drove into the gate of Jinling University. Fong Zhou parked the car downstairs of the girls' dormitory with ease.
"Wan Ning, we're at school," he called softly. Little Potato was sleeping peacefully, with a gentle expression and steady and light breathing. Seeing this, Fong Zhou leaned over and helped Little Potato unbuckle the seatbelt around her waist so that she could breathe easier. But this posture just happened to make him and Little Potato almost stick together. As soon as Fong Zhou looked up, he could see Little Potato's peaceful face, long eyelashes, a white and delicate neck, beautiful and exquisite collarbone, and moist and attractive little red lips. These were all less than half a palm's distance away from him.
Sleeping Beauty, it turns out that a sleeping girl is even more charming.
After all, which boy can resist a lifelike figure with long legs, a thin waist and 36D?
The street lights downstairs from the dormitory building shone into the car through the window and onto Little Potato's pretty face.
Fong Zhou felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, and his breathing gradually became heavier.
He couldn't help but kiss her.
The rapid breathing fell heavily on Little Potato's soft face. The sleeping girl seemed to notice something and slowly opened her eyes. For a moment, the two looked at each other, staring at each other. The air seemed to freeze at this moment.
Shit. What could be more awkward than trying to steal a kiss while the other person is awake? Fong Zhou couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, at this time, Little Potato blinked his big watery eyes, then suddenly closed them again, his pretty face flushed, as if saying, "I fell asleep, I didn't see anything, you continue." Only her trembling eyelashes and slightly clenched fists gave her away. At this time, Fong Zhou was facing an unprecedented difficult choice. Kiss? Or not? This is a problem. Fong Zhou hesitated for 0.1 seconds, then kissed her decisively.
If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard.
My mom taught me that.
Little Potato only let out a whimper before Fong Zhou's tongue pried open his pearly teeth. With the experience from last time, Little Potato's technique has improved slightly and he is no longer as clumsy as before.
After a long time, their lips parted.
Little Potato leaned back in his seat, his eyes closed, his face burning, his breathing rapid, looking as if he was dying. Here's a strange little known fact: when girls are kissing, they sometimes forget to breathe because they are too involved, but boys don't. This is why girls will breathe rapidly after kissing, while boys can breathe normally.
Then, Fong Zhou helped Zayatoto tidy up his hair and clothes.
After he finished everything, he opened the door and got out of the car. Before leaving, he came to the passenger seat again, opened the door, gently kissed Little Potato on the snow-white forehead, and whispered,
"Good night, Wan Ning." Then Fong Zhou closed the car door, waved goodbye, and returned to the boys' dormitory.
The moment the car door closed, Little Potato, who had been pretending to be asleep, opened her eyes with a slightly red face. She slowly lowered the car window, put her two small hands on the windowsill, and watched Fong Zhou's back with her beautiful eyes.
Good night, Fong Zhou.
The next day, Monday, was cloudy.
Today is the third day since Yuanfudeo opened its website. As expected, the number of active users on the website during the day decreased today.
Because it is Monday, elementary school students, middle school students, and college students all have to attend classes, so the number of online users will naturally drop.
After school in the evening, the number of active users will pick up again, and that is when the website becomes popular. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Fong Zhou took his textbooks and hurried to the second cafeteria with his roommates. Good news, the company is not busy on Monday and he doesn't have to go to the company. Bad news, he has a full class today. But the strange thing is, it was only 2 days over the weekend, Saturday, but the atmosphere on campus suddenly changed. Along the way, many students reached out to greet Fong Zhou as soon as they saw him. Good morning, Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong Zhou, can you add me as your QQ friend? You must be Fong Zhou, hello. Thank you so much, Mr. Fong. Fong Zhou responded awkwardly one by one, even though he didn't know the other party at all.
Seeing this, roommate Zhao Bingbing laughed and said, "Now Lao Lu has become famous at Jilin University."
Yes. We also benefited from it. From last Saturday to now, more than a dozen female students have added me as their friend, and they are all secretly asking me about Lao Lu's situation. Roommate Xiao Haiyang also said. That's nothing. Someone even posted on the school forum before, offering a large sum of money to buy Lao Lu's QQ account. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhou quickly took out his cell phone. After all, the leakage of private contact information could be a big deal or a small matter. He didn't want to be disturbed by a bunch of strangers. When he opened it, he found that "new friends" was blank and the situation he was worried about did not occur. Don't worry, the post was deleted by the school officials shortly after it was published. I heard that the student was even called to the academic affairs office. Su Luo explained with a smile. Hearing this, Fong Zhou smiled inwardly. Principal Zhao was quite capable. However, at this moment, Fong Zhou suddenly realized a problem. Currently, among the students enrolled at Jilin University, there are more than 5,000, nearly 6,000, who work part-time at Yuanfudeo. Some of them are poor students, some come from average families, some cannot earn enough to support themselves, some are in need of money for dating, and some simply want to experience it. The total number of undergraduate, graduate, doctoral and international students at Jilin University is only over 30,000. That means 1 out of every 5 students on campus works part-time at Yuanfudeo. I have 6,000 regular troops at Jilin University? Fong Zhou suddenly understood. Going up, he has the support of President Zhao. Going down,
He has 6,000 regular troops.
Oh, why did the soldiers put the yellow robe on me? Soon, after breakfast, Fong Zhou and his group took their books and headed straight for the classroom in Ifu building.
As soon as I reached the corridor, I heard noisy sounds coming from the classroom. Many people were discussing this matter among themselves, and the fact that Yuan Fudeo had opened its website and thousands of students were working part-time online was undoubtedly the biggest topic among them.
Is this true? Wang Ming made over 300 yuan a day on Yuan Fudeo?
Why would I lie to you? He told me that himself.
This is just the beginning.
Lin Luoluo from the next class got a perfect score on the physics exam, got certified as a top student in a single science, and made over 500 yuan in one day yesterday.
More than 500 a day? You're earning half a month's living expenses right now? Zundu is fake? Let's get Yen Zhu to confirm it. I'm handsome and I can prove it. You know Su Luo from our class, right? He's the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Luzhou City, and Fangzhou's roommate. I heard he can make a small fortune a day.
This world is so crazy, even mice are bridesmaids for cats.
Just then, Fong Zhou and his roommates walked into the classroom together.
In an instant, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The classmates in the class looked up one by one, with eyes filled with admiration, envy, enthusiasm, and curiosity, all focused on Fong Zhou. Like the brightest star in the night sky. Seeing this, Fong Zhou smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me? Read a book." The students immediately lowered their heads and pretended to read absent-mindedly.
Seeing this scene, Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing, and sat down with his roommates in the retirement area by the window in the back row. The class bell is about to ring.
At this moment, Fong Zhou's cell phone rang first. When Fong Zhou saw the caller ID, it turned out to be Maruayu. After thinking for a while, he picked up his phone, walked out of the classroom through the back door, and went to the corridor to answer the call.
Hey, Lama, I'm about to go to class. Is there anything I can help you with? Fong Zhou said straight to the point.
As soon as the words fell, Maruayu's excited voice came from the other end.
Brother Fong, hurry up and get ready. The provincial news channel's Jinling Zero Distance is going to interview you. Provincial Taiwan? The provincial station of the bulk province, isn't that your lychee station? Fong Zhou wasn't very interested, so he let Su Luo be interviewed later.
After all, he was now the main spokesperson for Yuan Fudeo. However, Maruayu's voice came again from the other end of the phone.
Brother Fong, don't take this lightly. The incident with Yuan Fudeo has become a big deal. The provincial TV station interview is just a prelude to the interview above. The interview above? Fong Zhou's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly realized something, and excitement appeared on his face. Central Bank. Chapter 83. From now on, we will never meet again, and we will never see each other again until we die. Central Mother? Fong Zhou couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
During this period, the city of Jinling was flooded with publicity for Yuan Fudeo, and the opening performance on Saturday and Sunday was very impressive, so we could understand why the provincial TV station interviewed him. But this is only limited to Jinling. Logically speaking, Yuan Fudeo should not have entered the central bank's vision so early.
Fong Zhou thought about it and asked if he didn't understand.
Hearing this, Maruayu on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "I can only say that Yuan Fudeo's policies are very correct."
Affected by the economic crisis, the focus of national government work this year is poverty alleviation and protecting the people.
Generally speaking, when the government wants to implement a new policy, the most important thing is to set up a group of role models so that the work can be carried out more smoothly.
You know,
Maruayu is worthy of being in the mixed organization, and he points out the key points directly.
Fong Zhou was slightly enlightened after hearing this.
When Yuan Fudeo was first launched, he asked Su Luo to be its spokesperson, to raise the banner and set an example. Similarly, if the government wants to implement this year's poverty alleviation and people's protection work policy, it naturally needs to set up a group of role models.
Yuan Fudeo should be one of the official shortlisted schools. Fong Zhou was not arrogant enough to think that he was the only one.
After all, the implementation of a major policy involves all aspects of people's livelihood and has an impact, and Yuan Fudeo is just a typical example in education.
I understand. When will the interview be held? Fong Zhou asked. Tomorrow morning, I'll talk to my colleagues in the news department and send you the interview questions. You can prepare them in advance. Where is it? Of course it's Formula 1. I'll help you promote it. Fong Zhou naturally had no objection. After I finished the call, the class bell had already rung for a while. Report. Fong Zhou raised his hand and shouted from the back. The teacher was a middle-aged man with thinning hair. When he saw Fong Zhou, he waved his hand and let him in without saying a word. Fong Zhou returned to the back row and successfully reunited with his roommates. Boss, the provincial TV station is coming to interview you and Fudeo tomorrow morning. Come with me. Fong Zhou typed on his phone, then poked Su Luo's arm and handed him the words on the screen. After reading it, Su Luo instantly became excited. Just as he was about to say something, he realized that he was in class, so he typed instead. It's an interview for provincial TV, Lao Lu, you want to take me with you? For most students, an interview with a provincial TV station, let alone a city TV station, is a big event that brings honor to their reputation. Everyone else is vying for the spotlight, but Lao Lu takes the initiative to lead others to steal his own limelight? Of course. You're the inspirational spokesperson for our Yuan Fudeo app. What's the matter? You want to just eat and not work? Fong Zhou teased jokingly. Su Luo's previous suggestion of setting release dates and ratings made Fong Zhou take notice. At that time, he thought that he would have the opportunity to train Su Luo in the future. As Yuan Fudeo becomes more regular and with subsequent promotion plans, Fong Zhou is in urgent need of staff. Although the company has many employees, they were all recruited and there are no Fong Zhou's personal soldiers. Su Luo is Fong Zhou's roommate. They have a close relationship and his abilities and character are acceptable, making him worthy of Fong Zhou's efforts in cultivating. And now, the opportunity has come. At the same time, just as Fong Zhou and Su Luo were preparing for tomorrow's interview with the provincial TV station. In a corner of the classroom, Su Yoshue, who is Fong Zhou's neighbor, childhood friend, classmate, and white moonlight, is alone and sad. My roommate whispered sourly, he just made a little money, but he's so proud. What's so great about that? Just because you have money you can do whatever you want? That's right, a grown man would argue with us little girls, and even blocked us. How shameless. Having said that, the tone in which they said this was sour, like they were saying the grapes were sour because they couldn't get them. Su Yoshue always sent Fong Zhou random messages, and Su Wei always sent him private photos. Fong Zhou blocked them, and they would borrow their roommate's phone number to send them. So, Fong Zhou just took action and blocked everyone in their dormitory. They were the only students in the dormitory who did not have Fong Zhou's contact information. At this moment, Su Wei, the most snobbish person in the dormitory, rarely spoke up for Fong Zhou. That's not the way to put it. Thousands of students in our school are working part-time on Yuan Fudeo to earn money. Even if each person only takes a small amount, when all these people add up, it's not just a little bit of money that you're talking about. In other words, Fong Zhou is indirectly the boss of thousands of students. As long as he doesn't break the law, he can probably do whatever he wants at Jinling University. Su Wei's words immediately silenced her roommates. Everyone looked at each other, and finally were speechless. Some people even began to blame Su Yoshue in their hearts. If she hadn't borrowed their number to send a message to Fong Zhou, they wouldn't have been blocked. That way, she could show off to her friends. Upon hearing this, Su Yoshue, who had been silent all the time, became even more silent. Now she and Fong Zhou are from two different worlds. Once upon a time, he was just that guy who came and went at her call. But after he turned around and left, in just half a year, he blossomed with dazzling brilliance, blinding everyone's eyes. On the other hand, Su Yoshue herself. My father lost his job in middle age and stayed at home unemployed. My parents quarreled every day and were almost on the verge of divorce. The second-generation rich man that was originally sought, Lin Mo, has fallen into poverty and has become just like everyone else. He no longer has the high spirits he had when the school started. Some time ago, when Su Yoshue was preparing for the CET4 exam, she accidentally came across an English slang in the dictionary, "You are the apple of my eye." This was what Fong Zhou wrote on the greeting card he gave her every year on her birthday. She didn't understand it before, but in that dictionary, Su Yoshue saw the correct translation of this sentence, "You are the apple of my eye." In an instant, intense resentment and regret surged into my heart. As the saying goes, being content with what you have brings happiness, and being free from desire brings nobility. There is no medicine for regret in the world, only here there is much regret. Su Yoshue turned her head and her eyes secretly fell on Fong Zhou's position in the back row.
Just at this time, Fong Zhou and Su Luo finished discussing the interview plan for tomorrow. When he looked up, he met Su Yashue's prying gaze. There was regret and unwillingness in his eyes, and even a bit of pleading. The next second, Fong Zhou simply chose to ignore it. In his previous life, he had seen too many evil people arrested and corrupt officials brought down, and then they cried and confessed in front of the camera. But in fact, they didn't regret it, they were just scared. Fong Zhou never believed that Su Yoshua would regret it, she just felt unwilling and unbalanced. In this regard, Fong Zhou's choice was to never forgive. From now on, mountains and rivers will never meet, and people will never visit each other until they grow old and die. Chapter 84, Sharpening the Knife to Face Old Deng. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Formula Company. The employees came to the company early and kept the office lobby tidy and spotless. In the huge reception room, there are cameras, fill lights, radios, and other equipment. Fong Zhou and Su Luo sat on the left, and the female host in professional attire sat on the right. Mr. Fong, may I ask why you founded Yuan Fudeo? The host held the microphone with a professional smile on his face. Fong Zhou already had a plan in mind, and said to the camera. Many people say that college students are free labor. In order to have a part-time job, not only do they have to run around, but they also have to accept layers of commissions from group leaders. I am also a college student, and I just want to do my best to make a difference. I also want to say to those people, university students can be free labor, but they can also be core competitiveness. If you put the people in your heart, the people will naturally put you in their hearts. Of course, there was another reason, to punch Lao Deng. But this cannot be said. Hearing this, the host smiled and continued to ask, Mr. Fong, what are the next steps for Yuan Fudeo? First, seek progress while maintaining stability, take root in Jinling University, and then expand to the whole of Jinling, the bulk of the province, the East China region, and the whole country. Mr. Fong has great ambitions. So what do you think is the fundamental reason why Yuan Fudeo has achieved such great results? Fong Zhou smiled and reached out to direct the camera towards Su Luo's position. This question should be answered by my roommate, Su Luo, who is also the inspirational spokesperson for our Yuan Fudeo. Call. The camera instantly turned to Su Luo, and the host's microphone was handed over. Facing the camera and microphone for the first time, Su Luo seemed extremely nervous and reserved, his body tense, and his voice trembling as he said. My mother told me since I was little that children from poor families have to grow up early, but someone sold an eyebrow pencil for 79 yuan, but no one knew that 79 yuan was my family's food expenses for several days. Blah blah blah. Su Luo told his story again, speaking with true emotion. In fact, Su Luo is a microcosm of Jinling University, and even tens of millions of students across the country. After all, we are all ordinary people. Life is not easy. If you can live well, work hard occasionally, and face the difficulties of life, you will already be your own monkey king. Therefore, don't easily believe the toxic chicken soup that some so-called successful people give you. If you change the times and your background, and put yourself in their place, they may not be better than you. The provincial TV station's interview lasted until around 11 o'clock. Before leaving, the cameraman said, Mr. Fong, let's add a few more shots of the company environment so we can edit them into the interview later. Okay. Everyone, please help the cameraman. Fong Zhou said loudly. Upon hearing this, the employees excitedly returned to their workstations and tidied up their appearance in an orderly manner. Many people will never have the chance to be interviewed by the provincial TV station in their lifetime. But they have only been working here for a short time. Not only will their salary increase, but they will also have the opportunity to appear on provincial TV stations. Who would refuse such a treasure company? Mr. Fong, and this. Mr. Chen, please cooperate and act like you're working normally. I'll start recording from the company gate, and we'll do it in one take. The photographer raised his hand and said. Perhaps it was the first time that someone called him Mr. Chen. Little Potato's face was full of excitement and he nodded. She skipped back to her office, picked up a magazine, and placed it flat on the desk, revealing a soft profile, pretending to read the documents carefully. Fong Zhou followed suit, returned to his office, picked up a magazine and pretended to read it. Soon, the reshoot of the whole shot was completed. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. The photographer bowed slightly in thanks, and the employees responded with applause. The provincial TV station interview ends here. However, Fong Zhou waited for a long time but did not see Little Potato come out, so he walked into her office curiously. Inside the office, Little Potato was seen holding the magazine he had just used as a prop and reading it intently.
Fang Zhou stepped forward and asked doubtfully, "Isn't it just a prop? Why are you so fascinated by it?"
Fang Zhou looked down and found that it was a world geography magazine.
Little Potato was reading the section on blue whales in the ocean chapter.
Upon hearing this, Little Potato picked up the magazine, pointed at the blue whale and the text introduction on the page, and said with emotion,
"Fang Zhou, blue whales are truly magnificent.
After they die, their bodies wither away in the ocean, providing nourishment for all creatures on the seabed.
When a whale falls, all things come to life. This is Whale Fall." Fang Zhou took the magazine and looked at it.
He happened to see the page after the whale, which was a great white shark.
He couldn't help but say,
"When sharks die, they wither away in the deep sea, providing nourishment for all creatures on the seabed.
This is called shark withering." Little Potato? I was so angry that my fists were hard and I wanted to hit someone.
Just at this moment, Fang Zhou's cell phone rang. When he opened it, he saw a message from his kind aunt, asking him to go upstairs to see her.
Fang Zhou quickly pinched Little Potato's depressed face and coaxed him, Okay, we'll just let the whale fall, not the shark. You keep watching.
I'll go upstairs."
Little Potato snorted and didn't want to talk to Fang Zhou. Soon, Fang Zhou took the elevator to his kind aunt's office. "We are all in the same building, so it is very convenient to meet."
The huge office was decorated in a grand and luxurious style, but it was empty with only Nia Yurong in it. "Today, my kind aunt is wearing a well-tailored handmade women's suit, a hip skirt, and not-so-high red-soled shoes.
She looks like a ripe peach.
But I took off all the jewelry I used to wear today, and I look a lot simpler." At this time, Nia Yurong was sitting on a leather sofa in the reception area, one hand resting on the sofa supporting her cheek, her two beautiful legs folded together, and her whole body exuded the unique charm of a young and beautiful woman.
Boom, boom, boom. Fang Zhou knocked on the open door to indicate that someone was coming. Nia Yurong looked over and saw Fang Zhou. A charming smile bloomed on her face. "Here you are." Fang Zhou nodded slightly. "Well, why are you dressed so formally today?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Nia Yurong's face became even brighter.
"I received an official circular yesterday saying that there will be a work meeting organized by the Jinling authorities this afternoon.
I need to attend the meeting." Fang Zhou was curious. "It's just a work meeting, you are so tall."
Halfway through his words, Fang Zhou suddenly realized something when he saw the smile almost overflowing on his kind aunt's face. For others, it's a work meeting.
But for the kind aunt, it was to show off.
Last year, Jinling officials issued a document clarifying the focus of next year's work, which is to alleviate poverty and protect the people. Today's meeting is actually more like a mobilization meeting. While other companies were still scratching their heads, wondering how to cooperate with official work, the kind aunt had already delivered a perfect answer Yuan Fudeo. This is equivalent to others just getting their test papers, but the kind aunt has already handed in her paper with full marks.
Fang Zhou was happy to see this happen.
This was the agreement they had reached before.
Once the agreement was finalized, the kind aunt was completely tied to his chariot. "By the way, I have another piece of news." Nia Yurong smiled knowingly and suddenly spoke mysteriously to Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou looked at her and waited for what to say next.
The kind aunt stared at Fang Zhou with a pair of eyes, as if saying, "I won't tell you unless you ask me."
Seeing this, Fang Zhou said unhappily, "Hey, do you know how to drive someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder to death?" The kind aunt didn't understand and continued to stare at him. Fang Zhou sighed helplessly.
2 ways to kill obsessive-compulsive disorder.
1. Speak only half of what you mean. 2. Seeing this, Fang Zhou had no choice but to say, "Oh, really? What's the news?"
Nia Yurong showed a teachable expression and said with a slight seriousness, "Shinsan Jin will also go to the work meeting this afternoon."
The expression on Fang Zhou's face suddenly froze. Lao Deng.
After considering Little Potato's personal experience, the incident before the Lunar New Year, and the understanding he had gained during this period, Fang Zhou had formed a rough character portrait of Chen Sanjin in his mind.
Strong. Fierce. Controlling. Fang Zhou wants to be with Little Potato comfortably, so he either takes him abroad or kills Lao Deng. Since his roots are here, Fang Zhou naturally cannot leave, so he has only one choice. Fang Zhou held his chin in his hand and pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Sister Yurong, can you tell me more about Chen Sanjin's Jinxing group?" "Oh." The kind aunt looked over with a smile.
Fang Zhou spread his hands helplessly. The tree wanted to be still, but the wind did not stop. As a great man once said, truth is only within range, and dignity is only on the edge of the sword. Lao Deng swung the sword in his hand and chopped his son-in-law off.
3,000 swords in 1 second, every sword is a critical hit.
When the son-in-law saw that Deng was still alive, he drew out 7 wolves. One sip of Zizalong and I felt a chill all over my body. Baldy is strong and cheerful, young people are naturally crazy. Go to Lao Deng, jump to G-Port, and live up to the title of Jedi Gun King.
Chapter 85 Lao Deng's true background. After a pause, Fong Zhou gave him a questioning look. The kind ant changed her posture and sat up slightly, then asked, "Okay, which aspect do you want to hear about?" Fong Zhou said without hesitation, "Industry, the industry of Jinxing Group, the more detailed the better." Fong Zhou actually knew something about the industrial sector of the Lao Deng Group, but his kind ant definitely knew more inside information than he did, so it would be a good idea to ask more questions. Nia Yorong hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Jinxing Group is a giant enterprise in Jinling. The group has thousands of employees and operates in more than 20 fields, with real estate, transportation, and photography studios being the 3 main pillar industries of Jinxing Group. Although I don't want to admit it, Jinxing Group is indeed surpassing Rongwang Group. In the past 2 years, it has even shown signs of becoming the leading enterprise in Jinling. By the way, the reason Chen Sanjin wanted to forcefully match Su Tiancheng and your girlfriend was to acquire Tiancheng Group's cultural business and solidify its title as the #1 enterprise." After listening to Auntie Wanliang's story, Fong Zhou felt a great deal of pressure. The hidden #1 enterprise in Jinling City? In fantasy novels, isn't this the realm of a half-step fighting saint? Sister Yorong, if that's the case, wouldn't Chen Sanjin be able to make it onto the Forbes National Rich List? Fong Zhou was a little puzzled because Chen Sanjin's name was not on last year's Forbes list.
The kind ant looked at Fong Zhou with a gentle smile, as if she was looking at a naughty younger brother, and patiently explained.
You have to understand that not all wealthy people like to be on the list.
In our East Asian cultural circle, behind the scenes is the prevailing tone.
Even in the eyes of many hidden wealthy people, many people on the Forbes list are a joke.
Chen Sanjin is one of those people who keeps a low profile and hides himself.
Upon hearing this, Fong Zhou added another keyword to Chen Sanjin's character portrait, forbearance. Barking dogs don't bite, and biting dogs don't bark.
People who know how to hide are more terrifying and difficult to deal with than those who directly reveal themselves, because you never know what tricks they have up their sleeves.
It seems that it is not so easy to punch Lao Deng.
At this time, Fong Zhou thought of a principle his father Fong Dingbua taught him when he was a child: hit the snake at its most vulnerable part, and kick the crotch first in a fight. After thinking for a while, Fong Zhou said, "Sister Yorong, you just said that Jinxing Group is involved in more than 20 industrial fields, and only real estate, transportation, and photo studios are the 3 major pillars.
Can you tell me about this in detail?"
The kind ant did not suspect anything and slowly introduced.
Yes, these 3 pillar industries contribute almost 80% of Jinxing Group's annual profits and are the biggest support for Jinxing Group to stand tall in Jinling City.
Jinxing Real Estate is one of the top 3 real estate giants in Jinling, and it competes most fiercely with Rongwang Group. Jinxing Taxi, a company in the transportation industry, is the largest taxi company in Jinling, with over 13,000 taxis under its management.
Considering the total number of taxis in Jinling is less than 20,000, they own almost half of them. Finally, there's the photo studio industry.
Jinxing Photo Studio is the leading studio in Jinling and one of the top 5 in China, specializing in travel photography and portraiture. I heard they're going public next year, potentially becoming the first publicly listed photo studio in China.
Hearing this, Fong Zhou couldn't help but feel emotional. Sure enough, food, clothing, housing and transportation have been basic necessities since ancient times. The Lao Deng Group directly occupied housing and transportation. But what surprised Fong Zhou the most was that Lao Deng could actually make his photo studio business one of the top 5 in the country, which he had not expected. You know, the photo studio industry is seriously involuted, and it is basically difficult to expand on a large scale in this era. There are only scattered small photo studios, but Lao Deng was able to make it one of the pillar industries. Fong Zhou remembered a piece of data.
As of 2018, the domestic wedding photography and personal portrait market had a market value of approximately $80 billion, or approximately 560 billion renminbi. Although it is still 2010, the market value is probably close to 100 billion.
Seeing Fong Zhou fall silent, the kind ant smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you a little panicked after hearing the truth about Chen Sanjin?"
Fong Zhou came back to his senses and shook his head. "Not really, I'm just thinking about how to break the deadlock."
Panic? To be honest, although Lao Deng's strength was stronger than he expected, Fang Zhou was not really panicked.
Firstly, he has 100,000 bitcoins in reserve, which gives him the confidence to take on anyone.
Secondly, Yuan Fudeo's basic base has already been formed.
As long as it promotes it step by step, it is only a matter of time before it surpasses Lao Deng.
With these two trump cards in hand, Fang Zhou can't panic at all. On the contrary, he felt eager to try. True, the father resigns and the son laughs. Father-in-law's father. So, what are you going to do next?
The kind-hearted aunt lay gently on the sofa, one hand supporting her snow-white chin, the sin on her chest. The sin was extremely heinous, and her every frown and smile exuded the natural charm of a beautiful young woman.
Fang Zhou was stunned.
The spirit of Chow Thief really does not deceive me.
Ugh, what Chow spirit? That's called Jin and spirit. After a pause, Fang Zhou suddenly laughed and said, "You know what? In a fight, kick the crotch first, and you're halfway to victory. My father taught me that," he calls it a unique skill.
Hearing this, the kind-hearted aunt's smile grew even more charming.
You mean, you're planning to confront them head-on, starting directly with the three-pillar industries of the Jinxing Group? It's really easy to talk to smart people. Fang Zhou nodded slightly without denying it.
Soon, they finished talking about the punching of Lao Deng.
Fang Zhou discussed the subsequent promotion plan of Yuan Fudeo with his kind aunt.
Sister Yaron, Jinling University is basically full of students who can work part-time, but the number of parents registering is still climbing. I'm afraid that in a while, the demand will outstrip the supply, and we'll need to recruit more students.
Fang Zhou expressed his concerns. Currently, Fang Zhou's part-time job portal is only open to Jinling University, but its parent promotion is aimed at the entire society. As the number of parents increases, the number of students at Jinling University is gradually insufficient, and it is time to start a subsequent promotion plan. So, which school do you plan to cover next? Asked the kind aunt.
There are 985 universities in Jinling, one is Jinling University and the other is Dongnan University. There are also 211 universities, namely Jinling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Jinling Institute of Technology, Jinling Agricultural University, Jinling Normal University, Hunan University, and Hunan Pharmaceutical University. Only children make choices.
I want them all.
Fang Zhou said with a smile.
Next, it's time to step on the accelerator for Yuan Fudeo. After chatting with his kind aunt, Fang Zhou took the elevator back to Formula Company.
When he walked into the door, Fang Zhou found that Little Potato was still in the office, reading the geography magazine non-stop. Seeing this, Fang Zhou tiptoed into the office, quietly walked behind Little Potato, held his breath, and put his head close to her ear. Then he took a smack and bit the Little Potato's crystal clear and rosy earlobe. Little Potato shuddered suddenly and couldn't help but let out a soft hum. The sound was so soft that it seemed to melt one's bones. Seeing this, Fang Zhou bit harder.
No. Don't bite me.
Little Potato struggled to turn around, his beautiful eyes full of charm as he glared at Fang Zhou in shame and anger. His face was red, the hair on his head stood up, and he bit his lower lip with his silver teeth, looking a little unnatural.
With many years of online course experience in his previous life and the teachings of dozens of female teachers, Fang Zhou suddenly realized something. Damn, could this girl still be sensitive? Fang Zhou was shocked, and his heart was filled with turmoil.
At this moment, he remembered a joke from the internet in his previous life.
Person A, my girlfriend is a white, rich and beautiful girl.
Person B, my girlfriend has a sensitive constitution.
Person A, my girlfriend is a good housewife and a good cook.
Person B, my girlfriend has a sensitive constitution. Person A, my girlfriend has long legs. Person B, my girlfriend has a sensitive constitution.
Person A, fuck, can you please not mention the sensitive constitution?
Person B, my girlfriend is loud. Only those who have experienced it will understand that this is simply double the happiness. Fang Zhou gritted his teeth and his blood boiled instantly.
Damn. Punch Lao Deng, can't wait any longer. Chapter 86, A Cloud-Piercing Arrow, Thousands of Troops Come to Meet. Little Potato pushed Fang Zhou away with force.
A pair of big watery eyes, a little blurry, stared at Fang Zhou with shame and anger, as if saying I'm going to cry in front of you.
Fang Zhou patted Potato's head and said with a smile, what were you humming just now?
Upon hearing this, Little Potato's chubby little face suddenly became even redder, as if it was about to bleed. Seeing Fang Zhou looking at her with a half smile, Little Potato turned away. You, don't bite me, I can't control myself.
Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing and flicked her head. What a cute little fool.
He feels uncomfortable if he is not bullied for a day.
It hurts.
Little Potato protested in dissatisfaction and said fiercely, "If you bite me again, then I will bite you too in the future." As she spoke, she bit her two little canine teeth, making a crunching sound. Fong Zhou felt a tightness on his back and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Tiger teeth, injury, ding, can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend.
Fong Zhou glanced at the magazine Little Potato was reading and quickly changed the subject. "Haven't you finished reading this geography magazine yet?"
Hearing this, Little Potato excitedly raised the geography magazine and looked at Fong Zhou expectantly.
"Fong Zhou, how about we travel around the world together in the future? There are so many interesting places listed here. It's really interesting."
Little Potato suddenly became cheerful, with sparkling light shining in his beautiful eyes.
As he spoke, Little Potato pointed to the page in the magazine and excitedly introduced it to Fong Zhou.
"Look here, it says there are so many Danish oysters that we can't eat them all. The German hairy crabs are rampant here and are everywhere.
It's really interesting. There are also New Zealand crayfish. I heard that the roads are full of them. It's a spectacular sight." Fong Zhou pinched Little Potato's cheek and said unhappily, "Are you going on a trip, or are you going to be a foodie?"
Little Potato thought about it carefully, then said frankly, "It doesn't make any difference.
I can eat wherever I go. I can eat whatever I can catch." Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing. Is this the awakening of the foodie gene inherited from my ancestors?
Sure enough, the foodie gene in the bones of the dragon people is so terrifying. Danish oysters are multiplying everywhere, German hairy crabs are rampant, and New Zealand crayfish are rampant.
To the Chinese, these are not a big deal. They can eat them into memories in minutes, and even turn them into protected animals.
"Aozhou, there are too many kangaroos here, come and help us eat them."
"Chinese, how many?" "Ozu, a lot." "Chinese, I mean leave a few. I just want to ask you if you are afraid." "Okay, once we're done here, we'll travel around the world and eat whatever we can find." Fong Zhou pulled up Little Potato's hand and spoke solemnly. "I want to accompany you to see the most beautiful scenery. Look at the scenery. I'm looking at you." We all saw the most beautiful scenery. Little Potato nodded, raised his little face, and said sweetly, "Fong Zhou, you are so nice." "That's not true. There are always some people who can fill my dreams." Fong Zhou sighed, then glanced at Zayatudu's 36D. "There are always 1 or 2, 6, 7, or 8 winds in the world to fill my hundreds of thousands of dreams." After taking Little Potato for a walk, Fong Zhou returned to his office. "Turn on the computer and start thinking about your plan."
The three pillar industries of Jinshin Group are Jinshin Real Estate, Jinshin Rental, and Jinshin Photo Studio. After thinking for a while, Fong Zhou found 3 small wooden plaques and, imitating the way Mei Changsu and Mei Zhongzhu did, wrote down the 3 pillar industries of Jinshin Group on the small wooden plaques. Then he played with the wooden card in his hand while thinking about a plan to break the deadlock. I don't know how long it took, but it gradually got dark. When it was time to get off work, Fong Zhou put down his work temporarily and drove back to Jiling University with Xiao Tudou. Just as he drove into the school gate, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was inconvenient for Fong Zhou to drive to pick him up, so he asked Xiao Tudou to use the hands-free function. As soon as the call was connected, the kind and slightly heavy voice came from the other end.
"Where are you, Fong Zhou? Come back to the company right away. What's wrong?" Yuan Fudeo was reported by parents. Fong Zhou's heart trembled, and he immediately turned the car around. 30 minutes later, Fong Zhou appeared in the company's office lobby.
My kind aunt had returned from an official meeting and was standing in the hall without saying a word. Next to them are 2 website operation and maintenance employees, 1 fat and 1 thin. In order to be on the safe side, Fong Zhou specially arranged a shift system, leaving 2 people to work the night shift to monitor the website after get off work. The night shift was paid triple the salary, and they had a day shift the next day. He originally just wanted to be on the safe side, but he didn't expect it to come in handy.
"What's the situation now?" Fong Zhou couldn't wait to ask as soon as he entered the door.
Hearing this, the slightly thin employee stepped forward and said,
"Boss, just last night, a parent on Weibo said that their child used Yuan Fudeo to cheat on the exam. They also posted a photo of themselves reporting Yuan Fudeo by their real name, and then started to criticize Yuan Fudeo. As soon as this Weibo post was published, dozens of parents suddenly appeared out of nowhere and followed suit to report the incident.
They also posted screenshots of the reports on Weibo, attracting many netizens to watch, and it has already become a trending topic.
Upon hearing this, Fong Zhou was so angry that he laughed. What kind of lame excuse is that? Someone slashed someone with a kitchen knife, and instead of blaming the person, you blame the knife? Besides, as soon as one parent reported it, dozens of others followed suit. The coincidence is too obvious.
Having experienced the influence of the big information age, Fong Zhou could no longer understand that he was being manipulated and reported maliciously.
There are many similar examples in past lives.
The most typical example is Pleasant Goat in Big Big Wolf, which could originally be regarded as a domestic Disney. As a result, they were reported by a group of so-called parents, who said Red Wolf's beating of Grey Wolf was domestic violence, that Grey Wolf was cruel and eating sheep, that Beautiful Sheep was putting on makeup and showing off, and that the lamb's jokes with the village chief were disrespectful and detrimental to the children's physical and mental health. The most outrageous thing is Year Hair Affair, a top-notch animation with historical themes, full of positive energy from the Red Stars, but it was reported by the so-called parents for damaging the relationship between Dragon Country and South Korea. As a result, the copyright of Pleasant Goat was resold to a competitor at a low price, and the rabbit was almost removed from the shelves for rectification.
And these so-called parents, ultimately, someone is jealous. After thinking clearly about the whole story, Fong Zhou was no longer panicked. Yuan Fudeo has caught the attention of the central bank, and with the central bank backing it up, these are just clowns.
Although there's nothing to be afraid of, having it on trending searches like this will inevitably damage Yuan Fudeo's popularity and be detrimental to future promotion plans. Fong Zhou lowered his head in thought and began to brainstorm. After a while, he looked up and smiled knowingly.
Just shaking people. If the other party can get dozens of parents to Black Ape tutoring, then won't Fong Zhou be able to get people too? I have 6,000 soldiers from Jinling. You want to compete with me in terms of numbers? Fong Zhou laughed secretly in his heart.
Behind every soldier, there are a large number of high school classmates and friends, classmates and classmates, and friends and friends.
Fong Zhou couldn't tell how many people could be attracted by the combined efforts of 6,000 soldiers.
But what is certain is that the scene must be spectacular. With this in mind, Fong Zhou immediately opened QQ and posted a photo to the Yuan Fudeo part-time job group. One arrow pierces the clouds, and thousands of troops come to meet. Chapter 87, the 8 bar goes to war, leaving no grass behind.
The moment the message is sent.
Because he had set up special attention, Su Luo saw the message first and replied immediately.
Fong Zhou. Do you think you are humorous? Fong Zhou went straight to the point, typing out the whole story, and then attached a link to the Weibo topic.
Upon seeing this, after a brief silence, the group suddenly became boiling, and countless diving monsters exploded.
Oh my god. Was this reported maliciously? That's what I mean, even the most awkward black people can't be this dark. Someone went out on the street with a kitchen knife and attacked someone. Instead of blaming the person, you blamed the blacksmith for making the knife. It's really Panda ordering takeout. Bamboo shoots are here.
I'm moving my entire hermit crab family. The clam can't live there anymore.
I've lost my mind, Li Ji. Where do these parents come from?
They're just hitting a tiger with their bare bottoms, shameless and lifeless.
Damn it, there are still adults at home. Today they must know, why are the flowers so red? I will lead the charge.
There are several similar part-time groups of Yuan Fudeo and Fong Zhou, and they are all posted here without any changes. Soon, the news spread throughout Jinling University through the group members. Although there are only about 6,000 Jinling University students working part-time at Yuan Fudeo has always had a good reputation at Jinling University.
Yuan Fudeo has truly helped countless students, allowing many students from poor families to use their knowledge to earn money and complete their studies. Moreover, Fong Zhou also used Jinling University to apply for employment subsidies for college students, which was equivalent to using the name of Jinling University.
The sense of collective honor is a very mysterious thing. The news spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and soon it spread throughout Jinling University. Then it spread to other universities through Jinling University. When you are tied together with everyone and have the same interests, many times you don't have to do anything yourself, someone will naturally take care of everything for you.
At the same time, in the company lobby, Fong Zhou suddenly received a message from Su Luo. Lao Lu, can you announce the matter you told me earlier in advance?
Hearing this, Fong Zhou was stunned. He had wanted to train Su Luo, so after discussing the promotion plan with his kind aunt, he told Su Luo about it and asked him to be responsible for the promotion of the neighboring Dongda University. That thing that Su Luo mentioned naturally refers to the subsequent list of universities.
Fang Zhou thought about it for a moment, quickly understood his intention, and readily agreed. 20 minutes later, an announcement was updated on Yuan Fudeo's website.
Due to business development needs, starting today, Yuan Fudeo will gradually open to students at Southeast University, Jinling University of Aeronautics, Jinling Institute of Technology, Jinling Agricultural University, Jinling Normal University, Henan University, and China Pharmaceutical University.
Stay tuned. As soon as the announcement was released, Su Luo quickly contacted his classmates and sent a screenshot of the announcement to people he knew in other schools.
Soon, a group of students from the neighboring 985 University, Tokyo University, formed a part-time job group. Suddenly, someone took a screenshot of the Yuan Fudeo website announcement and posted it in the group.
Brothers and sisters, Yuan Fudeo is finally opening to the University of Tokyo. I want to cry, sob.
A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, instantly exploding many diving monsters.
Is this true? Come on, handsome guy, prove it. I'm Yanzu, I can prove it. The official website has even posted an announcement. My classmates at Jinan University also sent me a message, so it must be true.
Woo, I've been looking forward to this overwhelming wealth for so long, and finally it has arrived. I saw my buddy from Jinda University making 800 a day before.
This is more painful than killing me.
I'm afraid my brother is having a hard time, and I'm also afraid he's driving a Land Rover. The news that Jinling University students earn hundreds of dollars a day on Yuan Fudeo has long spread in Jinling City. As one of the only 985 universities in Jinling, many students of the University of Tokyo have been envious of it for a long time.
Now, Yuan Fudeo has finally opened its doors to them.
At this moment, the man sent a message in the group again, but attached a screenshot of the report on Weibo.
Seeing this, the students immediately became unhappy. What the hell? Destroying my job?
Oh, this reason for reporting is really refreshing. We agreed that the rich will help the poor, but the Jinda next door got rich first, and now it seems like Potion's wealth is about to come to us, and you're trying to do this to me? To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. To curse someone, you must first curse his mother. I curse first as a sign of respect.
You want to play dirty, right? Today I'll let you know who's dirtier, me or Ian Jeeping?
Brothers, for the sake of overwhelming wealth, charge.
Family shovel.
At the same time, the same scene was also being played out simultaneously in Jinling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Jinling Institute of Technology, Jinling Agricultural University, Jinling Normal University, Henan University, and China Pharmaceutical University.
Classmates have classmates, friends have friends, classmates have friends, and friends have classmates.
At one time, tens of thousands of college students in Jinling called on their friends and marched north.
Su Luo's announcement is equivalent to bringing students from other schools into the Yuan Fudeo camp in advance. At the same time, just as the students were making a fuss, Su Luo forwarded the message to the Yuan Fudeo forum.
Compared to Weibo, which was only established in August last year, it is still in its explosive growth period. Baidu Tieba, which was established in 2003, has already had over 100 million registered users. It is the place where netizens really gather in this era and the battlefield for public opinion. On the day Yuan Fudeo was launched, it had more than 300,000 registered users, and many of them followed the Yuan Fudeo forum. After these days of explosive growth, the number of people following the forum has reached a terrifying level. Soon, Su Luo posted a message, pinned it to the top and marked it as the best, recounting the whole story.
Unsurprisingly, this post ignited the anger of many parents. If we say that for college students, Yuan Fudeo is a part-time job. For parents, Yuan Fudeo is the ladder of their children's education. You destroyed my job and took away my ladder, so I have to fight you.
All of a sudden, students and parents came in large numbers, with millions of people, and successfully gathered at Weibo. This move made Yuan Fudeo, which was originally at the bottom of the hot search list, instantly rush to the top of the hot search list.
The comments section of those Weibo accounts that reported Yuan Fudeo and those maliciously slandered the platform suddenly took a turn for the worse. Ha, even Yuan Fudeo is criticized. Do you understand Yuan Fudeo? Really? If you can be so black, it would be a shame if you didn't become Black Cat Sheriff. How much is it? Let's get rich together with my brothers, Doghead. I've done so much evil in my life, and meeting someone like you is a way to clear the air. Are you Cho Gao? You've already made me feel refreshed. It's really like an old lady getting into bed. It made me laugh. You have a toilet in your mouth? If anyone has uremia, wake him up. If anyone has diabetes, please step aside first. Don't let him get the chance to succeed. Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms, you are just 1 head and 1 idiot. Fuck you. Hey, which school are you from upstairs? College students, please pay attention to your behavior. I'm so drunk, sorry, I have to repost, fuck you. Yeah, much more polite. Chapter 88 Offense is the best defense. I have to say that this batch of college students has something going for them. There is a refreshing feeling of cursing without using any dirty words. Fang Tangjing had to respectfully call him Godfather whenever he saw him. Soon, someone came to verify Yuan Fudeo's name under each comment. At the same time, at the headquarters of Weibo Company in the imperial capital, the staff responsible for nighttime operations and maintenance looked at the surging amount of data in the background and couldn't help but worry. Team leader Yuan Fudeo has sent a complaint, demanding that all accounts maliciously slandering their company be banned. Is it okay if we don't respond? Hearing this, the pot-bellied team leader sneered. Why do you care? We've finally built up some popularity, and if you block the account now, it won't be long before it dies down. How can we attract new customers? Sina Weibo was only launched in August last year and is currently in a period of user growth. Therefore, it needs eye-catching hot events to generate heat and facilitate their promotion and new user acquisition. If you want to speak and participate in discussions on Weibo, you must register an account first, right? The abacus beads clattered loudly. Then at this moment, a beeping sound suddenly came from the backstage of Weibo. The young man in charge of operations looked down and his expression suddenly changed. Team leader. It's over. Thousands of netizens have gone to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology to report our website. They say we're maliciously condoning false statements, maliciously inciting conflict, and provoking conflicting topics. Right now, screenshots of reports are being posted under trending topics, and the number of reports continues to rise. Depend on. Upon hearing this, the pot-bellied middle-aged team leader couldn't help but swear and suddenly became a little panicked. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology MIIT, whose full name is the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, is the national department responsible for the management of websites, and is equivalent to the immediate superior of all websites. For a moment, the middle-aged team leader felt like he was eating the melon himself. Shut it down. Shut those bastards up quickly and make them stop, or I'll be out tomorrow. The middle-aged team leader almost roared out these words. Sometimes, if you want to accomplish something, it must either benefit others or harm them, so that others will cooperate with you. It's like you are carrying a glass of water and walking through the corridor, and the corridor is full of people. If you say excuse me, please move aside, basically no one will pay attention to you. But if you say the boiling water is scalding, the people in front of you will avoid it and make way for you immediately. This is called seeking benefits and avoiding harm, so, you are either benefited or harmed. It only took a short while. On Weibo, all accounts that maliciously spread rumors about Yuan Fudeo were quickly blocked. When the monkeys go to war, not a blade of grass will grow. This time, Yuan Fudeo achieved a crushing victory by marching north. A stormy episode came and went quickly. After this night of turmoil, Yuan Fudeo's popularity did not decline, but instead it further increased its fame, allowing more people to know about its existence. There was also a grand military parade, which made the students and parents more cohesive. By the way, we also connected with the neighboring university, which won a lot of popularity among passers-by for the subsequent promotion. In this wave, Yuan Fudeo is like a little cow taking a plane. It's so awesome. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Little Potato has classes all day today. After a sleepless night, Fang Zhou went back to the dormitory and slept until the afternoon, then returned to the company by himself. As soon as he walked into the company's door, Fang Zhou received a message from his kind aunt. Have you arrived at the company? Fang Zhou immediately replied, arrived. 10 minutes later, the kind aunt appeared at the office door. She was wearing a high-end custom-made office lady uniform, leaning gently against the doorframe, with a faint, charming smile on her face. I found out who was slandering Yuan Fudeo last night. Do you want to hear about it? Fang Zhou perked up when he heard this. How did you find out?
The kind aunt's smile became even more charming, and she slowly said, "You're a computer science student, so you should know that looking up an IP address isn't that difficult, right? Last night, there were a few IP addresses that happened to belong to Jinling. I had someone look for them this morning and spent some money to pry them open. After all, it's just seeking wealth, not difficult." Fong Zhou asked curiously, "Who is the financial backer behind them?" "Li Chungang." "Ah? You don't need to know him. The key point is not his name, but his identity. He is a department manager of Jinxing Group." Hearing this, Fong Zhou's face turned a little ugly. "As my kind aunt said, the person is not important, what is important is his position in company. It's the Yen family's fault. Old Deng has set his sights on me so quickly?" Fong Zhou suddenly became unhappy. The kind aunt shook her head. "You're overthinking it. He's not after you, but the lucrative online education market. It's such a huge market. He's probably been jealous for a long time." Fong Zhou thought about it carefully and felt that what his kind aunt said made sense. Compared to himself, the huge market of Yuan Fudeo is probably what he cares about more. Fong Zhou already had a conditioned reflex towards Lao Deng. Some things have physical memories. For example, when you hear the word rose, you think of love. When you hear the word Jiangnan, you think of urging for updates. When you hear the word Lao Deng, you think of PTSD. After a pause, the kind aunt continued. There was a photo website called Sunrise Impressions that was maliciously reported and smeared shortly after its launch. People were trying to influence the online conversation, which significantly slowed down its promotion. As a result, after the storm passed, a copycat Aurora impression emerged, overtook it with its capital advantage, and eventually acquired Sunrise Impression. This is Chen Sanjin's usual tactic. Damn, isn't this the business trick of a certain goose in the previous life? So, he wants to muddy the waters and slow down Yuan Fudeo's promotion so he can buy more time for research and development. Then he can launch his own Yuan Fudeo and overtake it by leveraging his capital advantage? The kind aunt nodded slightly. Fong Zhou sneered. He had previously vowed that he would sharpen his knife and attack Lao Deng. As a result, just when he was halfway through, Lao Deng set his sights on his Yuan Fudeo. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Fong Zhou gradually regained his composure. In his previous life, he had been in the IT industry for so long that he was already accustomed to the phenomenon of copycats killing the original works. So as soon as Yuan Fudeo started its website, he set up 3 firewalls for himself. One is the ultra-low commission of 8%. The reason why he set the commission so low was, on the one hand, to give benefits to students, and on the other hand, to discourage competitors. Just like Coca-Cola. There are many companies on the market that can make their products taste better than Coca-Cola, but what they really can't do is that the cost price of a 500 milliliters can of Coca-Cola is only 30 cents. Low price can sometimes be an advantage. The second way is to cooperate with schools, bring them onto your own bandwagon, and attract more official attention. The third one is the promotional slogan of "If you are the one." At present, "If you are the one" is the most popular program in the country and a well-deserved publicity trump card. Even if others want to surpass it, they cannot find a better publicity channel for the time being. In addition, he also responded greatly to the official policy of poverty alleviation and protecting the people, which was his own golden ticket to immunity from death. With these blessings, Fong Zhou doesn't need to panic for the time being. But no matter how strong the city walls are, they cannot withstand the wear and tear day after day. No, my dad taught me how to play chess since I was a kid, and he taught me that the best defense is offense. So I usually start the game by sending cannons directly to capture the knight. After thinking for a while, Fong Zhou took out the 3 small wooden plaques he had carved earlier and placed them upside down on the desk. He looked at his kind aunt and said with a smile, "Pick one." "Huh? What are you doing?" The kind aunt looked at Fong Zhou with some curiosity. "We'll talk about it later. You pick one first," Fong Zhou said. Hearing this, the kind aunt casually picked up the wooden sign on the far left, turned it over, and saw that it said, "Jinxin Photo Studio." Jinxin Photo Studio. Fong Zhou picked up the small wooden sign and pondered for a moment. Before, the kind aunt sent Fong Zhou detailed information about the 3 pillar industries of Jinxin Group. The reason why Jinxin Photo Studio can rank among the top 5 in the country is that it actually adopts a franchise model. Jinxin Photo Studio provides unified machines, unified filter lenses and standard parameters, and combines them with a unified post-production photo editing module to lower the threshold for franchisees across the country. The main features are simplicity, speed, and cheapness, which is why it quickly spread across the country and became bigger and stronger. In other words, Jinshin Photo Studio does not make money from the photographers, but from the franchisees.
Franchise fees, equipment fees, consumables fees, module fees, these are the big expenses.
This is somewhat similar to the milk tea shop franchise model in later generations. The unified machines, unified filter lenses and standard parameters, unified photo editing modules, etc. developed by Jinshin Photo Studio seem to have a high technical content in this era.
But from the perspective of future generations, Fangzhou has a big drawback.
Because the main focus is on quick success, short-term and fast results, and it is franchised by franchisees, the quality is uneven, so maybe it's nothing for the time being.
But there is no harm without comparison.
If a simpler, more popular, and better performing camera suddenly appears on the market, the disadvantages of this model will be fully revealed. By then, everyone can quickly become a photographer, everyone can take short and quick photos, and everyone can produce blockbuster films.
The market in this field will probably be completely eaten up. After thinking for a while, Fangzhou selected a project document on his computer. Double-click to open. The title on the first page of the document reads, Beauty Camera. Chapter 89, Top 10 Outstanding Young People in China. Beauty camera? You're not planning to get into the SLR market, are you?
When the kind aunt saw the project title on his computer, her face suddenly became serious.
SLR cameras belong to the physical electronics field.
The industry includes a number of old-fashioned companies such as Canon, Nikon, Sony, Leica, and Casio.
Not only do they require large initial investments, but they also have to face fierce competition from a group of wolves.
Seeing that Fangzhou was interested in entering the camera industry, the kind aunt couldn't help but worry.
Fangzhou couldn't help laughing and shook his head. I'm not that stupid.
I wouldn't give up my expertise in the internet industry and go into the electronics business, even competing with a bunch of established giants. Hearing this, the kind aunt frowned slightly, and a hint of confusion flashed across her naturally charming face.
Fangzhou didn't keep the secret any longer and began to explain. This beauty camera I'm going to make, although called camera, is actually an image processing software.
It is not a direct shot from the original camera, but an optimized image that is finally presented based on the image captured by the original camera lens of the mobile phone through secondary processing by software.
The franchise model of Jinshin Photo Studio focuses on simplicity, speed, and low cost.
This attracted a large number of franchisees to join, quickly expanding the market across the country and making the company bigger and stronger.
In the final analysis, this is a business in the sinking market.
In the past, after the birth of Beauty Camera and Meta Show, they quickly became popular across the country and almost completely took over the lower-end market in the industry. Only boutique studios that focus on the high-end market can survive by relying on global travel photography, wedding photography, artistic photography, and other businesses.
Lao Deng's Jinshin Photo Studio is not targeting the high-end market, but the sinking market. In the sinking market, free is king. No matter how fast and cheap you are, can it be better than free?
What's more, the beauty camera has the feature of anytime, anywhere, and carry with you.
You can take pictures whenever and wherever you want, which is convenient and fast. Hearing this, the kind aunt breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you know the answer yourself. Just looking at the name is enough for me. I won't ask any more questions before the project is launched. Fangzhou smiled secretly in his heart.
How could he not understand that his kind aunt was taking the initiative to avoid suspicion? The business world is like a battlefield. Even with partners, certain core technologies must be kept confidential. My kind aunt always maintains a good sense of propriety between us, knowing what to ask and when to stop.
Boss Chow was right.
This young lady is really considerate of others.
However, at this time,
the kind aunt hesitated for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, there is one more thing about you that I would like to ask your opinion on.
What is it? Fangzhou cast a curious look at him.
The kind auntie got straight to the point and said, you should already know that the focus of the national government's work this year is poverty alleviation and protecting the people.
This is an opportunity for you and Fudeo, and similarly, it's an opportunity for you. Fangzhou was confused by what he heard, his mind full of black question marks. Seeing this, the kind aunt smiled charmingly and asked mysteriously, don't you want to try to be one of the top 10 outstanding young people in the country? Bang!
Fangzhou's heart beat violently twice, the blood in his veins suddenly boiled, and his head was buzzing.
One of the top 10 outstanding young people in the country.
In his previous life, it was something he could only see on TV, a top national honor, a brilliant glory that was out of reach. In 2010, the national population was 1.34 billion, of which 425 million were young people aged 15 to 35. You can imagine how valuable it is to select 10 of them from the country's more than 400 million young people. The most important thing is that once you are selected as one of the top 10 outstanding young people in the country, it is equivalent to the country giving you a stamp of approval, and your life will be completely bright from then on. If you are in politics, you are, as I have said many times, when you are working, you are referring to your position.
Job title when working.
If you are in business, you will say I have never touched money, I am not interested in money.
I'm not interested in money.
Upon hearing this, Fong Zhou's face was filled with excitement, and he said with a dry mouth,
Sister Yurong, are you serious? The kind aunt smiled and said, what else? Fong Zhou was even more excited to receive the affirmation from his kind aunt. If he is elected as one of the top 10 outstanding young people in the country, it is equivalent to being stamped by the country and being inherently invincible. In fantasy novels, it is almost equivalent to the perfection of the ancient holy body. By then, if Lao Deng is desperate and wants to use some shady tricks, he will probably have to think twice. This is equivalent to buying the strongest national insurance for yourself and your family. If he is elected, he won't have to take any action if something like the old house incident happens again. The local officials will probably be the first to help him solve it. After all, matters concerning the top 10 outstanding young people in the country could easily reach the ears of the emperor, and everyone would have to think twice. Don't get too excited.
I told you, you have a chance to make it, but whether you can make it depends on your own courage. The kind aunt poured a basin of cold water on Fong Zhou, which helped him calm down quickly.
Sister Yurong, please don't keep me in suspense. What do I need to do? Fong Zhou asked humbly.
He naturally understood that this kind of top national honor was definitely not easy to obtain. Hearing this, the kind aunt did not answer but asked, it's not about what you should do, but you should think carefully about what the higher-ups need.
You are a smart person and you should understand.
After saying this, the kind aunt twisted her slender waist and slowly left the formula company. In the office, Fong Zhou lowered his head in thought, and slowly figured out what his kind aunt meant. In fact, it is difficult to say, but it is also simple to say. In one sentence, it is to carry out poverty alleviation and education assistance to the end and to the extreme.
Fong Zhou slowly formed an idea in his mind, not knowing what he was thinking about. Until the sun sets and it gets dark. Fong Zhou gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He logged into the Yuan Fudeo official website and was about to publish an announcement.
After thinking about it, he decided to send it to the group first to consult the opinions of the people.
Fong Zhou took out his mobile phone and opened the Yuan Fudeo College Student Part-Time Job Group number 1.
At this moment, the group was bustling with activity, seemingly discussing something.
Can someone help me out? A student just asked me a question about a classic novel, and I'm completely baffled. Oh? What's the problem? Tell me. Tell me about it +1. Tell me about it +2. Tell me about it +10,086. Okay, wait a minute, I'm a slow typist. Just like in Journey to the West, why did the other nations let Tang Sanzang pass after seeing his pass? Weren't restrictions between nations supposed to be very strict in ancient times? That's it? You call that a problem?
Journey to the West is set during the reign of Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. The Tang dynasty was the most powerful nation in the world.
You know what Heavenly Khan is, right?
Well, so the meaning of the pass is that Emperor Taizong of Tang is either let him pass or wait for me to pass.
Which one do you choose? Seeing this, Fong Zhou, who was silently peeking at the screen, couldn't help laughing.
I have to say that there are talented people among this class of college students. After thinking about it, Fong Zhou used his authority as an authority dog to silence the group. The messages that were originally flooding the screen suddenly stopped, and the group fell into a vacuum. At this time, Fong Zhou typed slowly.
Say 3 things.
First, starting today, Yuan Fudeo will allocate 10% of its monthly revenue to be shared by all impoverished college students working part-time at Yuan Fudeo to help them complete their studies. Secondly, Yuan Fudeo will also set aside 10% of its monthly revenue to establish the Formula Student Aid Fund. Every month, we will select poor student representatives to represent Yuan Fudeo when returning to their hometowns to donate money, materials, books, and teaching equipment to local schools in difficult conditions. Third, UN Fudeo will also allocate 10% of its annual revenue to the construction of Hope primary schools in remote mountainous areas, and student representatives of UN Fudeo will name them and cut the ribbon.
I've finished speaking. Who's in favor, and who's against? Chapter 90. Let us live together. Waited 10 minutes. Fong Zhou estimated that everyone had read the message before lifting the ban. But even after the ban was lifted, the group was still silent. After a long time, someone shouted, "Godfather is really." A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the group instantly became boiling. Good fellow, you took out 30% of the company's income all at once. I also want to ask if my godfather is serious. Other bosses are rushing to deduct money, but our boss is rushing to give money? I won't even lean on the wall to obey you. So domineering, I like it so much. Suddenly I understand why girls like domineering CEOs. This isn't being overbearing, this is daddy's arrival. I have been wandering for half my life without finding a wise master. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to be your adoptive father. Godfather. Good guy, I don't know what to say. How about killing me to cheer everyone up? I'm probably still asleep and hallucinating. Wait for me. I slapped my roommate and he felt pain? Damn, this isn't a dream, this is real. Blah blah blah.
Soon, Fong Zhou copied this wave of operations to other groups by pressing Ctrl+C.
For a moment, countless students were excited. Someone made a joke. Some people were clamoring to be recognized as their adoptive fathers. Many students also gave sincere advice after confirming that Fong Zhou was not joking. For example, how to define poor students, how to select student representatives, how to choose the location of Hope primary schools, etc. A small number of caring people have already realized that Fong Zhou has three things. The first one is to help college students, the second one is to help middle school students, and the third one is to help elementary school students. From primary school to middle school to university, Fong Zhou is preparing to build a complete student aid system. This was the result of his hard thinking for an afternoon. Overall, the three things everyone thinks about the other state are: the flat-headed brother hits the wall strongly, welcome the wall-breaking badger wins. Ding ding. Just then, Fong Zhou's phone rang. He clicked on it and saw a message from Su Luo, sixth brother. What you just said in the group, were you serious? Fong Zhou replied immediately, of course. After hearing this, the other side was silent for a long time. Just when Fong Zhou thought the other party had gone offline, Su Luo's message finally arrived. Thank you, you are a good person. Don't just talk the talk, Vini 50 to see your sincerity. Ah. Fong Zhou slapped his head and thought, damn, I forgot that WeChat will not be online until next year. Soon, the kind aunt also sent a message, only 3 words, courageous. Fong Zhou smiled slightly and replied thank you. He then announced the news on the official website of UN Fudeo. Not long after the announcement was released, countless parents applauded it in the forum. After all, the money UN Fudeo earns comes from them, and parents feel proud that it can be used for educational charity. On the other hand, the news spread throughout Jinling City through Jinling University. Students from neighboring schools such as the University of Tokyo, Jinling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and Jinling Institute of Technology have been looking forward to UN Fudeo for a long time. Now that such great news has come out, everyone is so excited that they can't sleep all night. Unknowingly, UN Fudeo's reputation among students and parents has become better and better. However, Fong Zhou didn't know all this. At this time, in the office of Formula Company, Fong Zhou clicked on the document of beauty camera and started typing on the keyboard to perfect his project plan. Although he paid out 30% of the profit in one go, he did not feel bad, and even felt a little unsatisfied. This time, the timing, location, and people are all right. The right time is the economic crisis, the right place is Jinling University, and the right people are the focus of this year's government poverty alleviation and people's protection. This was perfect timing, worth his while. What's more, for Fong Zhou, there are still many opportunities to make money, such as the new project, beauty camera. Thinking of this, Fong Zhou's attention returned to the computer again. Although the beauty camera in his previous life was very good, Fong Zhou was not planning to copy it. He plans to design a beauty camera that combines photo taking plus photo editing plus templates plus community. It combines the beauty camera plus made to show plus taking the same photos plus moments of friends from the previous life. Consider the process of taking a photo of someone. First, take a photo with the beauty camera. After taking the photos, use made to show to edit them.
If you don't know how to take photos, you can learn by taking photos of the same style, or directly use the template for taking photos of the same style.
Finally, the photos are taken and edited, ready for community display. After all, people have an emotional need to share and show off.
After this series of combined efforts, Fang Zhou is confident that he can make a unique, beauty camera, making huge profits while letting Lao Dang know what a special surprise is. In this way, Fang Zhou immersed himself in his own world and began to improve the structure bit by bit.
The night gradually deepened. Boom, boom, boom.
I don't know how long it was before someone knocked on the office door. Fang Zhou looked up and saw Little Potato standing at the door with a bowl of steaming wontons in his hand.
Wan Ning, why are you here? Fang Zhou suddenly smiled and said with some surprise.
Little Potato has a full class schedule today. I didn't expect that after a whole day of classes, she would come to the company so late at night. Hearing this, Little Potato brought the wontons to the desk, pouted, and said unhappily,
I went to the dormitory to look for you.
Su Luo said you hadn't been home all day, so I came here.
Fang Zhou looked at the steaming wontons and his stomach growled.
I was so focused before that I forgot to eat. Seeing this, Fang Zhou didn't hesitate to show off the wontons brought by Little Potato.
Little Potato pulled a stool over and sat next to Fang Zhou.
He held his cheeks with his little hands and watched Fang Zhou eat with a smile.
Is it tasty? Gaga, delicious.
Little Potato smiled, and her smile was full of charm. At this moment, she thought of the geography magazine she had read before and said with some longing, Fang Zhou, that book said that France has foie gras, Japan has wagyu beef, and Russia has caviar. They're all top-notch ingredients. The book says they're delicious.
I want to try them, too.
As he spoke, Little Potato smacked his lips twice, looking silly and a little cute.
That's great. Let's go eat together later. We can eat wherever we go and have a great time.
Fang Zhou said with a smile. Little Potato's face was solemn, and he said worriedly, but I only speak French and Russian, not Japanese.
How am I going to order food then? Fang Zhou, do you speak Japanese?
Fang Zhou blurted out, of course, Yame, not much, Sashigan, Kakashi-sensei, I speak Japanese very well. Little Potato suddenly looked alert, no.
Did you mean to say Yamide?
Fang Zhou immediately denied it. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense, I'm a dignified young man of the new era, a true gentleman. I have never known what Yamidi is, nor have I ever known who Mr. Fukata, Mr. Yua, Mr. Jingu, Mr. Tomoda, Mr. Ichika, Mr. Sakurasara, Mr. Kirishima, Mr. Kana, Mr. Kirikawa, and Mr. Kidar. Little Potato stared at Fang Zhou with aggrieved eyes.
Like this?
Oof. Little Potato snorted heavily and raised his little foot to kick Fang Zhou. As a result, her little foot didn't kick accurately and hit the corner of the table. It was so painful that her beautiful eyes were immediately filled with mist.
Ooh, I'm so mad.
Little Potato, feeling aggrieved, suddenly swung his long legs, clattered his feet, kicked off his little leather shoes, and then lay down on the sofa.
I won't live anymore.
I'll die in front of you.
Fang Zhou was immediately amused.
He quickly took off his shoes and lay down on the sofa side by side with Little Potato. He put his arm through Little Potato's back and held her in his arms. Then, Fang Zhou exerted force suddenly. Little Potato screamed and was pulled over, lying on Fang Zhou, with his red little face resting on Fang Zhou's chest.
Perhaps this gesture was too intimate. Fang Zhou could feel Little Potato's heart pounding. Late lemon.
After a moment of tenderness, Fang Zhou spoke softly.
Little Potato lay on Fang Zhou's chest and hummed weakly. Maybe I'll be busy again later.
Fang Zhou said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Zhou felt the clothes on his chest being gently grabbed by two small hands. After a long time, a little head rubbed Fang Zhou gently, and the voice of Little Potato came to his ears.
It's okay. I can do it, alone.
The voice was soft and weak, like that of an unwanted puppy.
Fang Zhou's heart seemed to be stabbed by something.
The girl who holds your hand, cries bitterly, and begs you not to die should not be let down. There is a fierce tiger in my heart, but I can still smell the roses.
For a moment, Fang Zhou was a little excited.
He gently stroked the little head of his own potato in his arms and suddenly said, Wan Ning, how about we live together?
For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Fang Zhou held his breath and waited.
Little Potato buried his little face in Fang Zhou's arms, took a deep breath, and his 36D cheeks rose and fell violently.
Instead of answering, he asked,
My mother told me when I was a child that any relationship that is not aimed at marriage is just playing with someone else's wife and is shameful.
Fang Zhou, will you marry me?
This sudden question caught Fang Zhou off guard. Perhaps because he had been silent for too long, the potato in his arms gradually clenched his fists, his body became a little stiff, and his little shoulders trembled slightly.
She is scared. Fang Zhou's heart suddenly softened and he buried his nose in Little Potato's hair.
It smelled sweet and pleasant.
He said softly. Yes. Sleep well. Eat well. Grow up well. Wait until I marry you. Chapter 91, A Tiger in the Heart, Sniffing the Roses.
Hearing this, Little Potato's face instantly brightened up. She lay on Fang Zhou's chest, rubbed her little face against it, and suddenly bit him hard.
Fang Zhou suddenly screamed, "Why did you bite me?"
Little Potato hummed and whined, looking up at his little face and gnashing his little canine teeth. His face was filled with an inexhaustible joy, and he said proudly, "If I like it, I'll bite it.
Once I've bitten it, it's mine." As excited as a lark.
Fang Zhou lost his temper all of a sudden, patted Little Potato on the back, and coaxed him like a baby. "Okay, bite it if you want, I can bear it."
"Does it really hurt?"
Little Potato raised his head and looked at Fang Zhou eagerly, with a look of heartache on his face.
"You'll know if you try it. Bite the same spot and give me a bite,"
Fang Zhou said with a smile.
Little Potato lowered her head, glanced at her own D-level peak capital, and immediately blushed. "Humph, I won't give it to you, you wish."
Then he lay on Fang Zhou again, hugging Fang Zhou tightly with his two little hands, like a silly koala.
Fang Zhou patted Little Potato on the back and asked, "So, do you agree?" "Agree to what? Living together?"
A hint of foxy cunning flashed across Little Potato's beautiful eyes, and she instantly put on the posture of a weak woman. "I'm a girl, I can't lift it with my hands, I can't carry it on my shoulders, and you're a grown man over 1.80 meters tall, there's no way I can resist you, I have no choice but to let you carry me away," sob.
Fang Zhou.
If I hadn't seen the smile on your lips that was harder to suppress than an AK, I would have almost believed it.
Can't lift it with your hands?
But you can smash the keyboard with one punch.
Can't carry it on your shoulders?
But you can kick that little thug into the hospital.
Okay, I'm just a bandit leader.
I came down the mountain to rob decent women.
Someone fought back desperately but to no avail.
In the end, I had no choice but to carry her back to be my wife. Little Potato immediately revealed a bright smile. "That's good to know."
"I resisted, but I just didn't succeed." Fang Zhou saw through it but didn't say anything. "Then, shall we go look at the house tomorrow?" "No, we have a house." Little Potato blinked at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted.
Little Potato owns a large flat in the Daijing mansion at Baijia Lake, which was the dowry her mother left for her before she went abroad. A large 3-bedroom apartment of 200 square meters, plus 2 living rooms, a kitchen and 2 bathrooms, had a unit price of more than 20,000 yuan in 2009. Although it is not a luxury house, it is considered a mid to high-end community.
Fang Zhou made his first fortune from mortgaging that house when he was working on Angry Birds.
The house is located in Baijia Lake, right on the midline between the company and the school, close to both sides, just right. But it's been vacant for a long time.
We need to find an ant to clean it up first. We're still missing a lot of things. How about, we go to IKEA together after class tomorrow to buy some?
Little Potato said excitedly, his little fists clenched slightly with excitement.
Fang Zhou naturally had no objection.
Seeing this, Little Potato was about to get up and prepare tomorrow's shopping list. Fang Zhou suddenly held her down, and said with a guilty conscience, don't move for now."
"What's wrong?" Little Potato didn't understand and blinked his big eyes in confusion.
Fang Zhou turned his head to the side and said something else. "Don't ask, wait a moment, just let me rest for a while." At this moment, Little Potato seemed to feel something pressing under him. The little face was stunned for a moment, then it reacted, and its fair and delicate face instantly turned red as if bleeding.
"Bad guy. What's going on in your head all day?" Little Potato was extremely ashamed and angry. Fang Zhou's face flushed. "I miss you."
Little Potato punched Fang Zhou angrily. "Don't try to flatter me with sweet words." Fang Zhou had no choice but to lie on the sofa and pretend to be dead, feeling that he was more wrong than Doi.
"Timo, can you blame me for this?" In this position, Little Potato was lying on Fang Zhou.
The heating was on in the office and both of them were only wearing thin sweaters.
Someone's 36D breasts were pressing heavily on his lower abdomen. Fang Zhou suddenly understood why boys only need to be 18 to join the army, but the legal age for marriage is 22?
Boys can face an enemy at 18, but not a woman until they are 22.
Understand the applause.
Hearing this, Little Potato lay motionless on Fang Zhou, letting him take a break, but her delicate little face was extremely red and her ears were burning.
After thinking about it, she became angrier and angrier. She grabbed Fang Zhou's arm and bit it. However, Little Potato felt sorry for someone and didn't bite too hard. Fang Zhou didn't comment, so he just patted Little Potato's back and coaxed her like a baby.
I don't know how long it took, but it started to drizzle outside the window. The dense raindrops hit the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a natural white noise that is particularly hypnotic. She lay on Fang Zhou's chest, feeling the warm breeze and listening to the sound of rain, and fell asleep sweetly before she knew it. Fang Zhou held up Potato's little head with his hand, stood up gently, picked up the coat beside him, gently covered the little potato with it, and turned off all the lights in the office. There is a heavy rain outside the window and a warm breeze inside the window. Little Potato curled up into a small ball, covered with Fang Zhou's coat, and slept soundly on the sofa. Fang Zhou was at his desk, carefully typing on the keyboard, revising the plan all night long. The colorful neon lights on both sides of the street downstairs shine into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, illuminating the room with mottled colors. It is a peaceful night. The next day, at 10:30 in the morning. In the office, Fang Zhou woke up sleepily. I stayed up late last night working until around 3 in the morning and fell asleep on my desk in a daze. Fang Zhou looked up and looked around. The office was empty. On the table was a bowl of sand soup and dumplings, along with a note. Bad guy, I have classes in the morning, so I'll go back to school first. Did you remember to eat the breakfast on the table when you wake up? Fang Zhou recognized the handwriting of Little Potato at a glance. He touched the shagu soup and dumplings on the table, which were already cold. It looks like Little Potato got up quite early. Seeing this, Fang Zhou picked up his breakfast, pushed open the office door, and walked towards the company's tea room. In order to facilitate employees' meals, Fang Zhou installed water dispensers, refrigerators and microwave ovens in the company's tea room. Hello, Mr. Fang. Hello, Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang, are you in the company? Along the way, many employees greeted Fang Zhou, and Fang Zhou responded one by one. Arriving at the tea room, Fang Zhou heated it up in the microwave and ate it together with his breakfast and lunch. After dinner, Fang Zhou called all the employees of the company together for an emergency meeting. Marketing Department, please note that Yuan Fudeo has started offering services to schools such as Dongda University, Jinling Institute of Technology, and Jinling Normal University. You will follow up starting today. The Finance Department, please take a look at the website announcement last night. These 3 student aid projects will be implemented as soon as possible, and then prepare a funding plan for me. The HR department needs to hurry up and recruit some IT talent as soon as possible. The company has a new project that urgently needs technical support. The technical department except for the operations and maintenance staff of Yuan Fudeo, everyone else will have 2 days off first, as they'll be busy later. Blah blah blah. Fang Zhou arranged all the things he needed to do in the near future in an orderly manner. As the company gradually got on track, he had more and more things to do and became busier and busier. After doing all this, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Fang Zhou left the company in a hurry and went straight to school. He had 2 Marxism-Leninism classes in the afternoon. As soon as I got in the car, I received a message from Little Potato on my phone. Bawin, after class this afternoon, don't forget to go shopping at IKEA together. Fang Zhou couldn't help but smile. He liked the feeling of being thought of by someone. Suddenly, I'm looking forward to living with Little Potato. Live life, be born, and survive. Even if you have a fierce tiger in your heart, don't forget to smell the roses. As Pushkin said, if life deceives you, don't be sad, don't be anxious. Because you can totally. Put aside your personal qualities and enjoy a life without morals. Refuse to waste your energy and just go crazy if something happens. It is better to make things difficult for others than to make yourself suffer. SKR. Chapter 92 Mr. Fang in Miss Chen's cottage. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jinling University. Fang Zhou walked into the classroom door as the bell rang. Marxism-Leninism is an open class. 4 classes take the class together in a tiered classroom with more than 200 students. The classroom is packed with students. As soon as Fang Zhou entered the classroom and was about to look for someone, he saw Su Luo sitting in the back row waving at him excitedly.
Sixth brother, why did you come just now? When Fang Zhou sat down, Su Luo immediately asked. Fang Zhou looked at him with a half smile. What's wrong? Seeing you smiling like this, is there something good? Ha? Is it that obvious? Su Luo scratched his head awkwardly, then turned on his phone and handed the screen to Fang Zhou. Didn't you put me in charge of developing teachers for the University of East China? Here, these are the results of this morning's battle. Fang Zhou glanced down and saw that in just half a day, Su Luo had actually gathered two large groups that were almost full, with a total of nearly 4,000 people. You know, after Jinling University was saturated, only 6,000 people joined Yuanfudao as part-time teachers. But when Su Luo went to Southeast University today, he brought nearly 4,000 new teachers to Yuanfudao in just one morning. Fang Zhou was a little surprised. That's too much, right? So many in one morning? Hey, you might not know this yet, but our Yuanfudao app is incredibly popular among college students in Jinling. I went to promote it this morning, and it took almost no effort. Students were all rushing to sign up. As he spoke, Su Luo handed Fang Zhou a notebook on which he had densely compiled the current student grades at the University of Tokyo. By the way, I also brought you the provincial champion. Su Luo suddenly looked smug. He opened the group member list and clicked on a certain QQ. Here, this is it. The QQ avatar is a kitten and looks like a girl. Seeing this, Fang Zhou was even more horrified. You have to know that the top scorers in each province are those who have emerged from hundreds of thousands of people, and are the students that Peking University and Tsinghua University are fighting hard to get. Previously, Yuanfudao only had city-level champions, but this is the first provincial-level champion. This girl's situation is a bit special. Her father is an associate professor at the University of Tokyo. She is following in her father's footsteps. She also plans to pursue a master's and doctoral degree at the University of Tokyo, so she applied directly to the University of Tokyo. Seeing Fang Zhou's confusion, Su Luo explained. A family like this shouldn't be short of money, so why would they come to Yuanfudao? I'm not short of money, but I am short of fame. Su Luo smiled mysteriously. Fang Zhou immediately understood that as Yuanfudao grew in size, the student aid system built with 30% of the company's revenue would become increasingly influential. If we take Yuanfudao's peak annual revenue in its previous life as an example, which was nearly 10 billion yuan, then 30% of the revenue would be several billion yuan. With such a large amount of funds, the fame it brings can be imagined. What's her name? Lin Kiki, a very quiet and well-behaved girl. Fang Zhou silently memorized the name. Today is the day when Yuanfudao opens to other universities, including 9 universities including Southeast University, Jinling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Jinling Institute of Technology, Jinling Agricultural University, and Jinling Normal University. Together with the previous Jinling University, all the 985 and 211 universities in Jinling City are included. The next class time. Fang Zhou and Su Luo's phones kept vibrating without stopping. Yuanfudao Jinling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics Student Part-Time Group invites you to join the group. Yuanfudao Jinling Institute of Technology Student Part-Time Group invites you to join the group. Yuanfudao Jinling Normal University Student Part-Time Group invites you to join the group. Fang Zhou was both surprised and surprised by this. With the example of Jinling University, students from other schools whose families are in financial difficulties have seen hope and want to join Yuanfudao. There was also the previous incident of the 8-bar going on an expedition, which was a huge military parade. In addition, it was revealed last night that Yuanfudao is about to build a charitable education assistance system from primary school to middle school to university. Students from surrounding universities were already excited, and almost all responded to the call. The combination of various factors has led to the unprecedented promotion today. After thinking for a while, Fang Zhou realized that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen, so he took out his notebook and wrote down the major events that had happened to him recently. First, continue to promote Yuanfudao, make steady progress, and implement the poverty alleviation and education assistance system to strive for the top 10 outstanding young people in the country. Second, targeting Laodang's Jinshin Photo Studio, develop a beauty camera to completely capture the lower-tier markets in the photography industry. First of all, Fang Zhou has already set the direction, and the next step is to rely on hard work and gradually implement it. The second thing is to develop a beauty camera and beat up Laodang. This is his next focus. Fang Zhou always believed in one thing, that is, to strike the first blow to avoid 100 blows. It's okay to be kind, but kindness without a sharp edge is equivalent to weakness. The two classes lasted until 6 in the afternoon.
As soon as the get out of class was over, Fong Zhou picked up his books and ran straight to the school gate. He made an appointment with Little Potato to go shopping at IKEA. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, I saw a Lamborghini parked on the side of the road from a distance. Little Potato is wearing a khaki sweater for early spring, revealing her delicate collarbone. A small star necklace hangs around her snow-white and delicate neck. She is wearing pencil pants that outline a pair of slender and round long legs. She is wearing white sneakers, looking youthful, energetic and full of vitality. Standing next to a Lamborghini, you get the feeling of seeing a beautiful woman and a luxury car. Seeing Fong Zhou, Little Potato immediately raised his hands happily. Here, here. Seeing this, Fong Zhou trotted forward and gave him a big bear hug. It hurts. Little Potato groaned softly and said dissatisfiedly, "You've almost deformed me."
Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing and said, "It's okay, it's very elastic." "You're talking nonsense again."
The little fist hit Fong Zhou in dissatisfaction.
"Why do you always like to hit me?"
"You are not the Northwest Hammer King."
Fong Zhou joked, then sat in the driver's seat, and Little Potato sat obediently in the passenger seat. Set off.
Coarse hair. With a step on the accelerator, the Lamborghini sped away. About half an hour later, the two appeared at the IKEA store. IKEA closes at 9 in the evening, so there are still about 2.5 hours, enough time for them to buy everything they need for living together. As soon as Little Potato walked into the IKEA door, he felt like a little mouse entering a rice warehouse.
"Fong Zhou, I want this panda pillow. I can hug it while sleeping in the future. This bedside table is so beautiful, I want one too. This dolphin desk lamp is also very beautiful. I want one more. That mug is also beautiful, I want it, I want it."
In a short while, the shopping cart was filled to the brim. For some large items such as bedside tables and stools, Fong Zhou directly chooses to have them delivered to the door.
Fong Zhou looked down and saw some kitchen utensils in the shopping cart.
His heart skipped a beat.
"Wan Ning, why did you buy so many pots, pans, and utensils?"
Little Potato immediately straightened up his 36D breasts and said proudly, "Because I want to cook for you."
"You are so lucky to have me. I am really impressed by you." Fong Zhou recalled something he couldn't bear to recall in his past life, and his expression changed slightly. "Is it that kind of serious meal?" "Of course, I've always been a good cook, right?"
Little Potato said with a guilty conscience. "Ha, if I hadn't been to the DIY kitchen with you in college in my previous life, I would have almost believed it." Once in his previous life, Little Potato saw someone popping popcorn in a high-pressure iron can on the street. She suddenly had an idea and dragged Fong Zhou to the DIY kitchen to make him a dish of stir-fried crayfish in a high-pressure iron pot. The result was that people who liked crayfish and those who didn't like crayfish were all silent. Seeing this, Fong Zhou felt that he could still save the situation and struggled to ask, "Wan Ning, is it necessary to cook this meal?"
"You doubt me?"
Little Potato crossed his arms with his hands on his slender waist in dissatisfaction. Fong Zhou quickly tried to smooth things over. "That's not the case, it's just.
How about I ask you a question, to see if you have a talent for cooking?"
Little Potato said stubbornly, "Then ask."
"Just a simple question, what kind of chemical reaction will occur when a turtle and water react?"
Little Potato frowned and asked tentatively, "Electrolyzed water?"
"It's turtle soup."
"Little Potato?"
"Oh, I'll try to keep Little Potatoes away from the kitchen in the future." Fong Zhou thought helplessly in his heart.
After finishing their shopping, Fong Zhou and Xiao Tudou drove to the house in Baijia Lake. Little Potato had asked the aunt to clean the room during the day and now they are waiting for them to move in.
Soon, the Lamborghini arrived at the Daijing mansion in Baijia Lake.
This was Fong Zhou's first time here, and Little Potato led the way, and Fong Zhou learned the way as he walked. Along the way, I found that the community has good greenery, a quiet environment, and separate lanes for people and vehicles. It is worthy of being a high-end community, much better than Fong Zhou's old community. Little Potato swiped his card and got on the elevator with ease. The building where Little Potato lives has one household per floor, so there is no need to worry about being disturbed by neighbors.
The elevator goes directly to the 12th floor. With a ding, the elevator door opened.
Little Potato swiped his card to enter the house, turned on the light, and the simple wooden living room immediately came into view.
Living room.
This house has 3 large bedrooms, each room is a suite with different styles and private bathroom, plus 2 living rooms and a kitchen. Seeing this, Fong Zhou couldn't wait to visit Little Potato's room.
Little Potato room. Then, I went to see my room. Fangzhou room.
This will be Mr. Fong and Miss Chen's cottage from now on.
Chapter 93 Cohabitation in Progress. Soon, Fangzhou and Zayatudu started to tidy up. One by one, the newly bought items were neatly placed, adding to the beauty of this little nest. In a short while, the two of them had the cabin tidy and tidy. After finishing his work, Fangzhou sat on the sofa, and Little Potato lay on the sofa with his little head resting on Fangzhou's stomach. When lying flat, her 36D figure is about to show through, and her straight and round long legs are casually draped there, yet it makes people unable to take their eyes off her, like a seductive little goblin. At this moment, Little Potato turned slightly sideways and muttered, Fangzhou, how about we buy a dog? This place is too big, it's too empty for me alone. If you're busy in the future, there's Puppy to keep me company.
Ever since he saw the bulldog at Fangzhou's house last time, Little Potato has been obsessed with raising a dog.
Hearing this, Fangzhou was a little touched.
He could feel Little Potato's attachment to him. Fangzhou stroked Little Potato's head, which was resting on his belly, and said softly, Okay, if you want to raise one, then we'll raise one.
What kind do you like?
Little Potato puffed up his cheeks and thought seriously for a moment, I don't know either.
What can I recommend? Fangzhou thought for a moment and said, Why not raise a border collie? They're smart and lively.
Little Potato immediately shook his head and said aggrievedly, No, if I raise a border collie, it will think I'm stupid.
Phew. Fangzhou couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. Someone's face fell, and he glanced at me. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Fangzhou quickly explained.
Indeed, border collies are ranked first in canine IQ and are smarter than some human children. Golden retrievers are smart enough, ranking fourth in canine IQ, equivalent to a 6-7-year-old human child.
But Fangzhou read a news report that said a netizen had a border collie and a golden retriever at home. The owner was a little partial to the golden retriever, so the border collie took the golden retriever out and threw it away. It took the golden retriever out and threw it away. What's more, in the previous life, there was a border collie named Bella on Douyin. She was proficient in almost everything, such as receiving express deliveries, closing doors, finding things, and buying groceries. She was incredibly smart. Netizen shouted, I know this dog. He sat next to me during the college entrance examination.
Given Little Potato's naive nature, if he raises a border collie, he may indeed be disliked.
Why not raise a dumber one? A husky would be fine. Fangzhou suggested again. Hearing this, Little Potato was a little tempted. Are huskies easy to raise? Are they unfriendly to beginners? Fangzhou nodded, huskies are easy to raise. Just give it a home and it will be worry-free. But, when I went to your house before, I saw that you were a bully but you didn't destroy the house?
Oh, that's because one time, Wali Hung tore apart my mom's favorite sofa.
My mom was so angry that she got on her electric scooter and dragged Wali Hung out for a 5-hour run.
When she came back, her legs were shaking.
Since then, this guy finally realized his place in the family.
Hearing this, Little Potato became conflicted again. She likes to be the boss at home, but she doesn't want her and Fangzhou's home to be demolished. After hesitating for a long time, Little Potato passed the difficult question to Fangzhou. It's so difficult to choose.
Fangzhou, have you ever raised a dog yourself? Being a bully in the kennel doesn't count. Yes, I had a Sun Honlei when I was a kid. Sun Honlei?
It's a bull terrier.
After thinking for a while, Fangzhou took out his mobile phone, searched for photos of bull terriers and handed them over. Little Potato took the phone and looked at it. Bull terrier. After reading it, Little Potato nodded in agreement. They are indeed quite similar. I didn't know that before. Of course not, Sun Honglei himself certified it. Fangzhou smiled inwardly.
Soon, the two were entangled again. Finally, Little Potato said, if that doesn't work, we'll just pick one from the 3 idiots on the sled.
Fangzhou thought for a moment and suggested, then let's raise Alaska pigs. Alaska pig? It's a bear version of Alaska. When it's young, it's chubby and as silly as a piglet. Little silly couple with little silly couple, a perfect match. The house is big, so raising a large bear-sized Alaskan Malamute will make it seem less empty. Although both are one of the 3 sled dogs, the Alaskan's guarding attributes are better than that of the husky. As for the issue of demolishing the house, Fangzhou has made up his mind to refuse demolition and start from the children. After confirming everything, Little Potato lay on Fangzhou's belly and said with some longing, when we raise little Allah, you can hold my hand when we go out, and I'll hold the dog. That will be a beautiful scene. Yes, the three of us walked together. There was a dog, a man, and a woman. Dog, man, woman, all together. Fong Zhou teased with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Little Potato's delicate face instantly fell. Fong Zhou. Then he suddenly turned over and bit Fong Zhou without letting go. Good fellow, if this bite goes down another 10 centimeters, you'll be a widow for the rest of your life. Fong Zhou thought with lingering fear and hurried to coax Little Potato. Boys are so strange sometimes. They like to make girls cry, then coax them back, make them cry again, coax them back again, and do this over and over again, just for fun. The night gradually deepens. The moon burned a hole in the night. The first night of living together started in such an interesting and lively way. The next day, at 7 in the morning light was slightly warm. Fong Zhou and Zayatudu both have morning classes today. Early in the morning, Fong Zhou and Xiao Tudo drove back to school. In the passenger seat, Little Potato puffed up his cheeks, looking as angry as a little pufferfish, and didn't speak to Fong Zhou. What's the matter? Are you still angry? Fong Zhou reached out and patted Little Potato's head, saying with a smile. Little Potato turned his face away and said sweetly, "Don't pay attention to me. I don't talk to bad people. You almost wrote 'come and comfort me' on your forehead, and you still don't want to talk to me?" Fong Zhou burst out laughing and coaxed Little Potato like an old father coaxing his daughter. Here is a little scientific knowledge. There is something called serotonin in the human body, which controls our emotional feelings and is like a mood stabilizer. The synthesis rate of serotonin in boys is 52% faster than that in girls. This is why after a couple has a fight, the girl is still furious while the boy is already fast asleep. Soon, Little Potato was coaxed into submission. In fact, Little Potato was relatively easy to coax, but Fong Zhou kept causing trouble last night. After returning to school, there was still some time before class, so the two went back to the dormitory to pack their things. I left in a hurry last night and didn't have time to pack some of my personal belongings in the dormitory. However, even though they will be living together in the future, both of them have reserved beds in the dormitory, as well as sheets, quilt covers, toiletries, spare clothes, etc. Sometimes you have to attend evening classes at school, and if you don't have time to go home, you can stay at school for a while. Xiao Tudo has a full class in the morning, while Fong Zhou only has one large class in the morning. After class, Fong Zhou took some time to go back to the company. As a result, as soon as he entered the office, the company's human resources manager walked in with a stack of resumes. "Mr. Fong, are you free this afternoon?" The other party asked as soon as he entered the door. "What's wrong?" Fong Zhou looked up at her. Hearing this, the girl placed a thick stack of resumes on the desk. "These are the resumes the company has received. We've screened them twice. These are candidates who passed the initial interview with our HR department and the second round with our technical department. Now we're waiting for your final decision. Are you available for an interview this afternoon? Of course, if it's not convenient, I can make another appointment with them," the little girl said in an orderly manner. "No, there's no school this afternoon, so let's go this afternoon." Fong Zhou nodded slightly, picked up the resume on the table and flipped through it casually. As the equation develops, more and more employees are needed, and the demand for personnel increases sharply, so expansion is imminent. But turning over and over. Fong Zhou's hand that was flipping through his resume trembled violently, his pupils suddenly contracted, and an indescribable astonishment appeared on his face. He pulled out one of the resumes, rubbed his eyes, and looked at it over and over again in disbelief. After finally confirming it, Fong Zhou couldn't help but swear. "Damn, why is this big guy here?" Chapter 94, The Fallen Genius. Formula Chief CTO. Seeing this, Fong Zhou immediately said impatiently, "All other interviewees have been moved to the morning of the day after tomorrow. I'll only interview this person this afternoon. Must. Immediately." Fong Zhou slammed the resume on the table. The name column on the resume reads, Mao Xinjuan. Yes, Mao Xinjuan. In his previous life, he was a 90s technical expert and chief engine engineer of Tencent. The game engines for Timmy's Honor of Kings and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are developed by him. Not only that, he is also Microsoft's most valuable expert in the world, commonly known as the MVP in the IT industry. You should know that MVP is a global award given by Microsoft to third-party technology professionals. It is the highest award in the field of IT and Internet technology application in the world, and is selected from tens of millions of professionals around the world every year.
Once you win this award, it is equivalent to being recognized by the world, and your programming skills have reached the pinnacle. You can imagine how valuable it is. When he won this award, Mao Xinjuan was only 23 years old. In addition, he is one of the top 10 outstanding IT authors in China, and his book Windows Programming from Scratch has benefited countless beginners in the IT industry. Thanks to this book, Mao Xinjuan became a godlike figure in the IT industry. Unfortunately, in 2021, this man, who was hailed as the brightest new star in the IT industry, jumped from the roof of the 21st floor due to a relapse of depression, falling like a meteor. Even when reporting this news, People's Information couldn't help but use the term fallen genius. In his previous life, as people of the same generation and in the same industry, Fang Zhou had always regarded Mao Xinjuan as his target. Unfortunately, before he could catch up, the genius disappeared in the tail of the meteor. I used a pseudonym here to show respect, which is a way to make up for my regret. Hearing this, the HR girl was a little frightened and said quickly, "Oh, okay, I'll arrange it right away." With that, she trotted out of the office. Fang Zhou also realized that he was a little too excited. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down and began to recall. In his previous life, Fang Zhou had always regarded Mao Xinjuan as his target, so he naturally knew him very well. According to the timeline, Mao Xinjuan was admitted to Jilin University of Aeronautics and Astronautics in 2008, making him 1 year older than me. He is currently a sophomore at Jilin University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Jilin University of Aeronautics and Astronautics is one of the 9 universities that Yuan Fudeo has opened its doors to. This way, they all fit perfectly. Thinking of this, Fang Zhou suddenly chuckled. Fate is wonderful beyond words. If Kai Gingxian is the sweeping monk of Alibaba, then Mao Xinjuan is the sweeping monk of equations. If he can be recruited, then Formula One will have a candidate for Chief Technology Officer (CTO). And Fang Zhou also wanted to do something to change the fate of this genius. Time flies. While Fang Zhou was waiting anxiously, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon in a blink of an eye. The huge conference room was clean and tidy, and Fang Zhou had already sat in the main seat. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Fang Zhou shouted. Soon, the door of the conference room was slowly pushed open. A young man with messy hair, wearing a blue sweater and jeans, appeared at the door. He had 2 big dark circles under his eyes, was a little thin, and looked tired, but his eyes were bright and lively. Perhaps because he knew he had an interview this afternoon, Mao Xinjuan actually combed his signature messy hair. "Boss, the interviewee scheduled for today has arrived." As she spoke, the HR girl led Mao Xinjuan to sit opposite her, then brewed a pot of tea and filled it for both of them. After doing all this, she consciously left the meeting room. "Hello. Hello." Fang Zhou looked at Mao Xinjuan, and Mao Xinjuan was also observing Fang Zhou. When he saw that Fang Zhou was so young, even Mao Xinjuan, who always had a very high spirit, was a little surprised. Fang Zhou picked up Mao Xinjuan's information and broke the ice. "Mr. Mao, I've looked at your profile. You should only be a sophomore this year. How did you come up with the idea of applying for a job at our company?" Mao Xinjuan raised his hand and scratched his messy hair. With the shyness common among programmers, he said, "Yes, but I have completed all the credits. The instructor can't control me." Fang Zhou: "Well, many schools allow you to graduate early or leave school early if you complete the required credits. There are many ways to earn credits. One is to attend classes step by step, and the other is to participate in competitions and win various awards. Obviously, since Mao Xinjuan was able to complete all the credits so early, it should be the latter." After a pause, Mao Xinjuan suddenly asked curiously, "Boss, how old are you today? You look about the same age as me." Perhaps it was the pride of a genius, or perhaps it was because they were of the same age, but Mao Xinjuan was not very restrained in front of Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou said truthfully, "Indeed, I was admitted to Jilin University last year. So, if you calculate it, I should be 1 year younger than you, and also 1 grade younger than you." "You're younger than me?" Mao Xinjuan couldn't help but shout, and only after he shouted did he realize that it was inappropriate. After all, he came here for an interview today, and the other party was the boss. Fang Zhou didn't care. Having worked in the IT industry for a long time in his previous life, he naturally knew what kind of people these programmers were. It's common to speak without restraint, but a programmer weighing 200 pounds doesn't have 2 pounds of cleverness. Maybe it's because I don't interact with people, doghead. After thinking for a moment, Fang Zhou asked the question that countless bosses would ask, "Then may I ask, why did you choose to come to our company?" Mao Xinjuan seemed to take this question very seriously. After thinking about it carefully, he replied, "It's simple. I like the concept of your website and think it's very meaningful. Besides, I've hacked into Uinfodeo's backend before and almost triggered the website security system. That system is very interesting. I think such an interesting company is worth checking out." Hearing this, Fang Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he asked Lei Jun to mobilize the Kingsoft team to build the IO security system. If you were allowed to be blacklisted so easily, where would Lei Jun put his face? Next, Fang Zhou deliberately asked a few professional questions. It's not that I doubt Lao Mao's professionalism, but I just want to give the other party the feeling that I am taking the interview seriously. Upon hearing this, Mao Xinjuan answered all the questions fluently and even asked Fang Zhou questions in return. Fang Zhou was certainly not in vain. Standing at the perspective of later generations, he answered all the questions from a high-level perspective. By the end of the conversation, both the host and the guests were having a great time. Next comes the all-important discussion of salary. Fang Zhou paused for a moment and offered what he considered a very sincere offer. A base salary of 1 million plus a 1% project dividend, how do you feel? Hearing this number, Mao Xinjuan couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his big dark circles seemed even bigger. His family is just an ordinary well-off family, not too rich but better off than most. Everyone would be surprised to hear that he has an annual salary of 1 million. After thinking for a while, Mao Xinjuan said with a dry mouth, "Boss, how much is your 1% equity share?" The question was very direct, but Fang Zhou didn't care. It's better to be direct, which means the other person is attracted to you. Let me take the Uinfodeo project as an example. When it was only open to Jinling University, the daily turnover was 4 million. Now that 9 new schools have been opened, the daily turnover is conservatively estimated to be 40 million. An 8% commission is 3.2 million. After deducting 30% for charitable education and 20% for one of my partners, the company makes about 1.6 million yuan in net profit every day, and nearly 600 million yuan in annual revenue. Of course, this is only the current data for Jinling City. Within 5 years, if Uinfodeo expands nationwide, this data will increase more than 30 times, with annual revenue approaching 20 billion. Fang Zhou spoke frankly. These data are well documented and he is not worried about being questioned. Upon hearing this, Mao Xinjuan was even more shocked. If that's the case, then this condition is too good. Although he did not participate in the Uinfodeo project, he could not get any share of the profits. But Formula Company does not only have this one project. He will get a 1% share of the projects he builds in the future. As long as he can raise a unicorn, he can retire early in minutes. Faced with such good conditions, Mao Xinjuan was a little hesitant. This hesitation is not indecision, but a kind of kind-hearted hesitation of not accepting rewards without doing anything. In his previous life, Mao Xinjuan was active on CSDN for many years with the ID Qianma, helping a large number of people who were confused about IT technology. Later, he wrote Windows programming from scratch, which benefited countless beginners in the IT industry. Some people say that depression is the most gentle cancer in the world. A truly advanced soul will be more or less depressed, and the essence of depression is the kindness after seeing through life. Boss, your offer is too good. It's too hot to handle. Mao Xinjuan said somewhat embarrassedly. Fang Zhou smiled and said, "Of course I'm not letting you take it for free. There are conditions." Upon hearing this, Mao Xinjuan felt much more at ease. "What are the conditions, boss? Tell me." Hearing this, Fang Zhou raised a finger and slowly said, "The first condition is that you will be responsible for all technical aspects of Formula One. In other words, you will be the chief technology officer of Formula One." Mao Xinjuan nodded. This was natural and within his professional field. However, at this moment, Fang Zhou stretched out a second finger. Life is like a journey, there will always be disappointments. If everyone understood you, how ordinary would you be? So the second condition, and this is also the entrepreneurial spirit of our company. As he spoke, Fang Zhou suddenly stared into Mao Xinjuan's eyes and said word by word, "Please, again and again, 3 times, and countless times, save yourself from this world without hesitation." Chapter 95, The First Game. Fang Zhou vs. Lao Deng. Nothing but useless physical suicide and spiritual escape.
The third type of suicide is to fight against the absurdity of life by trying to live. As an old lady called Ocean Auntie said, "It doesn't matter, I've lived another day, which is already great." Mao Xinjuan was a little confused and said excitedly, "Boss, our company actually has such an entrepreneurial spirit. How come I haven't heard of it in the previous 2 rounds of interviews?" "Of course, I just added it." Fong Zhou looked as if it was a matter of course. Mao Xinjuan. "Well, you are the boss and you can do whatever you want. What do you think? Do you want to think about it again, or join now?" Fong Zhou looked at him expectantly. "Of course I join now, I'm not a der." Mao Xinjuan had a smiling face and showed no signs of depression at all. Perhaps it was the 10 years after graduation that completely changed him, and ultimately led this post-90s IT gurus to choose to end their lives. But now, Fong Zhou's interception has indirectly changed the trajectory of his life. Good. Fong Zhou took out the employment contract he had prepared in advance and handed it over along with the pen. After reading the contract, Mao Xinjuan signed his name happily. Seeing this, Fong Zhou stood up, smiled and extended a hand. "Welcome to the equation." "Hello, boss." Mao Xinjuan also stretched out a hand and shook hands with Fong Zhou vigorously. At this moment, Formula One finally has a chief technology officer. Fong Zhou felt ecstatic. With the addition of Mao Xinjuan, there will be a real person to take charge of project programming and technical support. He finally doesn't have to do everything himself anymore, and from now on he will transform from a programmer into an evil product manager. When he was a programmer in his previous life, what annoyed him most was the product managers who always asked him to change the requirements, but now, "I've finally become the person I hated the most, he. Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing in his heart. After signing the contract, Mao Xinjuan became more approachable and asked impatiently, "Boss, does our company have any new projects?" After all, his salary includes 1% of the project share. The sooner he achieves results, the sooner he can achieve financial freedom. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhou took out a confidentiality agreement and handed it over. "Sign the confidentiality agreement first, and go through the necessary procedures." Upon hearing this, Mao Xinjuan's brows instantly lit up with joy. Being able to sign a confidentiality agreement means there is a big job. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Fong Zhou pulled down the curtains and turned on the projector in the conference room. In the dim conference room, the laser projected 4 large words on the screen: "Beauty Camera." The company's new project is called Beauty Camera, which mainly consists of 4 parts: beauty photography, universal photo editing, photo shooting the same style, and beauty community. As he spoke, Fong Zhou lightly pressed a button, and a slideshow of the project popped up on the screen. Project slides. Photo beauty and universal photo editing are tools that require more software skills. You'll be responsible for the rest. As for photographing the same style and beauty community, which are more social, I will discuss and invite some photography experts and teachers to join. Let's divide the work and work together to get the beauty camera out as soon as possible. As he spoke, Fong Zhou couldn't help but look towards the southwest, which was the direction of Jinxing Group. "Okay, boss." Mao Xinjuan nodded heavily, looking eager to try. At the same time, the headquarters of Jinxing Group is located in Hushinu City, Jinling. 36th floor, inside the president's office. Chen Sanjin, with gray hair at his temples, was half lying on the boss chair, his eyes slightly narrowed, listening to Chen Qi's project report next to him. He was wearing a well-tailored haute couture suit, had a rather thin build, deep wrinkles on his forehead, a pair of intimidating eyes with sharp whites, an aquiline nose, thin lips, and 2 black moles on his chin. The sunlight slanted in from the floor to ceiling windows, creating a shadow area on the ground. He was half lying on the boss chair, his entire face just hidden in the shadows. At his desk, Chen Qi was excitedly reporting. "Dad, our Jinxin real estate has had a great start to the year. This month's upward momentum is very strong, and we are expected to set new records this year. Jinxin Taxi has added 310 vehicles this month, and the number of drivers has increased by 3.65% year on year. However, the most obvious growth rate is in Jinxin Photo Studio. Last year's franchise rebate strategy worked. This month's number of franchisees broke the monthly record. If this continues, Jinxin Photo Studio may surpass Jinxin Rental this year and become the second largest pillar business of our group." After saying that, Chen Qi lowered his head slightly, like a little chick, waiting for Chen Sanjin's lecture. Day. Chen Sanjin lay in the boss chair with his eyes closed, tapping the chair handle lightly with his fingers. After a long while, his slightly deep voice came, well done.
A simple compliment made Chun Chi extremely excited. At this time, Chen Sanjin opened his eyes, sat up straight, and changed the subject. However, if our Jinxing group wants to take further steps, expand beyond Jinling City, and become a leading enterprise in the Bulk Province, or even the East China region, we need to develop new pillar industries.
How's the situation with Yuan Fudeo going?
Hearing this, Chen Chi's face became even more cheerful.
Don't worry, Dad.
Our Zhuang Yuan Online is already under development and will be tested in a month at most.
I'm arranging things to slow down the promotion of Yuan Fudeo. I'm throwing mud and stirring up trouble.
Anyway, it takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. His sunk costs are definitely greater than ours.
Also, I've also arranged a technical attack on the Yuan Fudeo website.
Unfortunately, their website security system is a bit difficult to crack, but we have more people, so we can always cause some trouble.
As long as we mess them up, our chance will come. Hearing this, Chen Sanjin nodded slightly to express his affirmation, and then instructed.
That guy is really ruthless.
He only takes 8% of the profits and donates 30% of the company's revenue to charity. He must have some connections. You should be aware of him. Hearing his father's instructions, Chen Shi said confidently, it's just exchanging price for market share. It's not like we haven't done it before. At worst, we can just start a price war.
In terms of capital and connections, the advantage is mine.
Chen Sanjin half lay down again, closed his eyes to rest, and waved to Chen Qi. Go and get to work.
If you get this done, you'll be the vice president of the group. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi became instantly excited. Although he is nominally the crown prince of the group and seems to be in a very glorious position, it is just an empty title. Chen Sanjin has a strong desire for control, and many powers in the group are firmly in his hands, even to his own son. If Chen Qi wants to get in touch with the core of the group, he will probably have to wait until 100 years after Chen Sanjin's death. But now, in order to capture the market of Yuan Fudeo online education, Chen Sanjin actually gave up the position of vice president of the group, which just gave Chen Qi an opportunity. This also indirectly reflects that Chen Sanjin is jealous of this market.
Okay, I'll do it right away. Chen Qi said heavily.
Fate is wonderful beyond words. While Fang Zhou was eyeing Jinxing Photo Studio, Chen Sanjin was also sharpening his knife and eyeing his Yuan Fudeo. It's like a chess game, where both sides are just one step away from checkmating.
Whoever makes that move first wins. A war without gunpowder has begun.
Chapter 96. I still like your rebellious look at the beginning.
4:30 in the afternoon.
The warm sunlight shines on the pedestrians, giving people a sense of the comfort of the early spring sun.
After the matter was settled, Fang Zhou drove back to Jinling University.
I spent the whole night arguing with Little Potato, and finally decided to buy a bear version of Little Alaska today. Soon, Fang Zhou arrived at the school gate and sent a message to Xiao Tudo. After a while, Little Potato jumped out of the school gate. She tied her hair into a cute bun, changed into a khaki sweater, revealing her delicate collarbone, and carried a large dog space capsule in her hand with a dimpled smile. When Little Potato saw his own Lamborghini, he immediately trotted over, and the 36D was shaking, and the scene was spectacular.
Fang Zhou, do you think the space capsule I bought for my dog looks good?
As soon as he got on the car, Little Potato raised the space capsule in his hand to show off, with an expression that said hurry up and praise me.
Fang Zhou reached out and patted the little ball on her bun, praising her, you have a really unique vision. If you were to rob a tomb with your vision, Hubai would have no chance.
Little Potato enjoyed Fang Zhou's praise very much, his little face full of longing. Yeah, I'll take little Lala home later, and we'll have dogs too. Fang Zhou laughed in his heart, thinking that they would see who was more of a dog then. With a step on the accelerator, the Lamborghini drove away from the school. Along the way, Little Potato sat in the passenger seat, excitedly looking forward to his future life with a dog.
Fang Zhou was a little absent-minded, thinking about the beauty camera. With Mao Xinjuan joining, the technology of beauty camera is basically stable.
The next step is to find photography experts, come up with some easy-to-learn photography tutorials, and invite selfie experts to join the beauty community. You can ask about this matter later at the photography club of Jinling University or find the photography teacher. Alternatively, a portrait photography competition can be held within the Jinling University community to mobilize the power of students.
This is the benefit of having a base. But now, Fang Zhou is worried about another thing. That is the spokesperson for the beauty camera.
Yuan Fudeo focuses on education and inspiration, so he just took advantage of the situation and let Su Luo be the spokesperson, as their identities and attributes are consistent.
Chameleon camera is a beauty camera that focuses on the word beauty.
It will no longer be possible to please others as before, so the issue of spokespersons must be handled with caution. In the previous life, the spokesperson for the beauty camera was a big baby.
But Fangzhou doesn't plan to use her.
On the one hand, Ab was still walking on the runway in Hong Kong Island at that time and was still a young model. On the other hand, the crazy horse show collapsed.
After being reborn, Fangzhou was pursuing his career while also protecting his reputation.
He doesn't want his project to be affected by the spokesperson, so he plans to choose a female star with a good reputation as the spokesperson.
I've been talking to you for so long, but you didn't even listen to me.
In the passenger seat, Little Potato suddenly crossed his arms over his chest and turned his head away angrily.
Fangzhou finally came to his senses and turned to look at Little Potato.
She looked puffed up, like a bloated pufferfish, with her chest bulging. Seeing this, Fangzhou quickly stretched out his finger, poked Little Potato's soft waist, and explained.
A tech genius came to the company today.
I was just thinking about this and got distracted for a moment, so, what did Arwan Ning say just now?
Hearing this, Little Potato calmed down a bit and replied, I was just asking you, if you hadn't met me, would you raise a puppy with someone else and would you fall in love with someone else?
Is you're a verb or a preposition?
Don't talk nonsense, I'm asking you seriously. Of course not.
If I hadn't met you, I would have worked hard to make more money and found a girl who fell in love with me for money, rather than simply because of my kindness, integrity, and handsome face. Little Potato blushed slightly, and punched Fangzhou with her little fist. Narcissist.
You probably don't know, but I'm nicknamed Triple Andy Lau at school now. Fangzhou spoke nonsense in a serious manner. What Triple Andy Lau?
Search for yourself.
Little Potato nodded, then took out his phone and searched online. Triple Andy Lau, the best man. The Lamborghini sped along. After a while, the two arrived at Dongpeng Pet Store in Mingfa Plaza. Fangzhou parked the car in the underground garage, and then the two of them went straight to Dongpeng Pet Shop. This is the largest pet shop in Jinling.
It has its own pet breeding base. The quality of the dogs is guaranteed and Yuan T by old dogs. The key is that there is follow-up dog raising consultation, which is more friendly to novice dog owners.
Welcome, are you looking to buy a dog or a cat? The female salesperson asked as soon as I entered the door. Is there a bear version of Alaska? Fangzhou said.
Little Potato was behind Fangzhou, poking out his little head, and looking around the pet shop with his beautiful eyes, looking here and there, like a curious baby.
Yes. Come with me. As she spoke, the saleswoman led the way and took Fangzhou and Little Potato to the Alaska display area. As soon as they saw someone coming, the little Arabs in the display cabinets on the entire wall became restless.
They were howling excitedly, and their chubby little paws were constantly scratching at the cage door, looking very fierce and aggressive. Seeing this scene, Little Potato's heart melted. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became moist. She squatted down to tease one, then stood on tiptoe to tease that. She was very busy and happy, like a joyful little lark. But after a while, Little Potato's delicate face wrinkled into a small bun.
What's wrong? Fangzhou asked curiously.
Little Potato said aggrievedly, my decision-making difficulty struck me again.
Fangzhou couldn't help laughing, then. I'll help you choose?
Little Potato immediately nodded and said Hearing this, Fangzhou looked over and saw a whole wall of puppies, all scratching at the cage doors, and some of them were howling. Anyone who has been to a pet store knows that the puppies in the pet store will be particularly excited when they see people, especially Taiyuetian. However, among a group of excited puppies, there was a chubby little Ala who stood out from the crowd. It lay there stupidly, its round body like a glutinous rice dumpling, without making any sound or moving, as steady as Mount Tai. Fangzhou went up to tease it a few times, but it just wagged its tail perfunctorily, looking as if it didn't want to pay any attention.
I just like your unruly look, it's you. Fangzhou pointed at the little Ala and made the decision.
Upon hearing this, the salesperson immediately smiled and said, Sir, you have a very good eye.
This Alaskan Malamute is one of our seasonal Alaskan Malamutes. Both its parents are seasonal Alaskan Malamutes. Here are the photos. You can take a look. Fangzhou waved his hands. He actually disliked the foreigner's theory of bloodline. People always make up bloodlines for this and that, and even in American TV series the words XX family bloodline often appear. This is essentially a manifestation of a shallow historical background. In the Dragon Kingdom, hundreds or thousands of years ago, whose ancestors were not princes and nobles. You have to know that the ancients' ability to fight against famine, plague, war, and natural disasters was extremely fragile. It was actually difficult for ordinary people to pass on their bloodlines, and for those whose bloodlines could be passed on, basically none of their ancestors were simple. Seeing this, Little Potato was delighted. He squatted down and stretched out his fingers to tease the little Arab. Fong Zhou, it's so cute and chubby. Can we call it rice ball from now on? Rice balls? Then why not call it Malatang? Little Potato turned his head away and ignored Fong Zhou, focusing all his attention on the little Alabama. Seeing this, Fong Zhou's heart softened. After confirming that little Ala was safe, Little Potato was immediately overwhelmed with maternal love and bought it a lot of dog food, toys, clothes, shoe sticks, and clothes at the pet store. When paying the bill, the salesperson said a lot of nonsense. Fong Zhou was a little impatient. My math teacher died early, why don't you just tell me the total? The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then a bright smile broke out on his face. Okay sir, a total of 26,800. Fong Zhou took out his bank card, swiped the card. Afterwards, Little Potato carried Little Rice Ball to the underground garage, and the two of them and the dog returned to the car. Little Potato sat in the passenger seat, and the Little Rice Ball curled up into a ball and lay on Little Potato's elastic and tight thighs. Maybe it was because I bought too much for it at the pet store just now, so the Little Rice Ball is no longer rebellious. It lay on Little Potato's legs, raised its little head in the passenger seat, and smiled foolishly at Fong Zhou. Small rice balls reference picture. Fong Zhou couldn't help laughing. I still like your rebellious look at the beginning. Soon, Fong Zhou stepped on the accelerator and the Lamborghini started slowly. Fong Zhou turned left, preparing to take a shortcut and exit from exit C of the garage. As I was about to turn, a man who looked like a garage security guard stopped me and knocked on the car window. Sorry sir, exit C is closed. There's a film crew filming there, so I can't leave for now. Fong Zhou lowered the car window and stuck his head out to look towards exit C. Sure enough, I saw people who looked like a film crew, carrying cameras and holding fill lights, busying themselves over there. Fong Zhou had no choice but to give up and was about to turn around. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw a beautiful figure among the crowd of crew members in front of me. She was a sweet-looking, plump young girl. She sat there alone eating a box lunch. Not many people paid attention to her, and she didn't have many scenes. She looked like just a minor supporting role. But when he saw her, Fong Zhou was overjoyed. The spokesperson for the beauty camera was chosen instantly. Chapter 97, Ing Bao, the time is right. Zhao Xiaogu? Oh no. Zhao Liang. Fong Zhou looked at the beautiful figure in front of him with burning eyes. She is about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a light gray scarf, and has a round face that is as round as a pearl. It is very similar to the face shape she had when she starred in Come On, My Love. Fong Zhou remembers that Zhao Liang started to emerge in 2011, that is, the next year, because of her role as Qing'er in New My Fair Princess. Later, she became popular in 2013 with the TV series Legend of Lu Zhen. In 2014, she starred in Come On, My Love and became the 10th Golden Eagle Goddess. In 2015, she became famous thanks to the fantasy drama The Journey of Flower. In 2017, Princess Agents became the first online drama in China to exceed 40 billion views. In 2019, she was nominated for the Magnolia Award again for her role as Shang Minglan in The Story of Minglan. In 2022, she participated in the Spring Festival Gala and served as the vice chairman of the Jibei Film and Television Association. She became the most popular among the post-85 young actresses in the domestic entertainment industry. But that's all for later. Zhao Xiaogu is now just a young girl in her early 20s. I just came from the rural area of northern Hebei and started learning acting halfway through, and it has only been a few years. Now is the best time to invest in her. Thinking of this, Fong Zhou was about to get out of the car, but when he turned around and saw Little Potato in the passenger seat, he held back. It's better to ask someone to contact the agency. After all, the contracts of many actors and artists are held by the company. Fong Zhou vaguely remembered that Zhao Xiaogu's agency seemed to be Hui Brothers. Okay. Let's go out through exit A. As he spoke, Fong Zhou turned around and stepped on the accelerator. The sound of the Lamborghini's engine attracted the attention of many people. Not far away, Zhao Xiaogu put down the lunchbox in his hand, looked up and saw only the taillights going away. 50 minutes later, the two returned to the Daijing mansion in Baijia Lake. As soon as he entered the house, Little Potato couldn't let go of the rice ball and happily built a small nest for it. The little rice ball followed the little potato happily, soft and fluffy, running with a duong-duong sound, and his eyes revealed clear stupidity. I confirmed through eye contact that we are both stupid people. Wan Ning, I'm going back to school to get my luggage. Fang Zhou shouted. The things the two of them had packed in the dormitory were still left at school. Okay, you can help me get mine too. Little Potato shouted from the kitchen, where she was making milk powder for Little Rice Ball. Yeah. I'll be back soon. Before leaving, Fang Zhou thought about it and threw away the Little Rice Ball's rice bowl, so that it could know the dangers of society from an early age. Ouch. The little rice ball got angry, and roared at Fang Zhou, slamming the ground with his chubby little paws, looking very fierce. That look seemed to say, I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. Fang Zhou knew when to quit and ran away immediately. On the way, he called his kind aunt. Through the kind aunt's channel, I contacted Huai brothers and made an appointment with Zhao Xiaogu to discuss the endorsement. That night, the moon was bright but there were no stars. A hotel located in Jinling Parade Ground. Zhao Xiaogu finished a day's filming and returned to the hotel booked by the crew. It wasn't a 5-star hotel that was a treatment only for the leading actors. Small actors like her could only stay in ordinary business hotels. Open the door, insert the card, turn on the light. Bright light instantly filled the entire room. The residual light escaped through the glass window, attracting the flies and insects outside the window to the light, and they hit the glass with a bang. Soon, Zhao Xiaogu finished washing up skillfully and lay on the soft big bed in a bathrobe. The air conditioner was blowing warm air and Animal World was playing on TV, but she had no intention of sleeping. There was a message from my parents on my phone. Xiaoying, Mommy saw the weather forecast and said it's going to be a bit cold in Nanjing this spring. You're filming over there, so remember to wear more clothes. Mommy misses you. If you feel tired, come back. Dad will wait for you to come home. Zhao Xiaogu stared at his phone blankly for a long time, and finally a sigh was heard in the room. Being an actor is so difficult. It is especially difficult for someone like her who has just started her career. Zhao Xiaogu studied flight attendant major in school, but after graduation, due to family financial constraints, she had to give up the opportunity to apply for a flight attendant and could only work in sales at a pipeline anti-corrosion company. Perhaps it was her love for acting, or perhaps it was her unwillingness to accept her fate, but at the age of 19, she participated in Yahoo Star Search. At this point, she officially entered the entertainment industry and came to the big city alone from her rural hometown in northern Hebei. But when she arrived in the big city, she realized how big the gap was between herself and others. Many of those actors who graduated from professional schools and prestigious universities are struggling at the bottom, let alone her who changed her career halfway. She had thought about returning to her hometown more than once, but the stubbornness in her bones that refused to accept her fate supported her to move forward step by step. But she didn't know how much longer she could hold on. After finishing filming in Jinling tomorrow, ask Sister Su for leave and go back to see my parents. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaogu took out a book from his bag, which was filled with a lot of notes. This is Stanislavski's an actor's work on himself. This book has appeared many times in Stephen Chow's The King of Comedy. To the audience, it is a prop, but to Zhao Xiaogu, she has really studied it from beginning to end. Because she was a latecomer, she could only learn acting skills in this way. The title page of this book contains her motto. The wind can blow away a fallen leaf, but it cannot blow away a butterfly. The power of life lies in disobedience. But when he read this sentence again now, Zhao Xiaogu felt extremely sad. Some people say that the darkness before dawn is the most difficult to endure. In fact, what is difficult to endure is not the darkness, but the fact that we don't know when the dawn will come. I want to become the angel you love in the fairy tale. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. Zhao Xiaogu opened it and saw that it was a call from her agent, Sister Su. Seeing this, she immediately answered, "Hello, Sister Su?" The attitude is a bit reserved. After all, for an artist, especially one who is not very popular, the role of the agent is more important than anything else, as they can decide what roles you will take. And an agent usually works for many artists. Yes, do. The agent's attitude towards the artist is simply doing. Just like doing a project, the agent acts as the artist. As long as you can create a very popular artist, the rewards will be almost exponential. Lying, send me your hotel address, I'll come find you now.
Suddenly, the agent's sister Sue's excited voice came from the other end of the phone, with a slightly flattering tone. Zhao Xiaogu was a little confused. Because of her non-professional status, Sister Sue had always been very picky about her in the past, but today she changed her behavior.
Oh, okay.
I'm in room 902 of the Hanting Hotel in Daxiachang.
What happened? Zhao Xiaogu asked.
Upon hearing this, Hisu on the other end of the phone laughed wantonly.
Xiaoying, your luck may be about to change. Don't forget me when you come back.
I told you, there's no child crying every day, no gambler losing every day, it's my turn now. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaogu's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a small flame of hope suddenly ignited.
Do you know about Jinling Rongguan Group? They just contacted the company.
It seems that a big boss saw you acting today and fell in love with you at first sight.
They want to hire you as their spokesperson.
Somehow, Zhao Xiaogu suddenly thought of the Lamborghini he saw this afternoon.
Sister Sue, is this Rongguan Group big? Zhao Xiaogu asked crisply.
The market value of their group could buy several Huai brothers.
What do you think? Huai Brothers' current market value is over 7 billion yuan, and its peak market value was only over 10 billion yuan.
Compared with Rongguan Group, it is indeed not good enough. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaogu felt his heart skip a beat, and the little flame burned even brighter. Just at this moment, Animal World on TV ushered in a new chapter, and the sun slowly rose from the horizon of the African savanna.
The sky is bright. Chapter 98: Investing in Zhao Xiaogu. The next day, it was sunny with a light breeze. 8 o'clock in the morning, on the 10th floor of Rongguan Building.
Before the Fengcheng employees came to work, Zhao Xiaogu and Hisu had already arrived at the company early. The two of them stood at the door in an orderly manner, looking through the glass door from time to time at the environment inside the company. After waiting for more than half an hour, the girl at the company's front desk finally arrived and opened the door as the first employee to come to work. After asking about the situation, the girl at the front desk led the two into the company's reception room. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Zhou walked into the company's door, but his expression looked a little ugly. It all started this morning when he saw Little Potato using a toothbrush, lightly dipped in water, and then used it to brush Little Riceball's head. It is said that this can simulate the feeling of a mother dog licking her puppy's fur with her tongue, allowing the puppy to feel the love from its mother and adapt to the new environment more quickly. So Fang Zhou took out an electric toothbrush and blasted it on the Little Riceball's head. Then Little Potato became unhappy and chased Fang Zhou and started shooting. Using an electric toothbrush and feeling the cyber mother's love, what did I do wrong? Fang Zhou felt extremely aggrieved and walked into the company gate unhappily. As soon as Fang Zhou was seen, the receptionist came over and said, "Mr. Fang, two ladies came to the company early this morning and said they had an appointment with you. They've been waiting in the reception room for a long time." Fang Zhou was a little stunned and immediately put aside his morning emotions. "Okay. I got it." Fang Zhou quickly adjusted himself and came to the door of the reception room. The door to the reception room was open, and Fang Zhou immediately saw Zhao Xiaogu sitting on the sofa with his chin in his hand, in a daze. The round little face makes it easy to recognize. Fang Zhou hurried in and said apologetically, "Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. I kept you waiting." As soon as they saw the person coming, Zhao Xiaogu and his agent Hisu immediately stood up and looked at Fang Zhou somewhat stiffly. "Are you, Mr. Fang?" Hisu was a little uncertain. The main reason was that Fang Zhou looked too young, even younger than Zhao Xiaogu, which did not fit the image of the CEO she had been fantasizing about all morning. "Well, I'm the boss of Fang Chengxi. I was the one who asked Mr. Nya to contact Huai Brothers. You can just call me Fang Zhou." A hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Xiaogu's beautiful eyes. Mr. Fang is indeed young and promising. Hisu is worthy of being a real estate agent. He quickly adjusted his state and gave a compliment. Fang Zhou ignored her and kept his eyes on Zhao Xiaogu. In her previous life, Zhao Xiaogu's reputation needed no further explanation. She was a well-known dedicated actress in the industry. He also came from the bottom and knew how to be grateful. After becoming famous, he built roads in his hometown, promoted his hometown and intangible cultural heritage, and even became the tourism ambassador of Hebei province. Although she is still a newbie now, the beauty camera business is not something that will only last for 1 or 2 years. Fang Zhou wants a long-term and good spokesperson image. As the old saying goes, show kindness before you meet someone, and make friends when you are poor. Now is the best time to invest in each other. With this in mind, Fang Zhou decided to use his ancestral skills, throwing money around like crazy. We've kept you waiting for so long, so let's not go through all that nonsense and just be direct.
Fong Zhou went straight to the point.
Zhao Xiaogu and He Su naturally agreed. They have waited for so long and hope to get a definite answer as soon as possible.
Ms. Zhao, our company has a new project coming up and we need a brand spokesperson. Yesterday afternoon I was at Mingfa Plaza and saw your crew filming. I happened to see you and I think you're a perfect fit. Fong Zhou said frankly.
Zhao Xiaogu raised his head, a little puzzled. Mr. Fong, I wonder what your company's products are.
The product is still confidential, but I can tell you its name, Beauty Camera. Fong Zhou naturally knew what the other party was worried about.
Hearing this, Zhao Xiaogu breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that it would be some messy product endorsement, such as that and that. After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon in the entertainment industry.
At this time, the agent He Su said, Mr. Fong, do you know the endorsement fee?
Regarding the endorsement fee, you can discuss it with the business department later. After a pause, Fong Zhou focused his gaze on Zhao Xiaogu, trying his best to make his tone sound sincere. He took out another contract he had prepared in advance and handed it to the other party.
Ms. Zhao, I personally prefer to sign with you rather than the company behind you. This is another contract, a lifetime endorsement contract for the beauty camera. The last time I heard the term lifetime endorsement was in the sports world.
I didn't expect that Fong Zhou could say this to others now.
There was some confusion on Zhao Xiaogu's round little face.
She didn't quite understand the significance of lifelong endorsement, but her years of social experience made her always wary of sudden changes.
Zhao Xiaogu took the contract and read it carefully.
Fong Zhou was not in a hurry, but explained. If you become the lifelong spokesperson for Beautycam as a brand, the more famous the spokesperson is, the higher the brand's popularity will be.
Our interests are aligned, and the company will naturally help you.
After signing the contract, Fong Cheng will grant you a 20 million yuan annual film and television investment quota in the name of the company. The profits will belong to the company, but you have the right to choose the scripts. Secondly, the company will fund the production of a TV series with you as the female lead.
Of course, this drama will also serve as a promotional piece for our beauty camera.
Zhao Xiaogu hadn't reacted yet when he heard this, but He Su's eyelids were twitching wildly.
The annual investment quota of 20 million for film and television, in other words, means bringing capital into the crew. This? It's definitely core competitiveness.
Not only can you get preferential treatment when joining the crew, but you can even influence the director's decision when competing for certain roles.
After all, which director would complain that the crew has too much money?
What's more, the other party also fully funded Zhao Xiaogu to shoot the first major drama in his life. How many low-level actors never have the opportunity to play a leading role in their entire life, let alone receive investment from a company of this level?
Hearing this, Zhao Xiaogu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Fong Zhou didn't bother her anymore.
He had said everything he needed to say, and he believed that Zhao Xiaogu had no reason to refuse. The reason for proposing such a contract is, after all, the same old saying, believe in human nature, but don't bet on human nature. Relying on the memories of his previous life, he still had more faith in Zhao Xiaogu's character, but Fong Zhou always believed that there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests.
If you want others to always stand on your side, the best way is to have common interests with them. This lifetime endorsement contract is Fong Zhou's choice.
Agent He Su was giving crazy hints with his eyes. In He Su's opinion, it doesn't matter whether she signs a contract with the company or not.
Their contract is about to expire anyway. The main thing is to make Zhao Xiaogu successful.
That is her real cash cow. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaogu pondered for a moment and finally seemed to have made some kind of decision. Okay, Mr. Fong, I have no problem. Fong Zhou smiled knowingly and was about to extend his hand.
Zhao Xiaogu said, but Mr. Fong, can I choose the first drama myself?
Fong Zhou was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly.
Sorry, I'm afraid that's not possible.
This involves product placement for our new project.
But you can rest assured about the quality of this drama.
I want to use it to promote the name of Beauty Camera, and I won't destroy the Great Wall myself. In fact, at the beginning, Fong Zhou's most ideal drama was My Love from Nowhere. This is not only one of Zhao Xiaogu's favorite dramas, but also fits the scene of the beauty camera implantation. But when he checked online, he found that Guman had not written the book in 2010 and would not start writing until next year. Secondly, his second choice was The Journey of Flower. The book has been written, but the filming period of The Journey of Flower is too long, and Beauty Camera will be online in about a month, so it needs a hit TV series to promote it. As a result, several of Zhao Xiaogu's previous life dramas seem to be inappropriate for the time being.
After much deliberation, Fang Zhou finally set his sights on a phenomenally popular TV series in the future. Chapter 99, short but cute. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaogu's round little face showed some disappointment. She thought for a moment and asked curiously, "Mr. Fang, what type of drama did you choose for me?" "Urban ones." "What's your name?" Fang Zhou smiled knowingly and said, "It's called The Beginning." "Yes, The Beginning."
This drama needs to cooperate with the online promotion of Beauty Camera to ignite the popularity of Beauty Camera, so it only has a short period of 1 month. It is now 2010, and the review mechanism is still relatively strict.
Weekly dramas that are filmed and broadcast at the same time are not considered.
It was not until 2012 that the Ministry of Radio, Film and Television issued a document, and weekly dramas that are filmed and broadcast at the same time became popular. Therefore, there is no need to consider long dramas for the time being, and one can only focus on short dramas. The Beginning has only 15 short episodes. Excluding the opening and ending credits, each episode is no longer than 40 minutes, and the total length of the series is less than 10 hours.
It can be said that it is short and small.
But it is this drama that has a total playback volume of over 3 billion times, an average of 220 million views per episode, and a maximum of nearly 300 million views per episode. From the pre-show to the end, in just 15 episodes, the series received more than 300 hot searches on Weibo, with an average of more than 20 hot searches per episode.
Not only is it popular with the audience, but it also has an excellent reputation.
In its previous life, The Beginning won many awards as soon as it was broadcast, including Producer of the Year, Outstanding Screenplay of the Year, Innovative Drama of the Year, Golden Eagle Award for Best Supporting Actor, Outstanding Online Drama of the Year, Magnolia Award for Best TV Drama, Best Supporting Actress, and many other awards. It has also been introduced to neighboring countries such as Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, Brunei, and South Korea. The most important thing is that the drama is set in modern times, so advertisements for Beauty Camera can be soft implanted.
Unlike some ancient idol dramas, which are clearly about fantasy or historical backgrounds, they still try to insert some modern advertisements.
Anyone who has experienced it knows that forced insertion is generally uncomfortable.
Moreover, the main scene of The Beginning is a bus, and the main characters are the passengers and police officers.
The episodes are short, with few scenes, few characters, and small investment. In the previous life, director Sun Molong filmed this drama slowly and it only took him 2 months. In this life, if the director tries his best to catch up with the situation, and Fang Zhou spends money like crazy, adding people, materials and money, there is still hope within a month. Fang Zhou plans to let Zhao Xiaogu play the role of Li Shiqing in The Beginning. As for the male lead Xiao Haiyun, he plans to let Zhang Wuji, another male star born after 1985 and also not yet famous, Zhang Ruoyun, play the role. The only difficulty is that the novel The Beginning has not yet been written.
But it doesn't matter.
Fang Zhou may not remember the plot of My Sunshine, but the plot of The Beginning is short, and it revolves around eliminating the suspects one by one on those passengers. If he goes back and spends money to form a screenwriter team, he will most likely be able to reproduce it. I can only say that being short also has its advantages.
Short and sometimes cute.
Hearing this, Zhao Xiaogu no longer hesitated and signed his name on the contract.
"It's a pleasure to work with you." Fang Zhou smiled and extended his hand.
In his previous life, the capital tycoon behind Zhao Xiaogu was Wu Qilong. In this life, Fang Zhou took over this role.
"Mr. Fang, please take care of me in the future."
Zhao Xiaogu and Fang Zhou shook hands gently, then bowed deeply to him.
"Of course, you will be the spokesperson for the Beauty Camera in the future.
We all have the same interests, so I naturally hope that you become as famous as possible.
I'll have someone arrange for the drama The Beginning and try to get the crew together this week.
As for the 20 million film and television investment I promised you, you can choose the script yourself after filming The Beginning." Upon hearing this, an unstoppable smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Xiaogu's round face. After thinking about it, Fang Zhou kindly suggested, "Actually, with your image, you'd be quite popular in costume dramas, such as those of the palace and fairy tales, or occasionally filming idol dramas."
When saying this, Fang Zhou intentionally or unintentionally hinted at his agent Hisu.
In her previous life, the first drama Zhao Xiaogu starred in, The Legend of Lucian, was brought to her by Hisu. After finishing filming The Beginning, Fang Zhou still hopes that Zhao Xiaogu can go through all the 4 parts of her famous series Legend of Lucian. Come on, my love, the journey of Flower and Princess agents.
This is a ready-made shortcut to fame.
Moreover, the company invested real money and let Zhao Xiaogu bring money into the team.
Of course, it would be best if they could make money. After signing the contract, Fang Zhou saw that it was getting late, so he invited the two to have lunch together. After lunch, Fang Zhou asked the finance department to transfer money and arranged all the related matters. Leave professional matters to professionals. As the boss, he only needs to sit back and be responsible for spending money. With Yuan Fudeo, the golden goose that lays golden eggs, continuously making money for the company every day, Fang Zhou still has sufficient funds for the time being. When the beauty camera is launched, he will have another cash cow. Although the original intention of the beauty camera was to target Lao Dang's Jinxin photo studio and penetrate the sinking market, there is no conflict between attacking Lao Dang and making money. In the following days, everything went on in an orderly manner. On March 25, the beauty camera RD team was officially established, with Mao Xinjuan as the team leader. On March 28, Fang Zhou visited Jinling Photography Club and asked to buy a selfie teaching template at a high price. On March 30, the crew of Beginning was established, with Zhao Xiugu as the female lead, Zhang Ruoyun as the male lead, and Su Linqing as the director. The male lead Zhang Ruoyun didn't want to join because of the conflict in schedule and the shortness of the series, but Fang Zhou offered him too much. On April 1, April Fool's Day, Fang Zhou excitedly celebrated her holiday for Little Potato. Potato was angry and hit him. Fang Zhou died. On April 2, Fang Zhou apologized to Zayatudu for the April Fool's Day incident. Dou covered his ears to avoid listening. Fang got angry and hugged Dou on the sofa. He kissed him for 3/4 of an hour. Dou's breathing became rapid and his eyes became blurred. The misunderstanding was cleared up. Fang said, "Run." On April 6, Fang Zhou and Mao Xinjuan had a heated friendly exchange over technical issues. Mao was defeated and exclaimed, "A real man lives between heaven and earth, how can he be depressed and inferior to others for long?" On April 7, after a night of calculation, Mao realized that Fang Zhou was right and came to apologize. Fang Zhou commented, "If you want to apologize properly, you have to dress up as a woman and bow to show your brotherliness." On April 8, La Mao's women's clothing was very eye-catching. On April 10, a new round of expansion was completed. The number of employees of Fangcheng increased from 32 to 69, making Fangcheng bigger and stronger and creating greater glory. On April 15, the Yuan Fudeo website suffered more than 3,000 malicious attacks in one day. Unfavorable public opinion on the internet resurfaced, and Lao Dang was behind the scenes again. Fang Zhou shouted angrily, "This old villain has gone too far in bullying me." On April 17, the beta version 1.0 of Beauty Camera was released, and the project entered the testing phase. On April 19, the campus portrait photography competition was in full swing. The competition spanned 31 undergraduate universities and 17 junior colleges in Jinling City. It was hosted by Formula and organized by photography clubs of various schools. The prize money was generous and many people signed up. On April 20, Fang Zhou sincerely invited the champions of photography competitions from various schools to join the beauty camera and sign as photography experts. On April 22, the little rice ball showed a tendency to protect his food, Wu Potato. Seeing this, Fang Zhou angrily whipped 7 wolves and dipped his belt in iodine, which stimulated and disinfected it at the same time. The little rice ball was frightened, and his eyes became clear again. On April 23, the filming of the beginning was completed. On April 24, at the wrap party, everyone returned drunk. An unknown young actor invited Fang Zhou back to his hotel that night to discuss the script, but he declined. On April 26, the Beauty Camera Beta version 2.0 was released. On April 28, the Beauty Camera Beta version 3.0 was released. On April 29, the post-production of the beginning was completed. It has 15 episodes, which is short but cute. On April 30, the Beauty Camera commercial version was completed. On May 1, the short holiday, the Beauty Camera is officially launched. Chapter 100 There is a cheat. There is a cheat. May 1, sunny and bright. The temperature is 23, with southeast wind of level 2-3. As the beginning of summer approaches, the temperature gradually rises. On the streets, girls started wearing cooler clothes again. Some young ladies who are anxious to show off their figures can't wait to take off their spring clothes, put on suspender skirts, and wear a shawl to keep warm. Magic City, on the Bund. Lu Mao looked up and saw long white legs everywhere. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, as expected, girls in big cities just can't stand the heat. It's only May and they're already dressed like this. Please be sure to keep it up. What are you looking at? Come here quickly. When Shinjia turned around,
she found that her boyfriend was looking at another girl, and she immediately became annoyed. Hearing this, Lu Mao immediately came up with a silly smile on his face. He was about 1.7 meters tall, had a crew cut, and was chubby. He was carrying his girlfriend's small plush backpack, looking a little humorous. Because he loved playing games such as Red Alert, CS, and Age of Empires since he was a child, at the beginning of this year, he came to Shanghai from his hometown in Sichuan and Chongqing and became a professional esports player.
If Fang Zhou was present, he would definitely recognize him immediately.
Because this Lu Mao was none other than PDD, who later became known for his backhand smoking skills that were as good as a god.
Nicknames: Esports Dongjua, Soju, and Pao Teacher.
League of Legends will enter the domestic market next year, and then the gears of fate will begin to turn.
Now, he is just a newbie in the esports circle. Today is the first day of the May Day holiday.
Lu Mao finished his training and went out to travel with his girlfriend.
As the two of them played, they didn't realize it was dusk.
Lao Lu, let's go take some pictures over at the Oriental Pearl Tower, otherwise there will be even more people once it gets dark. Shinjiajia said, then pulled Lu Mao and jogged over together.
Soon, the two arrived at a classic location on the Bund, opposite the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower.
From this angle, facing the Oriental Pearl Tower, please take a picture for me. Shinjiajia handed over her cell phone.
Traveling without taking photos would be meaningless. This is also the reason why Fang Zhou launched the beauty camera on May Day. Lu Mao took the phone, patted his chest, and said confidently, "Don't worry, Jia. I've been practicing for 2.5 years and I'm really good at taking photos. You're lucky to have me."
As he spoke, Lu Mao took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures. Shinjiajia cooperated by posing beautifully, facing the breeze, with the afterglow shining on her and the neon lights shining brightly. The Bund, whose full name is Outer Huangpu Beach, was once the foreign settlement of Shanghai.
If autumn comes, Nanjing becomes Jinling.
Then at dusk and night, Huangpu Beach becomes the Bund of Shanghai, a magnificent and beautiful foreign land.
Is it done? How long will it take?
After a long time, Shinjiajia raised her hand and asked. Her hand felt a little sore from this position.
Okay, one last one, OJBK.
Lu Mao trotted over and handed over the phone as if to ask for credit.
Look at my photos.
The visuals, the colors, the light, wow. I'm a sole photographer who was delayed by esports. Upon hearing this, Shinjiajia took the phone expectantly and took a look.
Then, sometimes I really want to hit someone. Me, you call this a soul photographer? Are you a soul photographer or a photographer of the underworld? Oh, I see. What you mean by soul? Is this the soul method?
Shinjiajia put her hands on her waist, with a coquettish look on her face, and couldn't help but scold.
After being scolded by his girlfriend, Lu Mao suddenly became unhappy. Isn't this a beautiful shot?
He felt as aggrieved as a 200-pound child.
Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say this? How can you say such cold words when your body is 36 degrees Celsius? Forget it, I'll take the photo myself. Go buy me a bottle of water.
Shinjiajia said unhappily. It looks very much like the famous scene of young couples taking photos while traveling in later generations. Hearing this, Lu Mao went to buy water for his girlfriend, feeling aggrieved. It's obviously a beautiful photo, you have no taste. Lu Mao muttered to himself. Just at this moment, a young couple was taking pictures next to the water shop. I saw the boy holding his mobile phone, randomly finding an angle, and taking a lot of pictures, which were smooth and seamless. Then, he handed the phone to the girl, who immediately praised him in surprise and kissed him excitedly. Because of the angle, Lu Mao happened to see the scene where the picture was frozen, and was shocked.
Damn! There's a cheat. He didn't even pull the trigger when he was exposed just now. How could he be filmed like this?
Lu Mao was unconvinced and said with a hint of jealousy. He and his girlfriend are still at the stage of holding hands, and their relationship has not progressed any further.
I, a naughty pig, want to go to second base too.
Lu Mao shouted in his heart. After thinking about it, Lu Mao decided to put aside his pride and go up to chat with him.
Face is not as important as second base. So the question is, what should you call someone when you strike up a conversation with them to appear respectful and kind?
Lu Mao thought for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and patted the boy on the shoulder, saying,
Donor.
The boy was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Lu Mao, with a look of surprise suddenly flashing across his face.
Hey, aren't you that so-and-so? I saw your gaming videos on Cora. Ah, what's Cora Cora? It sounds like it's called Palipala. That doesn't seem right either. It should be called Bibi Lai Lai. Lu Mao was a little speechless and said, "Brother, is there a possibility that it is called Billy Billy?" Billy Billy, also known as the legendary B station, was established in mid-September last year. Its daily active users are not high at present, but its user stickiness is very high. When Lu Mao is not training, he will post videos of himself playing games on Billy Billy, which has attracted tens of thousands of followers. I didn't expect that when I went out to play, I would actually meet a real fan. Brother, can you please teach me how you take these photos? Lu Mao walked forward, put his arm around his shoulder, and asked in a familiar manner. Hearing this, a hint of pride flashed across the boy's face. He handed over his phone and said, "This is easy. Take a picture with my phone and see." Lu Mao was stunned for a moment, then took the other person's phone in confusion and took a picture of the distant foreign market. With a click, he saw the Bund Beauty Camera effect. Damn! This is a cheat, a cheat. The moment he saw the photo, Lu Mao was shocked beyond words. I've been practicing photography for a whole year, but it's still not as good as your 2 seconds of cheating? Military advisor, teach me. Lu Mao looked excited. As the old saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. I have the advantage anyway. What kind of phone are you using? The boy suddenly asked. Lu Mao raised his iPhone. Seeing this, the boy laughed. That's easy. Just go to Apple's App Store and search for Beauty Camera. It should already be available in the Apple App Store. Dude, this software was created by a great guy from our Jinda University. It's so useful. I wouldn't tell anyone else about it. The App Store, also known as the Mobile Software Store, is a concept proposed by Apple in 2009. After that, the concept of App Store quickly became popular, and major mobile phone manufacturers set up their own app stores to enhance the selling points and attractiveness of their mobile phone products. As the originator, App Store has perfected the software download and purchase mechanism. Upon hearing this, Lu Mao immediately went to the App Store and found it with a simple search. The download was complete after 5 minutes. Then, Lu Mao went back to find his girlfriend without even recognizing any of his relatives. I came back not to prove how great I am at taking photos, but to tell you that I've got second base.